Dr. Ming, a highly skilled surgeon, found himself unexpectedly reincarnated after a sudden death, only to become an orphaned recluse in a strange world. To his surprise, he also inherited the identity of unfranked pet beast tamer, a role that left him completely bewildered. As a splitting headache overwhelmed him, unfamiliar memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Ming gritted his teeth against the pain and realized he was lying in a half-collapsed building, several bones broken, with the metallic scent of blood filling his nose. From outside, the sound of agonized screams and feral beast roars painted a dire picture of the situation. In his previous life, Ming had tirelessly worked as a surgeon, ultimately succumbing to the unforgiving nature of his high-risk profession. But this new world was one of extraordinary beast tamers, where everyone had the chance to awaken their abilities. However, with great power came great danger. Beyond the city lay a wilderness overrun by monstrous creatures, while within, unstable secret realms could unleash havoc at any moment. Not long ago, one such secret realm erupted unexpectedly, releasing a horde of beasts. The previous owner of this body, spurred on by someone's shout of, "If you're a real man, step up," and fueled by a sense of hot-blooded bravery, charged into the fray. Despite being an franked first-tier pet beast tamer with virtually no combat ability, he acted on the phrase, "A man's spirit never dies young," a decision that ultimately cost him his life. "Wait, where's my beast?" Ming suddenly remembered. A faint, weak whimpering sound came from beneath him. Struggling to turn over, he caught sight of familiar black and white fur, and a pair of iconic dark circles around the eyes. It was his iron-eating beast, Dabai. The poor creature was in terrible shape, barely clinging to life. If not for Dabai cushioning his fall, Ming might not even have had the chance to reincarnate. "Dabai, take a rest for now," Ming said, following the method stored in his inherited memories to recall Dabai into his beast space for recovery. For a beast tamer, summoning and withdrawing a beast was as natural as eating or drinking. A flash of white light later, Dabai disappeared into Ming's forehead. Taking the opportunity, Ming examined Dabai's attributes, awakening level 5, with only one skill, cuteness mastery, which included a combination of clapping, rolling, and squatting tricks. Loyalty stood at 85. This so-called ancient bloodline beast egg had been purchased at great expense by the previous owner's father, only to yield a mere cute pet upon its hatching. The original plan was to find a stable job, but the sudden emergence of the secret realm near their neighborhood had derailed everything. When Ming checked his own abilities, he discovered something astonishing. Besides his franked beginner-level nurturing talent, he possessed a hidden, god-tier, infinite plunder talent. This ability allowed him to steal life force from defeated creatures to accelerate the growth of his beasts or himself. However, his current lifespan was only 21 years, and if it dropped below 1 year, he would no longer be able to use this ability. The realization made him rue his past lives' sleepless nights, which had clearly drained his vitality. As the sound of approaching footsteps and beastly growls grew louder, and with no sign of the city guards arriving, Ming surmised that the situation elsewhere must be even worse. Without hesitation, he decided to sacrifice 10 years of his lifespan to enhance Dabai. Over the simulated decade, Dabai not only recovered but also bonded deeply with Ming, learning 2 new skills, powerful slap and iron head technique. Through persistent training, these skills advanced from entry-level to mastery, and Dabai's loyalty reached a perfect 100. The energy feedback from Dabai's improved strength surged through Ming's body, yet it was insufficient to heal his severe injuries. Left with no choice, Ming sacrificed another year of his lifespan to heal himself. His injuries finally recovered, but his cultivation level remained stagnant. Now, with only 9 years of lifespan remaining, Ming realized he needed to tread carefully with every decision. His survival and that of Dabai depended on their next moves in this perilous world. Out of nowhere, Dabai appeared, looking utterly bewildered. It blinked its round, wide eyes, as if trying to process the unfamiliar memories suddenly flooding its mind. The confused expression on this panda-like creature, paired with its adorably dazed demeanor, was enough to melt anyone's heart. However, this was no time to admire its cuteness. True life and death dangers still loomed. Ming struggled to his feet, speaking softly. "Dabai, the time has come for you to fight." Though his chest was stained with blood, his injuries were not life-threatening. Thanks to the resilient physique of a beast master, he could gradually recover. The cost of a year of his lifespan felt no different than spending a year peacefully resting. Dabai nodded vigorously and let out a determined eep. At this moment, it was ready to lay down its life for its master, its loyalty reaching its peak. Suddenly, the sound of crumbling stone echoed crack, crack. A section of the wall's rubble was pushed aside, and a wolf's head emerged. Clearly, the commotion and scent of blood had drawn its attention. Ming recalled that it had been a tiger beast that had swatted him away earlier. Luckily, his small frame wasn't even enough to make a snack, so the tiger beast hadn't bothered to come in and eat him. Now, This wolf demon seemed eager to take advantage of the situation. Information about this type of creature flashed through his mind. Greenhide demon wolf, typically ranging from spirit awakening to extraordinary level, a pack-dwelling beast. Their leaders were usually at elite level, with the highest recorded at commander level. The levels of demon beasts and similar creatures aligned with those of tamed beasts: spirit awakening, extraordinary, elite, commander, sovereign, king, overlord, demigod, and divine beast. Correspondingly, beast masters were ranked from tier 1 to tier 9, with talent levels categorized as FEDCBSSS. The collapsed section of the house was narrow, allowing only one greenhide demon wolf to squeeze through at a Tamiya window of opportunity for Su Ming. Without hesitation, he ordered, "Dabai, target its neck and waist." Hearing this, Dabai dashed forward like a whirlwind. But then, it came to an abrupt halt and delivered a fierce headbutt to the wolf. Thud! Su Ming froze in disbelief. "Dabai, there's only a wolf's head here, where's the neck and waist?" Dabai seemed unfazed and continued hammering the wolf's head relentlessly. Thud! Thud! Even the wolf's hardest part began to resonate with loud cracks. Its howls were cut short, and it was utterly miserable. What it thought would be an easy meal had turned into a nightmare. This seemingly harmless little creature was nothing short of a demon. Before slipping into unconsciousness, the wolf could only despair. Meanwhile, Dabai continued its head-butting assault, as if it had practiced this move countless times. In its mind, it recalled training with swinging, solid iron spheres. Compared to those, this wolf's head was laughably fragile. Dabai, stop for a moment. Stop for a moment." Su Ming approached, noticing the wolf's head was already on the verge of shattering. Only then did Dabai stop, rubbing its forehead with a hint of disdain. A system notification sounded. Successfully killed Spirit Awakening Level 8 Greenhide Demon Wolf. Lifespan of 8 years plundered from the creature. Su Ming stared at his attribute panel, feeling a surge of joy as the lifespan of other species section jumped from 0 to 8 years. Without hesitation, he decided to devote all his efforts to enhancing Dabai and immediately began consuming the 8 years of lifespan to accelerate the growth of the iron-eating beast. The acceleration process felt like time itself was rushing forward. In the first year, due to a lack of necessary advanced resources, Dabai's progress stagnated, and the repetitive training inevitably led to some moments of slacking. However, by the 5th year, under Su Ming's meticulous guidance, Dabai finally grasped the importance of perseverance, developing a tenacious will and resuming rigorous training. Time flew by, and the 8th year arrived. Over these years, Dabai had focused entirely on practicing the iron sand palm. After countless repetitions, it finally reached the point where it could strike cold iron sand until it glowed red hot. At that moment, Dabai's iron sand palm broke through the mastery level and achieved perfection. Perfection! Su Ming was ecstatic. Even though he hadn't been a combat-focused beast tamer before, he deeply understood how challenging it was for a skill to reach the perfect level. Looking back, it had taken Dabai over a decade to progress from beginner to perfection. Had this been real time, Su Ming himself might already be approaching middle age. In theory, a tamed beast's potential was limitless, constrained only by the lifespans of both the beast and its tamer. Now, Su Ming seemed on the verge of becoming a miracle maker who could break this limitation. Legends spoke of iron-eating beasts once serving as mounts for ancient deities. Perhaps Dabai could truly revive the glory of its ancestors. But for now, survival was the top priority. Suddenly, a series of howls interrupted Su Ming's thoughts. The earlier cries of the slain demon wolf had attracted its pack, and they were frantically digging, trying to unearth Su Ming. "Dabai, drag that thing inside," Su Ming ordered, pointing at the demon wolf's corpse. He planned to use the body to block the entrance and prevent the other wolves from getting in. These low-level demonic beasts had intelligence akin to ordinary animals. Leave them a gap, and they would swarm through. Dabai responded softly, dragging the wolf's corpse to the corner with a single paw. A loud thud echoed, prompting Su Ming to remind, "Keep it down. Don't bring the house down." Although the small, partially collapsed shelter wouldn't harm Su Ming even if it fully caved in, the real danger lay in the menacing beasts waiting outside. The slain green-furred demon wolf likely contained a crystal core and other spoils of battle, and its fur and flesh had value too. However, Su Ming had no time to deal with it now, as more howls echoed from the entrance. Clearly, the next warrior was about to make its move. Sure enough, the entrance darkened as another demon wolf began squeezing its way in, while the rest continued digging outside. These beasts actually know how to multitask, Su Ming muttered to himself. He couldn't help but find it absurd. Was his skinny frame really worth all this effort? Still, he understood that pack creatures like these were notoriously vengeful. Unless a higher-ranking leader called them off, they wouldn't stop until one side was completely eliminated. Howl! With a low growl, a wolf's head poked through the entrance, its ferocity on full display as it prepared to lunge at Su Ming. At this critical moment, a swift gust of wind zipped past the wolf's ear. With a resounding bang, The demon wolf's head exploded like a watermelon. Dabai disdainfully shook its paw, flinging off the red and white mess that had splattered on it. A system prompt followed immediately. Killed a Spirit Awakening level 7 green-furred demon wolf. Plundered 7 years of lifespan from other species. Su Ming was stunned. The power of Dabai's perfect level Iron Sand Palm was truly terrifying. However, perfect level is not the ultimate limit of a skill. Beyond perfection lies the legendary, peerless level, which is considered the pinnacle of beast-taming skills. Throughout the long course of history, peerless level skills have been exceedingly rare, only a handful ever recorded and preserved in standard textbooks for future generations to admire. Achieving this level requires not only years of relentless practice, but also abundant resources and extraordinary insight. Su Ming gained an additional 7 years of lifespan and decisively chose to enhance Dabai once more. He consumed these 7 years of life to accelerate the growth of his iron-eating beast. This time, the acceleration relied solely on the power of time, with no extra resources available for use. The acceleration process unfolded gradually. In the first year, Su Ming and Dabai had a clear goal. Since Iron Palm had temporarily reached a bottleneck, they focused all their energy on honing the Iron Head technique. By the 5th year, the Iron Head technique finally broke through and reached perfect level. From the 6th to the 7th year, both the Iron-Eating Beast's level and skills encountered bottlenecks. During these 2 years, Su Ming and Dabai adopted a balanced approach of work and rest, taking occasional breaks from training. To their surprise, even the adorable charm skill reached perfect level. Although the last 2 years seemed a bit unproductive, Su Ming had already achieved his primary goal. At this moment, Dabai stood unrivaled among spirit-taming beasts at the awakening level. Beast, Iron-Eating Beast Dabai. Accelerable level, Awakening level, 9 stars. Skills, Adorable Charm, perfect level. Iron Palm, perfect level. Iron Head technique, perfect level. Loyalty, 100. Dabai's mind suddenly filled with adorable thoughts, eager to show off. Dabai, stop being cute and focus on killing the demon beasts. Su Ming reminded urgently. Dabai's anger instantly flared. It was all these demon wolves' fault for forcing it to work overtime. Dabai continued to use the same strategy. Open the door, let the wolves in, and then smash. Crush their skulls with a single blow. Howl smash. Howl smash. Howl smash. 3 consecutive strikes, and 3 awakening-level green-furred demon wolves contributed 20 years of additional lifespan to Su Ming. However, whether it was due to the wolves lacking suitable skills for Dabai or their levels being too low, no new skills were acquired. Suddenly, the outside fell silent. It seemed the small pack of demon wolves had either been wiped out or decided to retreat. The cramped space was already overflowing with their corpses. Su Ming resolved that unless reinforcements arrived, he would not risk venturing outside. Just as Su Ming was deep in thought, a sharp, piercing sound shattered the silent swoosh. A streak of green light flashed, and the ruins where Su Ming was hiding collapsed with a thunderous crash. Fortunately, the wall fell outward, sparing Su Ming from being buried. However, when Su Ming saw the scene outside, his heart sank instantly. A pack of green-furred demon wolves had surrounded the area, led by one that was noticeably larger than the others, a clear indication that it was a small leader. Transcendent level? Su Ming's gaze sharpened. The ability to release energy and use a skill like the one just now indicated at least a transcendent level beast. Whether it was an elite or commander tier, Su Ming no longer cared, as despair consumed him. Fighting a transcendent level beast was already a cross-dire battle, and with an entire pack of subordinates, Su Ming had no confidence in his odds. If it were just a group of awakening-level wolves, he wouldn't have given them a second thought. Roar! The green-furred demon wolf leader growled lowly, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, as if declaring that Su Ming's end was near. If it weren't for the little guy reporting back, I wouldn't have known an old trickster was hiding here. Seeing there was no way out, Su Ming shouted loudly. Come on, fight me unknown if you've got the guts. The demon wolf leader's sharp gaze swept over Su Ming, then glanced at the wolf pack behind it. A glint of mockery flashed in its eerie green eyes before it let out a low growl. Instantly, the surrounding demon wolves began to stir, closing in on Su Ming and Dabai. At the same time, the wolf leader silently gathered its strength, ready to launch a surprise attack at any moment. Damn it! Su Ming cursed furiously. Not only was the leader of a higher rank than him, but it also wanted to gang up on him, and on top of that, it planned to ambush him. The sheer shamelessness of it made even Su Ming feel inferior. He made up his mind if he managed to survive this, he would one day form a contract with a battle beast that could fight in packs. Who cared about unknown fights? To hell with that. Dabai, it's all up to you. Su Ming turned to his partner. Dabai nodded firmly, its eyes shining with determination, as if to say, even if it costs my life, he'll protect you. At this moment, Su Ming was empty-handed, barely able to handle even an ordinary spirit awakening level green-furred demon wolf. The only thing he could rely on was using another creature's life force to heal himself or Dabai. Though the accelerated recovery effect had been dormant for years, to the outside world, it would seem like an instant restoration, like a miraculous recovery skill. With a command from the demon wolf leader, 7 or 8 wolves lunged at Su Ming simultaneously, their sharp claws slicing through the air with a chilling gleam. Su Ming knew full well that if even one claw struck him, he'd be gravely injured, if not killed. In the critical moment, Su Ming made a decisive choice. Consume 2 years of life force to accelerate the panda's growth. Consume 2 years of life force to boost my cultivation. These 2 bursts of acceleration were Su Ming's desperate gamble to prevent mortal wounds. However, the expected pain never came. To his astonishment, Su Ming saw the demon wolves frozen midair, their claws mere inches from his face. He could even see his shocked reflection in their eyes. Dabai reacted swiftly and decisively. It struck out instantly, slamming its paw into the nearest wolves in rapid succession. Thud-thud. The wolves were instantly reduced to pieces of flesh. The sudden turn of events left Su Ming utterly dumbfounded, and even Dabai seemed shocked, as if it couldn't believe its newfound strength. Moments later, the remaining wolves behind Su Ming met the same gruesome fate, exploding into chunks of meat. Su Ming caught a glimpse of blood-streaked threads flashing through the air and immediately realized this wasn't Dabae's doing. Just then, a hearty voice called out from above, "Not bad, kid. Breaking through in the heat of battle and staying calm under pressure. Impressive, impressive." Su Ming looked up to see an armored war eagle descending slowly. 3 figures in military uniforms leapt down one after another from its back, 2 men and 1 woman, all with bloodstains on their clothes. Leading the group was a brawny man in his 20s, and it was clear the voice had come from him. Su Ming's attention, however, was drawn to the woman, or more precisely, to the Redan black spotted spider perched on her shoulder. He immediately realized that the one who had intervened to save him was none other than this seemingly inconspicuous little spider. "Thank you for saving me, officer." Su Ming let out a sigh of relief, finally seeing the rescue team arrive. He still felt a lingering fear as he thought about how close he had come to an untimely death before even embarking on his journey. Having traveled through time to this world with a bright future ahead, how could he let it end here? "No need to thank me," the burly man replied, his voice steady as he surveyed the devastated street. "We are the city guard of Tiannan, and this is our duty." However, with so many unstable secret realms erupting simultaneously, we were short-staffed and arrived later than we would have liked. Su Ming's mind was flooded with memories from his predecessor's life. Tiannan City, a frontier stronghold in the southern region of the Xia Kingdom, was both a major urban center and a critical military outpost. Unstable secret realms erupting here were not uncommon, but what truly terrified the populace was the beast tides outside the city. Back then, everyone was conscripted to fight, and Su Ming's parents had perished in one such tide 3 years ago. The city guard's primary mission was to seal off or relocate the secret realms, followed by dealing with the more destructive beasts. Lesser threats, like these low-level spirit awakening creatures, were often left for last. Those unlucky enough to perish in such disasters could only blame their fate. Suddenly, a whimper interrupted Su Ming's thoughts. The extraordinary class green-skinned demon wolf was trembling uncontrollably, paralyzed with fear. The burly man chuckled, pointing at the wolf leader. "Hey, kid, didn't you say you wanted to take it on your own? Still up for it?" Su Ming immediately understood they must have been here for a while, watching the show from above. He thought to himself, "I can't let this perfect opportunity slip away." With a bold grin, he replied, "Why not? Of course I'm in." "Dabai," Su Ming called out. "Ing." A soft cry announced Dabei's arrival, instantly capturing the attention of a woman in the group. "What an adorable beast. It doesn't look like a combat type at all. I hope it doesn't get hurt," the woman said with concern. Another man chimed in. "Captain, isn't this matchup a bit unfair? And honestly, this little guy looks more like a pet than a battle beast." "Relax, let's just see how it plays out," the captain replied calmly. Though the extraordinary class demon wolf was visibly shaken, its eyes still glinted with ferocity as Dabai charged forward. Determined, it resolved to take someone down with it, even if it meant its own death. "Dabai, aim for the neck and waist," Su Ming commanded through telepathic communication while preparing to use healing skills if necessary. He calculated that Dabai still had 16 years of life left, more than enough for this battle. With the presence of the city guard, Su Ming knew Dabai wouldn't face any real danger. However, he was determined to land the finishing blow on the wolf leader himself. Having just arrived in this new world, he couldn't afford to miss any opportunity to grow stronger. With a loud smack, Dabai and the wolf leader collided forcefully. The wolf felt as though its claws had struck solid steel and instantly lost consciousness. Moments later, a crisp crack of bone echoed through the air, leaving everyone except Su Ming stunned. "A perfect grade skill," the burly man exclaimed in shock. He had only intended to give Su Ming some experience, but he hadn't expected such an extraordinary display of power. This wasn't just talk. Su Ming truly had the strength to challenge opponents above his level. The key question is, How could a perfect level skill appear on a spirit awakening level beast? This doubt lingered in everyone's mind. Such skills, which typically require decades of rigorous training, are usually only seen in commander level or even higher ranked beasts. Could this beast have started practicing while still in its egg? The wolf leader let out a shrill, agonized howl, retracting its now broken claws. The green energy or brewing in its mouth was on the verge of being unleashed. Dabai, iron head strike. At the command, Dabai sprang forward, its head shooting toward the wolf leader like a cannonball. Bang! With a dull thud, Dabai felt as if it had collided with a solid iron ball. Though slightly dazed from the impact, it was otherwise unharmed. The wolf leader, however, began bleeding from its mouth and nose, its eyes rolling back as the skill it had been preparing was forcibly interrupted. Strike while it's down. Iron palm. Smack. 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 3 consecutive palm strikes landed with enough force to shatter even a solid iron ball into pieces. A system notification appeared. Killed a transcendent level 3-star green-skinned demon wolf. Gained 13 years of alien lifespan. Skill Resilient Hide has been automatically learned by the giant panda. Nice. A burly man on the side exclaimed in admiration. He pulled out a device resembling a smartphone, turned to Su Ming, and asked, "This counts as your solo kill within the city. Interested in joining the city guard? By the way, what's your name? You don't look very old still in school." "Sir, my name is Su Ming. I just graduated from high school." Su Ming. The man frowned as he scanned the device. The last entry here shows a rank 1, 7-star giant panda at Spirit Awakening 5-star. "That's you?" he asked in disbelief. Just 2 months ago, this giant panda had only been Spirit Awakening 5-star, showing no extraordinary abilities. Because of this, Su Ming hadn't been admitted to a higher-tier Beast Tamer Academy and was expected to become just another worker. But now, this guy could actually challenge beings far above his level? Who else could have a photo ID as handsome as mine? Su Ming admitted nonchalantly, as if it were no big deal. As for why I improved so quickly? For graduating high schoolers who didn't get into college, the registration process is pretty casual. Even the homeroom teacher can fill it out on your behalf. Any errors can be corrected at the Beast Tamer Association, and you can even apply remotely. It's really convenient. Great talent. A nearby woman interjected, as if suspecting Su Ming was playing some kind of hidden genius act. But Su Ming's record was as plain as day. Great talent, a cutesy-type beast, failed the college entrance exam. If he kept pretending, he might really become a laughingstock. Su Ming scratched his head and explained, "Maybe failing the exam hit me too hard. I feel like my talent might be improving." He planted this idea early to avoid shocking them later. The 3 were left speechless. Talent improving so easily? How many failed students had they seen? And how many of them managed to upgrade their talent in such a short time? While there were rare cases of late bloomers, they were exceedingly uncommon. All right, back to the point. The burly man, who introduced himself as Wu Yan, asked again, "What's your decision? Want to team up with me? I'm Wu Yan, a peak rank 4 beast tamer, and I oversee this entire district." Su Ming fell silent. He could tell Wu Yan genuinely appreciated him and wasn't trying to use him as cannon fodder. However, Su Ming carried too many secrets, making it unwise to join an official organization where he would be scrutinized under a magnifying glass. Captain Wu's invitation hit Su Ming like a heavy hammer, catching him completely off guard. He quickly declined politely. "Captain Wu, thank you for thinking so highly of me. However, I'm only at the first level right now. I plan to work hard for another year and see if I can retake the college entrance exams and get into a university." Su Ming's words carried a tone of caution, but his eyes glimmered with a subtle sharpness. With the advantage of his golden finger, he was fully aware that he didn't need to rely on the meager subsidies from university. As for knowledge about beast taming, it was something he could access as long as he was willing to spend money. Wu Yan frowned slightly, his gaze scanning Su Ming's face. The boy's decision truly surprised him. After all, many university graduates would fight tooth and nail to join the city guard, yet not all could pass the selection. To outright refuse such a golden opportunity was unexpected. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Yan spoke slowly, his tone carrying a hint of temptation. "In that case, I happen to have a special admission spot for this year's Tianshan City Beast Tamer Academy. You only need to assist with tasks as an auxiliary member when necessary. The diploma is equivalent to that of regular admissions, and you wouldn't need to wait until next year classes start next month." Su Ming was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, and alarm bells went off in his mind. Was this a counter to his counter? Yet Wu Yan's expression remained calm, leaving Su Ming no choice but to suppress his suspicion. He tried to decline. "Captain Wu, I can't accept such generosity without merit. I'm concerned that." Wu Yan impatiently waved his hand to cut him off. "Don't worry about it. All my team members are university graduates, so this spot would just go to waste otherwise. It's simply a perk to get free subsidies and a diploma exclusively for military personnel." As he spoke, he decisively concluded, "All right, no more dithering. It's settled. I'll update your information for you. You'll receive the admission notice in about a week." Shifting the topic, Wu Yin pointed to the carcass of the beast on the ground. Also, the beast you killed, extract the beast core yourself. The remaining materials will be converted into military merit points, which you can use to redeem items later. With that, he turned to leave. Su Ming quickly called out, "Wait a moment." Seeing Wu Yan's face darken, he hurriedly explained, "No, it's just that there are 5 more demon wolf carcasses buried underneath. I killed them too, so shouldn't I get some credit?" Hearing this, Wu Yan's expression softened, replaced by a gratified smile. Very good, very good. Not bad, not bad. You'll be issued a communicator soon, which will automatically record your beast-killing achievements, huh?" Shortly after, the 3 of them boarded the armored war eagle, disappearing into the sky in an instant. Su Ming watched them leave, speechless. This was the first time he had encountered such a forceful exchange where the other party practically insisted on giving him benefits. Su Ming didn't think he had any innate charisma or kingly aura. He could only assume that he had some other value in their eyes. At the very least, it seemed like a form of investment on their part. Looking down at the demon wolf corpses on the ground, he felt relieved that Dabai had already smashed their heads. Otherwise, extracting the beast cores would have been a real hassle. Wiping the blood off his hands, Su Ming turned and headed home, mentally calculating the unexpected windfall. Meanwhile, aboard the armored war eagle, the woman spoke up. "Captain, are you planning to involve this kid in the higher-ups' plan?" Wu Yin gazed into the distant clouds, his tone carrying a trace of intrigue. "It's just a matter of timing. The kid has decent potential. Since he has such aspirations, why not help him achieve them?" The thought crossed Su Ming's mind. With the rough-and-tumble bunch in their team, none of them even remotely resembled proper college students. Their cover would be blown on the very first day. Though the higher-ups had said they could casually pick anyone for the task, Su Ming was sure his side wasn't the only one making preparations. Dragging his weary body, Su Ming ascended the stairs to the 4th floor. His home had fortunately escaped the disaster unscathed, but the devastation around him was inescapable. Bloodstained walls, injured people supporting each other, and an air thick with fear and despair. Even when he encountered familiar faces, they merely exchanged silent nods. No one had the heart for small talk. Once he finally reached home, Su Ming quickly locked the door behind him and leaned against it, letting out a long sigh of relief. His heart was still pounding from the recent dangers he had faced. "Damn it, it's just a time travel scenario, but did it have to start off this intense?" he muttered with a self-deprecating chuckle. "One wrong move, and I'd have been sent back to square one." Sitting on the edge of his bed, Su Ming began contemplating his next steps. Attending the Beast Taming Academy wasn't the issue, it was Wu Yin that worried him. That guy might take advantage of his unofficial team member status to boss him around. But there was no point in dwelling on it now. The only thing that mattered was growing stronger. With his resolve firm, Su Ming closed his eyes and began cultivating. He planned to push his strength to the peak of the 1st tier before looking for an opportunity to break through to the 2nd. By burning 5 years of his lifespan, his cultivation began to skyrocket. In the 1st year, Su Ming poured himself wholeheartedly into his training, often entering states of enlightenment that significantly boosted his progress. By the 2nd year, he had advanced to the 9th star of the 1st tier. By the 4th year, he had reached the peak of the 1st tier, just one step away from breaking through. However, in the 5th year, Su Ming realized that cultivation alone wasn't enough. He paused his training to consider ways to enhance his innate talent. After all, a 1st tier peak or even a 2nd tier level was merely the minimum requirement for university admission, and there was also an age limit. At his current pace, he might exceed the age limit before meeting the criteria. With no money or resources to rely on, Su Ming had to depend on himself. He decided to burn an additional 10 years of his lifespan to improve his talent. The process was grueling. For years, he stumbled through blind experimentation, making little progress. During this difficult time, his iron-eating beast, Dabai, became his sole source of comfort, the 2 of them enduring the hardships together. Finally, in the 10th year, Su Ming's talent improved from F basic cultivation to E intermediate cultivation. While his cultivation and nurturing efficiency had indeed improved, Su Ming found himself less concerned with those details. His gaze shifted to the horizon, as if he could see a vast and boundless world awaiting him. Su Ming stared at the alien lifespan in his hand, silently calculating in his mind. Though an A-level talent was rather unremarkable, he was confident that, given enough time, he could elevate it to a clevel. This was not merely about a numerical increase, but a process of continuous reflection and comprehension. However, the path beyond clevel was shrouded in mist, difficult to discern. With a soft sigh, he turned his attention to the task at hand. The alien lifespan had 14 years remaining, and he decided to save it for now, reserving it for emergencies. The only thing that could be upgraded at the moment was the tough skin, beginner-level skill that Dabai had recently plundered. However, it was not an urgent matter. Su Ming glanced out the window. The entire city was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension. The recent Beast Tide incident had placed the city under martial law, with strict controls over the gates. Even the secret realms of the Beast Taming Academy and the Beast Tamer Association had been temporarily closed. Shaking his head, he decided to put off upgrading his skills for the time being. With his plan set, Ming took a quick cold shower before collapsing onto his bed, letting exhaustion pull him into slumber. In the blink of an eye, 3 days quietly passed. During this time, Ming barely left his home, dedicating himself entirely to learning the foundational knowledge of this world. Seated at his desk, Ming lightly tapped his fingers on the surface, organizing the information he had just absorbed in his mind. This world, which he tentatively named Beast Tamer Star, had a long and intricate history. Since ancient times, humans had been engaged in prolonged struggles and coexistence with various otherworldly beings, including beasts, magical creatures, specters, and spirit artifacts. His gaze fell upon an ancient map hanging on the wall. It depicted the planet's once unified landmass and its later division into the eastern and western continents. His fingers gently traced the map, as if he could feel the echoes of the battle that had reshaped the world's landscape. The tales of Yin Emperor and Vermilion Bird, Qing Emperor, and Azure Dragon, these godlike beings who led humanity to expand their territory, seemed to resonate faintly in his ears. Then came the calamity of the world-ending demon dragon, which drove humanity to the brink of extinction. Ming's expression grew solemn as he seemed to envision the Sword Emperor wielding the celestial slayer sword spirit in a battle against the world-ending demon dragon in the skies. That battle nearly split the entire planet in two, and it was only through the intervention of some mysterious force that a fragile balance was maintained. His eyes rested on the vast blue expanse at the center of the map, the Forbidden Sea. This ocean, formed from the corpse of the world-ending demon dragon, became a natural barrier separating the eastern and western continents, symbolizing both taboo and danger. Ming murmured softly, "Eastern continent, western continent." His current location was the most powerful nation on the eastern continent, Xia Kingdom. Surrounding it were smaller nations like the Wu Kingdom, Han Kingdom, and Barbarian Ox Kingdom, as well as numerous scattered island nations. His thoughts returned to reality as he realized that even under the rule of a strong nation like Xia, travel between cities remained perilous. Beast tides could erupt in the wild at any moment, and only a few fixed long-distance trade routes were safeguarded by dedicated personnel. Closing the book in his hands, Ming stood and stretched. Though millennia had passed, those mythical legends continued to shape every corner of this world. And he, just a speck of dust in this vast realm, was ready to begin his own adventure. In this world, most people spend their entire lives within the confines of their hometowns. Modes of travel depend largely on one's status and abilities. Wealthy beast tamers can afford to use teleportation arrays, while the powerful can ride flying mounts. For those who lack both money and strength, the best option is to stay safely at home and avoid unnecessary outings. Just as Ming was pondering these thoughts, a rapid knock at the door interrupted him. "Knock, knock, knock, is Ming home? Your delivery has arrived." Ming quickly responded, "I'm here." "All right, open your window. I need you to sign for it." Walking to the living room, Ming pulled back the curtains and opened the window. A parcel was handed to him from outside. He took it, signed quickly, and let the deliverman take a photo for confirmation. After completing the usual procedure, Ming couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Uncle, how can you pinpoint my exact address so accurately from outside?" He leaned out to see a deliverman sitting steadily on the back of a massive bird. In this world, delivering packages and food on the backs of large birds had become a common sight. The deliverman proudly replied, "Of course. This is my livelihood. I could pinpoint addresses with my eyes closed, just by listening to the echoes." Ming silently mocked in his head. What is he? Some reincarnated bat spirit? But he kept the thought to himself. He couldn't help but think that the deliverman's talent and skills might not be very impressive. Otherwise, he could have switched to operating long-distance flying mount transport, which would be far more lucrative and less taxing, as the beasts do most of the work. After closing the window, Ming eagerly opened the package. Inside was a sealed iron box. No wonder it was so heavy. The seal bore bold red lettering, "Confidential. Do not open unless you are the intended recipient." It was also stamped with the insignia of the city guard. Ming thought to himself, this kind of seal might intimidate ordinary people, but if it were something truly important, there's no way they'd send it by mail. Without hesitation, he tore off the seal and opened the iron box. What he found inside immediately caught his attention. First, a certificate from the city guard, granting him the same benefits as a regular soldier, which, for ordinary people, was essentially a protective charm. Next, there was an admission letter from Tian'an City Beast Taming Academy, allowing him to enroll at any time before September 1st. Finally, there was a palm-sized communicator, which seemed to be the device Wu Yan had mentioned earlier, capable of automatically recording merit points for slaying beasts. Ming couldn't wait to turn it on. A series of prompts followed. Beep activation initiated. Fingerprint binding successful. Beep facial recognition successful. Beep iris scan successful. Beep military merit scanning system activated. The continuous notifications made Su Ming feel a bit dizzy, but he quickly realized this was a high-tech device. He recalled that among beast tamers, there was a team dedicated to researching intelligent mechanical life. It was said that the Western continent excelled in this field. However, in Xia, intelligent life forms were strictly prohibited from connecting to networks. The beast taming knowledge available online was quite basic. To access deeper insights, one had to visit university libraries. Su Ming speculated that this restriction might be a precaution against intelligent life forms. As Su Ming was still trying to process all the notifications, a surprising message suddenly appeared. Beep account credited with 1 million yuan. Su Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe his ears. Just as he had been worrying about his financial situation, this windfall felt like a lifesaver. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What the heck? They just sent money like this? So generous. If I'd known they were this loaded, I wouldn't have hesitated at all. Well, I guess this is what they call unexpected blessings." Just as Su Ming was reveling in his joy, the communicator vibrated with an incoming call from Wu Yan. Su Ming immediately answered. "Kid, you got the package, right?" Wu Yan asked directly. Su Ming thought to himself, "What kind of question is that? How could I answer this call without receiving the package? I wouldn't even get past the facial recognition part." Still, he replied politely, "Yes, I received it. Thank you, Captain." After all, he didn't want to appear too ungrateful. "Good. The money I just sent is your first month's salary and an outpost allowance," Wu Yan explained. "Outpost allowance?" Su Ming asked, puzzled. "That's right. Since you'll be stationed at the academy, it counts as an outpost. Also, this payment is only a third of what full-fledged team members receive." Su Ming was secretly delighted. Getting paid to attend school? What a great deal. He suddenly remembered. Oh, right. The academy also offers stipends. However, Su Ming quickly calmed himself. The amount of money wasn't the most important thing. What truly mattered was access to resources. Although 1 million yuan seemed like a lot, it wouldn't go far if spent on cultivation resources. For someone just starting their path of cultivation, resources were the most valuable asset. After Wu Yan finished explaining the benefits and perks of being part of the city guard, Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "Captain, these benefits are incredible." Wu Yan chuckled and said meaningfully, "Kid, are you regretting not agreeing to become an official member?" Su Ming quickly waved his hand and replied humbly, I just feel like my skills are still lacking. I don't deserve it." Wu Yan's expression turned serious, and his tone became stern. Well, you better work hard to improve. Don't embarrass me. Even though you're an auxiliary member, you carry my name internally." He paused for a moment and continued. "Also, remember, the benefits of the city guard are earned through risking our lives. I won't restrict you much on regular days, but if there's ever a time of crisis, don't even think about running away." Su Ming nodded solemnly. "I understand." He knew this principle well and was already quite satisfied with the current arrangement. As for what tasks Wu Yan might have in mind for him, since Wu Yan wasn't revealing anything, Su Ming decided not to press the issue. Wu Yan gave a few more instructions before preparing to end the call. "All right, the communicator has many other functions. Explore them yourself. Oh, and don't reveal your identity as a city guard member while you're at school." With that, he abruptly ended the communication, showcasing his decisive and efficient style. Su Ming lowered his head and began examining the communicator in his hand. Its basic functions were similar to an ordinary smartphone, but the main interface featured a locked icon. He tapped on the icon, and after unlocking it, his detailed profile appeared. Rank, editable. Merit points, 172. Level, Tier 1, 8 stars upgradable. Talent, Frank editable. Beast Companion, Iron-Eating Beast Peak Awakening, editable. Mission status, Level 2 confidential viewable only by general-level officers. Su Ming couldn't help but feel a bit incredulous. He didn't even know what his mission was. If Wu Yan ever lost his memory, even he wouldn't have the authority to access it. What surprised Su Ming even more was that he could freely edit this information, and it was recognized nationwide. "This is insane," Su Ming muttered to himself. "I can make any rank seem plausible." He clicked on the upgrade button and found a wide array of items available for exchange. Ranging from potions and equipment to materials, there was even an option to directly upgrade his military rank. This would undoubtedly save him a lot of time hunting for resources. Scanning through the options quickly, only one item caught his attention, a Tier 1 advancement potion, which required 100 merit points. However, he didn't rush to exchange for it, and instead navigated to the welfare section. Monthly allowance. Spirit Stones x10. Tier 1 Stamina Potions x5. Tier 1 Soul Energy Potions x5. These resources were determined by his rank rather than his level and appeared to be the lowest tier. If he wanted to improve them, he could apply to Wu Yan. Both Spirit Stones and the potions could be used by beast tamers and their beasts, depending on individual needs. Spirit Stones were primarily for advancing cultivation levels, while the Stamina and Soul Energy Potions enhanced physical strength and mental power, respectively. Su Ming thoughtfully reviewed this information and began considering how to utilize these resources most effectively to enhance his strength. Su Ming stood in the hall of the Beast Tamer Association, his eyes fixed on the screen of his phone as he read the text message he had just received. His heartbeat quickened slightly, as this message signified that he was one step closer to his first-tier advancement. Claim successful. Please visit the Beast Tamer Association within 3 days to collect your potion. Pickup code 218218888. The message read. Su Ming quickly did the math: 10 spirit stones for 1 advancement potion. It was definitely a worthwhile deal. He skimmed through the rest of the message. Home delivery? An extra 10 escort fee? Su Ming shook his head. The 200,000 cost for delivery would essentially mean losing a spirit stone and a potion for nothing. Such extravagance was beyond his means for now. The Beast Tamer Association, as a relatively free official organization, imposed almost no restrictions on its members beyond registering their information upon awakening. Su Ming glanced around and observed tamers of various talents and professions coming and going, feeling the diverse and inclusive atmosphere of the place. Not wanting to waste any time, Su Ming decided to set off immediately. He quickly exited the association building and stepped onto the bustling streets outside. This area, located near the outskirts of the city, was convenient for tamers to submit their spoils after returning from hunts. Over time, it had developed into a thriving commercial hub, with nearly every product related to beast taming. Su Ming weaved through the various stalls, his ears filled with the lively calls of vendors. Elite-grade firefox fur. Anyone interested? Freshly laid premium beast eggs. Come take a look and try your luck. Ancestral monarch-grade materials forged into a treasured blade. Anyone want to check it out? As a first-tier beast tamer, Su Ming was clearly not the target customer for these merchants. He easily made his way through the crowd and back into the quieter interior of the association. Compared to the bustling streets outside, the atmosphere inside the association was much calmer. Most of the people here were either seeking goods or posting tasks, speaking in hushed tones. Su Ming walked over to the task board and carefully examined the content of the first-tier tasks. To his disappointment, there were no missions requiring him to leave the city or hunt beasts. Most of the tasks involved mundane jobs like cleaning up after beasts, making deliveries, or nurturing creatures. Su Ming frowned. Although the nurturing tasks seemed suitable for him, he had no interest in them. With the recent lockdown measures making it difficult to leave the city, hunting beasts was almost exclusively possible in secret realms. And the ordinary level secret realms suitable for his tier, often referred to as beginner secret realms, could only be accessed through academies. Realizing this, Su Ming understood the importance of heading to the academy as soon as possible. It wasn't just for access to secret realms, but also to obtain information on Debai's advancement and guidance on selecting his next beast species. Having made up his mind, Su Ming walked straight to the counter. He pulled out his phone, showed the pickup code, and said to the staff member, "Hello, I'm here to collect my item." The staff nodded and replied, "All right, please wait a moment." They then turned and headed to the storage room to retrieve the potion for Su Ming. Standing at the counter, Su Ming felt a surge of anticipation. He knew that this potion would be the key to unlocking greater strength. While waiting, Su Ming opened the official website of the Beast Tamer Association. As a transmigrator, all this information was entirely unfamiliar to him. The website had a clean and organized interface, divided into 3 main sections: cross-regional trading system, mission collaboration system, and knowledge-sharing system. Driven by curiosity, Su Ming typed "iron-eating beast" into the search bar. A long list of results instantly appeared on the screen. Iron-eating beast breeding guide, iron-eating beast care manual, iron-eating beast diet encyclopedia, and a particularly eye-catching title, Key Points for Iron-Eating Beast Advancement. Su Ming casually clicked on a few articles for a quick read, and his brows furrowed tighter with each one. These so-called guides began with detailed explanations about choosing bamboo, as if iron-eating beasts were just like pandas, spending their days chewing on bamboo. What amused him even more was that the first piece of advice in the Advancement Key Points article was, maintain the iron-eating beast's stable emotions and gentle temperament, and avoid overexertion. These people must have never seen a real iron-eating beast, Su Ming muttered, shaking his head as he glanced at Dabai in the courtyard, doing one-handed push-ups. His Dabai not only had mastered the iron palm technique, but also spent every day either sparring or training. In fact, Dabai seemed restless when idle. Without a suitable training partner, Dabai would entertain itself by playing iron palm versus iron head, determined to see which was tougher. It was clear these materials treated iron-eating beasts as ornamental pets, completely overlooking their immense combat potential. Watching Dabai, who could be both adorable and formidable, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. My iron-eating beast has both cuteness and power, neither can be lacking. Soon, a staff member delivered a small box. Su Ming carefully inspected its contents. 1 Tier 1 advancement potion and 5 vials each of 2 other potions, all in perfect condition. He quickly hailed a taxi to return home, eager to study the usage instructions. The manual stated, Direct consumption yields a 90 success rate. Combining it with a soul power potion increases the success rate to 95. However, the advancement process may cause side effects such as dizziness, tinnitus, auditory hallucinations, or loss of control over strength, requiring 2 to 3 days of recovery. Side effects. Su Ming frowned. He couldn't afford to spend 2 or 3 days bedridden. After a moment of contemplation, he grabbed a soul power potion and the advancement potion, decisively downing them both at once. The system notification promptly chimed. 1 year of lifespan consumed to accelerate cultivation growth. This acceleration also consumed 1 Tier 1 advancement potion and 1 soul power potion. During the accelerated year, Su Ming broke through to Tier 2 in just 3 days, though it took him a week to fully adapt to the new power and the discomfort brought by the expanded beast taming space. He spent the remaining time focused on improving his innate abilities. While he didn't fully achieve a breakthrough, he laid a solid foundation. When Su Ming examined his inner state again, he was thrilled to discover that a brand new space had formed next to Dubai's beast taming space, though it was currently empty. What reassured him even more was that the system showed his lifespan had not decreased but had instead increased by an additional 20 years. Regarding his second contracted beast, Su Ming fell into deep thought. Initially, he planned to choose a beast capable of group combat, but soon realized that each contracted beast has its own beast space, which cannot accommodate multiple entities. He began to consider other options, flying types, ones that could possess him, ranged attackers, or even humanoid beast girls. Various possibilities swirled in his mind. With these chaotic thoughts, Su Ming drifted into sleep, yet he had a restless night. The following morning, he woke up with heavy dark circles under his eyes, having been plagued by bizarre dreams all night, leaving him in a poor mental state. He couldn't help but wonder if this was a side effect of his recent advancement. Standing at the sink, Su Ming splashed cold water on his face, forcing himself to wake up. He resolved to report to Tainan Beastmaster Academy that very day, unwilling to delay any longer. Whether it was to fend off the endless hordes of magical beasts or to fulfill his desire for a second contracted beast, everything was urging him to take action. After packing a few changes of clothes and the items Wu Yin had entrusted to him, Su Ming slung his bag over his shoulder, called a car, and headed straight for the academy. He knew it was unlikely he would return to this place, which held no fond memories for him, anytime soon. Upon arriving at the school, Su Ming was surprised to find the entrance swarming with people, even though there were still 2 weeks until the semester officially began. Clearly, the outbreak of unstable secret realms had prompted many upperclassmen to return early, and new students had also arrived ahead of schedule for safety reasons. However, Su Ming was well aware that none of them were there specifically to hunt magical beasts like he was. Su Ming entered the campus with ease and began searching for his class's reception area. Along the way, he noticed classes divided by elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, by species, flying types, insect types, and combat types, and even some less common categories: curse types and undead types. There were also plenty of support and healing classes, which were mostly composed of female beastmasters. However, Su Ming couldn't find the general class mentioned on his admission letter. He had initially assumed it was just a lower-tier class, but now it seemed far more unusual. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't figure out what general class truly meant, though he speculated it might be a class for students who had gained entry through backdoor connections. To Su Ming, attending school was merely a formality, a means to secure subsidies, hunt magical beasts, and enhance his strength. As for obtaining a diploma, he couldn't care less. Finally, near a large elevated platform, Su Ming spotted a welcoming banner for the general class. The platform was spacious and square, evidently a venue for significant events. Its imposing presence far surpassed that of the other specialty classes. Su Ming couldn't help but think to himself, it seems the general class is not as simple as it appears. After Su Ming stepped onto the high platform, the scene before him made him pause for a moment. This was indeed the orientation venue for the ordinary class, but it was nothing like what he had expected. A registration desk was set up on one side of the platform, while the entire area resembled a gladiatorial arena. The crowd was divided into 2 opposing factions, one exuding confidence and dominance, while the other appeared battered and disheveled, with many crouching on the ground nursing injuries. What's going on here? Su Ming wondered to himself. Isn't the battle between the beasts enough? Do the beast tamers have to fight too? As he scanned his surroundings, a boy strode toward him with a challenging look in his eyes. Hey, are you one of this year's new students in the ordinary class? Su Ming raised an eyebrow and replied, what if I am? What if I'm not? The boy sneered. If you are, go register first, then let me beat you up. If you're not, they'll beat you up right now and throw you off the platform. Does registering make any difference? Su Ming asked calmly. Cut the nonsense. If you waste any more time, they'll just hit you first, the boy said, clenching his fists and preparing to strike. Just as Su Ming was about to teach the boy a lesson, a nearby freshman, bruised and battered, weakly spoke up. Hey, man, They say it's a tradition for the ordinary class. Since we got in through connections, we have to take a beating first. After you register, you'll get a points card. Our subsidies are distributed in the form of points. If you lose a fight, you'll lose points. Su Ming nodded thoughtfully, his gaze sweeping over a few students who were completely unscathed. A round-faced boy smiled and explained, "Brother, my family's rich. I just paid to avoid the trouble. And that guy over there, surnamed Xiao, get the idea. As for the others, well, they don't hit girls." Su Ming's eyes lingered on the boy surnamed Xia for a few extra seconds. The boy stood tall and steady, exuding a calm and composed demeanor. Wealth and influence, Su Ming mused. But this Xia guy probably has some serious skills too. All right, he'll go register first, Su Ming said as he headed toward the registration desk. By the way, what are the rules for the battles? I'm not too familiar with how beast tamer duels work. The rules are simple, a senior student said coldly. It's unknown. First, we beat up your beast, then we beat up you. The girl in charge of registration asked softly, "What's your name?" There was a hint of sympathy in her tone. "Su Ming," he replied. "All right, found it. Hey, race your points card. It also serves as your student ID," she said, handing him a crystal card. Su Ming took the card and pressed it lightly. The display lit up, showing remaining points, 30. He was pleasantly surprised to find that this was equivalent to the value of 15 spirit stones. "So how do I earn points? Are they deducted automatically?" Su Ming asked. The girl gestured around and answered in a low voice, "Pretty much. As long as it's within the monitored area." Su Ming immediately understood the situation. This was not a fight where he could go all out. Still, getting something out of it was better than nothing. Slow and steady wins the race, after all. With that in mind, he decided to hold back. "Senior, I only have one beast, and it's still at the awakening level," Su Ming said while summoning Dabai. Chirp chirp. As soon as Dabai appeared, it let out a cute little sound, instantly melting the hearts of all the girls watching. Their eyes lit up, and gasps of adoration filled the air. Even the opposing senior was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. "This is what you call not really battling with beastmasters? You contracted a pet just for show. What's the point of even fighting?" Meanwhile, in a certain office, an elderly man with a white beard was watching the scene on a surveillance screen, his face red with frustration. The screen displayed the high platform where Su Ming had just summoned Dabai. Beside him sat another older gentleman. Calm and composite. It was his office, after all. "Well, this is certainly a bit chaotic. Allowing senior students to challenge the newcomers like this isn't exactly fostering unity," the calmer man remarked. "Principal, you know that's not what I'm upset about," the white-beard man retorted, exasperated. "Just look at this. How could someone like that even get admitted? It's getting more and more outrageous. Education should be inclusive. Besides, he just made a poor choice for his first contracted beast. He still has potential," the principal replied evenly. The white-beard man was momentarily speechless, left fuming silently. After a pause, he finally muttered, "Students from Tianan Academy are no cowards. If he's lacking a practical beast, it'll only mean he'll fail faster. Enough, Lao Ji. Let's focus our energy on preparing for the 5 Academy competition at the end of the year. We need to pick a couple of promising students to represent us. This year, we must at least make it to the top 3, or else. Or else what? Do they really think they can force us to relocate? If we don't move, then we'll have to become a subsidiary school of the first place academy. That's what the Wen family is pushing for. Damn it." Vice Principal Ji Dingyan exploded in anger. "Those bastards. Do they think we're some kind of prize for the top school? Just because our best students from Tianan sacrifice themselves on the front lines and have higher casualty rates, does that mean we deserve to be treated like this?" He was practically spitting with rage. The principal, Lu Tongxing, simply stared silently at the screen, saying nothing more. Back on the battle stage, the senior looked conflicted. "Why don't you just concede? I'll give you a light beating, and we can call it a day." He glanced at Dabai, who was still clapping its little paws at him, and found himself unable to attack. What appeared to be an adorable clapping motion was, in fact, Dabai warming up its iron palm technique. "It's fine, let's give it a try. I've never actually fought against a beastmaster before," Su Ming urged. "Senior, if you don't summon your beast soon, I'll win by default." "Well, since you insist, don't blame me for what happens next. Let's see how a sheltered flower like you handles some real pain," the senior declared, summoning his beast. "Come forth, ironclad bull." Moo, a deep, resonant bellow echoed as the ironclad bull appeared on the field. The massive creature was even larger than a typical water buffalo, its entire body gleaming with a metallic sheen. Too short, sharp horns protruded from its head like deadly daggers. "I'll go easy on you and just use this ironclad bull, which recently advanced to the transcendent level," the senior said. While using a transcendent level beast against an awakening level beast might seem excessive, he genuinely didn't have anything weaker to use. Battle start. Buzz Su Ming's point card vibrated, displaying a new message, "New match. Loser will lose a minimum of 10 points per round." It seemed the school had some sense of fairness, not deducting all points at once. Still, this so-called ordinary class tradition was clearly an attempt to teach transfer students a harsh lesson. Go, ironclad bull. Take it easy. Zhang Hao, a senior student, instructed with a hint of disdain in his tone. Although he had been through numerous battles, this was the first time he faced such a weak opponent Heaton. He thought to himself that if this fight were to spread, it might become a laughingstock. The ironclad bull lowered its head and let out a roar, charging fiercely toward Dubai, causing the ground to tremble slightly with its thundering steps. At the same time, Su Ming also gave Dubai a command. Dubai, take it easy. Though he felt a tinge of regret at not being able to take down the opponent outright, Su Ming chose restraint for the sake of the bigger picture. Dubai recalled its previous experience of defeating the demon wolf leader and calculated its strength carefully. It raised its paws in a defensive stance, but it looked more like it was asking for a hug, drawing a chorus of gasps from the surrounding girls. So cute. Is it asking for a hug? Oh, I can't bear to watch. This is too cruel. Why bully Dubai? The ironclad bull charged forward without using any extraordinary skills, clearly intending to overwhelm its seemingly weaker opponent with brute strength. As the two beasts were about to collide, the onlookers held their breath. In the nick of time, Dubai suddenly struck. With a crisp smack, a toned-down version of its iron palm landed precisely on the ironclad bull's weak spot. Moo! The ironclad bull let out a confused low bellow, its eyes spinning as it stumbled in place before collapsing with a heavy thud. Dubai, on the other hand, skillfully retreated a few steps, easily dissipating the impact. The crowd fell into stunned silence, utterly shocked by the unexpected turn of events. Zhang Hao was the first to recover, quickly checking the ironclad bull's condition. Confirming that it was merely incapacitated and not seriously injured, he let out a small sigh of relief and recalled the ironclad bull into his beast space. Damn it! You tricked me on purpose. Zhang Hao shouted angrily, glaring at Su Ming. Su Ming shrugged innocently. Tricked you? Weren't you the one who issued the challenge? He glanced at his points card and was pleasantly surprised. Oh, a cross-tire challenge with 5 times the rewards? Points 50. What a nice bonus. Huh. Thanks for the points, senior. Looks like I picked the right school. The surrounding freshmen began to chime in. Senior lost to a freshman and can't handle it. Yeah, we all saw it. It was a fair fight, and now he's accusing others of cheating. Zhang Hao's face turned red and white with anger, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a calm voice emerged from the group of senior students. Zhang Hao, you lost fair and square. You underestimated your opponent. What had started as a routine show for the senior students turned into an unexpectedly thrilling spectacle. A Chi Awakening level beast instantly defeating a Transcendent level 1? That was big news on campus. Although Zhang Hao's carelessness played a role, it was still an astonishing feat. Su Ming, sensing the mood, prepared to leave. Well, since the challenge is over, I'll be on my way. Hold it. Zhang Hao suddenly called out. I'm not done. Let's have another match. Clearly, someone had advised him to regain his dignity immediately. Otherwise, he would become the laughingstock of the school. Of course, some were likely fueling the fire, eager to see more drama unfold. Another match? Su Ming raised an eyebrow, looking at Zhang Hao with interest, waiting to see his next move. Su Ming walked to the edge of the field and suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned to face Zhang Hao and said in a calm tone, Senior, I only have one Spirit Awakening level beast, and it's already a bit tired after the last match. Are you planning to win through a war of attrition? His words caused the spectators around to exchange bewildered glances. Some couldn't help but silently complain to themselves. Your supposedly cute beast just slapped its opponent's beast flat with one strike, and now you're claiming to be tired? Zhang Hao frowned deeply, his tone serious. So, are you refusing to fight? Or are you afraid? Deep down, he knew that if the other party refused, he had no valid reason to force a fight. After all, the tradition had concluded, and a loss was a loss. Using a Spirit Awakening level beast to face a peak extraordinary level Onino rational person would agree to such odds. The most he could do was resort to this clumsy taunt to gain a slight verbal advantage. No, Su Ming replied leisurely. What I mean is, you'll need to pay more. What? The surrounding students were collectively stunned. Someone couldn't help but shout, Dude, you're getting a bit cocky. The other side will definitely send out a peak extraordinary level beast. How could your Spirit Awakening level beast possibly win? Beating a 1-star extraordinary level beast was already a stretch, let alone crossing an entire star tier. And you're using a panda that everyone thinks is just a cute mascot. This string of bewildering moves gradually made the onlookers realize that this year's so-called ordinary class might be anything but ordinary. At that moment, a voice filled with amusement came from one side of the platform. Interesting. So, what are your terms for accepting the challenge? The crowd instinctively parted, forming a pathway as 2 elderly men with sharp eyes and steady steps walked forward. A wave of exclamations immediately rippled through the students. The principal. Oh no, even old G is here. The students began whispering among themselves. Principal Lu Tongxing was famously kind and approachable, But Vice Principal Ji Dingen was well known for his strictness. Senior students especially held a deep respect and fear for him. Listening to the murmurs, Su Ming quickly deduced the identities of the two men. He realized that such a commotion could never escape the attention of the school's higher-ups. There was likely a teacher secretly observing the situation to prevent any unforeseen incidents. What he hadn't anticipated, however, was that he'd end up drawing the attention of the school's top leaders themselves. The two elders, for their part, hadn't expected to witness such a spectacle. They had merely been taking a casual stroll and chatting to pass the time when they happened upon the astonishing sight of a spirit awakening level panda, slapping an extraordinary level steel-armored ox unconscious. Before arriving, they had glanced over Su Ming's registration file, which was so utterly unremarkable that it raised no suspicions. There was no indication of any special connections or backdoor admissions. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that this mysterious transfer student possessed such capabilities. Based on that single move alone, regardless of his talent, he was already worthy of being admitted as an exceptiono backdoor necessary. Hearing Su Ming's demand for extra payment, Lu Tongxing's interest was further piqued, prompting his earlier question. Su Ming's eyes darted thoughtfully before he countered. So, Principal, are you asking on his behalf, or on your own? Lu Tongxing squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the audacious new student standing before him. Su Ming's proposal was unexpected, yet it carried a certain charm that was hard to ignore. After a moment of contemplation, the principal spoke slowly. If you can win, I will grant you one reasonable request within my power. Su Ming's heart leapt with excitement, and his mind raced with possibilities. Should he demand direct access to the secret realm or request the advanced materials needed for Dabai's evolution? Taking a deep breath, he solemnly declared, since the principal has spoken, I, Su Ming, will take on this challenge, and I'll wager all my points. The crowd erupted in cheers, with Shang Ren at the forefront, shouting enthusiastically, awesome. Bro, you're incredible. The round-faced boy beside him gave Su Ming a big thumbs up, and even the aloof young man from the Xia family in black couldn't help but cast a few more glances in Su Ming's direction. Lu Tongxing and Ji Dingen exchanged a glance and decided to act as referees for the duel. At the principal's command, Zhang Hao summoned his Biasta ground dragon beast. This extraordinary 9-star creature resembled a massive, dirt-colored lizard covered in spikes and scales. Its roar reverberated through the air, making the surroundings tremble. Without hesitation, Su Ming called forth Dabai. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and sneered. Don't you need a break? I wouldn't want you accusing me of wearing you down with consecutive battles. Su Ming replied nonchalantly, no need. It didn't take much effort anyway. With that, he immediately applied a 10-year acceleration to Dabai, sacrificing 10 years of his lifespan to hasten the growth of the iron-eating beast. During the acceleration, Su Ming keenly observed Dabai's transformation. In the first year, he focused on enhancing the beast's resilience. By the fourth year, Dabai's resilient hide skill had advanced from beginner to proficient. By the 8th year, as Su Ming's strength waned, Dabai took the initiative to train itself, using its iron palm to strike its body repeatedly. Eventually, the resilient hide skill evolved into ironclad body at the proficient level. As the acceleration concluded, both Su Ming and Dabai stood ready for the battle. The audience held their breath in anticipation, eager to witness the outcome of this extraordinary duel. By the 10th year, the iron-eating panda, Dabai, had fully adapted to the intensity of the iron palm technique. It felt restless if it didn't slap itself 1,000 times a day, as if it had become second nature. Over time, Dabai's iron skin and steel bones skill had advanced from mastery to perfection, and its understanding of the iron palm technique had deepened as well. When time acceleration ended, only a moment had passed in the outside world, but Dabai had completed 10 years of endurance training. Though its black and white fur remained unchanged on the surface, its body had become as tough as steel. Su Ming was secretly delighted. The effort and resources invested were absolutely worth it. As long as he won this battle, he could take Dabai to the secret realm to hunt beasts and harvest a significant amount of exotic life essence. Roar! Dabai stepped forward, letting out a provocative cry toward the earth dragon beast, as if to say, come on, hit me you fool. The earth dragon beast roared in anger, its body glowing with rings of toned light. Clearly, it had no intention of engaging in close combat with Dabai and went straight for its ultimate move, the earth spike technique. Boom. In an instant, sharp spikes burst from the ground beneath Dabai, forming 3 or 4 waves. These spikes were not only razor-sharp, but also carried a vibration and stunning effect. Dabai, not being particularly fast, had no choice but to endure the attack heat-in. At this point, most tame beasts would already have lost, even those at the extraordinary 2 or 3-star level. Yet Dabai was merely lifted off the ground, flying a meter or 2 into the air, without shedding a drop of blood or uttering a single cry of pain. On the contrary, it let out an excited sound. Roar? That was fun. Do it again. The onlookers were stunned. The Earth Spike technique was at least at the mastery level. How could it fail to break through Dubai's defense? Even if it were made of iron, it should have suffered internal injuries from the vibrations. No one was more shocked than Zhang Hao. He shouted furiously, "Earth Dragon Beast, use your tail attack." The Earth Dragon Beast's tail swipe was powerful enough to snap tree trunks the size of two men's arms wrapped together. Su Ming immediately commanded, "Dubai, use your iron head technique." Roar. Dubai adjusted its position using the stones on the ground and charged toward the incoming lizard tail. Bang! The massive tail of the lizard whipped through the air like a shadow and collided with Dubai. Dubai was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground before standing back up, its round, chubby form looking adorably clumsy. However, the Earth Dragon Beast was in much worse shape. Its legs trembled, and it appeared to be in severe pain. During the collision, no one noticed the faint cracking sound. The Earth Dragon Beast's tailbone had been completely shattered. Su Ming smirked and taunted, "What now? Still want to continue? Judging by its state, don't tell me it's injured something important." It was obvious to everyone that the outcome had been decided. If the fight continued, Su Ming feared he might not hold back. After all, he had just sacrificed 10 years of exotic life essence, and taking down this creature would be a way to recover his losses. Zhang Hao's face twisted in disbelief. He shouted, "Impossible. My Earth Dragon Beast has 2 mastery-level skills. How could it lose to something at the awakening level?" Su Ming stared coldly at Zhang Hao, his gaze carrying an indescribable intensity. "So, do you still want to keep going?" Zhang Hao shuddered violently. He could see it clearly. No, if he didn't concede, the other side might truly kill. His thoughts raced, terrifying. How could someone this dangerous claim they've never fought a beast tamer before? Who would believe that? So cunning. In the end, Zhang Hao hastily recalled his trembling Earth Dragon Beast into its beast space and hurried off the stage to find a healer. Victory belongs to Su Ming in this battle. A system notification sounded. Cross-dire challenge successful. 5 times the reward, points 400. Su Ming frowned slightly, pondering to himself. The reward for challenging both Transcendent 1-star and the peak level is 5 times, but the difficulty gap is enormous. The rulemaker probably never dreamed anyone would dare to challenge across tiers like this. That's it. Winning a cross-dire challenge is this simple. A commotion erupted among the crowd of onlookers, clearly struggling to accept the outcome. "No, my points. All gone." A wail suddenly emerged from the sidelines. Su Ming turned toward the sound and saw Shangren giving him a thumbs up with a sly smile on his face. This guy really lives up to the Shang surname, Su Ming thought to himself. In such a short time, he's already figured out how to profit by setting up betting pools. Su Ming decided he'd ask for a share of the winnings later. At this moment, Ji Dingyan and Lu Tongxing approached the edge of the arena. "Old Ji, what do you think?" Lu Tongxing asked. "Flawless," Ji Dingyan praised. Both the offense and defense were impeccable. Even among students about to graduate, it's rare to see a beast of this caliber. Indeed, especially with that perfect level skill proficiency. The two walked up to Su Ming, and Lu Tongxing smiled as he said, "Su Ming, that was truly outstanding." Haha. Su Ming scratched his head humbly. "It was just so-so. I only used half my strength. Oh, and if you went all out, that big lizard would be dinner on the table tonight." The two teachers froze for a moment, surprised at how much fiercer this young man was than he appeared on the surface. "That's why," Su Ming shrugged, "I can't get excited about these Beastmaster duels. They're too boring. So what do you want then?" "Life and death combat is the best way to improve," Su Ming said bluntly. "I want to enter the secret realm and hunt down monsters." "Not bad. That's the right mindset." Ji Dingyan's eyes lit up, clearly impressed by Su Ming's determination. Lu Tongxing, however, frowned. "There's no rush. After the semester starts, there will be a group secret realm internship every 2 months. But due to recent circumstances, the first one might be delayed to 3 months later. Is there any way I can go in sooner?" Su Ming pressed. "Is that the condition you want to propose?" Lu Tongxing asked thoughtfully. "This is a rare opportunity. Are you sure you want to use it for this? You could ask me to take you on as my personal disciple instead. That's within my power." Su Ming scratched his head awkwardly. "Does being the principal's disciple come with any special privileges?" Lu Tongxing's smile froze instantly, clearly not expecting such a response. "Ha!" Ji Dingyan burst out laughing. "Principal, this kid's sharp. With so many students, anyone can claim to be your disciple. He's not falling for that." Lu Tongxing's face turned red, realizing he couldn't argue his way out of this one. To Su Ming, neither resources nor being the principal's disciple could compare to the immediate opportunity to hunt monsters. Monsters meant resources, and to him, they were life itself. "Principal, I want to enter the secret realm for training as soon as possible." Lu Tongxing pondered for a moment. "It's possible to make an exception, but the school's secret realms start at tier 2 with ordinary difficulty. Over half the creatures there are transcendent level, and you might even encounter elite level leaders. If you want to enter early, your iron-eating beast must at least reach the transcendent level." After hearing this, Su Ming realized this condition was indeed fair and reasonable. If Su Ming fails to advance the iron-eating beast to the extraordinary level within 3 months, he will bear no blame. However, if he succeeds in this feat within 3 days, the principal has promised to honor his word. This much authority he still holds. The two principals tacitly chose not to delve into why Su Ming's iron-eating beast defied conventional understanding or why it possessed such an array of perfect-level skills. They silently agreed that there would be opportunities to investigate this further in the future. Su Ming nodded in agreement. He had no intention of rushing into the secret realm immediately. He understood the importance of acquiring some basic knowledge first. As the principal had mentioned, there were elite-level leaders in the secret realm, and Su Ming knew better than to take such a risk lightly. By the way, Su Ming suddenly thought of something. If my contracted beast advances, who should I approach to enter the secret realm? Come directly to my office, Lu Tongxing replied. I will personally see to it that you get in. He paused before continuing. All right, you are now officially a member of the Tiannan Beast Taming Academy. Let me take you to your dorm so you can settle in and get used to the environment. Su Ming was about to politely decline the principal's offer, but before he could speak, the surroundings suddenly shifted. In the blink of an eye, he found himself standing in the living room of a house. Spatial teleportation. Su Ming exclaimed in surprise. Principal, are you a spatial type? What kind of beast is this? It's incredibly convenient. Lu Tongxing smiled and explained, I'm not a spatial type, but that doesn't stop me from contracting this shadow spirit of space. It's a possession-type beast with spatial attributes, allowing me to teleport as if I had the ability myself. Su Ming scrutinized Lu Tongxing, but found no visible signs of beast possession. Puzzled, he asked, Principal, your possession type seems quite different from what I know. Lu Tongxing replied with a meaningful smile. While you're young, try to learn more and rely less on the internet's portrayal of possession-type beast girls. Who knows, those might actually be male beast tamers in disguise. Su Ming was momentarily speechless, wondering how the principal seemed so well-versed in such matters. All right, Lu Tongxing shifted the topic. Your roommate isn't back yet. The empty room is yours. With that, his figure flickered and disappeared. Su Ming looked around and saw that only one room had an open door. He walked in directly. The room was simply yet adequately furnished, ready for immediate move-in. Several sets of uniforms for different occasions were neatly hung in the wardrobe, and a handbook titled Student Guide lay on the desk. Su Ming skimmed through the guide and noticed a prominent rule that caught his attention. During campus battles, deliberate killing of an opponent's beast was prohibited. He pondered over this, thinking the rules seemed to have loopholes. What did deliberate killing mean? In beast battles, it was common for things to get out of hand. If such restrictions applied only on campus, did that mean it was permissible off campus? At that moment, a voice seemed to address Su Ming's unspoken question. Theoretically, the number of beasts you can contract corresponds to your level as a beast tamer. If a beast is killed, not only does it harm the tamer's mental state, but it also causes the corresponding beast space to collapse, a nearly irreversible loss, essentially reducing the number of beasts you can ever contract. That's why most schools prohibit lethal battles, at least during the student phase. Su Ming nodded thoughtfully and continued flipping through the guide. As a transfer student, he discovered that aside from some mandatory public knowledge courses, he had the freedom to arrange the rest of his schedule. To attend a class, he only needed to apply using a points card. Alternatively, he could skip classes altogether and still graduate as long as he passed the exams. For Su Ming, this was ideal. He had no intention of staying here for long. Once he accumulated enough power, he would apply for graduation immediately. His gaze swept across the room as he began to mentally map out his plans for the future. It was getting late, and Su Ming, dragging his exhausted body, was about to head out to find something to eat. Suddenly, voices from outside the door made him alert. Xiaofeng, we've been robbed. A glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes. He thought to himself, what a coincidence, just the person I was looking for. Striding quickly to the door, he swung it open and found himself face-to-face with Shang Ren, who was also reaching out to open the door. Their eyes met, and Shang Ren's face instantly turned pale. Brother, it's you? Shang Ren let out an awkward laugh. Haha, what a coincidence. Looking at the man in front of him, someone he'd rather not provoke, Shang Ren forced himself to stay composed and explained, the principal sent me here. Let's skip the small talk, Su Ming said, his gaze sharp. How much did you make? What do you mean? Su Ming said nothing, just stared at him coldly. Haha, Shang Ren stammered. Not much, just under 1,000 points. I don't want all of it, just half. No way. Shang Ren panicked. This is my hard-earned startup capital. I camped out for days to hit it big. Luckily, you showed up. I mean, you're amazing, brother. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. If you don't give it to me, I'll have to beat you up every day. As he spoke, he moved to summon Bai. Xiaofeng, say something. Shang Ren urgently turned to the side. You took my points and promised to be my bodyguard. At that moment, the black-clad young man, Xiaofeng, who had been silent all along, stepped out of the room. He spoke in a cold voice. I'll return your points. I don't deal with beasts of lower ranks than mine. TCH, I think you're just afraid of being defeated by someone of a lower rank. Su Ming sneered. Once his beast reaches the extraordinary level, I'll challenge him myself. But for now, I feel like giving you a beating first. Without a word, Xiaofeng clenched his fists, ready to strike. Realizing he was about to get caught in a two-on fight, Shangren quickly raised his hands. Wait, let's talk this out. Sit down and eat something first. With that, he swept the clutter off the coffee table and, with a flourish, conjured up several steaming dishes and even a bottle of wine. A storage artifact. Su Ming thought to himself, surprised. This guy really is loaded. Come, Shangren said enthusiastically. I had these packed from Quanwei Zhai in the imperial capital. I couldn't bear to eat them myself, just sniff them occasionally. Quanwei Zhai. Xiaofeng lowered his fists and sat down with interest. Isn't that your family's restaurant? Just because they share the Shang surname doesn't mean they're my family. We're separated by several generations. Shangren poured wine for the two of them, his expression pained. Even I had to wait half a year to get this meal. The aroma whetted Su Ming's appetite. Thinking to himself that Quanwei Zhai truly lived up to its reputation, he took a seat at the table. Fine, let's eat first. We'll settle things afterward. Meeting each other is Fatino need to make things so tense, Shangren said, trying to smooth things over as he watched the two sit down. Seeing Su Ming remain silent, he added, Brother Su Ming, those points are really important to me. How about I convert them into spirit stones for you instead? Points can be exchanged for spirit stones, but spirit stones can't be directly converted into points, Su Ming replied, shaking his head. The value of points at the academy goes far beyond just exchanging them for spirit stones. Whether it's applying for a cultivation room, accessing the library, or acquiring rare materials, points are essential. And the ways to earn them are limited aside from the academy's subsidies. You either complete tasks assigned by the school or trade with others. They're always in short supply, and hardly anyone puts them up for trade. Su Ming glanced at the bag on Shangren's back and came up with an idea. He pulled out a storage ring from his pocket, its faint glow shimmering under the light. This storage ring is worth 300 spirit stones. How about I use it as payment? It was a birthday gift from one of my uncles when I was 8, Su Ming said casually, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. Shangren's eyes lit up as he took the ring and carefully examined it. The space inside was small, only about 10 cubic meters, but it was incredibly convenient for storing and retrieving items. He calculated in his mind this tiny space was worth 300 spirit stones, equivalent to nearly 30 million yuan. The gap between cultivators and ordinary people was truly vast. Seeing Shangren hesitate, Su Ming added, I have over 20 uncles. I've long forgotten which one gave it to me. Hearing this, Shangren felt a sense of relief. He didn't have many spirit stones on him, and giving them to Su Ming would have been a significant burden. Using this storage ring, which he didn't currently need, to settle the debt was the perfect solution. The two tacitly avoided probing each other's identities further and shifted the conversation to the earlier battle. Brother, when your beast knocked out that iron-armored bull with one strike, I knew the rest would be a breeze. My judgment wasn't wrong. Shangren praised, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Su Ming took a sip of his drink, savoring its rich flavor. That was likely a one-time deal, he said calmly. Shangren's eyes darted around as he leaned in and lowered his voice. Not necessarily. If you're interested, we could collaborate. It would just require a small sacrifice. What do you mean? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Shangren leaned closer and whispered, I could spread a rumor that your beast was on performance-enhancing pills before the fight. Once the rumor spreads enough, people will believe it. He paused before continuing. Also, when the school starts, there will be a ranking competition for all students. When the time comes, we could pull off something big. What do you think? A glimmer of interest flashed in Su Ming's eyes. He nodded and asked, how would we split the gains? 50-50, Shangren suggested tentatively. At that moment, Xiaofeng, who had been silent, cleared his throat meaningfully. Shangren immediately changed his tune. All right, you can take 10%, but you'll need to contribute as well. He turned back to Su Ming. Su Ming, you'll still get 50%. How does that sound? Although Shangren would be responsible for most of the plan and bear the greatest risks, without Su Ming, none of it would be possible. It was a gamble, but Shangren chose to trust his instincts. Su Ming pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Shangren clapped his hands excitedly. Great. It's settled, then. When the time comes, we'll show them what the ordinary class is capable of. He added, for the next 2 months, try not to get into any fights. Let the rumors take their course. All right. I'm not interested in these trivial sparring matches anyway, Su Ming replied indifferently. Shangren suddenly grew curious. By the way, have you really never sparred with a beast tamer before? No. Whenever I've fought, it's always been a kill shot, Su Ming said calmly, as if discussing the weather. Shangren drew a sharp breath, a newfound respect and a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. To him, Su Ming was now the kind of ruthless figure who wouldn't hesitate to take a life. At this point, Xiaofeng finally spoke up. Su Ming, once your iron-eating beast advances, let's find a place to spar. It seemed his earlier challenge had been no joke. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you stronger than the person from before? Xiaofeng smirked confidently. He's no match for me. His rank is just slightly higher. Besides, one of my beast skills has already reached perfection. Su Ming appeared thoughtful and replied softly, all right, we'll see. Su Ming showed little interest in sparring, silently pondering to himself. Once Dabai advances to the second tier, other beasts of the same level probably wouldn't even be able to touch its tail. However, the identity of Xiaofeng and its implications piqued his curiosity. Why would a descendant of the most powerful family in Xia Kingdom come to such a remote place? Although Tiannan City wasn't exactly weak or backward, it was certainly far more dangerous compared to the imperial capital. Coupled with the secret mission assigned by the city guard, Su Ming had a vague sense that a storm was brewing. Damn it, I just came here to enjoy some perks, not to get myself into trouble. Su Ming muttered to himself. After dinner, night fell, and the three of them retired to their rooms to rest. The night passed uneventfully, and Su Ming slept exceptionally well, shaking off all the fatigue from the previous day. The next morning, Su Ming got up and packed all the items he might need into his storage ring, leaving only his communicator on hand. It wouldn't receive a signal if stored away. After a simple breakfast, he headed straight to the library. In the library, many valuable materials were still preserved in paper form, while the network served only as a catalog and index. Some archives were restricted to on-site access and required points to enter. Fortunately, it only cost 1 point per day. The documents Su Ming needed on the iron-eating beasts fell into this category, but with plenty of points at his disposal, he didn't mind the expense. Inside the archive room, aside from Su Ming, there was only an elderly woman with gray hair reading a newspaper. He gathered a stack of yellowed ancient books, found a seat, and began his research. In a study of the power of ancient iron-eating beasts, it recorded, in the year 3291 of the Xia calendar, a suspected ancient iron-eating beast skeleton was unearthed in Ninebend Ridge. The hardness of the bones indicated that its strength during its lifetime was at least at the dominator level. Bone composition analysis revealed an abnormal excess of metal content. Beyond the normal bone structure, the largest components were magnetic black essence and wind thunder divine iron, completely different from the bone composition of existing iron-eating beasts. Flipping through an analysis of the diet of iron-eating beasts, Su Ming discovered that it was less of a dietary analysis and more a record of cruel biological experiments. Out of dozens, or even hundreds of experimental results, nearly half ended in the death of the test subjects. Most showed adverse reactions, and only a few foods were harmless. The one consistent finding was that iron-eating beasts displayed immense interest in all types of food. Truly born foodies. Su Ming mused to himself. This also suggests that, at least in their genetic memory, there's no concept of something being inedible. It's just that they've now regressed, and their bodies have become weaker. A chilling thought suddenly crossed Su Ming's mind. Could the current scarcity of iron-eating beasts be because most of them were used in experiments? The unsatisfactory experimental outcomes led to a decline in the willingness of people to form contracts with and nurture iron-eating beasts. Most individuals merely treated them as ornamental pets for amusement and entertainment. However, during his research, Su Ming discovered some universal methods for advancement. Among these, the use of mild medicinal stimulation seemed most suitable for ornamental iron-eating beasts. He speculated that the paid resources from the Beastmaster Alliance might fall under this category. Nevertheless, this approach did not meet Su Ming's needs. He understood that every advancement for a beast was critically important, directly influencing its future development. Unwilling to act hastily, he decided to delve deeper into his research. After going through several related books, Su Ming made some progress. However, the information he found was not straightforward and required further analysis and verification. Among the methods mentioned, the most frequently discussed was the long-term feeding of metals, which might trigger atavistic advancement in iron-eating beasts. Although this was merely a possibility and no successful cases had been documented over the years, Su Ming was not discouraged. After all, the ability of an iron-eating beast to challenge higher ranks was almost unheard of before, and now, such a miracle was right in front of him. With renewed hope, Su Ming picked up a book about the ancient powers of iron-eating beasts and began studying it carefully. Suddenly, his attention was caught by two unfamiliar terms: magnetic profound steel and wind thunder divine iron. He murmured the words under his breath, his brow furrowed in thought. At that moment, a voice, old yet perceptive, came from behind him. These are 6th or 7th tier metal materials, far beyond what you can access right now. Startled, Su Ming turned around to see that the speaker was the elderly woman responsible for registration. Thank you for the guidance, teacher, Su Ming said respectfully as he stood up. The old woman waved her hand dismissively. I'm no teacher, just an old gatekeeper. But having guarded the door my whole life, I've read my fair share of books in the meantime. If there's something you want to know, just ask me. If I can't remember, then you can go back to searching through books. It'll save you some effort. Su Ming's eyes lit up at her words, and he quickly asked, My iron-eating beast is currently at the peak of the awakening level, and I want it to advance, but combat-oriented, isn't it? The old woman interrupted, her insight leaving Su Ming momentarily stunned. Clearly, she was no ordinary gatekeeper. Please, senior, enlighten me, Su Ming said earnestly. Just call me Granny One. All this senior and teacher nonsense sounds grating, she replied with a faint smile, her gaze profound. The book you're looking for isn't in this school. It's at the Imperial Capital's Beastmaster Academy. What? Su Ming was taken aback. He wondered if there wasn't some sort of inter-school network to share resources. Judging from the current situation, it seemed unlikely. Did this mean he would have to travel to the Imperial Capital in person? Sensing Su Ming's confusion, Granny One added, but those books aren't exactly top secret. I remember some of the information. If you have faith in your iron-eating beast, start by feeding it powdered first-tier black iron stone for about half a year. It should yield some results. Will it ensure stable advancement? Su Ming asked eagerly. Granny Wen gave him a meaningful glance. Maybe. Or it might upset its stomach to the point of exhaustion. Or it might have no effect at all. Su Ming was momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly asked another question. What about the wind thunder divine iron? Won't it require feeding with wind thunder stones? That's something to consider later. Focus on clearing the first hurdle for now, Granny Wen replied. With that, she leisurely returned to her seat and resumed reading the newspaper on her desk, as if the conversation had been nothing more than a brief stretch of her legs. Understood. Thank you, Granny One. Rest assured, I will succeed, Su Ming said confidently. Without looking up, Granny One cautioned, don't rush things, and don't get too fixated. Take it slow. I understand, Su Ming replied solemnly, bowing slightly before leaving. As he walked out of the library, Su Ming checked his points card and found the exchange information for first-tier black iron stone. The material wasn't rare, but the issue was that it could only be redeemed in whole stone form, with no powdered option available. Su Ming pondered whether he would need to grind the stone into powder himself or if such a service existed. Another concern was the requirement for consistent feeding over half a year. Su Ming wondered if the process could be accelerated using some kind of alternative life energy. With these questions in mind, he headed toward the main building, ready to seek answers. The cluster of buildings stood tall and imposing, with several structures tightly connected to form a massive complex. This area housed various functional zones, including the exchange center, training rooms, classrooms, and faculty offices. The office of Principal Lu Tongxing was also located here, but Su Ming's visit had nothing to do with him. Entering the exchange center, Su Ming saw only a few students scattered around. However, his arrival immediately drew everyone's attention, and whispers began to ripple through the room. It's him, the guy who spends big. Senior, that's the fierce freshman from yesterday. Not bad, he's pretty handsome. To train a panda into something that ferocious, he must have some sort of peculiar hobby. Don't say that. It actually makes him even more intriguing to me. Unable to ignore the chatter, Su Ming glanced toward the source of the voices. Two girls were whispering to each other, one tall and elegant with a flowing single ponytail, the other petite and adorably timid, looking visibly uneasy. Noticing Su Ming's gaze, the shorter girl shrank back, avoiding eye contact. Meanwhile, the taller senior smiled warmly and initiated a conversation. Hey, Junior. I heard you earned a lot of points yesterday. Can't wait to spend them already. If there's anything you want to exchange, you can check with me. All the counters here provide the same service. Su Ming walked forward and asked casually, are you both students here as well? Of course. I'm a year ahead of you, the senior replied with a smile. But I'm not as impressive as you, earning points through battles. I'm just stuck doing this part-time job. It's not unheard of for lower year students to beat upper year ones, but achieving that even before the semester officially starts? You're the only one, Junior. She stared intently at Su Ming, clearly intrigued by his abilities. Su Ming brushed it off casually. Nothing special, just lucky. Then he got straight to the point. I'd like to exchange for grade 1 black iron stones. The abrupt shift in topic caught the senior off guard. She had expected boys his age to bask in a bit of praise. Was her charm not enough? Still, she quickly refocused on her job. Grade 1 black iron stones are 10 points each. The standard size is about the size of a fingernail, similar to ordinary spirit stones. I'll take 10, Su Ming said decisively. 10. The senior couldn't help but caution him. Junior, this material is typically used as a secondary ingredient. One piece is usually sufficient. If you exchange for too many and later want to convert them back into points, you'll face a significant loss in value. Su Ming insisted, it's fine, senior. I've got plenty of points. Better to use them up now than risk someone taking them away. The senior thought to herself, does this kid have some kind of persecution complex? But since the customer was firm, she didn't press further. Soon, 10 grade 1 black iron stones were retrieved and handed to Su Ming, deducting 100 points from his balance. Rather than immediately storing the stones, Su Ming asked, by the way, senior, do you have the equipment here to grind these into powder? Huh. The senior was momentarily puzzled. I mean, can you turn these into black ironstone powder? The senior explained, If it were ordinary herbs, we do have machines for grinding them. But for black iron stones, the equipment here probably isn't powerful enough to do the job. All right, never mind then. Su Ming stored the stones and turned to leave. Senior Lu Shuawei saw Su Ming about to leave and quickly said, Junior, let's add each other as friends. We can do missions together in the future. Su Ming responded calmly. Sure, but don't bother me with boring tasks. As he spoke, he took out his communicator. The sparse list of contacts Wu Yan, Principal Lu Tongxing, and two roommates silently revealed Su Ming's decisive break from his past. If he were to meet his old classmates now, they might not even recognize each other at first glance. Boring tasks. Senior Lu pouted slightly, looking a bit displeased. However, she quickly adjusted her expression and introduced herself. Su Ming, I'm Lu Shuawei. What kind of missions are you interested in? Without hesitation, Su Ming replied, the ones that pay well. Before his words even settled, he had already turned and walked away, leaving behind a confident and unrestrained silhouette. On the campus network, Su Ming's legendary feats spread like wildfire. While his full-star, cross-level challenge records were undeniably impressive, what truly captured everyone's imagination was his iconic phrase, it'll cost extra. Adding to his growing reputation, he had once stripped 400 points from Zhang Hao, almost completely depleting the latter's hard-earned savings. These actions earned him the increasingly infamous nickname, the extra-cost bandit. If Shangren hoped to diminish Su Ming's combat rating with mere rumors, it would be a near-impossible task. However, such matters no longer concerned Su Ming. For him, earning a windfall of points was great, but even if he didn't, it wouldn't bother him much. Of course, he would cooperate with Shangren to keep a low profile for now. With time, the chatter would naturally fade away. Back in the dorm, Su Ming immediately summoned Dabai. Yep, Dabai chirped happily, thinking it was time to eat. However, what awaited it was a box full of iron lumps. Confused, Dabai tilted its head, its eyes filled with question marks. What are you staring at? Eat, Su Ming urged. Cautiously, Dabai picked up a piece of black ironstone, examined it for a long time, and finally hesitated. In a small voice, it asked, Bro, this isn't really edible, right? Su Ming thought to himself, I guess eating a whole piece at once might be too much. No wonder it's usually ground into powder. He explained, people usually use this as a food additive, not something you swallow whole. Dabai, try using your iron palm technique to see if you can break it down. Yep, break it down, and then eat it. Dabai was puzzled but never disobeyed Su Ming's commands. It placed a piece of black ironstone in its paw and clasped its hands together. Bang! The black ironstone was flattened but didn't shatter, let alone turn to powder. Bang! Another attempt caused the stone to crack slightly. Bang, bang, bang. With continuous strikes, Dabai seemed to enter a rhythmic state, as if on the verge of a breakthrough. Sensing the opportunity, Su Ming quickly took out a soul power potion. Dabai, open your mouth. As the potion flowed down, a mysterious energy began circulating within Dabai. Su Ming silently calculated, sacrificing 1 year of life force to accelerate the iron-eating beast's growth. This acceleration consumed 1 tier 1 soul power potion and 1 tier 1 black ironstone. In the first half of the accelerated growth, as Dabai struck the black ironstone, fragments of ancient, hazy memories surged like a tide, seemingly from a distant past. During this process, Dabay's mastery of power reached a new level, elevating its iron palm technique to the perfect level dark energy iron palm. In the second half, the black ironstone gradually disintegrated under the relentless strikes, merging into Dabai's paws. The progress of its advancement quietly climbed to 10. Clang! The previously dull sound of flesh striking metal suddenly transformed into the crisp ring of metal clashing. Dabai's paws seemed to be evolving into iron-like material. Curious, Su Ming reached out to touch them, only to find that the palms still felt soft and fleshy. It seemed that only when Dabai channeled its strength would its paws harden like iron. Dabai blinked its large, innocent eyes, full of confusion. In just a few seconds, it felt an astonishing surge of power, as if it had transformed into a rare genius overnight. Su Ming observed Dabai's reaction, secretly pleased. Pointing at the remaining pieces of black ironstone, he spoke with a hint of pride in his voice. Dabai, do you see my good intentions now? This is some top-notch stuff. Since Dabai could handle it on its own, Su Ming was relieved of the trouble of finding someone to grind the stones into powder. Dabai responded softly, then gripped a piece of black ironstone in each hand. With a slight exertion of strength, the hard stones instantly crumbled into fine powder. Seeing this, Su Ming hurriedly handed over all the remaining black ironstones to Dabai, and also took out a soul power potion and a stamina potion. You still need to eat these, don't waste them, he thought. With everything he had on hand, whether it was useful or not, he decided to use it all. Su Ming resolved to spend another 2 years of his lifespan to accelerate the growth of the iron-eating beast. This time, the acceleration involved using 1 first-tier soul power potion, 1 first-tier stamina potion, and 9 pieces of first-tier black ironstone. In the first year of acceleration, the iron-eating beast ground all the black ironstones into powder and used its secret technique, iron sand palm, to integrate the powder into every part of its body. The results were immediate. The beast's skin and flesh began to show signs of metallic transformation, and its advancement progress reached 50. In the second year, the iron-eating beast realized that external application alone was insufficient. Overcoming its mental resistance, it began consuming the black ironstones. Thanks to its solid foundation, its body had already adapted to the presence of the black ironstone and even seemed eager for it, exhibiting no adverse reactions. In just half a year, its advancement progress reached 100, with the remaining time spent consolidating its new state. Finally, the iron-eating beast successfully ascended to the extraordinary level, mastering the entry-level skill, diamondized body. This ability allowed it to partially metallize its body, significantly enhancing hardness and combining offense with defense. Dabai, you're incredible, Su Ming exclaimed with excitement, rushing forward to vigorously rub Dabai's head. Dabai, still looking puzzled, only felt that it had somehow advanced without realizing it, becoming even more convinced that it was a natural-born genius. Although Su Ming had completely drained his reserve of otherworldly lifespan and now only had his remaining 30 years to rely on for further accelerations, he had no intention of being so extravagant again. His goal had been achieved, and now he could venture into the Academy's secret realm. There, by hunting magical beasts, he could replenish his supply of otherworldly lifespan. Before that, however, Su Ming decided to gather some information about the Academy's secret realm. He opened his communicator and logged into the campus network to look up relevant details. Secret realms were generally categorized into 4 difficulty levels: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. Additionally, there were 2 special types of secret realms: unstable realms and catastrophic abysses. The catastrophic abyss was actually considered a type of unstable realm, where all creatures were corrupted, exhausting their life force to mutate and engage in frenzied slaughter. These creatures harbored extreme hostility toward all living beings. Once such a realm appeared, it was necessary to eradicate all the creatures within and completely seal off the realm. Other normal secret realms also had the potential to evolve toward an abyssal state. The exact extreme conditions were unclear, but they were known to involve the remains of the Forbidden Sea or even the world-ending demon dragon. Entry into secret realms was typically restricted by rank. The so-called Tier 2 Mystic Realm is a novice trial ground specifically designed for Tier 2 beast tamers. Su Ming stood at the entrance of the realm, carefully studying the detailed instructions provided by the school. The difficulty levels of the Mystic Realms were not absolute, but were instead determined by the survival time of beast tamers. For the standard difficulty, exploration typically lasted more than a week. For the hard level, it was reduced to 37 days. The nightmare level allowed only 13 days, and the hell level was so challenging that even seasoned Tier 2 beast tamers struggled to survive for a single day. Su Ming's gaze swept over the descriptions of various mystic realms. Some were teeming with extraordinary peak-level monsters, their density suffocating, making them worthy of a hell-level rating. In contrast, certain realms occasionally hosted Tier 4 leader-level monsters, but as long as one avoided provoking them, these realms could be categorized as standard difficulty. Finally, his attention settled on the simplest Tier 2 standard-level mystic realm that Lu Tongxing had mentioned. This realm featured a majority of extraordinary-level monsters, fewer elite-level ones, and a moderate monster density, making it relatively balanced. Su Ming carefully examined the map, which highlighted 4 main areas: Wolf Slope, Flower Spirit Forest, Skull Canyon, and Black Fog Volcano, with danger levels increasing in that order. The markings for Skull Canyon and Black Fog Volcano caught his attention. These areas were not yet fully explored, and elite-level monsters had been spotted there. However, as long as he did not venture too deep, the danger remained within manageable limits. Beyond the geographical information, the map also detailed the types of monsters and the potential special resources that might be found. Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of the school's mystic realms. Compared to these, the wilderness realms were like stepping into the unknown. Yet, the common wilderness creatures such as wild wolves, flower spirits, and small skeletons failed to pique Su Ming's interest. Instead, he opened the exchange tab, hoping to find a beast with greater potential. Black rock turtles, shadow night cats, greenwood spirits. Su Ming quickly browsed through the information on various beasts, including their levels, traits, and contract difficulty. However, none of these publicly available beasts managed to capture his attention. Su Ming understood well that, with his abilities, even the most ordinary beast could be nurtured to its limits. What mattered more to him was a beast's future potential, not its current strength. Those uninspiring options held little appeal for him. Suddenly, the image of the principal's hollow shadow spirit flashed through Su Ming's mind. That kind of unique and powerful beast was what he truly aspired to have. Su Ming couldn't help but wonder if he would ever have the chance to acquire such an extraordinary companion. Shang Ren and Xia Feng didn't return to the dorm until the evening. The frenzy surrounding Su Ming's cross-level challenges showed no signs of dying down. Even the senior students, who usually adhered to traditional rules, had gone silent. Clearly, they were concerned that Su Ming, having tasted success, might launch more challenges. After all, once you step onto the battle stage, a lower-year student challenging a senior has no room for retreat. Besides, the memory of Zhang Hao's miserable defeat yesterday was still vivid. Su Ming's beast was so formidable that even a two-known fight might not have subdued it. Hey, where did you disappear to early this morning? Shang Ren asked while unpacking the food he had brought along. Today's meal looked rather plain. Just went to the library, Su Ming replied, then shifted the topic. Were you guys keeping watch at the registration office again? Yeah, but no luck, Shang Ren sighed. Originally, Xia Feng was a good fit for this role, but he refused to cooperate. You're the one who really gets it. Xia Feng waved his hand dismissively. Me? Forget it, I genuinely can't handle it. Today's the last day anyway, so you'll have to manage on your own after this. Fine, it's almost enough for now anyway. We've got bigger plans ahead, Shang Ren said, changing the subject. By the way, I'm considering options for my second beast. Got any suggestions? Su Ming casually asked, thinking that these two, likely from prominent families, might have insights even more extensive than the school teachers. Shang Ren thought for a moment. Well, mine were all arranged by my family. But picking based on your own talents is never a bad idea. For instance, I'm definitely going down the wealth path. Fortune cat, money tree, luck bird, those are all great choices for me. If you ever get a chance to visit the imperial capital, Xia Feng suddenly interjected, his tone unusually serious. I can offer you an opportunity to contract with a dragon. A dragon? Su Ming looked at Xia Feng in astonishment. This guy, usually so low-key, could say something so bold? Even Shang Ren couldn't hide his shock, though he quickly regained his composure. So, you've really made up your mind? Shang Ren asked meaningfully. Yeah, it's not of much use to me anyway. Come on, stop being cryptic. Just say it straight. Su Ming said impatiently. Shang Ren finally explained. It's not exactly a secret. The Xia family has an ancestral pact with the dragon clan. Every direct descendant gets one chance to form a contract with a dragon. However, as time passed, the bond between the two sides weakened, and most of the dragons sent over are secondary flood dragon eggs. They're still considered part of the dragon clan, but their bloodline awakening is relatively low. As for Xiaofeng, well, he has his own reasons. Bottom line, bro, you've hit the jackpot. I didn't do anything to deserve such a gift. It doesn't feel right, Su Ming said, surprised. He had only intended to seek advice, not expecting such an opportunity. Even a flood dragon was an exceptional choice for a beast. I'm pursuing the path of the sword. Contracting with a dragon would be a waste for me, Xiaofeng said bluntly. If you feel uncomfortable accepting it, just treat it as part of a challenge wager. If you win, it's yours. The path of the sword? Su Ming's mind flashed to an ancient legend from 10,000 years ago. The Sword Emperor? Yeah, it's a distant and uncertain goal, but it's the path I've chosen. Alright, we'll discuss it when there's a chance to visit the imperial capital. But for now, we can always set up a sparring session. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, both Shang Ren and Xia Feng turned their eyes to him. Your iron-eating beast has reached the second tier? Xia Feng asked. Yeah, got lucky. The breakthrough was a success, Su Ming replied nonchalantly. What do you mean by got lucky? Their expressions froze in disbelief. Advancing in beast taming has always been a process of gradual accumulation, yet Su Ming spoke of it as if it were as easy as winning the lottery. The others could only assume that his iron-eating beast was already on the verge of breaking through, and today was simply a matter of course. Alright, let's finalize the time as soon as possible, Xiaofeng said, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. The following day, Su Ming woke up leisurely at 10 in the morning. After a quick freshen up, he immediately picked up his communicator and contacted the principal. Principal, my beast has advanced to the extraordinary level. Take me to the secret realm. So soon. Lu Tongxing's voice was filled with disbelief. Just building up strength over time. Wait there, it'll be right over, Lu Tongxing said, though inwardly puzzled. As someone in the know, he was aware that Su Ming had only just discovered the path to advancement yesterday, and now, had already succeeded? The speed was almost unbelievable. In less than a minute, Lu Tongxing appeared in the dormitory's living room. The other two students greeted him hurriedly. They had been too lazy to venture out in search of opportunities today, and were instead scheming ways to tarnish Su Ming's reputation on the campus forum. Su Ming, summon your iron-eating beast. Let me take a look, Lu Tongxing instructed. As the large white creature appeared, he scrutinized it carefully. Though its size hadn't changed, its aura was completely different, as if it were a different beast altogether. After a thorough inspection, it was confirmed that it had indeed advanced to the second tier, and there were no signs of any forced breakthroughs. This is unbelievable. Could this kid be playing dumb on purpose? Lu Tongxing muttered to himself. Principal. Don't worry, I keep my word. But this time, you'll only have 10 days, and you must return on time. What? That's not enough, Su Ming protested. hoping to go on a looting spree in the secret realm. Seeing Su Ming's eagerness, Lu Tongxing was taken aback. Most freshmen were terrified at the prospect of entering a secret realm, yet this kid acted like he was heading home. If you return safely after 10 days, you'll be granted free access once the semester starts. That works. Su Ming happily accepted the special privilege. Oh, and you too, Lu Tongxing added, pointing at the two spectators. If you're free, you're going in with him this time. Shang Ren immediately wore an expression of reluctance, while Xia Feng seemed indifferent. You're dorm mates. You're supposed to look out for each other. Be ready in 5 minutes, Lu Tongxing ordered decisively, leaving no room for refusal. Since all their belongings were stored in spatial tools, the three of them were ready within a minute. Lu Tongxing led them to a large hall, one of 3 entrances to the secret realms at Tiannan Academy of Beast Taming. Apart from the personnel on duty, the hall was empty. Principal, the guard on duty, snapped to attention and saluted. Any unusual activity? Everything's normal. Open the secret realm entrance. Before they entered, Lu Tongxing reminded them. If you encounter danger, use your points card to call for emergency assistance. The school will send someone to rescue us. Su Ming asked. At the very least, retrieving your bodies will be manageable, Lu Tongxing replied bluntly. As the light alternated between brightness and dimness, the 3 of them vanished and reappeared in another camp within the secret realm. A station guard unit was present, securing all the entry and exit points. The guards gave Su Ming and his 2 companions just a cursory glance, continuing to focus on their duties. While someone might report Lu Tongxing's activation of the secret realm, it was well within his authority and hardly a concern. Brother, is this the condition you negotiated with the principal? Shang Ren asked with a frown as they exited the camp. That's right. How about it? Pretty advantageous following my lead, huh? Su Ming replied smugly. Shang Ren shook his head and sighed. You could have just asked the principal for 10,000 points. That would have been more than enough until graduation. Why the need to venture into a secret realm? You just don't get it, Su Ming said, patting his chest. I believe in earning things with my own hands. I enjoy claiming the spoils of battle myself. Shang Ren was left speechless and simply raised 2 fingers towards Su Ming. Let's cut the chatter, Xia Feng suddenly interjected, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. There's no time like the present. This place is perfect for a duel. No one will interrupt us. Right now? Su Ming was startled, clearly not expecting things to escalate so quickly. Yes, we'll settle this first before anything else. All right then, it won't take long anyway, Su Ming said with a grin. What are the rules? As long as you don't cut me, everything else is fine. He knew all too well that with only one contracted beast, Dubai, he'd have to rely on its defensive capabilities in an unrestricted fight. Then don't mind if I go all out, Xia Feng said as he began his summoning. Clang, clang. 2 crisp metallic sounds echoed as a pair of flying swords, one black and one white, appeared in front of him. The black sword was heavy and steady, while the white one was nimble and agile. Dubai, activate golden steel form. Su Ming commanded immediately. A golden aura radiated from Dubai, quickly forming a protective layer on its hands and head. Begin, Shang Ren declared, stepping aside to act as the referee. The black and white swords launched their attack on Dubai. Clink, clink, clink. A series of sharp metallic clashes rang out as Dubai effortlessly blocked the probing strikes. Brother, your beast has gotten a lot stronger, Shang Ren remarked in awe. Most extraordinary beasts at this level would have been riddled with holes by now. It's nothing special, Su Ming replied modestly, though he knew Dubai had just recently advanced to the extraordinary level and hadn't undergone much training yet. Impressive defense, Xia Feng acknowledged, retracting the white sword. A lightweight weapon like that was practically useless against Daba's impenetrable defense. What's the matter? Giving up? Su Ming asked. I've got one perfected sword technique left. Be ready, Xia Feng warned as the heavy black sword rose in front of Dubai. The blade tilted upward before slashing down with immense force. The sword radiated a brilliant blue light. Skill perfected level heavy blade wave slash. In the glow, an image of a young man appeared, wielding a massive sword as he tirelessly practiced cutting through waves, year after year, as if splitting the sea itself. Dubai, Su Ming called out, realizing the seriousness of the move. Dubai's golden light quickly concentrated on its right palm, turning it into a dazzling golden hue. Golden steel iron sand palm with hidden force. Boom. The sword's energy collided with the palm's force, producing a deafening explosion. The ground beneath Daba's feet was gouged into a deep trench, its legs sinking over 10 centimeters into the earth. Dong! The sword blade struck Daba's palm, emitting a resonant, bell-like sound. The black sword was sent flying backward, trembling violently, clearly damaged. The match is over. Dubai wins, Shang Ren announced, then curiously asked, that was incredible. What kind of skill was that? It feels somewhat similar to my swordsmanship, Xia Feng remarked as he sheathed the gleaming black sword, his eyes alight with curiosity. Rather than being disheartened by their earlier exchange, he seemed invigorated and pressed on eagerly. What you're referring to is likely hidden force, Su Ming replied bluntly. Hidden force. Xiaofeng murmured to himself. He had heard of the term before, but today was his first time experiencing its power firsthand. Su Ming waved his hand nonchalantly. Yeah, it's pretty simple. I had Dubai smash a piece of black iron stone into powder with its palm. At first, it couldn't do it, but after a few tries, it got the hang of it and grasped the concept of hidden force. This statement left the two others momentarily speechless. Using a panda to crush the unyielding black iron stone into powder with its paw. Such an absurd training method could only have been devised by Su Ming. They couldn't help but silently pity the panda. Following Su Ming must be an arduous ordeal. Thank you for the guidance. I will work hard in this direction, Xiaofeng said sincerely. For many beast tamers, unique training methods were closely guarded secrets. If he could one day achieve the feat of slicing black iron stone into powder with his sword rather than merely cracking it, his strength would undoubtedly soar to new heights. All right, enough chatter. The sparring's over. Can we get to the real business now? Su Ming, already impatient, interrupted. Real business? What exactly are you planning to do in this secret realm? Isn't it obvious? Hunting monsters. Su Ming replied matter-of-factly. And then what? Just hunt them, that's it. What more do you need? You're insane. During the ensuing hunt, the notifications of kills came one after another. Killed a 5-star spirit awakening level wild wolf. Plundered 5 years of alien lifespan. Killed a 1-star extraordinary level wild wolf. Plundered 11 years of alien lifespan. Killed a 3-star extraordinary level wild wolf. Plundered 13 years of alien lifespan. Watching the accumulated alien lifespan climb to 145 years, Su Ming couldn't help but cheer. This is amazing. To the others, this seemingly aimless slaughter appeared borderline deranged. They thought it served little purpose beyond acquiring crystal cores and beast materials. However, upon reflection, they realized that as beneficiaries of their own circumstances, they might not fully understand someone else's struggles. After all, hunting monsters for materials was a primary means of livelihood for many. With this understanding, they joined the hunt themselves and gave all the spoils to Su Ming. Hey, stop stealing my kills. Su Ming protested. No worries, we're all brothers here, they replied. Ugh, seriously? 2 days later, the trio set up camp on a hillside to rest. The surrounding wolf packs had been almost entirely wiped out, forcing other beasts to avoid the area. This place had effectively become a forbidden zone, known as Wild Wolf Slope. By this point, Su Ming's accumulated alien lifespan had surpassed the 500-year mark, reaching 523 years. A significant portion of the prey had been taken down by Xiaofeng and Shangren. But Su Ming understood that without their help, he would have constantly been on guard against being surrounded, ultimately lowering his efficiency. With the hunt temporarily concluded, Su Ming focused on self-improvement. He retrieved a bottle of soul energy potion and drank it in one gulp before initiating the enhancement process. Consumed 20 years of lifespan to accelerate innate talent growth. This acceleration consumes 1 Tier 1 soul energy potion. Accelerating. In the first year, your cultivation techniques advanced rapidly, and countless ideas were validated. In the 10th year, the texts you previously studied resurfaced vividly in your mind. You realized that the goldstone nurturing of the panda shouldn't only occur during its evolution, but should also be incorporated into its daily routine. In the 20th year, your talent level advanced from E Intermediate Nurturer to D Advanced Nurturer. During his regular cultivation, Su Ming unexpectedly discovered that his talent improvement also brought additional benefits, opening up a new direction for his development. He pondered to himself that since Dubai had already advanced, it was time to visit Granny Wen for advice on the next steps in his cultivation. In just half a month, Su Ming's talent had leaped from level to level, an unheard-of rate of improvement. Typically, such advancements in acquired talent were only seen in older beast tamers. Even experienced beast caretakers, with decades of nurturing expertise, could only elevate their level talent to level at best. For someone as young as Su Ming to achieve this was bound to cause a sensation if word got out. Since he had already defied convention, Su Ming decided to attempt another breakthrough. He had personally experienced the advantages of enhanced talent despite having an acceleration tool. Higher talent still made cultivation significantly more efficient and sometimes even led to unexpected insights. Without hesitation, he consumed 50 years of his lifespan and a first-tier soul power potion to initiate a new round of accelerated growth. As time passed, by the 33rd year, Su Ming had fully refined and optimized all his nurturing methods. Achieving his lifelong goal, his talent level advanced from level advanced nurturing to level top-tier nurturing. By the 50th year, his nurturing methods seemed to have reached perfection, leaving little room for further breakthroughs. Exhaling deeply, Su Ming calculated his progress. Although he hadn't made additional advancements in the remaining 17 years, his earlier hypothesis was confirmed. To elevate his level talent further, he would likely need to explore a completely new path. His gaze shifted to Dubai, who was acting adorably and whining, "Hug me." Amused by Dabai's cuteness, Su Ming immediately invested another 10 years of his lifespan to accelerate Dabai's growth. During the accelerated decade, Su Ming focused Dabai's training on the golden body reinforcement skill. However, after the first year, Dabai could only perform basic applications of the skill, showing no signs of progress. By the 5th year, Dabai had advanced to Transcendent 2-star, but the skill improvement remained stagnant. By the 10th year, Dabai had reached Transcendent 3-star, yet its golden palm wielding remained rudimentary. It seemed more iron or supplementation was required. Though the acceleration hadn't enhanced the skill's level, it wasn't entirely fruitless. Su Ming realized the necessity of continuing to feed Dabai black iron stones. Notably, even without deliberate training, Dabai's natural growth over the decade had brought it to Transcendent 3-star. With sufficient spiritual stones, it could theoretically reach 9-star perfection in just 1 year. However, Su Ming decided not to invest too heavily in star-level upgrades for now. After all, it was important not to draw too much attention. Advancing from newly transcendent to perfection in a single day would be too conspicuous. Moreover, he needed to coordinate with Shang Run and the others' plans, ensuring Dabai's growth wouldn't alarm their adversaries prematurely. With this in mind, Su Ming realized he urgently needed more points to secure essential resources. Watching the ever-hungry Dabai, he couldn't help but chuckle. This iron-eating beast certainly lived up to its name. Perhaps it should be renamed the Gold-Devouring Beast instead. After a night's rest, Su Ming stepped out of his room, looking refreshed and full of energy. Shang Ren's eyes lit up as he glanced at him up and down. "Hey, brother, how is it that after just one night, you look different?" "Not much, just a little progress," Su Ming replied nonchalantly. In truth, his talent had surged by 2 entire levels overnight. If Shang Ren knew the truth, he'd probably think Su Ming was some kind of monster. "Seriously? You can casually make progress like that? How are the rest of us supposed to live?" Shang Ren exclaimed. Xiaofeng also cast a curious glance his way. "So beating up weaklings can make you stronger? What's with calling it beating up weaklings?" Su Ming shook his head in exasperation. But honestly, it wasn't something he could easily explain. He opened the map, carefully considering his next move. The wolf pack at Wild Wolf Slope had already been scattered, and he didn't want to waste time chasing down stray beasts. Besides, with over 4 centuries of extended lifespan from the anomaly, he had plenty of time to enhance his abilities. His eyes scanned the 3 remaining areas on the map: the Forest of Flower Demons, Skull Canyon, and the Black Mist Volcano. He immediately ruled out the Forest of Flower Demons. It was too complex terrain-wise. The plant-based flower demons excelled at camouflage and control in the forest, and one careless step could lead to disaster. Between Skull Canyon and the Black Mist Volcano, Su Ming's attention was drawn to a note on the map. There seemed to be an open-pit mine near Skull Canyon. Perhaps he could find some minerals suitable for Dabai. Even if that didn't pan out, clearing out the skeletons would still be worthwhile. "Let's go. How about we take on Skull Canyon?" Su Ming suggested. "Huh? Go deeper in." Shang Ren looked hesitant. His beast companion wasn't combat-oriented, so he was naturally reluctant to take risks. "Sure," Xiaofeng responded decisively. "Skeletons are nothing to be afraid of. Let's move." Su Ming took the lead, striding confidently toward their chosen destination. However, reality quickly dealt Su Ming a harsh lesson. In his mind, skeletons should be like the zombies in movies, slow and fragile, crumbling at the slightest touch. But when a bow and arrow came whistling through the air from 100 meters away, nearly piercing his forehead, that notion was completely shattered. Fortunately, Xiaofeng's flying sword deflected it just in time. "Su Ming, be careful. They have ranged attacks." Xiaofeng shouted a warning. Su Ming froze in place. This wasn't just about ranged attacks. At the canyon entrance, the skeletons were as agile as monkeys. Archers, mages, swordsmen, knights, and even skeletal wolf packs. All kinds of skeletons formed a well-coordinated army. Hold on. Let's not charge in recklessly. Let's play it safe." Su Ming quickly pulled the 2 of them behind a nearby rock for cover. The other 2 rolled their eyes at him clearly. He was the most reckless one here. If not for that bow and arrow warning, they might have thought Su Ming was really planning to take on the entire canyon alone. Hiding behind the rock, Su Ming carefully observed the interior of the canyon. The skeletal warriors, mages, knights, and archers worked together seamlessly, forming a tight combat structure. Watching this organized battlefield, Su Ming couldn't help but recall his original dream: how amazing it would be if he could command an army like this. Suddenly, a peculiar figure caught his attention. "Hey, what's that?" Su Ming pointed toward the depths of the canyon. There, a skeleton waved its bone claw, and several more skeletons clawed their way out of the ground. These newly summoned skeletons fit Su Ming's initial expectations: slow and dim-witted. "Oh, that's a skeleton summoner, a variant of the skeletal mage," Shang Ren explained. "But as you can see, it's not particularly strong." Summoning underlings, isn't that cool? Hasn't anyone ever contracted such beasts?" Su Ming's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he asked his companions. "Bro, don't joke about that." One of his companions immediately responded with a serious expression. The undead type is impossible to maintain. Everyone knows that the biggest issue with raising undead isn't resources, it's time. A ghost can last for 10 generations. By the time it's passed down, the person is gone, but the ghost remains. Every famous undead beastmaster in history has been a lunatic, and most of them ended up becoming undead themselves. Ming nodded thoughtfully. It was true that undead creatures didn't need regular feeding, but they did require nourishment from deathly energy. Such an environment was unsuitable for the living to stay in for long periods. Moreover, undead creatures couldn't cultivate, they could only be passively maintained. The longer a zombie or ghost existed, the stronger it became. The saying, a 1,000-year-old zombie, a 10,000-year-old ghost, stemmed from this very principle. Suddenly, Ming's eyes lit up. Didn't he have an almost infinite lifespan as an anomaly? That made him the perfect candidate to raise undead creatures. Images of contracting a ghostly maiden and forming an undead knight flickered through his mind. Wish quickly shook his head to dismiss the dangerous thought. Instead of focusing on a single powerful undead, he was more intrigued by the idea of summoning an entire undead army at will. However, the little skeletons in this skull canyon seemed to lack any potential for development, leaving him conflicted. Besides, he hadn't even learned the most basic techniques for forming undead contracts yet. This plan was still far from reality. Since conquering Skull Canyon wasn't an option for now, Ming decided to retreat with his two companions and explore the surrounding areas for valuable minerals. Such a task naturally became an opportunity for Rin to shine. Rin summoned one of his contracted beasts of fortune cat and chanted, "Lucky, lucky, lead us to wealth." Meow. The fortune cat let out a soft cry but didn't move an inch, staring intently at Rin instead. Seriously? Didn't I just feed you? Rin grumbled and reluctantly pulled out a coin-like object, which he popped into the fortune cat's mouth. Meow. The fortune cat finally looked content, narrowing its eyes in satisfaction. A moment later, it raised a paw and pointed toward the deepest part of Skull Canyon. Hold on, there are elite-level skeletons there. I'm not looking to die. Pick another direction. Rin quickly shouted. The fortune cat seemed a bit aggrieved, but reluctantly pointed in a different direction. This works. Follow me, Rin said, finally satisfied, as he took the lead. However, he soon pushed Xiaofeng to the front. Ron, Ming asked, intrigued by the peculiar interaction. What did you feed the fortune cat just now? Was that a gold coin? Oh, that, Rin explained. It's not a regular coin, it's a fruit from a money tree. Or more accurately, something that grows on the tree. A money tree? Is it the one you've contracted? Ming recalled Rin's tree adorned with golden coins and leaves. Those coins could not only be used for attacks, but were also surprisingly lethal, having stolen quite a few kills from their team. No, my tree is still too low-level to bear fruit. The coins it produces disappear after a short while. These fruits are from the money tree passed down by my family's ancestors. Every clan member gets a fixed quota each month. Ming suddenly understood. This was the legacy of an established lineage. Such a heritage ensured that as long as they didn't self-destruct or rebel, generations of descendants could live prosperous lives. In this moment, the phrase, planting trees for future generations to enjoy the shade, was exemplified to perfection. Rin led the two of them through the area for a while before they came across a large, open-pit mine. The surface of the ore emitted a faint red glow and waves of heat. It was a Tier 2 flame jade mine. A glint of shrewdness flickered in Rin's eyes, and a slight smirk appeared on his lips. The surface value of this ore was approximately 50 spirit stones, but judging by his expression, the actual profit was likely 3 to 4 times higher, especially after accounting for the cost of fortune gold coins. Here, catch, Rin said, tossing the scorching ore towards Ming. Ming caught it, feeling the heat radiating from it. Shaking his head, he replied, "This fire attribute ore is useless to me. What I need is metallic ore, like black iron stone. You can trade this for spirit stones later. Keep half for yourself, and I'll split the remaining half with Xiaofeng." Impressed by Ming's generosity, Xiaofeng raised no objections. Rin nodded in agreement. All right, once we're out of here, I'll have the Chamber of Commerce exchange it for some metallic ore for you. Sure, but I need to check the library first to see which specific ores would be most suitable, Ming said thoughtfully. Wait, are you telling me you're coming up with your beast taming plans on the fly? Rin asked, intrigued. How else would I do it? Ming replied with a shrug. The two stared at each other, momentarily speechless. Ming's casual approach seemed even less prepared than an average high school student, making him appear like an amateur beast tamer. Yet, he had somehow managed to defeat a skilled fighter like Xiaofeng, leaving them both puzzled. For the next several days, the trio focused on treasure hunting. Ironically, Rin, who had been the most reluctant to enter the secret realm, became the most enthusiastic. As he put it, getting a head start before others can even enter this plan is genius. Indeed, treasures within the secret realm would regenerate over time, and after a long holiday, many new treasures had already appeared. Eventually, the only directions left unexplored by the Fortune Cat's guidance were Skull Canyon and the summit of the Black Mist volcano. Reluctantly, the three decided to end their active treasure hunting. According to Shang Run, this meant there were no treasures left in other areas worth more than 20 spirit stones. We've taken the meat. It's only fair to leave some soup for those who come after us, he joked. From then on, they switched to casual treasure hunting, splitting any finds equally. Conservatively estimated, each of them would walk away with 700 to 1,000 spirit stones. During this time, Su Ming also managed to replenish his alternate lifespan to 1,000 years. On the 10th day, Su Ming received a call from the principal, Lu Tongxing. Kid, still alive in there? Lu asked bluntly. Principal, are you cursing your students? If I were dead, how would I be answering the phone? Unless it's a skeleton picking up, Su Ming replied, half laughing, half exasperated. I figured you'd be out after 2 or 3 days at most. I didn't expect you to stay in there for 10 days. So did you clear out the place? Clearly, Lu Tongxing was well aware of Shang Ren's resourcefulness, viewing this as an extra perk for Su Ming. Not exactly. The most valuable stuff is probably in the canyon and on the volcano summit, and we haven't been there yet. Haven't been or don't dare to go? All right, enough banter. Just come out already. Even if you're in the regular class, you still need to attend the opening ceremony. Fine, we were planning to head out anyway. By this point, the only places in the secret realm that could spark Su Ming's interest were the 2 dangerous zones. Although he wasn't sure what treasures might be hidden there, he had to admit that Skull Canyon intrigued him the most. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming had already been back from the secret realm for 3 days. During this time, the 3 of them had barely stepped outside, venturing out only when hunger compelled them to find food. The harsh conditions of the secret realm, coupled with the constant mental strain, had left them all in need of proper rest. Su Ming had intended to visit the library to consult Granny One about the next batch of or requirements. But for now, the opening ceremony took precedence after all. It was the principal who had personally informed him, and such an invitation couldn't be ignored. That morning, the 3 of them dressed in their crisp uniforms and headed toward the designated field. However, what greeted them was not the festive, celebratory scene they had imagined, but a solemn display of black and white tones, so subdued that Su Ming momentarily wondered if he had wandered into a funeral. Everyone, please rise. At the command, the ceremony officially commenced. The host's voice was grave and clear. Before we begin the opening ceremony, allow me to introduce some of our senior students. Guan Lingji, Water Element, Tier 6, 9 star. Yan Haifeng, Healing Element, Tier 6, 1 star. The list went on, name after name, until the final one, Jiao Xiao, Combat Element, Tier 4, 2 star. These 107 individuals, the host's voice quivered slightly, were all graduates of our academy who sacrificed their lives in the past year in the fight against foreign races. They fell in the line of duty defending cities, managing secret realms, gathering intelligence, and more. These foreign races include all non-Disya human tribes, as well as traitors to our nation. Everyone, stand in silence and pay respects to them for 3 minutes. In the profound silence that followed, Su Ming quickly did the math. Tiannan Beast Tamer Academy admitted just over 1,000 students each year, with an uncertain graduation rate. Yet annually, over a tenth of its graduates were lost, many of them outstanding individuals capable of nurturing king-tier beasts, such as those of Tier 6. And this figure only accounted for those who died in official missions, not the casualties from independent explorations. After the moment of silence, the principal took the stage. His voice was deep and resonant. This is a ceremony we hold every year not for display, but to honor and preserve their memory. He continued, this is your first lesson. The peace we enjoy today was paid for with lives. Since the founding of Tiannan City, it has stood as a frontline stronghold against foreign races. Neither calamity nor catastrophe has ever brought it to its knees. Our Tiannan Beast Tamer Academy is the only non-military institution that remains in a state of constant readiness. While we may not boast the greatest strength, our courage to fight to the bitter end has never wavered. Your future is yours to decide, but when you face foreign races, remember that you were once a part of this place. Thunderous applause erupted across the field, and every heart was stirred with a surge of passion. After a few brief announcements from the departmental leaders regarding key matters, the ceremony came to an end. Su Ming did not return to the dormitory, but headed straight to the library instead. The library was noticeably busier than it had been half a month ago, though very few people opted to enter the paid archive section. He made his way directly to the familiar archive room and, as expected, found Granny One still there, engrossed in reading a newspaper. Su Ming stood at a distance, his gaze fixed on that familiar figure. Granny One sat in her usual posture, absorbed in reading a newspaper. He studied her carefully, and it wasn't until he got closer and noticed the latest date printed on the paper that he felt slightly relieved. Granny One, if I just stand outside and ask a few questions without going in to read, I don't need to swipe my card, right? Su Ming asked tentatively. Swipe your card, Granny One replied briskly. Hearing this, Su Ming obediently swiped his card and completed the payment. After this brief interaction, Granny Wen set the newspaper down and turned her attention to Su Ming. How's your iron-eating beast doing? Any progress? It's advanced to tier 2, Su Ming replied. But I've realized I need to start adding metallic minerals to its diet. I'm just not sure which specific type to use. So soon. Granny Wen raised an eyebrow. You're not trying to fool an old lady like me by saying you've already been using powdered black iron stone, are you? Absolutely not. Su Ming quickly clarified. I just used a large quantity at once 10 pieces of tier 1 black iron stone. Maybe brute force worked wonders. Granny Wen was momentarily speechless, then asked, by the way, what's your talent again? Level top tier cultivation, Su Ming replied without hesitation. It was true, though it had little to do with Debei's advancement. Granny Wen mused. An average talent, but it might be just right for raising an iron-eating beast. Do you have any thoughts on the next phase of metallic minerals? I think I could continue using tier 1 black iron stone or switch to tier 2 materials with similar properties, Su Ming analyzed earnestly. Also, could wind or thunder attributes be considered? Not bad, you're getting close to the answer. Granny Wen nodded and explained, according to historical records from someone who successfully cultivated a tier 6 combat type iron-eating beast king, black ironstone minerals are essential. During the elite advancement stage, you choose either wind or thunder attributes and strengthen them after advancing. By the time it reaches the leader stage, you incorporate the other attribute. Eventually, you'll be able to use treasures with both properties simultaneously. Su Ming suddenly understood. Without Granny Wen's guidance, it might have taken him ages to figure this out. But let me remind you, Granny Wen added, that cultivator only documented up to the king stage, which is tier 6. Beyond that, ruler, demigod, or god level is a whole different realm. Magnetic black gold and thunderstorm divine iron, could it be those two? Su Ming pressed further. Granny Wen chuckled. When your iron-eating beast reaches the king stage, its bones will naturally contain magnetic black gold. As for thunderstorm divine iron, what do you think the key word there is? Divine. Exactly. When you reach that level, you'll understand, Granny Wen said as she prepared to pick up her newspaper again. Since you've paid your points, don't waste your time. Go read some books. By the way, Granny Wen, Su Ming said, reluctant to miss the opportunity to consult this living encyclopedia. Do you know how to form a contract with the undead race? The undead race. Granny Wen looked at him, startled. You, with a cultivation talent, want to contract the undead? Are you planning to feed yourself to a ghost to absorb your yang energy, or become a blood pack for a zombie? Truly bizarre. She sighed and pointed to a bookshelf in the back. The conditions for contracting special races and the diagrams for engraving arrays are all over there. Go find them yourself. I'm not about to draw you a demonstration. Thank you, Granny Wen. Su Ming quickly expressed his gratitude and headed toward the bookshelf. Though had been teased, he couldn't help but feel deeply thankful. Su Ming spent nearly half a day sitting in the library. He was deeply engrossed in flipping through thick tomes, his fingers constantly tracing on the table as he simulated the intricate designs of various contract formations. Whether it was for eerie undead or adorable beast girls, he had already mastered the construction of these formations. However, one critical question lingered in his mind: how could he make the undead genuinely accept a contract? This was the complete opposite of taming beasts. The more intelligent a beast was, the harder it was to form a contract with them. Even when their lives were threatened, high-level beasts would often glare coldly and refuse to submit. The undead, however, were a different story. Su Ming's fingers brushed over the pages, and a wry smile appeared on his lips. The higher the intelligence of the undead, the more willing they seemed to accept a contract. But rather than a contract, it was more like a transaction. They coveted the abundant vitality within a beastmaster. Without sufficient strength, a beastmaster might not even be able to meet the needs of a female ghost. As for low-level skeletons, Su Ming shook his head. These mindless creatures wouldn't understand the concept of a contract even if they were ground to dust. High-level undead, on the other hand, were far more dangerous. Without overwhelming power, one could easily fall into their traps. For example, cunning necromancers might swap an ordinary undead into the contract at the last moment, wasting a precious beastmaster slot. Then there were the devious liches. Without control over their phylacteries, they could betray their masters at any moment. After much contemplation, Su Ming closed the book and came to a conclusion: Bai was still the best. But he quickly frowned again. One of that species was enough for him. He had no intention of building a panda army. Besides, his life force acceleration ability seemed to align more closely with the undead, making it at least worth a try. It wasn't until the library was closing that Su Ming returned to his dorm. He immediately sought out Shangren. Convert all of my share into grade 1 mystic iron stones or grade 2 mystic iron essence, he said. This included the treasure hunt distribution among the three of them, as well as all his beast materials and crystal cores. No problem, Shangren agreed, though he couldn't help but ask, are you seriously feeding your panda mystic iron as food? Of course, that's my cultivation method. Brutal, absolutely brutal. Being your panda must be the most miserable thing ever. Over the next few days, Su Ming alternated between waiting for Shang Ren's delivery and auditing general courses in his spare time. These courses primarily focused on the selection and planning of beastmaster species. After all, most freshmen were at the early stages of Tier 2, either without a second contracted beast or waiting for the school to provide suitable options. Not everyone came from wealthy families like Shang Ren or Xiao Feng. The majority of students had family backgrounds similar to Su Ming's. During class, the teacher emphasized that aside from compatibility with one's innate talents, the protective abilities of the contracted beasts were equally important. Beasts with high defensive attributes or those capable of merging with their masters were excellent choices. While duels within the school were restrained, in the wild or against ruthless enemies, beastmasters were often the primary targets. Beasts that could merge with their masters significantly enhanced combat and survival abilities, while defensive beasts could shield against attacks, draw enemy fire, and even protect their masters through life sharing. Thus, blindly pursuing extreme offense was often not a wise strategy. Of course, exceptional talents are an exception. Those with Sklas long-range turret-type talents naturally attract a line of people eager to serve as their bodyguards. Su Ming's goal was to choose a symbiotic beast as his second or third companion. Thinking about this, Su Ming couldn't help but recall Lu Tongxing's spatial shadow spirit. Its teleportation ability was truly the cream of the crop. He pondered to himself if he could become the principal's apprentice. Would he have a chance to get such a beast? With this thought, Su Ming immediately picked up his communicator and dialed the principal's number. Su Ming, what's up? The principal's voice came from the other end. I wanted to ask. Su Ming barely began before being interrupted. The secret realm, right? I've already arranged it. You can enter anytime. But for now, you can only access the second-tier normal difficulty. Don't even think about the other two. No, that's not it. I wanted to ask about your spatial shadow spirit. Does it, reproduce or something? After a brief silence, the principal suddenly asked in a nervous tone, where are you? They'll come save you right now. My dormitory. What do you mean? Su Ming was utterly confused. You'll find out soon enough. With that, Lu Tongxing abruptly ended the call, as if the situation was urgent. Moments later, a flash of light appeared before Su Ming's eyes, and Lu Tongxing teleported directly into his room. Upon closer inspection, this version of Lu Tongxing seemed different. His form appeared to be made entirely of light, like a holographic projection. Principal, Su Ming didn't even finish his sentence before the scene around him suddenly shifted. In an instant, he felt himself being pulled out of the room into a void. Suddenly, the ground beneath him vanished, and he began free-falling. At that moment, Su Ming finally realized his predicament was thousands of meters above the ground. What the? Su Ming's scream echoed as he embarked on an unprotected, extreme skydive. Initially panicked, Su Ming soon calmed himself. He speculated that this was likely the work of the spatial shadow spirit, and that it probably wasn't trying to kill him. With this in mind, he closed his eyes and decided to treat it as an exhilarating high-altitude experience, though the wind speed was a bit intense. However, Su Ming's composed reaction didn't extend to the students on the ground. That day, many witnessed a figure plummeting from the sky, disappearing into thin air just before hitting the ground. Some quick-thinking students even recorded videos of the event. Whoa, isn't that the infamous Su Ming? What kind of stunt is this? Some sort of specialized training. I could totally do that too. Soon enough, Su Ming's skydiving video went viral across the campus. Even though Su Ming himself was temporarily out of sight, his legend continued to grow. In the principal's office, Su Ming slumped on the sofa, his legs still weak. Principal, I was this close to dying. Admittedly, it went a bit too far this time. I've already scolded it. You're unharmed, so let's leave it at that, Lu Tongxing said, trying to defuse the situation. No way. I demand compensation for my emotional distress. Su Ming made it clear he wasn't letting this slide. How about 100 points? I don't want points. Then what do you want? If it helps, I can have it skydive for you as well. A beast that can teleport playing skydive? You're kidding, right? It wouldn't even blink an eye, Su Ming replied, exasperated. I want. Su Ming was about to state his demand when Lu Tongxing interrupted. No, the spatial shadow spirit didn't come from an egg. It's a natural spirit of the world. A natural spirit? Yes, born of heaven and earth, randomly occurring, and possibly one of a kind. Not even a slim chance. Principal, maybe you should cut back on watching those Beast Girl videos in your free time. Su Ming couldn't resist a jab. Even if I don't have another spatial shadow spirit, the least you could do is show me a path. I need some means of self-defense, Su Ming said, shifting to a new request. Just not anything involving transforming into a beast. Su Ming made it clear that, while he didn't have much pride left, he still had some standards. He needed a way to protect himself, but adamantly refused to take any bizarre or questionable approaches. Do you think the spirit of heaven and earth is as common as roadside cabbages? Lu Tongxing shook his head, his expression serious. The spirit of heaven and earth is not something readily available, nor can it be forcibly controlled by anyone. Everything depends on fate. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately pressed further. What kind of fate? His tone carried urgency, clearly determined to get to the bottom of it. Lu Tongxing looked troubled, carefully choosing his words. Well, it's hard to say. Just try to make the most of your unique strengths. He deliberately softened his tone, not wanting to discourage the eager student in front of him. There are billions of people in this world, and those who can form a contract with the spirit of heaven and earth can be counted on one hand. And it's not necessarily related to strength or talent. Then how did you form your contract, Principal? When I was younger, I was a bit reckless and accidentally stumbled into a spatial rift. And then I encountered the void shadow spirit and formed a contract with it. That's simple. Lu Tongxing nodded lightly. Yes, that's why it depends on fate. Seeing Su Ming's confused expression, he continued to explain. Perhaps it was because I happened to fall into the spatial rift, happened to have a lot of spiritual fruits that the void shadow spirit liked, happened to have the right talent and physique for it to possess me. He spoke slowly and deliberately, and happened to have a contract slot available at the time when the void shadow spirit's rank wasn't too high yet. Su Ming was silent for a moment. Then suddenly his eyes lit up. Principal, I get it now. Good. That's what I wanted to hear. Lu Tongxing sighed in relief. Just focus on choosing a suitable beast spirit possession system. I can recommend a few options for you. No. Su Ming interrupted, waving his hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I mean, if you could do it, then so can I. Isn't it just about taking risks and exploring? Once I improve a bit more, I'll go for it too. Lu Tongxing was momentarily speechless. Wait, is that all you got from everything I just said? The first thing fall into a spatial rift, Su Ming declared firmly. Without danger, where would the opportunity come from? Don't worry, Principal. I won't rush into things unprepared, and I won't be reckless. Su Ming blinked slyly, a mischievous smile on his face. Oh, by the way, about the mental distress compensation, let's put it on hold, just like before. When I think of something, I'll come to you again. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. With that, he quickly turned and dashed out of the office, leaving Lu Tongxing no time to refuse. That kid. Lu Tongxing shook his head helplessly. After leaving the principal's office, Su Ming didn't head straight back to the dormitory. Instead, he made his way to the resource exchange center. On duty was none other than senior sister Lu Xuewei, whom he'd encountered previously. Senior sister, I'm here to exchange something. Su Ming strode up to the counter. Lu Xuewei looked up in surprise. Su Ming, what are you doing here? She had just watched a video of Su Ming seemingly free-falling from the sky, and now the protagonist of the video was standing right in front of her. Why? Is it strange? Lu Xuewei pulled out her phone and played a video clip. This person, that's you, right? Seeing no way to deny it, Su Ming decided to roll with it and made up a reason. Indeed, that's me. It's a long story. I'm planning to contract a flying mount, so I'm practicing self-protection techniques in case of an accidental fall. It may look like my eyes were closed, but in reality, I was simulating a state of unconsciousness. Is that so? Lu Xuewei was momentarily unsure whether to believe him. After all, the explanation did sound somewhat reasonable. Falling from a flying beast would indeed be dangerous. Then why did you suddenly disappear? Su Ming subtly pointed upward and lowered his voice. The principal was helping me practice. Remember the condition I won from him last time? That was a thieving the principal act as my ultimate safety measure. After all, I wasn't really planning to kill myself, right, senior? Su Ming said casually. Hearing this, Lu Xuewei nodded repeatedly, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her eyes. The explanation did make sense. Every student on campus knew about the principal's eerie ability to teleport silently. Many students had experienced the chilling moment of realizing the principal was suddenly standing behind them, the air around them freezing before they snapped out of their daze. Junior, why did you suddenly decide to contract a flying mount? Lu Xuewei asked curiously. To make escaping easier, especially after offending some senior students. Su Ming shrugged, then quickly changed the subject. Let's not talk about that. Could you help me exchange all my remaining points for Tier 2 advancement potions and soul power potions? All of them. Lu Xuewei raised an eyebrow in surprise. Junior, isn't it a bit early to exchange for Tier 2 advancement potions? Even I'm only at Tier 2, 6 stars, and I'm a year ahead of you. A hint of wariness crossed Su Ming's face. I'll need them eventually, so I might as well use up the points now before someone else takes them. His expression carried traces of unease. Negative rumors about him were already spreading on the campus forum, fueled by provocations from senior students and Shun Ren's behind the scenes manipulations. His once brilliant reputation had dimmed significantly compared to half a month ago. Well, alright then. Seeing his determination, Lu Xuewei didn't press further. She helped him exchange for 1 Tier 2 advancement potion and 8 Tier 2 soul power potions, costing a total of 360 points. In an instant, Su Ming's points dwindled to barely enough to cover basic library expenses. Now, with the potions in hand and his unique lifespan advantage, Su Ming could advance to Tier 3 at any time. However, he clearly wasn't in a rush to level up. There were still plenty of opportunities to explore in the Tier 2 standard secret realm. Besides, it wasn't just about his own advancement. He also had to consider resources for Dubai. With the campus ranking competition just over a month away, Su Ming was determined to win. The rewards were said to be generous, with higher rankings bringing greater subsidies. Since he had decided to take full advantage of the school's resources, he wouldn't miss this chance. Moreover, Shunrin's plan was progressing steadily, promising an even bigger payoff. This conversation at the exchange center wasn't particularly quiet, and many students were present at the time. While Su Ming spoke without much thought, others were paying close attention. The rumor about him practicing high-altitude falls with the principal spread quickly, providing a perfect explanation for the video and calming some of the controversies. Neither Su Ming nor the principal stepped forward to clarify, which only reinforced the rumor as truth. Additionally, Su Ming's actions contracting a flying mount for easier escapes and using up all his points made his previous cross-level battle seem even more suspicious. His reputation plummeted from the pride of the freshmen to the disgrace of Tian Nan. Students across the campus turned against him, challenging him on sight, whether they knew him or not, vowing to strip him of his monthly subsidies and drive him out of the school. The most delighted among them was Zhang Hao, who exclaimed excitedly, "I knew it. It's not that I suck, I am actually good again." Su Ming didn't even bat an eye at the uproar outside, let alone bother checking the campus forum for all the gossip. If he really did, he might not be able to resist creating a dummy account to pose as a passerby and harshly criticize himself. That would definitely be far more effective than the smear campaign Shinrin had paid for. But now, those hired trolls had become redundant. The campus forum was already flooded with organic discussions, even featuring a few freshmen who swore they were Su Ming's high school classmates. These individuals made dramatic, real-name revelations, claiming Su Ming had no talent whatsoever and had even skipped the college entrance exam, slinking back home in disgrace. This wave of accusations was practically a death sentence for Su Ming, nailing him to the pillar of shame for allegedly cheating his way to success. The only mystery left was how Su Ming had supposedly cheated. As long as he kept silent and refused to respond, these people could only bark at the void like a pack of powerless dogs. It's worth noting that the loudest voices were from this year's and last year's freshmen. Upperclassmen, especially those in their third year or beyond and already advanced beast tamers, had long since lost interest in such petty drama. "Man, you're something else," Shinrin teased inside their dorm room, pulling out the Tier 2 black iron essence Su Ming had asked for. "How on earth did you convince the principal to play along? That whole high-altitude fall training thing brutal." "Hara." Su Ming couldn't be bothered to explain. He certainly couldn't admit it was all to help the principal's shadow spirit reproduce, which involved being tossed from a height of 10,000 meters. "Here you go, 20 pieces of Tier 2 black iron essence. If it's not enough, I've got more at an insider price, of course." Shunrin neatly arranged the minerals on the desk. Su Ming quickly calculated the exchange rate on campus Tier 2 black iron essence was 10 times the value of Tier 1 black iron Oregon based on his allocated resources and materials. He should only be able to afford 17 or 18 pieces at most. "This much? That stuff shouldn't have been enough to get this quantity, right? I rounded it up for you," Shunrin said, patting his chest confidently. "Don't worry, I'm not taking a loss here. Insider prices are always slightly better than market rates." He understood the importance of clear financial dealings, even among friends, to maintain long-term goodwill. "Thanks a lot then." Su Ming appreciated the favor. Shinrin's help saved him quite a bit of trouble. "Don't mention it. This is my line of work, after all," Shinrin sighed. "Just remember to send any future business my way. Who knows, I might need your help someday." "No problem." Su Ming nodded. He had a general idea of Shinrin's background, just another rich family embroiled in internal power struggles. Shinrin was already honing his business skills and building connections. As for why he had been sent here, Su Ming tactfully refrained from prying. Xiaofeng's background was even more of an enigma, and the three of them shared an unspoken agreement not to delve into each other's secrets. Looking back, it was clear Lu Tongxing had carefully planned Su Ming's placement in this dorm. Without Su Ming, this room might have remained vacant. Back in the room, Su Ming immediately summoned Dubai and neatly arranged the 20 pieces of Tier 2 black iron essence in front of it. "Dubai, go ahead and show off." "Yep." Dubai looked utterly incredulous. "I might not be human, but you're definitely a dog," Su Ming quipped. While Dabe's diet did require some black iron essence, consuming this much in one go was simply impossible. "All right, let's start by testing the hardness. See if you can smash them," Su Ming suggested. "Yep." Dubai responded enthusiastically, grabbing all the Tier 2 black iron essence at once and attempting to crush them into a ball. "Yep." Dubai's hands turned golden as it activated its Vajra transformation and iron sand palm, exerting all its strength to compress a pile of iron blocks. Despite its efforts, the iron blocks only deformed slightly, far from being molded into a single mass. Such power would already be astonishing to onlookers, but Dubai was clearly dissatisfied. its brows furrowed as it continued to strain. Seeing this, Ming quickly took out 2 first-tier stamina potions and poured them into Dabai's mouth. Don't rush. Have some water, he encouraged, thinking to himself that these potions were of little use otherwise and might as well be utilized now. After regaining its strength, Dabai resumed its efforts. Watching its persistence, an idea struck Ming. Why not collect more durable materials for Dabai to practice on? This would not only exhaust its energy, but also prevent it from using its own body to practice the iron sand palm day after day. With this thought, Ming decided to accelerate the growth of the iron-eating beast. He sacrificed 10 years of his lifespan, along with 2 first-tier stamina potions, to initiate the acceleration process. In the first year, Dabai exhausted all its strength daily, attempting to mold the hard second-tier black iron essence, but with little success. By the 5th year, it finally made a breakthrough. What once seemed unyielding began to soften under its relentless effort. Dabai appeared contemplative, as if it had grasped a certain threshold. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Dabai had dedicated nearly all its energy to molding iron, advancing its rank only to transcendent 4-star. However, its mastery of power reached a new level. Hua Jin transforming force. Hua Jin. Ming was astonished. It seemed that the daily depletion of strength had indeed paid off. Such an obsessive training regimen would likely be impossible for anyone or any iron-eating beast to sustain without the accelerated state. If this time had been used for conventional cultivation, Dabai would have long reached the 3rd or 4th tier. However, a higher rank does not necessarily equate to deeper comprehension of power. More time to accumulate, huh? Ming chuckled softly. Time was the one resource he had in abundance. He took out a 2nd-tier soul power potion and held it to Dabai's mouth. Here, Dabai, drink this to recharge your mind. Dabai looked at the iron block in its hand, now resembling a deflated soccer ball, in disbelief that it had shaped it with its own hands. As the soul power potion took effect, its spirits were instantly lifted, and its comprehension surged. Dabai couldn't help but feel a renewed pride in its talent. Ming once again sacrificed 10 years of his lifespan, along with a 2nd-tier soul power potion and 10 2nd-tier black iron essence blocks, to further accelerate Dabai's growth. For years later, Dabai fully comprehended the essence of Hua Jin. Combining it with its previous mastery of Jin hidden force, it achieved a state of effortless precision able to handle heavy objects as if they were light, and light objects with the firmness of heavy ones. It could even strike a fruit with its palm, turning it into juice without damaging the peel. Its iron sand palm advanced seamlessly to the supreme level of bone-melting palm. By the 10th year, with the bone-melting palm in full effect, the 2nd-tier black iron essence became as malleable as clay in Dabai's hands, easily shaped into any form. Even more astonishingly, during this process, Dabai absorbed the black iron essence directly into its body with nearly 100 efficiency. Simultaneously, its Vajra transformation leapt from beginner to perfect mastery. Incredible! Ming finally understood the ultimate reason why iron-eating beasts don't actually eat iron. These iron blocks weren't for sustenance, they were the perfect materials for cultivation. Through relentless tempering, the iron and stone were refined and integrated into the body. This extreme training method was something no beastmaster could have imagined. Such a grueling and prolonged process, with no guaranteed outcome. Could anyone else persist in this for decades on end? The path of cultivation for the iron-eating beast was fraught with challenges. Not only did it need to absorb iron and stone to strengthen its physique, but it also had to constantly improve its control over its power. Ming stared at the massive white creature before him, utterly amazed. Who would have thought that this 2nd-tier beast could master such an advanced, world-class skill? Dabai, try out your current diamond body. Ming exclaimed excitedly. Though Dabai didn't fully understand, it instinctively felt a surge in its newfound strength. With a low, resonant hum, its entire body was suddenly enveloped in a rich, dark golden hue, as if clad in a mysterious suit of armor. Ming reached out to touch it, surprised to find that Dabai's skin still felt as soft as usual. However, when Dabai clapped its hands together, the crisp sound of metal striking metal echoed in the air. This state, which combined offense and defense, filled Ming with a deep sense of satisfaction. A few days later, unable to resist his urge for adventure, Ming decided to head to the secret realm. Before his departure, his roommate, Run, handed him a mysterious package. What's this? Ming asked curiously, opening it to reveal a mask and a spray bottle. Run explained. Bro, you're a celebrity now. This mask will help you avoid unnecessary trouble, and the spray will come in handy in the wild. Ming skeptically put on the mask, astonished to find that it seamlessly blended with his skin and could even adjust his facial features. This is amazing, he exclaimed. Run waved dismissively. It's just a low-tier gadget, nothing beyond the 2nd tier. But it'll do the job for now. Fully equipped, Ming set off for Skull Canyon. Along the way, he occasionally overheard passers-by discussing his exploits, making him all the more grateful for his disguise. Driven by curiosity, Su Ming opened the school forum on his device, only to discover that Shang Run had used his name to challenge every second-tier beast tamer in the school. The forum was flooded with provocative statements. It was clear to anyone paying attention that someone was deliberately stirring up trouble, with some even suspecting Su Ming's rival, Zhang Hao, of being behind it. Zhang Hao quickly issued a clarification, denying any involvement. Yet, Su Ming, the person at the center of the storm, remained silent, which only added fuel to the fire. Amused by the unfolding chaos, Su Ming decided to maintain his air of mystery and focus on the upcoming Secret Realm expedition. Well, whether it was Su Ming himself who said it or not, the enraged students naturally pinned the blame on him. Even if Su Ming continued to stay hidden and avoid showing up, he couldn't escape the inevitable showdown at the school-wide competition. Less than a month into the semester, the city guard's ban was still in effect. The Secret Realm remained temporarily inaccessible to most, and at the moment, Su Ming was the only one entering the Secret Realm Hall. When he presented his points card, the guards merely glanced at it before granting him access without question, opening the Secret Realm for him. Clearly, the principal's influence still held weight. As the scenery shifted and light flickered, Su Ming once again found himself within the Secret Realm. Without hesitation, he headed straight for Skull Canyon. The landscape here had remained unchanged for centuries, almost frozen in time. Any sudden alterations would signify an invasion or contamination of the Secret Realm's foundation, a precursor to it transforming into a calamitous abyss. Throughout history, many once-controlled secret realms had devolved into such abysses. While lower-tier ones were manageable, high-tier, hell-level abysses left no choice but to abandon cities and relocate. Passing through Wolf Slope, Su Ming noticed that the wolf population had significantly recovered, despite being nearly wiped out the last time. This was the remarkable nature of the secret realm. Its resources seemed almost inexhaustible. Beyond treasures, the beasts themselves were a valuable resource. However, Su Ming wasn't here to trouble the wolves this time. During his previous large-scale slaughter, aside from extracting some lifespan, he hadn't gained a single skill. Su Ming suspected that the significant difference in species might have been the reason. On his journey, aside from a few foolish wolves that sought death of their own accord, Su Ming couldn't be bothered to engage them. Under Dabai's bone-dissolving palm, any extraordinary grade wasteland wolf was instantly reduced to a puddle, leaving a psychological scar on the rest of the pack that they would never forget. After traveling for an entire day, Su Ming finally arrived near Skull Canyon again. This time, he didn't charge in recklessly, nor did he intend to reveal himself. Finding a concealed spot, Su Ming summoned Dabai and instructed it to provoke the canyon's entrance while he hid in the shadows, ready to recall Dabai at any moment. Dabai's provocation sounded more like playful teasing, but the response it received came in the form of 2 bone arrows. The arrows struck Dabai harmlessly, barely scratching it. Infuriated but mindful of Su Ming's instructions, Dabai refrained from diving into danger. Instead, it grabbed a stone the size of a soccer ball and hurled it into the canyon with a burst of dark energy. With a loud bang, the stone struck a skeleton archer squarely on the skull. A system notification immediately popped up. Killed 1-star extraordinary grade skeleton archer, lifespan of 11 years plundered. Skill bone reinforcement iron panda automatically acquired. Su Ming was secretly astonished. Who would have thought Dabai had the makings of a long-range bombardier? Dabai strutted proudly, as if saying, "That's what you get for ambushing me. Taste my righteous justice from above." This act completely enraged the skeleton army within the canyon. Rows of skeleton swordsmen and skeleton knights quickly formed ranks, charging toward Dabai. Simultaneously, an overwhelming volley of bone arrows rained down from the canyon, all aimed at Dabai. In all these years, no one had ever dared to provoke Skull Canyon like this. After all, the highest entry level for this place was only Tier 2. Without deploying a Tier 2 Beastmaster army of equal scale, it was impossible to hold one's ground against the forces of Skull Canyon. Dabai stared expressionlessly at the aggressive enemies in front of him, feeling a tinge of unease. Su Ming, sensing Dabai's nervousness, quickly encouraged him. "Dabai, don't be afraid. Remember your ultimate move, the bone-melting palm. It's perfect for dealing with these bony foes. Just think of them as wooden training dummies. Oh, and let me know if your Vajra form's duration is running out." Dabai nodded slightly, deep in thought. Training had become second nature to him, and as he faced these enemies, he decided to treat them as iron balls for practice. A thought arose in Dabai's mind: crush them all. In an instant, his confidence skyrocketed. On the battlefield, a squad of undead knights launched the first attack. They wielded long spears but lacked undead warhorses, a privilege reserved for elite knights. It seemed that undead warhorses were no longer produced in this area. Perhaps they once existed but had been eradicated. After all, the combination of their speed and the knight's lethality posed too great a threat to second-level beast tamers. In comparison, the wolf packs of Wild Wolf Slope, though dangerous, were closer to the camp and easier to call for help against. The battle began in earnest. Before the skeletal spears could strike, Dabai took the initiative. Darting through the battlefield like a butterfly among flowers, he delivered a palm strike to each undead knight. For a brief moment, it was as if time had frozen. The 10 or so undead knights stood motionless before collapsing like a line of dominoes. Wherever Dabai's palm had landed, the bones turned to powder, dismantling their skeletal structures entirely. However, even as they crumbled into piles of bones, the undead were not truly defeated. As long as the undead fire in their skulls remained alight, they could continue to fight. Dabai was momentarily stunned. Were the enemies really this fragile? What he didn't realize was that his own strength was overwhelming. In Dabai's memory, he was still just a baby, yet he inexplicably possessed an array of instinctive training techniques. To Dabai, it felt as though zoning out could make him stronger. Crunch. Dabai stomped on a skull, shattering it. Su Ming immediately received a notification that alien vitality had been absorbed. Encouraged, Dabai began stepping on skulls one after another, smashing several in quick succession. The sheer power he displayed was so terrifying that the skeletal swordsman in the rear hesitated to advance. His overwhelming strength was downright monstrous. Meanwhile, the undead's ranged units showed no signs of stopping. A hail of bone arrows rained down on Dabai, clinking harmlessly against him. Though they caused no real damage, they were undeniably annoying. Dabai, who had been enjoying himself, was now thoroughly irritated by the disruption. Scanning his surroundings, Dabai initially looked for stones to retaliate. Instead, he noticed the ground littered with bones and several skeletal spears. An idea struck him, and he picked up one of the spears, weighing it in his hands. From behind, Su Ming exclaimed in surprise, "Dabai, you can use weapons too?" Dabai responded confidently, "Ing, of course I can. Watch this." With a flick of his wrist, Dabai hurled the spear with incredible force. Like a dragon in flight, the spear shot forward, piercing straight into the cluster of skeletal archers. Boom! The spear shot through the heads of two skeletal archers like a lightning bolt, crashing into the cliffside with a deafening explosion. Shards of bone flew in all directions, scattering like a rain of bone fragments that struck the surrounding skeletons. The massive impact dislodged a cascade of rocks, plunging the skeleton army in that area into chaos. Some stumbled, some were crushed, and the scene descended into utter disarray. Su Ming couldn't help but gasp at the sight. The power of this thrown weapon was even more formidable than some long-range skills. Dabai had unexpectedly gained long-range attack capabilities. Could this be a hidden talent of the panda? If so, Su Ming thought, perhaps he could help Dabai develop this ability further. The only problem was, where would the weapons for throwing come from? As Su Ming pondered, Dabai was having the time of its life, as though it had truly awakened some innate racial skill. Boom, boom. More than a dozen bone spears became deadly weapons in its hands, and every few seconds, the canyon shook violently, resembling a battlefield under heavy bombardment. Su Ming's kill notifications popped up incessantly, and the life force he reaped flowed in continuously. Dabai stood fearlessly under the rain of arrows, retaliating from a distance without a hint of hesitation. Astonishingly, it managed to suppress the group of skeletal archers on its own. After all, the enemy's attacks couldn't harm it in the slightest, while every strike from Dabai was lethal. This stark disparity in combat power plunged the skeleton army into a dire situation. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from deep within the canyon. Instantly, all the skeletons seemed to receive a command. Without hesitation, they charged directly at Dabai. Su Ming's heart tightened, and he thought to himself, "Dabai, this just got serious. Can you handle this?" "Ing." Dabai let out a confident cry. "Of course, this is just a warm-up." With that, it tossed aside the last bone spear and met the attackers with its bare hands. In an instant, Dabai's entire body glowed with a dark golden sheen, resembling an indestructible statue of metal. Clang, clang, clang. The bone swords and blades struck Dabai's body, but couldn't even damage a single strand of fur. Thud, thud. With each strike of Dabai's palms, a skeletal head shattered to pieces. It was like a tiger among sheep. None of the extraordinary level skeletons could withstand it. Any contact with Dabai meant instant destruction or severe damage. The battle raged for about 20 minutes before Su Ming suddenly received a distress signal from Dabai. "Tired. Need a break." Without hesitation, Su Ming summoned Dabai back. Looking at his remaining pool of otherworldly life force 3,107 years, Su Ming didn't hesitate to use a small portion to accelerate Dabai's recovery, consuming 7 years of life force. "Accelerate the panda's growth," he commanded. "This acceleration will proceed without consuming additional resources." The acceleration process began. In the first year, the panda rested and reflected on the battle, concluding that it had merely been a one-sided fight with no significant insights gained. By the third year, the panda's level had risen to extraordinary 5-star. However, in the years that followed, its combat abilities seemed to hit a bottleneck. It then began to focus on mastering its long-range throwing skills. During this process, it had a sudden realization. In ancient times, bamboo was originally used as a weapon rather than food. With this epiphany, the panda unlocked an entry-level skill spear throwing. Although Su Ming's original intention was merely to help Da Bai recover its stamina, the results of this life force infusion were tangible and impressive. It was akin to using the life force of other creatures to cultivate for himself. While Su Ming wasn't too concerned about Da Bai's level increase, the fact that it had actually developed an entry-level long-range skill was an unexpected delight. Hiding in a concealed spot, Su Ming had already sprayed himself with scent-masking spray. Unless the skeletons directly saw him, they had no way of detecting his presence. Da Bai's sudden disappearance left the skeletons momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, the remaining skeletons quickly exited combat mode and returned to their wandering state. When skeletons perished, they left behind not only piles of bones, but also crystalline necromantic shards. While these shards weren't as valuable as beast cores, they served as supplements for the undead. Many skeletons instinctively began scavenging for these shards, seemingly preparing for the next battle. Da Bai let out a soft yip, its eyes glinting with excitement. The thunderous roar echoing from the depths of the canyon was unmistakably the voice of a Tier 3 boss. Although Su Ming couldn't understand the language of the undead, the urgency and fury in that roar were crystal clear. Heh, it's getting desperate. Su Ming thought with a sly grin. Keep pressuring it. Before the thought even finished, Da Bai sprang into action. With a single swipe of its paw, there was a sharp crack, and a skeleton swordsman who had been reaching for an undead crystal was instantly shattered into a pile of bone fragments. The second round of combat had officially begun. Su Ming scanned his surroundings and noticed that aside from the skeleton archers hiding in the rear, the number of skeletons had dwindled significantly. The earlier battle had already wiped out nearly 200 of them, a considerable number for the narrow canyon. However, Su Ming knew all too well that even if they eliminated every skeleton here, it wouldn't be long before new ones began to emerge. Suddenly, another furious roar erupted from the depths of the canyon. This time, the elite boss seemed unable to hold back any longer. Without waiting for Da Bai to wreak more havoc, it impatiently revealed itself. The ordinary skeletons in the canyon scattered to the sides as a towering skeletal wolf over 3 meters tall emerged with slow, deliberate steps. Unlike the usual pale white bones of the undead, this wolf's skeleton gleamed with a dark metallic sheen. Its entire skeletal structure was clearly visible, except for its head, which was encased in a solid skull, leaving only 2 eyes ablaze with soul flames. Da Bai, be careful, Su Ming called out, his tone serious. This is a bona fide elite-level creature, and it might not even be the only one. His instincts warned him that the entity capable of commanding such large numbers of skeletons with precision was likely not this wolf alone. Da Bai, however, showed no fear, letting out a confident yip in response. The skeletal wolf growled low and then shot forward like an arrow, its massive jaws wide open, aiming to devour Da Bai in one ferocious bite. Yet instead of retreating, Da Bai charged forward to meet it head-on. Diamond body. Iron head technique. Su Ming silently chanted in his mind. If it wants to bite, let it have at it. A crisp crack echoed as if time itself had frozen. The skeletal wolf's fangs clamped down on Da Bai's head, but couldn't penetrate further. Its sharp teeth failed to pierce Da Bai's skin and instead produced a series of unsettling crunching sounds. Seizing the moment, Da Bai clasped its massive paws together and slammed down hard on the wolf's skull. The skeletal wolf tried to dodge, but with Da Bai clinging firmly to its body, there was nowhere to escape. Bone-shattering palm. A heavy thud resounded as the skeletal wolf's skull, though not instantly pulverized like lesser skeletons, was far from intact. Cracks spread rapidly from the point of impact, and its entire skull seemed on the verge of disintegrating into bone dust. The system notification chimed in at the perfect moment. Elite level 1-star skeletal wolf defeated. Lifespan of 21 years plundered. Su Ming's thoughts stirred. Same star level, but each tier adds 10 years? So if I were to kill a tier 9 divine beast, I'd only gain less than 100 years of lifespan. He had a nagging feeling that things might not be as straightforward as they seemed. Seeing even the elite skeletal wolf taken down in an instant, the remaining skeletons fell into complete disarray. But just then, another earth-shattering roar erupted from the depths of the canyon. This roar seemed to carry an irresistible power, as all the skeletons immediately stopped their panic and turned in unison toward Da Bai. In the next moment, the skeletons surged forward like a tidal wave, seemingly intent on overwhelming Da Bai in a desperate suicide attack. Yet Da Bai remained unfazed. Having held its own against the full force of the skeleton horde earlier, this ragtag group of remnants posed little threat. Despite having just defeated an elite skeletal wolf, Da Bai's stamina was barely affected. It stood tall and proud, its eyes sharp and unwavering, ready to face the next wave of challengers. Whether it was an elite level or a transcendent level opponent, it only took one move. Su Ming calculated silently in his mind. With Da Bai's overwhelming strength, the energy consumed was merely a fraction of its stamina. This realization greatly boosted his confidence within this secret realm, he could almost roam unchallenged. Su Ming's gaze swept over the defeated small skeletons, and his mind began mapping out a vision for the future. First, he would explore the treasures deeper within the secret realm, then confront the mysterious final boss, and perhaps even attempt to conquer the Black Mist volcano. He could already imagine the shocked expressions of his classmates when they entered the secret realm later, only to find the two most dangerous areas already cleared by him. However, reality often falls short of expectations. Su Ming suddenly noticed that the situation before him was far from what he had envisioned. The small skeletons weren't desperately resisting. Instead, they seemed to be scrambling to flee the canyon. While the escape of ordinary skeletons wasn't concerning, the strongest elite-level skeleton absolutely couldn't be allowed to escape. Otherwise, even if he secured the treasures, Su Ming would be plagued with unease, constantly worrying about a surprise attack from the shadows. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Ming immediately became highly alert, his eyes fixed on the crowd of skeletons spilling out as he tried to identify anything unusual. At the same time, he consumed another year of alien lifespan to replenish Dabei's energy and stamina, ensuring it remained in peak condition. Su Ming analyzed the skeleton leader's strategy in his mind. That cunning creature had clearly realized that there was a powerful being here capable of defeating the elite-level skeleton wolf. Continuing the fight would only lead to total annihilation. Thus, it chose to disperse and break out, seemingly to preserve its forces, but actually to secure its own escape. This meant that the skeleton leader's size might not differ significantly from the ordinary skeletons, unlike the conspicuous skeleton wolf or the undead knight on its warhorse. If it didn't reveal its aura, it would indeed be difficult to distinguish. While Su Ming was racking his brain, his gaze suddenly locked onto a smaller skeleton. This skeleton appeared to be clutching something in its bony claws. Not only was its posture peculiar, but the blood-red hue of the item it held was strikingly vivid. What could be so important that it wouldn't abandon it even while fleeing for its life? Dabai, it's that one. Su Ming immediately called out. Dabai responded softly, indicating that it had also noticed the small skeleton. In Dabei's vision, the skeleton was surrounded by a faint, flickering red glow, standing out like a beacon in the dark. There was no way it could slip by unnoticed. Without hesitation, Dabai launched an attack on the target. With a loud crash, the small skeleton blocked Dabei's strike with its bony claws, using the force to propel itself backward. The hollow sockets of its skull flickered with fiery anger, as if questioning how its peaceful development over the past century could suddenly be disrupted by such a destructive force. With a sharp crack, the small skeleton let out a low growl, and its eye sockets flashed red. In an instant, two large skeletal swordsmen materialized between it and Dabai. These newly summoned skeletons were noticeably larger than the earlier weak skeleton swordsmen. They were both elite level. Su Ming was stunned. Weren't skeleton summoners supposed to be weak? How was this one so powerful? If the earlier skeleton wolf had also been summoned by it, then this small skeleton alone was equivalent to 4 elite-level combatants. Dabai, leave this small skeleton intact for me. At the very least, don't damage its skull. Su Ming quickly instructed. Dabai responded softly, signaling its understanding. Dabai sprang into action, activating his indestructible golden body technique in an instant. Like a streak of golden lightning, he charged straight toward the little skeleton. In his mind, he thought, since Su Ming wants its head, I'll just take it directly. As for those two big skeleton warriors blocking the way, why waste time on them? Letting the little one escape would be much worse. Bang bang bang. The skeletal swordsmen swung their heavy bone swords fiercely at Dabai. But Dabai didn't dodge or flinch. He let the attacks land on his body as if they were nothing more than a tickle, leaving him completely unscathed. The little skeleton, seeing this, was utterly terrified. It turned to flee, its mind screaming, "No! Stay away from me!" This was far from the battle it had envisioned. In the wars of the undead realm, battles were usually fought with grit and strategy. But this creature before it? It didn't follow any rules. Dabai ignored everything else. Seeing the little skeleton trying to escape, he unleashed his bone-shattering palm. The first strike missed its head but landed heavily on its spine. The little skeleton, about the same height as Dabai, had a frame that resembled that of a woman or a child. Whether it was naturally formed or pieced together was unclear. After all, skeletons could come into existence in all sorts of peculiar ways. With its spine shattered, the little skeleton's body collapsed into pieces, and its skull fell neatly into Dabai's hand. At the same time, the two skeletal swordsmen seemed to lose their animating force and disappeared in an instant, returning to the undead realm. The other skeletons in the canyon had already fled in all directions, vanishing without a trace. Dabai, thrilled with his success, trotted over to Su Ming to show off. Su Ming exclaimed, "Dabai, well done. Careful, careful." He watched nervously, worried Dabai might accidentally crush the little skeleton's skull. Dabai let out a soft humph and carefully handed over the trophy. As Su Ming took the skull, a chilling sensation shot from his palm to his head, sending a shiver down his spine. Fortunately, His enhanced physique made it bearable. Afterward, Su Ming and Bai began searching through the pile of shattered bones for valuable undead crystals, also collecting the rest of the little skeleton's remains. Suddenly, Su Ming noticed something tightly gripped in the skeleton's claw. He carefully pried it open and retrieved a crimson object. It was a blood-red jade, small and square. There seemed to be something hidden within it, but it was sealed on all sides, with no apparent way to open it except by breaking it. Strangely, the jade exuded a chilling aura no less intense than the skull. Though Su Ming couldn't decipher its purpose, he decided to keep it for future study. With that, Su Ming led Bai deeper into the canyon. Technically, if they continued far enough, they would reach the interior of the Black Mist volcano. Aware of potential dangers, Su Ming remained vigilant. However, as they ventured further, they encountered no threats. Surprisingly, they also found no noteworthy treasures. Su Ming scanned his surroundings, muttering to himself, "Where's my treasure?" Though he didn't find anything extraordinary, at the deepest part of the cave, he noticed mineral deposits on the rock wall that matched the material of the crimson jade. The marks of mining were evident, suggesting the jade had been extracted from here, and its purity far exceeded that of the remaining minerals. Turning to Bai, Su Ming said, "Bai, come here and help me out. Let's see if we can extract these minerals. Even if they're not worth much, we might as well collect them." Bai let out another soft humph and struck the rock wall with a bone-shattering palm. Instantly, he transformed into a diligent miner. With a loud boom, the rock shattered, revealing the hidden minerals. Su Ming's anticipation was not in vain. Bai unearthed a massive chunk of blood-red ore, its hardness astonishing so much so that even Bai's bone-melting palm couldn't shatter it. This intact piece of ore only deepened Su Ming's curiosity about the mysterious jade block. Looking around, Su Ming realized that the only treasure worth noting in this expedition was this type of jade, especially the blood-red piece. However, his attention was more drawn to the small skull in his hand. A bold thought crossed his mind. Could these two objects have originally been one? Su Ming tapped the skull lightly with his fingers, producing a rhythmic sound. He attempted to communicate with it using his spiritual energy. "Can you hear me, skeleton summoner? Or should I call you Lich Lord?" In just a few minutes, Su Ming had deduced the essence of the blood-red jade and the small skull's obsession with it. Suddenly, a wave of furious intent exploded in Su Ming's mind. "Despicable human, I have never interfered with your kind. Why attack me?" Su Ming wasn't sure if this anger stemmed from him invading its lair or from the way Bai had defeated it. Either way, to Su Ming, its reaction seemed immature and laughable. "A beast tamer doesn't need a reason to defeat other life forms," Su Ming responded calmly. "You could also be considered a kind of aberrant beast tamer. In a life-or-death battle, striking first is the way to victory." He added with a hint of regret, though Bai did waste 2 chances to kill elite skeletal swordsmen this time. But it doesn't matter as long as the main objective is achieved. Su Ming directly presented the choice. "Submit to me, or face eternal ruin. I know your phylactery is indestructible, but what if I throw it into molten lava?" The skull let out a mocking laugh. "Hey, you actually want to contract a lich? You've got guts. Don't you know liches are the most likely to rebel among the undead?" Su Ming remained unfazed. For a beast tamer, rebellion means death. But for a lich, as long as the phylactery remains intact, death is nothing to fear. "What if I directly contract your phylactery?" "My phylactery belongs only to the god of the undead," the skull replied coldly, then fell silent, refusing to engage further. From its perspective, Su Ming and his beast were dishonorable and deceitful. Although its phylactery had fallen into their hands and would inevitably be exploited, it would rather seek death than submit. Perhaps, centuries later, it might have a chance to rise again. Su Ming was indifferent to the skull's attitude, his focus entirely on the phylactery. He understood that the lich was merely a vessel remotely controlled by the phylactery. The process was complex, but the essence was clear. Su Ming was astonished to encounter a lich in this second-tier secret realm. Due to the environmental constraints, this lich could neither enhance its strength nor hide its phylactery in a more secure location. Within this secret realm, the safest spots were here in the Black Mist volcano. Who would have thought that this place could be breached by a lone beast tamer? Su Ming murmured to himself. "I suppose this is fate." After all, the lucky cat kept indicating that there was a great treasure here. He recalled how the persistent hints had piqued his curiosity, compelling him to uncover the treasure. Finally, Su Ming couldn't help but mock himself. "And as luck would have it, I happen to be a weirdo with a peculiar interest in undead beasts." Su Ming focused his mind, recalling the obscure ancient text that described the method of forming a contract with a lich. He carefully etched the intricate contract array, every stroke imbued with precision and caution. Once completed, he gently placed the blood-red jade into the array and held his breath, waiting. Time ticked by second, yet the array remained unresponsive, as if the blood-red jade was entirely unrelated to it. Su Ming frowned slightly. If he were to place the skull within the array, At least he could sense its mental resistance. It seemed that humanity's understanding of Lich contracts had yet to reach the level of phylacteries. Unwilling to give up, Ming picked up the phylactery, holding it in his palm, and focused all his mental energy on sensing it. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Consume 10 years of lifespan to accelerate the contract process, he decided silently, retrieving and drinking a bottle of second-tier soul power potion. The acceleration began. In the first year, the phylactery remained dormant. By the 5th year, Ming detected faint spiritual fluctuations. By the end of the 10th year, although the fluctuations within the phylactery had grown stronger, they seemed to mock him with their futility. Ming was undeterred. This was merely the first attempt. As long as he could accelerate the contract process, he was willing to spend 1,000, even 10,000 years. He pondered to himself, "Little Lich, what exactly are you resisting? Haven't you seen enough of my power? Follow me, leave this prison, and stand at the pinnacle of the world. Wouldn't that be glorious?" Regrettably, Ming lacked techniques like soul scourging or other mental stimuli. Otherwise, he would have surely forced it into submission. Just then, a wave of fear seeped through the skull's consciousness. "What did you do?" it demanded. Its memory inexplicably contained 10 extra years, even though it had always been here, and this human showed no signs of aging. How could 10 years have passed in an instant? Ming chuckled lightly. "Huh, it seems you're quite clever, or perhaps you're an anomaly among the undead? Very well, let me demonstrate again. Consume 100 years of lifespan to accelerate the contract process," he declared, downing another bottle of second-tier soul power potion. This time, from the very first year, the spiritual fluctuations within the phylactery became noticeably intense, as if it were actively sensing its surroundings. By the 10th year, no matter how much the consciousness within the phylactery denied it, the marks of time were undeniable. By the 50th year, it was nearly driven mad, unable to comprehend what was happening. When a full century had passed, it finally yielded. Ming couldn't help but smile. Giving in after just 100 years? The skull trembled as it asked, "Who are you?" The acceleration had clearly been a torment it could barely endure. Ming felt a surge of satisfaction. He hadn't expected this method to become a form of torture. He recalled that Dabai hadn't experienced such side effects and suddenly understood. For Dabai, acceleration was like flowing downstream. For a Lich, it was like a stubborn rock being worn down by the relentless current of time. How could it not go mad? Even better, this effect targeted only its consciousness, without impacting its lifespan. It seemed the Lich had been thoroughly terrified. Ming gazed at the skull with amusement and replied, "Who am I? Just a beast master who will lead you to the pinnacle," Ming declared confidently, his gaze sharp and determined. He raised an eyebrow and added, "If you don't believe me, I can show you. Watch closely." Ming closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His voice was low and resolute. "Sacrificing 3 years of lifespan to accelerate my cultivation. This acceleration requires no additional resources." An invisible ripple of energy surged from Ming's body, causing faint waves to stir in the air around him. His body trembled slightly, his face alternating between pale and flushed, as if he had endured the passage of 3 years in mere moments. "Accelerating," Ming muttered under his breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. 3 years of time compressed into an instant, and Ming's aura grew deeper and more restrained. He carefully controlled his cultivation level, ensuring it remained within a reasonable range. As the energy fluctuations subsided, Ming slowly opened his eyes, which now gleamed with a sharp, intelligent light. "Your rank has advanced from Tier 2, 1 star, to Tier 2, 3 star, he stated calmly. The floating Lich's skull hovered in the air, its hollow eye sockets glowing with disbelief. If it had a face, it would undoubtedly be one of utter shock. Its thoughts churned with astonishment. "Mother, come quick and see this immortal being." Ming, seeing through the Lich's thoughts, smirked slightly. The Lich stammered. "With this kind of ability, what's the point of cultivating? You could reach Tier 9 in no time." Ming chuckled lightly and explained, "But you see, as a human beast master, advancing my own rank isn't of much use. I need the help of my beasts for that." The Lich's skull trembled, its voice filled with awe. "Are you a reincarnated deity?" "No." Ming shook his head, a hint of depth flashing in his eyes. "But I have the ability to lead you all to the divine level." The skull shuddered, as if making a firm decision. "I, Hongyu, am willing to submit." Ming raised an eyebrow. "Hongyu? Was that your name when you were alive?" "No," the skull clarified. "It just so happens that this blood-red jade stone, which is suitable for a phylactery, was here. After successfully ascending as a Lich, I gave myself this name." Ming gave a faint smirk, thinking to himself, "Sounds a bit too delicate." But he didn't bother renaming it, and simply said, "Fine, we'll stick with that name." Ming's expression turned serious. "Now, I need to form a new contract with you. However, since I don't want to raise my rank to Tier 3 for now, you'll have to downgrade temporarily. Do you have any issues with that?" Hongyu answered without hesitation. "None at all. However, It will seal my elite-level Lich powers and regress me to a transcendent-level skeleton summoner. Additionally, I will lose my domain in the undead plane, and my elite-level subordinates will be automatically dismissed. Su Ming frowned and asked, "Are all your Tier 3 skills summoning-based?" "No necromantic spells." He thought to himself that if it could cast some necromantic spells, it might not be so easily dealt with. Han Yu replied awkwardly, "Most liches might know spells like Frost Nova or Death Decay. But I started as a skeleton summoner, so I'm not very proficient in necromantic spells. I can manage simple ones like summoning bone shields or bone spikes." Su Ming pressed further. "What is this undead plane exactly?" Before forming a contract with this lich, he needed a clear understanding of its abilities and all related information. Han Yu explained in detail, "For undead summoners, summoning undead involves forming summoning contracts with entities in the undead plane. Once the summoning duration ends, they return to the undead plane to continue fighting and growing. Of course, they might also perish there. It's not as safe as a beast space. Initially, only lower-ranked undead will respond to the summons. Over time, if they survive, they might grow to match the summoner's rank. My domain in the undead plane has over 30 elite-level skeleton units, which I've accumulated over the past few decades. However, my mental energy only allows me to summon 2 at a time." After listening, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Decades to reach elite level? Even the undead seem to live a pretty leisurely life. Su Ming confirmed further. "So, if you downgrade to transcendent level, you can only summon initiate level skeleton units and then gradually strengthen them?" "Yes, it would take a long time," Hong Yu replied. Su Ming seemed unfazed. Time isn't an issue. Time was the one thing he had in abundance. He thought to himself, the wool comes from the sheep. After all, most of these creatures' lifespans are just borrowed from skeletons anyway. Su Ming's gaze sharpened, his voice commanding and filled with authority. "All right, let's begin the contract. What I demand is unconditional trust and obedience. Don't waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Hong Yu's skull trembled slightly, its voice full of reverence and determination. "Understood. I won't let it go to waste." Su Ming gazed at the skull in front of him, a trace of anticipation rising in his heart. "Is it still the same contract magic array from before?" He asked the skull for confirmation. The skull nodded slightly, its voice low and resolute. "Yes, place the life box on it. I will completely remove all its restrictions." Su Ming noticed the determination in Hong Yu's tone, realizing it had made an irreversible decision. He recalled information he had heard before. Among the undead, the more intelligent they were, the easier it was to form a contract. While there were a few with ulterior motives, many undead were genuinely willing to follow beastmasters. Whether acting independently or serving a beastmaster, the undead always had clear goals and demonstrated astonishing perseverance throughout their long and slow existence. Carefully, Su Ming placed the life box at the center of the array. Suddenly, an invisible voice echoed in his mind. "Do you confirm signing a beastmaster contract with the skeletal lich?" This form of mental prompt was something every beastmaster experienced when forming a contract, as if a god of contracts was overseeing the execution of each one. Without hesitation, Su Ming responded in his mind, "Confirm." In an instant, a dazzling light from the magic array enveloped the lich's life box, which then flew into Su Ming's forehead. He immediately initiated inner vision and found the life box securely settled in his second beast space. Beyond the invisible bond established with the life box, he felt an even stronger connection with the skull outside. At that moment, the skull's level had dropped to extraordinary 3-star. Su Ming quickly reviewed its information. Mutant skeleton summoner Hong Yu level up accelerable. Extraordinary 3-star. Skills. Skeleton summoning master level. Can summon up to 2 skeleton units at a time to serve. If no specific subordinate type is designated, the units will be random. Bone reinforcement master level. Bone shield beginner level. Bone spike missile beginner level. Loyalty 90. Su Ming pondered silently. This mutation trait might be the reason Hong Yu advanced to a lich, showcasing its unique potential. Although its skills hadn't changed significantly after dropping from the elite level to the extraordinary level, the greatest loss was the dozens of elite-level skeleton units in the undead plane. However, such losses were inevitable and could only be addressed through gradual cultivation in the future. Noticing that Hong Yu's loyalty hadn't reached its maximum, Su Ming decided to give it a small surprise. He retrieved the remnants of Hong Yu's broken bones, along with some collected undead crystals, and placed them on the ground. Then, he firmly commanded, "Consume 100 years of lifespan to accelerate the growth of the mutant skeleton summoner." The system immediately responded. "This acceleration will consume several undead crystals." Acceleration in progress. What followed was a scene like time flashing forward. In the first year, the mutant skeleton summoner began to restore itself. With most of its body parts preserved and nourished by the undead crystals, its recovery was astonishingly fast. Its loyalty quickly soared to 100. By the 34th year, the mutant skeleton summoner's level had risen to the peak of the extraordinary rank. Realizing the importance of all its skills, it advanced both Bone Shield and Bone Spike Missile to the master level. Starting from the 76th year, the mutant skeleton summoner focused all its efforts on practicing skeleton summoning. Through dedicated training, the skill eventually reached the perfect level. At the same time, it accumulated a mixed force of over 200 extraordinary level skeleton units, half of which were long-range skeleton archers and skeleton mages. Su Ming looked at the rejuvenated Hong Yu before him, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. In the 100th year, the mutant skeleton summoner's skeletal minions finally established a solid foothold in the realm of the undead. Despite the constant warfare, they managed to carve out a stable territory in this desolate land. All of this was thanks to Su Ming's brilliant development strategy prioritizing the advancement of elite long-range forces. Now, under the mutant skeleton summoner's command, there were 50 extraordinary level peak skeleton archers and 50 skeleton mages of the same level, forming a formidable long-range force. Hong Yu had regained her physical form, and her gaze towards Su Ming was filled with awe, as though she were looking up to a deity. She marveled, "Master, this is truly incredible. Even though only a moment has passed here, my body, cultivation, and the territory and subordinates in the undead realm have all experienced a century of growth." Su Ming smiled faintly and explained, "The rapid development is naturally because I used up all the undead crystals I obtained here to create this top-tier long-range force." He continued, "But this is just the beginning. Once I take care of the matters outside, the first thing I'll do is help you ascend to the elite-level Lich. By then, your subordinates will be able to advance as well." Hong Yu replied respectfully, "Understood. Thank you, Master." Su Ming calculated in his mind. The perfect level skeleton summoning technique could summon up to 4 skeletal units at a time, and their duration depended entirely on how much mental energy Hong Yu expended. In theory, if Hong Yu exhausted her mental energy each time, and Su Ming used his life force to accelerate her recovery, she could summon endlessly. Although it was still far from the skeletal army he envisioned, considering their current lower tier, it was a workable solution for now. In battles against opponents of the same level, Su Ming's advantage was clear. Others might have at most 2 extraordinary level beasts, but aside from Baida's ability to instantly eliminate elite level foes, Hong Yu could summon 4 extraordinary level peak skeleton archers right at the start. If 4 weren't enough, more could be summoned. This overwhelming advantage left opponents utterly unable to respond. What was even more promising was that Hong Yu had not yet undergone systematic training, and her potential was far from fully tapped. Su Ming felt a surge of joy as long-awaited swarm tactics were finally starting to take shape, and the fear of insufficient firepower was beginning to subside. Suddenly, Su Ming remembered something and asked, "By the way, you've been here for quite a while. Do you know anything about the situation on the volcano's summit outside? After finishing up here, I only have one final target left. But if it's just an ordinary third-tier elite beast, I'm not particularly interested." Hong Yu shook her head and replied, "I've never left this place since I first gained sentience, so I'm not familiar with the outside." Su Ming took out a piece of ore from his storage ring, which looked like burning magma, and asked, "Does this or have any use for you?" Hong Yu eyed the ore cautiously and said, "This or seems to carry a trace of a unique energy that can trigger mutations. Master, you should avoid prolonged contact with it. I suspect my Lich abilities originated from it. If it were a pure form of this gemstone, it would be useful to me, but this piece contains too many impurities. I only refined the essence to create my phylactery, leaving the rest untouched." Hearing the term trigger mutations, Su Ming immediately became alert. Could it be something like radioactive radiation? He quickly put the ore back into his storage ring, deciding to have Shangren examine it later. If it could cause Hong Yu to mutate, the ore likely had some practical value. As for the ore's origin, Hong Yu couldn't provide any clear answers. She only knew that it had been embedded in the stone wall since her earliest memories and was gradually excavated over time. Su Ming speculated that it might have been pushed out from within the mountain due to volcanic activity. It was getting late, so Su Ming decided to camp for the night. Staying in this former boss's lair was undoubtedly the safest option. He began preparing for the night and planning his course of action for the next day. The next day, Su Ming opened his eyes and noticed that the canyon was now teeming with more skeletal warriors. He couldn't tell whether these new skeletons were the ones that had escaped earlier or if they had naturally formed overnight. If it were the latter, this place might truly be an area of extreme energy, so dense that it connected to the plane of the undead, attracting spirits from that realm. With Hong Yu present, all the small skeletons kept their distance, too afraid to act rashly. Su Ming couldn't be bothered to kill these minor skeletons anymore. He decided to leave them as potential seeds, thinking they might mutate into something more formidable in the future. Today, Su Ming's goal was to advance toward the Black Mist volcano to uncover its secrets. During their last treasure hunt, the group of 3 had deliberately avoided heading in the direction of the volcano's peak. The school's internal network had marked this place with a black skull symbol as a warning. Even senior beastmasters who had advanced to the 3rd or 4th rank avoided mentioning it. Clearly, this place had been a forbidden zone when they were still at the 2nd rank. By the time their strength increased, they could no longer access this 2nd rank secret realm. The mountain path was littered with danger signs, forming a dense ring around the area. Caution, frequent appearances of elite-level beasts ahead. Warning, teams with fewer than 5 members are prohibited from ascending the mountain. Danger alert. A 5-person team of 2nd-rank peak beastmasters was once annihilated here. These warnings were far more numerous than those in the canyon, practically screaming, "Danger!" Turned back immediately. Yet Su Ming was determined to ignore the warnings. He firmly believed that the bigger the risk, the greater the reward, and he was ready to charge ahead with reckless resolve. This wasn't because he wasn't afraid of death, in the contrary. He was well prepared. He had stationed squads of 10 peak-level extraordinary skeletal warriors around him in all directions to serve as sentries for potential threats. These skeletons had only cost him a few years of exotic lifespans to help Hong Yu recover her mental energy. With such a formidable force at his disposal, no extraordinary-level beast dared to provoke him. The only ones bold enough to approach would be elite-level beasts. Based on the known information, the beasts in this area were primarily of the rock and fire elements, including rock giants, lava monsters, magma beasts, and smoke sprites. While their numbers weren't particularly high, the terrain and resources here greatly enhanced lava-type beasts, making it easier for them to ascend to the elite level. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by the sound of heavy, approaching footsteps. Su Ming knew he had entered the territory of an elite-level beast. In the distance, a magma beast with a jet-black body and molten lava coursing through its form charged toward him. "Master, be careful. It can use ranged attacks," Hong Yu warned. "Got it," Su Ming replied, halting in his tracks and decisively commanding, "Take it down." "Yes." The skeletal warriors responded in unison. "Chirp." Dabai let out a soft cry as well. In an instant, the skeletal swordsmen in the front raised their blades and blocked the beast's path, while the skeletal archers in the back unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows. Dabai also leapt into action, charging forward. The rest were merely distractions. The true killing blow would come from Dabai. Boom, boom. The magma beast swung its massive rocky fists, sending the skeletal swordsman flying. However, the impact caused its movements to pause momentarily. Clink, clink, clink. A flurry of bone arrows struck its joints repeatedly. Though the damage was minimal, the attacks were infuriatingly persistent. Roar. The magma beast let out an enraged roar. Skill lava eruption. In an instant, 2 miniature lava volcanoes erupted on either side of the skeleton archer squad, spewing scorching magma with fierce intensity. Amidst the sizzling sounds, 4 or 5 skeleton archers were melted instantly by the extreme heat, unable to evade in time, while the rest suffered varying degrees of burns. This devastatingly powerful skill was almost fatal to most extraordinary creatures. If a team lacked proper composition or positioning, such an attack could easily annihilate a 2nd-tier Beastmaster squad in one blow. Su Ming marveled at how the danger level of this full-star area truly lived up to its reputation, while also puzzled as to why 2nd-tier students would risk venturing here. He couldn't help but feel a hint of sympathy for the monsters of Skull Canyon and Black Mist Volcano, who, after years of relative dominance, were now so unlucky as to encounter an opponent like him. Seizing the opening created by the lava behemoth's attack, Dabai swiftly closed in on the enemy. Facing this tiny creature barely 1/10 its size, the lava behemoth was filled with disdain, certain it could crush it with a single stomp. However, sensing the condescension from its opponent, Dabai was enraged. Roar! With a low growl, Dabai unleashed its diamond body technique, immediately followed by its bone-shattering palm. It leapt into the air, its small paw striking the lava behemoth's chest with pinpoint accuracy. A sharp crack echoed as Dabai gracefully flipped midair, landing steadily on the ground. With its back turned to the lava behemoth, it casually walked towards Su Ming, exuding an aura of mastery. The lava behemoth was about to roar in fury when its voice abruptly ceased. Its massive body crumbled like dry branches, disintegrating into a pile of rubble. A system notification followed. Elite level 2-star lava behemoth slain. 22 years of alien lifespan plundered. Su Ming couldn't help but admire Dabai's feat. Unlike skeletons, which could regenerate as long as their skulls remained intact, the lava behemoth's core, the lava heart, was completely destroyed in one strike. The victory was even easier than the battle against the skeletal dire wolf. Yet, what surprised Su Ming the most was Dabai's innate knack for dramatic flair. Meanwhile, Hong Yu quickly reorganized the team, sending the injured skeleton soldiers back to the undead plane for recovery and summoning new forces to replace them. With Su Ming's accelerated recovery ability, Hong Yu could summon without any significant energy consumption or restrictions. This capability was unparalleled among necromancers in the primary plane, bypassing all limits of level and power and completely breaking free from the constraints of mental energy recovery time. Once the rubble cooled, Su Ming carefully searched the area and discovered a valuable Prizia, third-tier lava core, worth 300 to 400 spirit stones. Let's keep going, Su Ming declared with enthusiasm, his confidence soaring like a prospector striking gold in a rich mine. He was determined to clear out the elite-level creatures that had accumulated here over the years. His goal was to advance to the third tier after the upcoming preliminary trials, surprising his peers with a small speed shock, and then head off to explore other, more challenging secret realms. Before long, Su Ming encountered a second elite-level creature, the rock giant. This opponent shared a similar tactical approach with Su Ming, excelling in group combat. As soon as the battle began, the rock giant used its puppet art to summon a horde of extraordinary rock golems. These golems weren't summoned from another plane, but were instead formed from the surrounding rocks. Their existence was temporary, and they would revert to rubble once their time expired. Su Ming noticed that defeating these summoned creatures yielded no rewards whatsoever. Defeating the summoned Creaturia rock golem yielded no loot, not even a single year of life essence. Su Ming couldn't tolerate this. Gritting his teeth, he thought furiously. An enemy can be strong, can be weak, but they can't be poor. Quickly adjusting his strategy, Su Ming commanded the skeleton soldiers to spread out and form a surrounding circle. Bai, like a streak of white lightning, charged straight at the rock giant, preparing to execute a decapitation strike. Despite its massive size, the rock giant had little to offer beyond its golem techniques, with only some harmless stone spikes and rock-throwing skills that posed no real threat. Bai shattered a flying boulder with a single strike, leaving the rock giant momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to comprehend how its once proud attack could be so easily neutralized. Seizing the moment of hesitation, Bai pounced like a tiger on its prey, closing the distance in an instant. With another swift and powerful strike, Bai crushed the core of the rock giant. With a thunderous crash, the colossal figure collapsed to the ground, crumbling into a heap of rubble. A system notification sounded. Elite Level 3 Star Rock Giant defeated. Alien lifespan essence plundered, 23 years. Su Ming acted quickly, picking up a third-tier earth element crystal core from the pile of debris and nodding in satisfaction. Scanning his surroundings, he issued the order to continue advancing. As the team ascended higher, the landscape gradually transformed. Since entering the Black Mist Volcano's territory, Su Ming hadn't seen a trace of greenery. All around was nothing but blackened rock and volcanic soil, a desolate and barren scene. The air was thick with the smell of sulfur, and occasional tremors beneath their feet served as a constant reminder that this was an active volcano. As they climbed higher, visibility became increasingly poor. A layer of mysterious black mist descended, creating an eerie sense of oppression. Su Ming remained alert, scanning the area cautiously, wary of any sudden danger. Along the way, Su Ming's team encountered 4 more elite-level beasts, all of them large and sluggish creatures like rock giants and molten beasts. Against these lumbering foes, Bai was their ultimate nemesis. Whether rock or magma, it all crumbled like tofu under Bai's strikes. With 5 third-tier beast cores in hand, worth nearly 2,000 spirit stones, the haul was already comparable to their last expedition. Su Ming was secretly delighted by the unexpected bounty, especially considering they had only reached halfway up the mountain. However, Su Ming didn't let his guard down. While these elite-level beasts each occupied their own territory and didn't attack in groups, being surrounded by a pack of elites would still be a nightmare, even for him. As they continued to ascend, visibility worsened further, and the black mist thickened ominously. Su Ming couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. He wasn't afraid of a direct confrontation, but he dreaded the possibility of a sneak attack by elite-level beasts. Even Bai could only handle one at a time, leaving dangerous gaps in between. What puzzled Su Ming was that after climbing further, they hadn't encountered any beasts at all. This was highly unusual based on the earlier frequency. They should have run into at least 2 or 3 more by now. Not only were the elite-level beasts absent, but even the transcendent-level ones were nowhere to be seen, as if all the creatures had vanished into thin air. Su Ming's instincts screamed a warning. Damn it, are they setting me up for something big? While he was curious to see what lay at the mountain's peak, he had no intention of walking into a death trap. At that moment, Hongyu communicated with Su Ming through their bond. Master, I don't think we should continue. Or, I could send the skeletons ahead to scout. Su Ming nodded in agreement. All right, go ahead and investigate. He then found a boulder to take cover behind and temporarily rest, while Hongyu directed a squad of 5 skeleton swordsmen toward the summit. Not long after, Hongyu began trembling violently, as though it had been deeply shaken by something terrifying. This reaction indicated that the skeleton squad, linked to its consciousness, had met with disaster. Still shaken, Hongyu reported, Master, there's something up there, elite-level beasts, and not just one. The 5 skeleton swordsmen were annihilated in an instant. Su Ming frowned. Are they clustered together, close by? Hongyu confirmed with a nod. Yes, the summit is small, and there's also a volcanic crater. Su Ming stood halfway up the Black Mist volcano, his brows slightly furrowed. The scene before him left him astonished. Elite-level beasts at the summit were not fighting each other as expected, but instead gathering together. This unusual behavior immediately put him on alert. Hong Yu, send a skeleton to scout the area. Su Ming ordered softly while retrieving a spirit stone from his storage ring to help Hong Yu replenish her energy. A transcendent-level skeletal archer silently began its approach toward the summit. Its sharp eyes scanned its surroundings as its agile form weaved through the rocks. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the mountaintop, clearly angered by the skeleton's actions. Su Ming, however, felt a sense of relief. At least it proved that these creatures were still reactive. Master, we should retreat to the mid-mountain area, Hong Yu urgently suggested. There are at least 30 elite-level beasts at the summit. They seem to be absorbing an aura similar to that of blood-red jade, causing some kind of mutation. Su Ming nodded thoughtfully, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding rocks. The volcanic rocks here contain the same aura. No wonder. A sudden idea struck him. What if I take out that mineral stone? Hong Yu warned him cautiously. I suggest you move to a safer location before trying that. Agreeing with the advice, Su Ming quickly retreated to a narrow passageway between two rock walls on the mountainside. The terrain here was advantageous even if the beasts charged down en masse. Only one or two could pass through at a time, giving him sufficient time to react. As night fell, Su Ming decided to rest for the night. With Hong Yu, his ever-diligent skeletal summoner, standing guard, he had no concerns about safety. After spraying himself with insect repellent, he quickly fell into a deep sleep inside his tent. The next morning, as Su Ming prepared to carry out his plan, a sudden thought occurred to him. Hong Yu, lend me your life vessel for a moment, he said, summoning Hong Yu's blood-red jade life vessel from his second beast space. Before Hong Yu could issue a warning, a violent rumble and furious roars erupted from the summit. Oh no, put it away now, Hong Yu exclaimed in alarm. This reaction is too intense. Su Ming broke into a cold sweat as he hastily retrieved the life vessel. The effect is a bit too overwhelming, he muttered. If 30 elite-level beasts come charging at once, we'll have no choice but to retreat. He quickly deployed several skeletons to stand guard along the critical pathways while contemplating his next steps. Although this unexpected incident had nearly caused a disaster, it also offered him a new perspective. Su Ming realized that his next move would require even greater caution, but at the same time, this might just be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Then, Su Ming took out the piece of ore and casually tossed it onto the ground, keeping a cautious distance, wary of potential radiation. Time ticked by, and after 5 minutes, the surroundings remained as calm as ever. The elite-level beast seemed completely disinterested in this impurity-laden ore. Su Ming frowned and muttered, "Damn it, these guys are actually picky eaters? Hong Yu, is there really such a big difference between this ore and the life box?" Hong Yu, slightly embarrassed, explained, "The life box is the essence of essences, refined by me into its current compact size." Unwilling to give up, Su Ming said, "All right then, I refuse to believe I can't handle them." With that, he summoned the life box once again. Roar! A beast's roar echoed through the surroundings. Su Ming quickly put the life box away, waited a moment, and summoned it again. Roar, roar. The roars grew even more intense. Su Ming put the life box away once more, falling into deep thought. If Hong Yu weren't just a skeleton, it would likely have been left utterly speechless by Su Ming's actions. Even so, the soul flames in its eye sockets flickered wildly, revealing its inner turmoil. Suddenly, Hong Yu alerted him. "Master, there's movement." Su Ming focused his attention and saw two trails of dust rapidly approaching. Smoke and dust also appeared from other directions down the mountain, but those beasts seemed to lose interest quickly and retreated. Only here, the Ur Su Ming had casually discarded managed to attract the attention of two elite-level beasts. Su Ming thought to himself, the Ur may not compare to the life box, but it's definitely more appealing than the volcanic ash on the mountaintop. He cautiously took a few steps back and tossed the Ur near Debai's feet. "Whine?" Debai let out a puzzled sound. Su Ming chuckled. "You're such a dog. Debai, can you take down one and then the other?" "Whine?" Debai rolled its eyes at Su Ming, but quickly focused on the approaching enemies. At that moment, Su Ming got a clear view of the two elite-level beasts. One was a molten giant beast, and the other a molten serpent. However, they were different from the molten creatures he had encountered before. The previous ones had charred black exteriors with fiery red magma coursing inside, resembling blood. In contrast, these two beasts exuded a dark, almost decayed black fluid instead. To Su Ming's surprise, the two beasts paid him no attention and charged straight toward Debay, or more precisely, toward the ore. Confused, Su Ming asked, "Hong Yu, is this thing really that compelling?" He noticed that the skeleton seemed indifferent to the ore. Hong Yu speculated, "I suspect this ore has a far stronger influence on the minds of living creatures with flesh and blood than on the undead. At least for me, it's never felt like anything essential." Even the skeletons in the canyon showed no special reaction. As Su Ming kept an eye on the battle, he pondered. He couldn't shake the feeling that both the Han Yu had obtained and the events on the mountaintop were steeped in an unsettling mystery. With his current strength, he had to tread carefully. Any other team, even a platoon or more, would likely meet disaster in such a situation. It felt as though the mountaintop was rigged with a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Meanwhile, the intense battle had already begun. The lava snake was the first to collide with Dabai, its speed slightly outpacing the massive lava beast behind it. The snake swung its tail fiercely, attempting to knock Dabai aside and claim the ore for itself. With a dull thud, Dabai's palm met the snake's tail. Dabai staggered back several steps to dissipate the force, while the lava snake tumbled to the ground, hissing in pain. Its once impenetrable rocky tail had turned fragile, riddled with cracks as molten lava oozed out like blood. The lava snake opened its jaws wide, spewing scalding lava in a pressurized stream. Although Dabai dodged swiftly, it couldn't avoid being partially hit. Fully activating its indestructible form, Dabai remained unharmed but was still discomforted by the searing heat. At this moment, Dabai relied solely on its physical resilience to withstand the energy attack, showcasing its unparalleled resistance to high temperatures. Seeing this, Su Ming immediately accelerated time by 1 year to heal Dabai. In an instant, the burns on Dabai's body vanished without a trace. Fully restored, Dabai no longer hesitated and charged directly at the lava snake. The snake's tail was already partially shattered, becoming a hindrance to its movements. Noticing the fearless creature rushing toward it, a flicker of fear flashed in the snake's eyes. No matter how it writhed and twisted, it couldn't escape its fate. Unable to target the snake's weak spot or its massive, writhing head, Dabai resorted to striking along its body segment by segment. Finally, with a decisive blow to a particular spot, the thrashing lava snake froze in place before crumbling into a pile of rubble. A system notification sounded. Elite Level 2, Star Semi-Demonic Lava Snake defeated. Lifespan of 11 years plundered. Skill plundered, fire resistance. Skills from the iron-eating beast and mutated skeleton summoner have been automatically assimilated. Su Ming felt a pang of confusion. Semi-demonic? Why is the plundered lifespan halved? Clearly, this was related to the semi-demonic state. However, gaining an additional skill plunder was a pleasant surprise. He promptly decided, consume 10 years of lifespan to accelerate the iron-eating beast's growth. The system confirmed that this acceleration required no additional resources. The acceleration began. In the first year, the iron-eating beast realized its elemental resistance was insufficient and focused on training its heat endurance. By the 5th year, the iron-eating beast had achieved a remarkable level of heat resistance. After enduring repeated exposure to high temperatures, it had naturally adapted. The skill fire resistance advanced from basic to proficient. By the 10th year, the iron-eating beast reached transcendent 6-star level. At this stage, further improvement in fire resistance required more than sheer willpower. It might necessitate specific resources. Although its proficient-level fire resistance was sufficient for now, Su Ming hoped to enhance this ability further in preparation for facing even more lava-affiliated beasts in the near future. The smoke of the battle had barely cleared when the lava behemoth hurried onto the scene. It hadn't participated in the fight but headed straight for the minerals scattered on the ground, greedily stuffing them into its mouth. With a deafening roar, the behemoth, now with its belly full of ore, grew even more ferocious. Its gaze first fell on Su Ming, then slowly shifted to the remains of the lava serpent, and finally locked onto the blood-red beast core. The core's hue was strikingly similar to pure blood-red jade. Su Ming was furious and shouted, "Dabai, take it down. How dare it covet my spoils? It's courting death." With a soft growl, Dabai charged forward without hesitation. A decade of accelerated growth had not only restored it to peak condition, but also significantly enhanced its strength. Boom! Dabai's bone-dissolving palm collided fiercely with the lava behemoth's fist, sending shards of rock flying. In the next instant, the behemoth's arm fractured in the middle. Yet, the massive creature seemed impervious to pain and continued its frenzied assault. Bang! 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 The hard rocky terrain became riddled with craters under the intense impacts. Seizing an opportunity, Dabai, using its prior experience, delivered a heavy strike to the behemoth's chest. Roar! A massive hole appeared in the creature's chest, with black, molten blood gushing out, revealing its shattered heart. Shockingly, the behemoth still refused to fall. Even Dabai let out a startled cry, as this was the first time it had encountered an elite-grade beast that could withstand a fatal blow and still remain standing. The lava behemoth struggled for a few more moments before finally collapsing with a thunderous crash as its lifeblood drained away. A system notification sounded. Elite Grade 2, Star Demonized Lava Behemoth slain. Lifespan of 2 years plundered. Su Ming muttered to himself, thinking it was already absurd that the semi-demonized lava serpent only yielded half its lifespan. But now, this elite-grade beast's lifespan was reduced to a mere fraction, comparable to that of a beginner-level spirit beast? A pitiful, single-digit lifespan. What an insult. Though Su Ming now possessed over 3,000 years of surplus lifespan from various creatures, he still hated the idea of being shortchanged. He bent down to pick up the two beast cores dropped by the elite-grade monsters and examined them closely. These cores looked similar to ordinary ones, but were more vividly blood-red in color and emitted an aura resembling the minerals. Su Ming couldn't help but worry. Damn, what if these things are worthless? That would be a massive loss. Among the remains of the lava behemoth, Su Ming discovered the mineral it had swallowed earlier. The mineral had shrunk considerably, primarily because the outer impurities had been digested and dissolved, leaving it closer to a state of pure jade. Su Ming regretted his haste. If he had known the behemoth had such a refining ability, he might have delayed killing it to let it further purify the mineral. At that moment, Su Ming's communicator suddenly buzzed. He glanced at it and saw that it was his almost forgotten superior Wu Yan. Su Ming quickly answered, "Captain, why are you contacting me all of a sudden? Is there an urgent mission?" As a nominal member of the city guard, his superior indeed had the authority to summon him for tasks. Wu Yan's voice came through the communicator. "There's no urgent mission that requires a first-year student who just advanced to second rank. Your mission is to focus on your studies." Su Ming thought to himself that his classified level 2 secret mission profile said otherwise, but he replied respectfully, "Understood, Captain." Su Ming was exploring the secret realm of Tian'an Academy when he suddenly received a communication from his team captain, Wu Yan. "How did you know I advanced to the second tier?" Su Ming asked in surprise. Wu Yan chuckled. "Not only do I know you've advanced, but I also know you've been slaying beasts in the secret realm." Su Ming became cautious. "Captain, are you spying on me?" "Spying? Don't be ridiculous," Wu Yan scoffed. "Take a look at your military merit points, and you'll understand." Su Ming quickly opened his communicator to check his personal profile. The screen displayed, Su Ming editable. Rank, auxiliary member. Military merit, 1592 points redeemable. Su Ming's eyes widened. "What's going on?" Wu Yan explained. "That's even with a discount because you're an auxiliary member. So, tell me, what have you been up to? Your merit points skyrocketed by over 1,000. It's almost comparable to me resolving an unstable secret realm." Su Ming carefully reviewed the records of his merit gains. Defeated Transcendent Level Beast, 1 military merit. Defeated Transcendent Level Beast, 1 military merit. Defeated Elite Level Demonized Beast, 500 military merit. Defeated Elite Level Semi-Demonized Beast, 500 military merit. A system notification popped up. Evidence of possible Abyss of Calamity invasion detected. Report it to receive additional military merit at the system's discretion. Su Ming suddenly understood. The Abyss of Calamity. He finally realized the significance of the ores and demonized beasts he had encountered. Wu Yan's tone turned serious. "This could be very grave. Tell me everything in detail." Su Ming recounted honestly. "I killed 2 elite-level beasts while exploring the secret realm. Oh, and my contracted beast has also advanced to the transcendent level. Isn't it reasonable for it to take down elite-level beasts across tiers?" "Reasonable, my foot," Wu Yan interrupted. "Even taking down elite-level beasts in the city wouldn't earn you that many merit points. And you didn't even turn in the materials." His voice trailed off as if something had dawned on him. Wu Yan suddenly sounded alarmed. "Wait, don't say anything more yet. Is there anyone else around you?" "No, it's just me. The principal gave me special permission to enter," Su Ming replied. "Good. Our communication is encrypted and won't be intercepted. You can speak freely now," Wu Yan confirmed. Su Ming sensed the gravity of the situation. "Captain, is it really that serious?" Wu Yan sighed. "Honestly, I didn't expect you to uncover anything significant. I thought you'd just spend some time studying and gaining experience. But it seems you've stumbled right into the eye of the storm. You can't stay uninvolved now." Su Ming admitted. "Captain, you're right. I did kill 2 elite-level demonized beasts. And I also found an ore that seemed to strongly attract those demonized beasts. Abyssal source or..." Wu Yan's voice betrayed his shock. His brows furrowed deeply. But he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head. "No, based on the evaluation back then, this secret realm shouldn't have evolved into a calamity abyss." His tone turned serious. "Describe that, or more carefully." Su Ming recalled and began to explain slowly. "It's entirely blood red. When demonized beasts consume it, their crystal cores also turn as crimson as blood." Wu Yan's expression instantly relaxed, and he let out a long sigh of relief. "Good, good. It's just abyssal blood jade, which merely induces demonization in beasts." His tone carried a sense of relief, as if he'd been prepared for an entire building to collapse, only to find out it was just a hole in the roof. Although Su Ming didn't fully understand, the name alone conveyed the ominous, bloodthirsty nature of the substance. He frowned in thought. "This thing can't be good for humans if exposed to it for too long, can it?" Wu Yan nodded. "You're right. Prolonged exposure is harmful to humans. However, it can stimulate a beast's potential by draining its life force. Also, this material only forms in highly mature calamity abysses, created from the blood and flesh of the creatures within." Su Ming's eyes lit up. "What do you think?" How could abyssal blood jade appear there? Without waiting for Wu Yan's response, he answered his own question. It must be intentional targeting the academy's students. Wu Yan gave Su Ming an approving glance. The answer isn't hard to guess. It seems you've already realized the scale of this sinister plot. Su Ming continued his analysis. If the timing is right, it could potentially wipe out most of the Tier 2 students at Tiannan Academy. All it would take is luring a few elite-level demonized beasts, blocking the secret realm's entrance, and suddenly, what was meant to be a standard difficulty level turns into a hellish nightmare. A smile appeared on Wu Yan's face. Not bad, Su Ming. Congratulations, you've made a major contribution. Thanks to you, even I might get a promotion. He paused. But the mission is only half complete, there's still the other half. Su Ming immediately became wary. Captain, you're not expecting me to catch the mastermind behind this, are you? He shook his head in exasperation. I just came here to attend school and maybe pick up some benefits along the way. I never signed up to be a hero. He continued analyzing. A scheme this large, set up within the Academy's secret realm, can't be the work of a small-time group. Who knows? There might even be spies in my own class. Su Ming glanced around, suddenly suspicious of everyone, the students, the teachers, even the guards watching over the secret realm. With so many people around, it feels like no one can be trusted. If my role gets exposed, I might as well plan my escape early. Wu Yan reassured him, don't worry. They're just rats lurking in the shadows. They can't stir up much trouble and resort only to underhanded tactics like this. Su Ming seemed to ponder this. Since you arranged for me to enter the academy, you must have had some prior intelligence on this, right? Wu Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. On one hand, there are a few important individuals at Tiannan Academy this year who need protection. On the other hand, we did receive intel suggesting someone intended to harm the academy. However, we couldn't determine the exact methods or timing. As soon as they make their move, though, we'll be able to investigate and uncover the truth. Something clicked for Su Ming. The Xia family? The Shang family? A flicker of approval flashed in Wu Yan's eyes. Yes, 2 of the 4 great families of the Xia kingdom. Their younger generations are in your class, aren't they? Both were transferred in. Su Ming couldn't help but scoff. Such obvious bait. Who would fall for it? Even I can tell they're bait. Wu Yan, however, seemed unfazed. Even bait can be tempting enough, can't it? That's why they've spent so much time setting this up. Finally, they've waited for the right big fish, and they're certain to make their move this year. At this point, Wu Yan paused, as if he himself wasn't entirely sure of the exact timing. Su Ming shrugged. In that case, I'll just sit back and watch the show. When the time comes for the celebration and commendation ceremony, make sure to leave my name out of it. Just give me a material reward, I don't care for fame. Wu Yan looked at Su Ming's expression, clearly saying, I hate trouble, and couldn't help but feel at a loss for words. Wu Yan's voice came through the communicator, carrying a hint of admiration. You don't need to worry about tracking down the mastermind, but you'll have to deal with the potential dangers in the secret realm. I didn't expect you to be this fierce, challenging enemies above your level at every stage. Looks like I really have an eye for talent. Su Ming listened to Wu Yan's words, quietly calculating in his mind. He had already taken down 2 elite-grade demonic beasts, and Wu Yan probably estimated there were only 5 or 6 left inside. However, the reality was far more shocking than Wu Yan imagined. Those 5 or 6 were merely appetizers, long since dealt with by Su Ming. At this moment, over 30 demonic beasts had gathered at the mountaintop, as if hosting some kind of eerie party. Don't worry about that, Su Ming replied calmly. I came here to hunt in the first place. If I encounter elite-grade beasts, there's no way I'd let them go. Wu Yan's tone carried a mix of surprise and excitement. Damn, kid, you're incredible. At your age, I hadn't even seen much blood yet. He quickly adjusted his tone. Anyway, we'll turn off the alerts later. To avoid alerting the enemy, we'll minimize contact with you. Taking the opportunity, Su Ming asked, by the way, should I report the situation here to the principal? Wu Yan's reply was firm. No need. Just focus on wiping out the demonic beasts inside. That's an order. Understood, Su Ming responded succinctly. Wu Yan's voice carried a hint of expectation. All right, that's settled. If you complete this mission, when you graduate, you might even take over my position. To think you didn't even want to join at first. With that, the communicator clicked off. Su Ming put the communicator back into his inner pocket, but didn't act immediately. He stood still, carefully piecing together the entire situation. While some questions remained, the overall logic of the events made sense based on the information he had. The fact that Xia Feng had the chance to form a contract with a dragon clan proved his significant status. More importantly, Xia Feng had promised to transfer this opportunity to Su Ming unconditionally. With Shang Ren as a witness, it was no joke. Knowing Xia Feng's personality, he wasn't the type to make casual promises. Su Ming mulled over it. Whether or not he went to the imperial capital to claim this promise later, for now, it was a favor he had to acknowledge. His thoughts then drifted to Shang Ren. The boy who claimed to be a marginalized member of a powerful family likely had a more complex background than he let on. If the dangers within the secret realm truly erupted, Xiaofeng might have some means to protect himself, but Shangren would likely be at the mercy of the elite-grade demonic beasts. At that moment, Su Ming realized he might have already saved Shangren's life. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could squeeze something out of Shangren later. No, not squeeze, it would be fair compensation. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming's gaze turned resolute. The current mission was his top priority, and everything else could wait. He began carefully surveying his surroundings, preparing for the battle ahead. Su Ming took a short break to rest and replenish his energy with a simple meal before resuming the task of luring the demonic beasts down the mountain. From his beast-taming space, he retrieved the Lich phylactery refined by Hongyu. This item, made from the essence of abyssal blood jade, held an irresistible allure for the corrupted beasts. A low growl emanated from the phylactery, and Su Ming couldn't help but think to himself that if the mastermind behind the scenes planned an attack, they might use something similar. However, such items would likely be inferior to the one refined by Hongyu. His thoughts wandered to even more insidious possibilities. What if someone secretly scattered the powdered mineral on a target student or along their usual path? The consequences would be catastrophic. Worse still, what if the entrance and exit of the secret realm were completely sealed off? Just as Su Ming was lost in these dangerous speculations, several figures suddenly charged down the mountain. Realizing the sheer number of approaching beasts, he quickly stowed away the phylactery and the mineral. Without the scent of their target, the corrupted beasts halted and began retreating back to the mountaintop. Su Ming employed the same tactic repeatedly, only luring 2 elite-level corrupted beasts at a time to eliminate them. Defeated an elite-level 2-star half-corrupted lava behemoth, plundered 11 years of foreign lifespan. Defeated an elite-level 3-star corrupted volcanic gargoyle, plundered 3 years of foreign lifespan. The results of his efforts continued to accumulate. For days later, Su Ming took down the last elite-level corrupted creature that had descended the mountain and let out a long sigh of relief. These mindless beasts, while fearless in the face of death, had severely diminished intelligence, allowing him to pick them off one by one. Counting the third-tier crystal cores he had collected, there were a total of 32, closely matching the results of Hongyu's earlier reconnaissance. However, a few stubborn beasts still remained at the mountaintop. No matter how Su Ming tried to lure them, they refused to descend, instead letting out relentless, maddened roars. Su Ming ordered Hongyu to send skeleton soldiers to investigate. Master, there are no beasts left on the mountaintop, Hongyu reported. The experience of the past few days had left the former Lich utterly astonished. Over 30 fearless elite-level corrupted creatures had been effortlessly slain by Su Ming, as if he were merely toying with chickens in a coop. The process was akin to scattering bait to lure the chickens before grabbing them by the neck and swiftly ending them. What was even more shocking was that Su Ming was only at the transcendent level, even weaker than the skeleton soldiers. Hongyu couldn't help but think that Su Ming's strength might surpass even that of an undead sovereign. Check the volcano's crater, Su Ming ordered. Moments later, Hongyu returned with a report. Master, there's movement inside the volcano. It seems a beast is trapped within and unable to get out. Inside the volcano? Let's go take a look, Su Ming said. He cautiously followed behind several squads of skeleton soldiers, accompanied by Dabai and Hongyu, as they ascended toward the mountaintop. However, Su Ming soon realized that his caution might have been unnecessary. The elite-level corrupted and half-corrupted beasts that had been gathering at the mountaintop had all been drawn down and eliminated. A casual survey of the area revealed that the concentration of abyssal bloodjade's aura at the summit was negligible compared to that of Hongyu's phylactery. No wonder the beasts couldn't resist its temptation. The abyssal bloodjade at the mountain peak might not be genuine. It could simply be volcanic rock mixed with fragments of bloodjade, brought up during an eruption. The real abyssal blood jade might have been thrown into the volcano, using the magma and thick smoke to slowly erode the lava beast. Wu Yin once mentioned that this substance is harmful to the body and, at high concentrations, could be counterproductive. Su Ming gazed into the mouth of the volcano. The blood-red magma churned at the bottom, shrouded by billowing black smoke that obscured his vision. Although he couldn't see clearly, he was certain the beast still lurked within. Several pieces of abyssal blood jade floated on the magma's surface, harmful, yet a valuable resource, too precious to leave behind. Looking around, Su Ming found no other valuable items. It seemed these blood jades were the treasures coveted by the fortune-seeking cat. What should I do? Su Ming muttered to himself, staring at the unreachable blood jades in frustration. Hongyu timely reminded him, Master, please step back. Prolonged exposure to this smoke is harmful to the human body. Su Ming quipped, but it shouldn't affect the undead, right? Master is correct. We are, after all, lifeless beings and have no need to fear, Hongyu explained. However, the impact on us is limited, not as direct as it is on the beasts. The elite-level beasts you've faced recently had limited potential originally, but were forcibly enhanced. Su Ming pondered for a moment and asked, if given enough time, Could you harness the energy here? Preferably draining it completely, leaving nothing behind. Hongyu immediately understood. I see what master means. I will do my utmost. Go ahead, find a suitable spot, Su Ming instructed. Hongyu obeyed and departed. Shortly after, a system notification flashed. Consume 100 years of lifespan to accelerate the evolution of the mutated skeleton summoner. This acceleration consumes a significant amount of abyssal blood jade energy. During the acceleration process, Hongyu's transformation was astonishing. In the first year, it entered an immersive state of cultivation, with its fire resistance gradually improving. By the 10th year, its fire resistance leaped from beginner to mastery level. By the 43rd year, the abyssal blood jade energy had permeated its entire body, significantly enhancing its strength, with its bone reinforcement skill reaching perfection. By the 100th year, Hongyu had identified its path to transformation, awaiting only the right moment. When the acceleration ended, Su Ming took a closer look and couldn't help but gasp. The once pristine, white skeleton was now streaked with blood-red hues, resembling a sculpture carved from red jade. Hongyu, how do you feel? Su Ming asked, secretly worried it might have turned into an abyssal creature. Master, I feel great, Hongyu replied. The demonic energy from the abyssal blood jade does not harm me. Instead, its blood energy has been immensely beneficial. Su Ming, though unsure what blood energy entailed, decided to press on, seeing Hongyu's improvement. He couldn't help but lament the slow growth of the undead, measured in centuries. Compared to this, Debai's growth seemed much swifter. Decades were considered long. Of course, different species had different growth methods, making comparisons futile. Su Ming mused that if Debai were exposed to the abyssal blood jade energy for 100 years, it would likely have succumbed to becoming a demonic creature long ago. Spending 1,000 years of his lifespan, Su Ming began accelerating the growth process of the mutant skeleton summoner. The dense aura of abyssal blood jade was absorbed, and the skeleton's body gradually underwent changes. 100 years passed, and the mutation progress reached 30, with nearly one-third of the skeleton's bones transformed into blood jade. By year 252, the progress advanced to 40. However, the cost of his focused cultivation was neglecting management. The undead plains territory was abandoned, and all subordinates were dismissed. By year 472, the mutation was finally complete. The skeleton's entire skeletal structure had fully transformed into blood jade, granting it permanent immunity to abyssal corruption. Immediately afterward, racial evolution began. By year 625, the evolution was complete, and the mutant skeleton summoner transformed into a blood skeleton summoner, resuming its expansion within the undead plane. By year 872, relentless practice had significantly enhanced the blood skeleton summoner's skills. Blood burn, blood manipulation, blood burst, and blood puppet advanced from beginner to perfection level. Bone shield, bone spike missile, and fire resistance skills were also elevated from mastery to perfection. By the 1,000-year mark, the blood skeleton summoner had re-established its territory in the undead plane, commanding over 1,000 extraordinary peak-level skeleton soldiers, loyal and ready to serve. As the acceleration process ended, Hongyu sighed, Master, I feel as though an eternity has passed. Even an undead skeleton found it hard to endure the passage of a millennium in an instant. Su Ming had specifically chosen it for its undead nature to dare such an operation. If it had been Debai, he wouldn't have risked even a century, fearing it might affect its intelligence. Su Ming examined the skeleton before him, now resembling a blood jade sculpture, and asked, Do you need to rest? No, master, Hongyu replied firmly. The passage of time only makes me stronger. With that, it turned to face the volcano's crater, firing several crimson beams of light. Roar, roar, intense roars echoed one after another, revealing that several beasts were hidden within the volcano. Soon, loud rumbling came from the magma, as if colossal creatures were thrashing and churning within. What skill is that? Su Ming asked in surprise as he saw several beasts emerge from hiding and begin attacking each other. Bloodburn, Hongyu explained. It greatly amplifies the energy within a creature's blood, boosting their attack speed and inducing a heightened state of excitement while reducing their sense of pain. For those simple-minded corrupted beasts, it drives them to fight indiscriminately until death. Su Ming focused his gaze and saw the main combatants were a lava crocodile and two magma serpents, beasts capable of surviving in magma. Despite the immense allure Su Ming presented, these creatures couldn't leave the magma, nor did they have a reason to. After all, instead of temptation, it was more like interference. Within the magma, they were already enjoying the finest abyssal blood jade and had no need to covet Su Ming's life chest. Instead, Su Ming would occasionally take it out to tease them, driving the trapped beasts into a state of agitation. It was like flaunting a mere $100 bill in front of a billionaire. Those beasts would have loved nothing more than to lash out. Yet they remained firmly restrained. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. 3 elite-level demonic beasts clashed fiercely in the lava, sparks flying and molten rocks splattering everywhere. Su Ming could barely distinguish whether the splashes were from the volcano's lava or the beast's own blood. Master, are you enjoying this performance? Hong Yu's deep voice echoed in Su Ming's mind. Su Ming smiled slightly. Not bad, not bad. It's time to wrap it up. Understood. Hong Yu responded, extending its crimson skeletal claws and making a light grasping motion in the air. Blood burst technique. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the three elite-level demonic beasts were obliterated, their bodies torn apart by the explosive force of their own blood. A system notification promptly appeared. Elite Level 9 Star Demonic Lava Crocodile killed. Lifespan of 9 years plundered. Elite Level 8 Star Demonic Magma Serpent killed. Lifespan of 8 years plundered. Elite Level 9 Star Demonic Magma Serpent killed. Lifespan of 9 years plundered. Su Ming felt a wave of relief. These three major bosses had been trapped in the lava had they emerged from the start. He might not have dealt with them so easily. What thrilled Su Ming the most was Hong Yu's dramatic growth. Its power had increased exponentially, with reinforced bones, maxed out fire resistance, and devastating attack skills. A single bloodburst technique had wiped out three nearly peak-level elite demonic beasts in one strike, a perfect start-tier kill. And that didn't even account for its undead army from the underworld, a force of battle-hardened warriors. The 1,000+ years of plundered lifespan had not been wasted. Su Ming thought to himself, even if it were just a mere insect, he would evolve it into a dragon. His theory proved correct. Accelerated lifespan growth paired with undead beasts was a perfect match. In theory, the growth of undead creatures had no upper limit, whether in individual skills or summoning armies, as long as enough time was invested. And for Su Ming, time was practically infinite. If Su Ming chose to specialize in the undead path, he could undoubtedly become the most formidable necromancer beastmaster in history, unmatched by anyone. However, he felt no need for such a singular focus. It would be far too monotonous. Even with just one skeletal undead under his contract, Su Ming was confident he could elevate it to the pinnacle of power. The commotion caused by the explosion of the three elite beasts gradually subsided, and the lava at the volcano's mouth returned to its original state, as though nothing had happened. Su Ming sensed the surrounding aura and found only a faint trace of abyssal blood jade energy, remaining practically negligible compared to before. After centuries of active absorption, the abyssal blood jade within the volcano had been completely depleted. This indirectly confirmed Wu Yan's claim. The abyssal corruption here was not naturally formed, but rather an artificially planted time bomb. If it were natural, no matter how much Hong Yu absorbed, the concentration wouldn't have changed so drastically. Every true abyssal disaster connects to the abyssal plane, far beyond what Hong Yu alone could deplete. Having resolved the hidden threat here, Su Ming saw no reason to linger. He turned and began descending the mountain, not planning to stay any longer. Since Wu Yan intended to make use of this secret realm, there would undoubtedly be follow-up actions. Su Ming estimated it wouldn't take long. Having secured the biggest rewards, Su Ming planned to sit back and watch how things unfolded, enjoying the show from the sidelines. As for accolades or titles like hero or model soldier, he wasn't interested. Doing good deeds without leaving a name was fine by him, as long as he received the appropriate benefits in the end. Glancing at his accumulated military merit points, Su Ming froze for a moment. Already over 10,000, nearing 20,000. Fortunately, Wu Yan had disabled the notifications. Otherwise, the sheer number would have surely left people in shock. Su Ming stood at the edge of the secret realm, holding a heavy military merit card in his hand. He knew that with this accomplishment, he could easily exchange it for a military rank on par with Wu Yan. However, such empty titles held no appeal for him. His gaze turned toward the horizon, his thoughts drifting to what truly mattered. Materials. What I need are materials, Su Ming muttered to himself. Images flashed through his mind. Rare herbs to enhance beast-taming skills, peculiar crystals that could boost comprehension, and those nearly extinct advanced-grade resources. These were the things truly worth spending his hard-earned military merits on. The image of Dub surfaced in his mind. That majestic giant beast, at least before reaching the king level, had no shortage of materials. Money alone could handle it. But Hong Yu was different. That enigmatic undead creature always spoke cryptically, saying, "Time is the best resource for the advancement of the undead." Just as Su Ming was lost in thought, Hong Yu's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Master, there are a few elite-level beasts in other directions of this mountain. Should we deal with them?" Su Ming looked up and saw several blood-red bats swooping down from the sky, landing in front of Hong Yu. Clearly, they were scouting tools Hong Yu had casually created. "Are they demonized?" Su Ming asked warily. "No, just ordinary elite-level beasts, but they're not on our path," Hong Yu explained. Su Ming pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Forget it, let's not waste time. Let them breed." With that, he headed straight down the mountain. Along the way, traces of battles were everywhere. Massive ravines cut across the mountainside, evidence of collisions caused by elite-level beasts. Many corpses of rock-type beasts were already being scavenged by lower-level beasts. For these rock-based creatures, The remains were as nutritious as flesh and blood. Su Ming paid no attention to the actions of these lower-level beasts. He thought to himself that their help in cleaning up the corpses was actually a good thing. It would only take a day to clear everything out. Perhaps a few new elite-level beasts might even emerge. Although they could mutate, Su Ming had already extracted the cores, ensuring they wouldn't be demonized. As he neared the exit of the secret realm, Su Ming withdrew Da Bai and Hong Yu into his beast-taming space. He put on the mask that could subtly alter his facial features, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the secret realm. In an instant, the air around him seemed to freeze. Su Ming glanced around cautiously and noticed that the number of guards had significantly increased. Their eyes were all fixed on him, filled with vigilance and scrutiny. One guard stepped forward to check Su Ming's points card and then urged him, "Hurry up and leave. Until the ban is lifted, no one is allowed to re-enter, not even with special permission from the principal. Don't bother coming back." Su Ming keenly noticed that one of the guards seemed to nod at him slightly, but he didn't ask questions or linger. It was clear the military had tightened control, and this so-called ban was merely a convenient excuse. With unanswered questions swirling in his mind, Su Ming quickly left the area of the secret realm and blended into the bustling crowd on campus. He knew that what lay ahead would be an even greater challenge. The city guard is tasked with protecting the city and eliminating potential threats. Their responsibilities extend to overseeing the secret realms within the Beast Tamer Association and schools. As the first line of defense, they remain constantly vigilant for any disturbances that might arise within these secret realms. Su Ming had just emerged from one such secret realm and couldn't wait to contact Xiangren. "I'm out. Where are you? Let's grab a meal together," he messaged as he walked, eager to reward himself with a proper feast. After days of roughing it outdoors and surviving on instant food, even his life force acceleration ability couldn't stave off the persistent hunger. "We're at the training hall. Come join us and check out your future opponent," Xiangren quickly replied. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "My future opponent?" he thought to himself. Xiangren's so-called opponent was likely another student of the same rank. Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Considering he could easily take down elite-level 9-star beasts in groups, what kind of formidable figure could qualify as his rival? It would probably take at least a 4th-tier beast tamer to put up a decent fight. However, most 4th-tier students were already interning off-campus and preparing for graduation. Reaching the 4th tier allowed students to apply for graduation, after which they could receive subsidies from the Beast Tamer Association and enjoy far better benefits in any occupation compared to the school's support. Following the map, Su Ming arrived at the training hall, unlocking a new landmark in the process. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. Despite being in school for so long, his visits had been limited to the dormitory, cafeteria, library, secret realms, the principal's office, and the exchange center. He had barely attended any classes or training sessions, let alone visited the cultivation rooms. To Xiangren, Su Ming was simply a pure battle maniac, one who didn't hold back and fought with deadly precision. The training hall complex rivaled the size of the main academic building and was always bustling with people. Contrary to Su Ming's expectations, the facility offered not only live beast battles, but also virtual simulated battles. Students could scan their beasts in real time to create virtual counterparts, allowing them to engage in battles or even cross-campus exchanges online. This method avoided the risks of real combat, while accurately simulating various battle scenarios, helping students identify their weaknesses. Unsurprisingly, it was highly popular. Of course, the scanning system couldn't perfectly replicate the true strength of a beast, only approximating its basic attributes and skill levels. Besides, no one would willingly expose the full extent of their beast's abilities. It was likely that Xia Feng was the one seriously training here today. Xiangren, on the other hand, was probably just there to gather intelligence and pass the time. Although he and Su Ming planned to pull off a major upset, that didn't mean Xiangren would only bet on Su Ming. As long as someone had the strength, whether it was Xia Feng or someone else, they'd open a betting pool. At that moment, on the battle stage, Xia Feng was sparring with a female student. Two flying swords faced off against an Arctic mammoth and an ice flower sprite. Even from the sidelines, one could feel the biting cold in the air, evidence of the high level of cultivation these two ice-type beasts had undergone. The Arctic mammoth boasted immense physical defense, while the ice flower sprite continuously provided buffs, cast ice shields, and healed, forming a strategy centered on resilience and sustained offense. Xia Feng, to his credit, maintained a gentlemanly demeanor. He didn't bypass the front lines to instantly eliminate the support beast, nor did he target the female student directly. Clearly, this was just a friendly sparring match with no need to go all out. Xia Feng also used the opportunity to test his own progress. Compared to his last match with Su Ming, his strength had visibly improved. Luo Shui, a senior by 1 grade, possessed an 11 ice talent, and both of her contracted beasts had reached the peak of the extraordinary level. Xiangren introduced her to Su Ming with admiration gleaming in his eyes. "She should be able to advance at any time, right? Why hold back?" Su Ming asked curiously. Xiangren explained. She wants to earn the title of the top second tier before advancing to the third tier and claim the corresponding rewards. Su Ming raised his eyebrows in surprise. You can do that? I thought it was just a competition within the same grade. Of course, Shangren nodded. Those with better talents and strength than her have already advanced to the third tier. Even though our batch has 2 freshmen with level talents, their beasts haven't reached the required proficiency yet, so they're no match for Luo Shui. Su Ming thought for a moment and said, it seems her wish might not come true. Yeah, this kind of strategy is pretty common, Shangren sighed. I just didn't expect this year to have 2 monsters like you guys. Su Ming shrugged nonchalantly, not denying it. At this point, the battle on the field was nearing its end. Xiao Feng, not using his ultimate move, was clearly unable to pose a fatal threat to the Arctic mammoth. He conceded defeat, saying, Senior, I can't break through your beast's defense Hedon, so let's end it here. With that, he retracted his 2 flying swords. Su Ming chuckled inwardly. Well, Xiao Feng with those thick eyebrows and big eyes, going easy on a girl. Then, he glanced at Shangren beside him, suspecting this might have been his idea. Luo Shui withdrew her contracted beast and smiled faintly. Junior Xia, you're too modest. It's getting late. How about we grab something to eat? There seemed to be a special glint in her eyes when she looked at Xiao Feng. However, Xiao Feng declined directly. Maybe another time. I've already made plans with my roommates. After speaking, he turned and left the stage. Su Ming secretly felt relieved that Xiao Feng hadn't said another day, as that might have led to him agreeing. Then, recalling their earlier conversation, he asked, by the way, you mentioned 2 other freshmen with level talents. What's their story? As they walked, Shangren provided more details. One is named Yuan Jiefe, with level fire talent. His contracted beasts are a blazing rabbit and a fire and ice and fire counter each other. So while he's not yet a match for Luo Shui, there's still over half a month left. Who knows what might happen? The other is Gu Xiuan, who awakened level pure support talent. He doesn't have an advantage in unknown battles. His beasts are a book spirit and a wooden book attendant. Pure support talent. Su Ming's interest was piqued. He didn't currently lack offensive power, but was in need of some unique and unconventional control abilities. Shangren added, rumor has it that the Imperial Beastmaster Academy personally sent someone to invite him to study there, but he refused. A support beast like the book spirit, if it reaches a high level, can turn the tide of a battle with a single move. Su Ming nodded in agreement. He understood well that so-called support could also become a form of offense. Extreme control could toy with opponents until their defeat, and unmatched healing could keep allies at full strength, breaking the enemy's spirit. At that moment, Xiao Feng approached and said to Su Ming, it feels like you've improved a lot too. How about a rematch? Only by battling Su Ming could he go all out and gain more insights. Su Ming gave Xiao Feng an awkward glance, then retrieved a handful of third-tier elite-grade beast cores from his storage ring and handed them to Shangren. Sell these for me and exchange them for second-tier wind attribute metal ores. Shangren and Xiao Feng were immediately stunned upon seeing the beast cores. Bro, is this what you got from the secret realm? Shangren asked in disbelief. Cross-tier challenges are impressive once or twice, but you're doing it every time? How are others supposed to compete? Su Ming smirked inwardly, relieved that he hadn't taken out the 30-plus beast cores containing demonic energy. Otherwise, it would have caused an even bigger stir. Even so, these 6 normal beast cores were enough to leave the 2 of them utterly astonished. The elite 3-star lava behemoth was no match for Dubai. With a casual wave of its palm, the massive creature collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. What followed was merely a display of Dubai showing off its strength. Su Ming and Xiao Feng exchanged bewildered glances, utterly speechless. Especially Xiao Feng, who was secretly calculating in his mind. If he were to challenge Su Ming, even his prized flying sword might not withstand the sheer power of Dubai's single strike. By the way, Su Ming suddenly remembered something and turned to Xiao Feng. How's your heavy sword's hidden force technique coming along? With a special move, you should be able to take down that mammoth in a single strike, right? Xiao Feng pondered for a moment before replying. If I execute a perfected skill, it would indeed be effortless. However, I've been experimenting lately if I can integrate hidden force into my regular attacks, accumulating power and releasing it explosively. I might not even need a special skill to unleash astonishing strength. An interesting idea, Su Ming nodded approvingly, then shifted the topic. Actually, there's a level beyond hidden force called transformative force. If you're interested, perhaps Dubai can help you train someday. Transformative force. Xiao Feng's eyes lit up with excitement. He gave Su Ming a serious look and then nodded firmly. All right. The following 2 weeks felt like they had been put on fast-forward for Su Ming. He shuttled between his dormitory and the library, voraciously absorbing knowledge about this world. From basic subjects like astronomy and geography to the peculiar traits and bizarre attack methods of various extraordinary species, he left no stone unturned. He paid particular attention to the characteristics of the abyss of calamity, demonic transformations, and magical creatures, determined not to be caught off guard in future encounters. Through his deep studies, Su Ming gradually realized that demonized beasts were nothing compared to true abyssal creatures. They weren't even on the same level. Surprisingly, it turned out that magical creatures could also be bound by contracts, though the contractor would always face the risk of being backlashed. To put it in a somewhat crude analogy, Hong Yu's current state could be considered akin to a top-tier abyssal creature. The key difference was that Su Ming was immune to any potential backlash. Another reason for brushing up on foundational knowledge was to prepare for selecting his third contracted beast. However, none of the options, whether elemental beasts, flying mounts, or sword spirits akin to flying swords, particularly stood out to him. While Su Ming was grappling with this dilemma, Granny Wen approached him in the library with an unexpected suggestion. Why not consider contracting a book spirit? If you're interested, I can make the arrangements for you. At the time, another student was with Granny Wen Guxiuan, who possessed level support talent. Whenever Su Ming sought Granny Wen's guidance, he would occasionally encounter Guxiuan, a well-mannered and studious figure who appeared every bit the model student. At this moment, even Guxiuan couldn't help but cast a curious glance at Su Ming. Book spirits were not creatures that could be casually nurtured or contracted. They were exclusive to the One family, one of the four great families of the Xia Kingdom. As leaders of the academic faction, the One family held a prestigious status. Even someone as exceptional as Guxiuan, with his level talent, had been granted only a single book spirit, signifying that he was being groomed as a direct heir of the family. What made book spirits even more coveted was their lineage. Nearly every one of them could trace its origins back to a king level or even overlord level ancestry. Essentially, contracting a book spirit was a guaranteed pathway to obtaining a king or overlord level beast. Having learned about the power dynamics of the Xia Kingdom, Su Ming had a rough idea of Granny Wen's high status. It was even possible that she had come here specifically to mentor Guxiuan, who had chosen not to go to the imperial capital. However, noticing Su Ming's unusual potential, she seemed to have taken a keen interest in him as well. Su Ming's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Unable to contain himself, he eagerly asked, Granny Wen, what special abilities do book spirits possess? Could you show me an example? Though Grandma Wen criticized Su Ming's excessive ambition, she didn't refuse his request. A spectral ancient book materialized on her desk, its pages glowing as the character Jing's stillness floated upwards. Instantaneously, the noisy library plunged into midnight silence where even a needle drop echoed clearly. This tranquility extended beyond physical space. Every mind entered profound focus. The shrinking character dissolved into Su Ming's body. Recent restlessness evaporated like morning dew. Don't rush, Grandma Wen advised solemnly. Paths are walked step by step. Haste makes one miss the journey's essence. All things follow destined courses. Your wisdom guides me, Su Ming bowed. When he tried inquiring about contracting spirit tomes, she shook her head. Too late. This opportunity has passed. That night, Su Ming casually mentioned the incident to dormmates. Surprisingly, even usually composed Xia Feng showed regret. Is it truly that remarkable? Su Ming questioned. It's not about power, Xia Feng explained. My grandfather once offered our money tree for a spirit tome, only to be expelled. Among 24 Xia descendants, merely 3 earned one recognition. Shangren bluntly retorted. What about you? Xia Feng awkwardly countered. My heart belongs to swordsmanship. Unselected means unselected. Shangren mercilessly exposed. Su Ming pondered. So contracting one marks you as one lineage? Exactly, Shangren nodded. Countless dream of this honor. Plus, their strengths undeniable. Changing subjects, he asked. How's preparation for the ranking tournament? Su Ming remained non-committal, wary of factional entanglements. Relax, Shangren grinned. Some bet you'll lose every match, others that you'll chicken out. Small potatoes still. The real question is this year's rules. Xiaofeng cautioned. Don't scare all the fish away at once. Su Ming confidently assured. We'll net them all. Based on past patterns, Su Ming anticipated either random duels or simulated battle platforms. Special rules like team battles rarely occurred. Next morning, the tournament guidelines appeared online. Phase 1 2-day point system. 10 public arenas open for 5 challenges per participant challenger challenged. Victories earn 1 point. Top 100 advance to Phase 2. On campus, a highly anticipated beast taming battle selection tournament was about to commence. As soon as the competition rules were announced, they caused an uproar among the students. The first stage involved beast taming battles, with direct attacks on beast tamers strictly prohibited. Non-participants would automatically rank below those with 0 points. The second stage was a 3-day survival challenge in a secret realm. Students ranked in the top 100 from the second and third tiers would enter corresponding secret realms for free-for-all battles. Final rankings would be determined based on survival time or the number of eliminations. The school emphasized that causing fatal injuries to fellow students in the secret realm was strictly forbidden, with teachers and secret realm guards monitoring the entire process. Damn it, they're targeting us. Shangren couldn't help but curse after reading the rules. His meticulously planned stages of top 64, top 32, and so on had all gone to waste, leaving him frustrated. With this format, Su Ming wouldn't be able to hide his strength or work his way to the top gradually, losing much of the intrigue and opportunities to attract bets. Su Ming, however, was unfazed by the competition rules. His attention was entirely focused on the words secret realm. He speculated that this might be Wu Yan's plan, reported to higher-ups using the top 100 students as bait to lure out the mastermind behind the scenes. Shangren, stick to the plan, Su Ming decided firmly. He'll win 5 matches straight and advance. Make adjustments on your end as needed. Reluctantly, Shangren agreed, determined to maximize profits under the current conditions. That afternoon, a video suddenly appeared on the school's online forum, featuring none other than Su Ming, who had been absent for nearly 2 months. In the video, Su Ming casually sat on his dorm bed, proving he was still on campus. Ahem, Su Ming cleared his throat. So, recently, there's been a rumor going around that I plan to challenge all the second-tier students in school. Now, I'd like to officially clarify. The video hadn't even finished playing when the comments section exploded like a snowstorm. Huh, I knew this guy didn't have the guts. With the school doing an assessment now, he finally can't stay hidden. Guys, let's give him a big 0 and all grab a free point. However, this uproar was just the beginning. What Su Ming said next would completely shatter everyone's expectations. Su Ming's self-recorded video was like a bomb detonating on the campus network. Facing the camera, his expression was resolute, and his voice rang with determination. I want to clarify one thing: this is not a rumor. I, Su Ming, officially challenge all second-tier beast tamers in this school. Not just my peers, but also those from previous years, even the so-called gatekeepers stuck at the second-tier peak. I challenge every single one of you. His eyes glinted with disdain and provocation as he continued. It's not that I look down on you, it's that I believe you're all trash. Especially those upperclassmen at the second-tier peak, deliberately stagnating for a bit of reward and empty fame. You're the trash of all trash, the disgrace of Tian Beast Taming Academy. Su Ming's voice grew more fervent. This challenge is always valid, not just for this assessment. After 5 battles, if anyone's still unconvinced, feel free to challenge me through the regular process. I won't refuse. Those so-called second-tier champions, if you have the guts, come at me. If you avoid the fight, let the school expel me directly. As soon as the video was released, the entire campus erupted. Not only were the second-tier students in an uproar, but even third-tier, fourth-tier, and alumni group chats exploded with activity. The comment section was a battlefield of heated debates. Holy crap, even though he called me trash, why does this make my blood boil? Shut up. That's just your blood pressure spiking out of anger. Get lost, it's pure adrenaline. Damn it, just because he's so bold, I'm switching from hater to fan. Huh, idiot. Watch him get crushed tomorrow. The arguments quickly escalated into new challenges. Wang Shui from the Fire Element Class 2 lashed out at Zhang Jiang from the Ice Element Class 1. Damn it. Who the hell are you? Zhang Jiang from Ice Element Class 1. Wang Shui from Fire Element Class 2. And tomorrow I'll find you for a duel. He'll crush you. In the comment section, various skilled fighters began to emerge. The most liked comment read, Bro, blink if you feel threatened. Following closely was a challenge from Shi Yong, a second-tier peak talent from Earth Element Class 1. Year 2. I'm Shi Yong from Earth Element Class 1. Year 2. A level talent, second-tier peak. Let me be your first opponent tomorrow. Meet me at the battle stage by the academy gates if you dare. Challenges like these sprouted like mushrooms after rain. The stronger the challenger, the more attention they garnered, with likes surging in their favor. Luo Shui, a level, second-tier peak. Count me in. Chi Yunqing, a level, second-tier peak. Count me in. The comment section became a virtual arena for selecting the strongest opponents. Every challenger was at least a level talent with second-tier peak strength. Meanwhile, the level talent students who had already advanced to the third tier quietly observed, thinking to themselves, back in their day, no one was this audacious. After all, a beast tamer's strength depends not only on talent, but also on the development and mastery of their beasts. In over a decade of students, few had been as brazen as Su Ming. The fire he ignited burned exceptionally bright. Shangren watched the chaos unfold and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Bro, this fire you've started is blazing hot. He marveled to himself, thinking that the expensive hired bots he had used in the past couldn't compare to Su Ming's spontaneous move. Haha, if I'm going to win, I might as well choose some heavyweight opponents to make it entertaining, Su Ming said with a grin. So, how's the betting situation looking now? It's skyrocketing. Jeverion's betting on you to lose, Shangren replied. A sly glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. You could open a few more betting options like how long I can last. For every extra minute, add a new betting point. The entire campus buzzed with anticipation for the upcoming showdown. Su Ming's bold words were like a sword aimed directly at the second-tier peak of Tian Beast Taming Academy. An unprecedented storm was about to sweep through. Su Ming stood on the battle stage, his gaze sweeping over the dense crowd around him. The area near the school gate was packed with spectators, and the air buzzed with a mix of tension and excitement. His bold and provocative response under last night's popular challenge post, "Just wait, he'll take you down," had caused a huge stir. His unrestrained taunts, directed at both male and female opponents, had enraged some girls and their supporters. "He's here. He's here." The crowd erupted in waves of shouts. "Wow, he actually dared to show up. Impressive, he talks the talk and walks the walk. Teach him a lesson. How dare he say that about my goddess?" With the help of live streaming staff arranged by Xiaofeng and Shangren, Su Ming managed to avoid any potential ambushes. Although most people wanted to teach this arrogant guy a lesson, they held back, deciding instead to watch him embarrass himself in the battles ahead. The controversy surrounding Su Ming's previous challenge against Zhang Hao, a higher-ranking opponent, had already subsided. The prevailing opinion was that Su Ming hadn't used any strength-enhancing drugs on his iron-eating beast, but had instead employed a substance to conceal its true level, aiming to catch opponents off guard and score points. Zhang Hao, after all, was only considered an average fighter among second-year students, so defeating him wasn't regarded as a significant achievement. Most people acknowledged that Su Ming might have some skill, but they doubted he was anywhere near top tier. They couldn't help but question, could defeating someone like Zhang Hao really qualify him to contend for the top spot? Regardless, this challenge was the perfect opportunity to test Su Ming's true abilities and remind him of his place, curbing his arrogance. The spectacle even attracted some third-year students, while fourth-years and alumni followed the live stream online. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, Su Ming walked onto the battle stage at an unhurried pace, his expression calm and composed, showing no signs of nervousness. In the principal's office, Ji Dinggan and Lu Tongxing were closely monitoring the upcoming showdown. "This kid is outrageously bold, reminds me of myself back in the day," Ji Dinggan chuckled. Although his interactions with Su Ming had been limited, he couldn't help but admire the young man. Lu Tongxing nodded in agreement. "Yeah, but," he trailed off, hesitant. "But what?" Ji Dinggan pressed. "You think his level is too low? He's young, there's plenty of time. The future belongs to the youth." Instead of answering directly, Lu Tongxing brought up another point. "What I find strange is that old Zhao and the others actually agreed to use the secret realm as the testing ground. Isn't he usually an advocate for gentler teaching methods? Maybe they want the students to get a taste of real challenges," Ji Dinggan mused thoughtfully. "True, they should face more real combat. Otherwise, they'll lack grit," Lu Tongxing agreed. "This kid's got guts, I'll give him that." Just the day before, Su Ming had been brainstorming betting strategies with Shang Rin and Xiaofeng. "We could gamble on how many beasts they'll need to take me down, or how far I'll get before I throw in the towel." Su Ming rattled off over a dozen betting options, leaving Shang Rin and Xiaofeng stunned. "Bro, you're really going all in on this?" Shang Rin exclaimed. "With those odds, you'll have them losing everything in just one match." Xiaofeng laughed as well. "Haha, you've got it figured out. It's like fast-forwarding straight to the final, same result, less hassle." "All right, they'll aim to drag it out to the last match tomorrow," Su Ming said confidently. "Once they realize what's happening, you can start the live betting on the school's network." "No problem, it's all set up. They'll make sure the stream is flawless," Shang Rin assured him, thumping his chest. Now, standing on the battle stage, the noise of the crowd seemed distant and irrelevant to Su Ming. He knew that every match ahead would be a spectacular performance, and he was ready to take center stage as the undisputed protagonist of this grand drama. Su Ming summoned his companion beast, Dabai, without hesitation. Seeing this, Shi Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain as he secretly calculated how to deal with this seemingly harmless giant panda. "Just one? That's all you've got?" Shi Yang taunted, his tone dripping with contempt. Su Ming responded calmly. "One is enough. After all, you can't attack me directly." Shi Yang snorted coldly, a glint of cruelty in his eyes. "I know there's something special about your panda, and I won't hold back." With that, he swiftly summoned his own two companion beasts. "Come forth, Rock Titan. Come forth, Lava Behemoth." With Shi Yang's command, two massive rock-type beasts appeared on the battlefield. Their towering forms exuded an overwhelming presence. Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. He had over 20 elite-grade cores of these very beasts stored in his spatial ring. Who would have thought he'd face their transcendent peak forms today? Below the stage, Shangren shook his head with a wry smile. Among the elite-grade cores Su Ming had sold him, these two types were included. If this were an unrestricted battle, these two beasts would already have been reduced to cores. Dabai glanced at the two colossal beasts opposite him and let out a disdainful humph, as if to say, "So weak. What if I accidentally kill them?" Su Ming quickly reminded him. "Dabai, be careful. Remember the training sessions before." He recalled the time when Dabai was guiding Xia Feng's sword spirit to master internal and external energy, control those moments of cautious restraint, afraid of exerting too much force. Shi Yong sneered at the sight of Su Ming and Dabai communicating. Trying to strategize now? Too late. He immediately commanded his two beasts to launch a fierce attack. With thunderous footsteps, the two rock beasts charged at Dabai, swinging their massive fists. Just as the lava behemoth's punch was about to land, Dabai moved. His small paw intercepted the attack with precision. To everyone's astonishment, Dabai redirected the lava behemoth's force, sending its attack hurtling toward the rock titan behind it. With a resounding crash, the two beasts collided, sending shards of rock flying. Su Ming observed closely. Not only had Dabai masterfully redirected the attack, but he also took the opportunity to strike both beasts a few times, injecting subtle internal energy into them. This maneuver enraged the rock beasts, provoking them to launch an even more ferocious assault. Dabai nimbly darted around the battlefield, evading their strikes with ease. Without using any special abilities, he relied solely on his exceptional agility and skillful redirection techniques, leaving the two massive beasts struggling to keep up. Suddenly, during an evasive maneuver, Dabai deliberately revealed an opening. The two beasts lost their balance and toppled off the stage in unison. With a thunderous crash, the ground shook. The audience was left in stunned silence, including Shi Yong, whose jaw dropped in disbelief. What just happened? I don't know. Did they just fall off like that? How careless. It seems there's more to it than meets the eye. The spectators buzzed with confusion, while Shi Yong was utterly baffled. His beasts hadn't shown any visible injuries. How could they lose so inexplicably? Desperately, he questioned his two beasts, only to receive the same response. Numb. Numb? What do you mean, numb? Shi Yong was even more perplexed. Don't tell me you're numb, the one who's completely dumbfounded here. And so, amidst the astonishment of everyone present, Su Ming and Dabai claimed victory in the most unexpected way. Shi Yong was brimming with confidence, ready to teach this arrogant guy a lesson, but he hadn't expected the outcome to turn out like this. Su Ming's calm and casual voice sounded from the side. Next challenger, don't waste time. Shi Yong's expression shifted unpredictably, but under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he could only grit his teeth, abide by the rules, and silently step down. A loss was a loss, indisputable. Although Shi Yong was unwilling to accept it, he wasn't reckless. He began strategizing in his mind, had to win the next 4 matches without fail. Otherwise, he wouldn't even qualify for the decisive battle in the secret realm, which would be a true humiliation. With this in mind, Shi Yong pushed through the crowd and left quickly. He planned to take advantage of the fact that most of the main competitors were here waiting to challenge Su Ming and secure victories at other arenas before any further surprises could occur. After all, not everyone had gathered here to spectate. Shi Yong's unexpected defeat sent a wave of shock through the audience. Almost everyone who had bet on him lost their points. While each individual had only wagered a small amount, collectively, thousands of points had gone down the drain. Someone couldn't help but voice their suspicion. Could Shi Yong have rigged the fight with a staged loss? However, before they could direct their outrage at Shi Yong, the next match was already underway. The new challenger was Luo Shui, whose strength was on par with Shi Yong's. Judging by her icy, frosty expression, it was clear that she wasn't the type to throw a match. As Su Ming watched Luo Shui step onto the stage, he recalled Shang Ren's earlier prediction and thought to himself how accurate it had turned out to be. Luo Shui spoke coldly. I'm the so-called trash you accused of deliberately holding back. If I win, I demand you kneel and apologize, admitting that you're not even as good as trash. Su Ming, uninterested in arguing with her, responded indifferently. And if you lose? I won't lose, Luo Shui declared with absolute certainty. Without saying more, Su Ming signaled for the match to begin. Although this was a series of consecutive battles, for him, the previous fights hadn't even counted as a warm-up. Luo Shui's Frost Mammoth and Ice Flower Sprite quickly entered combat mode. Dabai, Su Ming's beast, remained still, waiting for the opponent to make the first move. He'll make you pay for your arrogance. Luo Shui shouted sharply. Frost Path, Ice Shield, Ice Inspiration. Then, with a commanding voice, she ordered, Ferocious Charge. The Frost Mammoth began to charge forward with heavy, thunderous steps, barreling toward Dabai. With Su Ming standing directly behind Dabai, this attack, if it landed, wouldn't just harm the beast, it could also knock Su Ming off the stage. While the rules prohibited deliberately targeting beastmasters, such accidental injuries were permitted. The spectators, sensing the danger, began to retreat, fearing they might get caught in the chaos. Despite the spacious arena, the Frost Mammoth's massive size and unstoppable momentum made it a truly intimidating force. Su Ming's eyes narrowed as he silently signaled Dabai to go all out. He thought to himself, this seemingly frail-looking girl wasted no time unleashing her strongest movie and interesting strategy. If it were him, he might have been even more aggressive. However, in the end, victory would come down to who had the greater strength. For now, he decided, it was time to teach her a lesson. Su Ming steeled himself, ready to face the intense battle ahead. Su Ming stood on the arena stage, his gaze sharp and unwavering. He had no intention of killing the enormous Frost Mammoth outright. After all, this was school, and there was no need for any fatalities. However, he was determined to give the massive beast a lesson it wouldn't forget. Diamond Body, Iron Head Technique. Su Ming called out in a low voice, and in an instant, Dabai lunged forward. Dabase had shot forward like a cannonball, smashing straight into the frost mammoth's skull. With a deafening boom, the ice shield shattered on impact. The sound was followed by a sickening crack, the noise of two hard surfaces colliding reverberating across the arena. The frost mammoth let out a piercing wail as its massive body collapsed to the ground. Blood gushed from its head like a fountain, leaving a vivid red streak across the floor. Its skull was fractured, and brain matter seemed on the verge of spilling out through the cracks. Quick, administer first aid. An urgent shout rang out as a medical team descended from above. They were the school's veterinary staff, and they immediately began working to save the frost mammoth. A young veterinarian approached Su Ming, concern written all over his face. Hey, is your beast all right? Feigning worry, Su Ming rapidly fired off questions. Is its head bleeding? Could you bandage it up for me? Also, do you think it might have a concussion? It looks a bit dazed. What kind of beast uses its head to headbutt like that? The veterinarian was left speechless by the barrage of questions. But as he began bandaging Dabai, he quickly realized that all the blood on the ground was from the frost mammoth. Dabai hadn't even lost a single strand of fur. The discovery left him both astonished and exasperated. He thought to himself, this little guy is completely unscathed, while I'm not even 30 and already going bald from dealing with these troublesome students. In frustration, the young vet hastily wrapped a bandage around Dabae's head, tying it off with a bow, and then rushed back to assist in the frost mammoth's treatment. Meanwhile, Luo Shui stood frozen at the edge of the arena, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on her frost mammoth as it received emergency care. Although contracted beasts couldn't truly die, it was clear that her mammoth wouldn't be able to continue in the competition. All she had left was her support-type ice flower sprite, which had virtually no combat capabilities. The arena fell silent, both on and off the stage. Su Ming let out a quiet sigh. He had planned to put on a longer performance, but Dabae's attack, using just a fraction of its strength, had already left everyone in shock. There was no point in continuing to act. This was just the appetizer, and it wasn't particularly entertaining. Still, earning a solid haul of points made it worthwhile. Judging by the secretly triumphant expression on Shang Ren's face, it was clear that a lot of people had bet on Luo Shui to win after all. The allure of a beauty was hard to resist. Ignoring the murderous glares from the crowd, Su Ming shouted loudly, "Who's next?" "No, wait, who's up next? I've already accepted all the challenges from yesterday's letters, so none of you can back out. If you don't come up, I'll post videos every day calling you out by name." That final threat struck a nerve. Su Ming's reputation for verbal combat was infamous. If he set his sights on someone, their name would be tarnished forever. The arena was quickly cleared, and a male student stepped forward, saying, "My name is Qi Yunqing, and I was one of the challengers yesterday." Su Ming nodded in approval. "All right, I remember you. Let's get started." Qi Yunqing quickly waved his hands and stammered, Wait, please don't remember me. I surrender, all right? I forfeit." Qi Yunqing glanced at his scorecard. The battle record had been updated. Without a word, he turned and slipped away. This was no joke. His strength was on par with Shi Yang's, and he was even weaker than Luo Shui. How could he possibly stand a chance against Su Ming? The gruesome fate of that ice mammoth was still fresh in his mind. The atmosphere on-site grew tense, and the crowd suddenly understood. Shi Yang hadn't thrown the match. Su Ming had merely gone easy on Heimer, perhaps was baiting others. Next, Su Ming called out, a trace of resignation in his tone. He thought to himself, let's just finish this quickly. I forfeit too. A petite girl stepped onto the stage and declared her surrender outright. With Qi Yunqing setting the precedent, no one thought it unusual. Though she possessed solid A-grade talent and was at the peak of the second tier, she wasn't about to risk it. My turn, I suppose. I'm Tang Shi, she said softly. Sigh, if I had known, I wouldn't have commented so casually. I guess I'll take this as a lesson. Su Ming looked at Tang Shi on the stage and asked, what about you? Are you forfeiting? No, I want to see your second beast, Tang Shi replied quietly. It turned out her wind spirit butterfly was specifically prepared for this. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Oh, how do you know I have a second beast? I've only just enrolled. Tang Shi gave a sly smile. If you don't, then it wouldn't count as a win, would it? At best, it'd be a draw. Fair enough. All right then. Su Ming nodded and began summoning Hongyu. A flash of red light, and the blood-red skeletal summoner appeared before everyone for the first time. The crowd erupted in astonishment. What the is that, a skeleton? Yeah, but it looks beautiful. Like a jade sculpture. The initial shock quickly gave way to a bizarre kind of admiration. Tang Shi's voice trembled. What kind of beast is this? It's terrifying. Su Ming replied calmly. Terrifying? Well, you've seen it now, so let's begin. Tang Shi felt a glimmer of hope. The skeleton didn't seem to be a ranged or flying unit. Maybe she still had a chance. Hongyu, it's your time to shine. Su Ming commanded. Hongyu's blood-red claws traced a sharp arc through the air. In an instant, for summoning, arrays lit up. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 transcendent-level peak skeletal archers materialized in the center of the arena. Their overwhelming presence made it clear they were battle-hardened. I surrender. Tang Shi cried out, her voice breaking. Both she and her two agile beasts were overwhelmed by a chilling sense of dread, as if death was imminent. The inescapable despair left her no choice but to give up. After announcing her surrender, she swiftly recalled her beasts, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she studied Su Ming and Hong Yu. The rest of the crowd mirrored her reaction, stunned by the dramatic turn of events in what seemed like a predictable match. Su Ming's second beast was finally unveiled, a blood-red, jade-like skeletal summoner. And it didn't stop there. Upon its appearance, it summoned 4 peak-level transcendent skeletal soldiers simultaneously. This level of power was staggering. While others could command at most 2 beasts, Su Ming controlled 6. The gap was simply insurmountable. What a pity. Hong Yu's first battle hadn't truly begun when her opponent surrendered outright. Su Ming secretly felt relieved. If it had come to a real fight, he doubted he could fully control the skeleton archers. After all, they weren't directly under his command, and their bow and arrows were indiscriminate. Even if he tried to hold back, unnecessary harm could still occur. Su Ming glanced at the petite girl across from him and thought, if her wind spirit butterfly ended up looking like a pincushion, she'd probably cry for a long time. He softly ordered Hong Yu, withdraw. Understood, Hong Yu responded. Immediately, the 4 skeleton archers turned in unison and marched towards Su Ming in formation. They knelt on one knee before him, bowing their heads in submission, and then vanished in a flash of light. Su Ming touched his nose, secretly pleased with how imposing the exit looked. Although this was entirely Hong Yu's doing, to the surrounding students, Su Ming appeared to be the sovereign ruler of these extraordinary peak-level skeletons. Cool. Amazing. In an instant, Su Ming's reputation took a sharp turn for the better. Faced with undeniable power, all doubts were silenced. In the live stream hosted by Shang Run, the comment section exploded with activity. Not only were students from their school watching, but even people from other schools had tuned in. The scene of Hong Yu summoning 4 skeleton archers simultaneously especially ignited the audience's excitement. Flawless summoning technique. For peak-level extraordinary esto, you know what that means. Invincible in the same tier. No, even more impressive. This suggests he subdued an undead commander that's been around for centuries, and it might have even mutated. This particular comment sent the hype through the roof. Major news outlets were already preparing headlines for the story, shocking the unspoken bond between an undead commander and a teenager. Invincible in the same tier, a simple, yet devastating group combat strategy. Rise of the undead. The real life of a beast tamer who commands the dead. As the crowd gradually quieted down, Su Ming finally spoke. Well, I've completed my 5 matches, so I won't take up this battle stage anymore. Like I said yesterday, if anyone still wants to challenge me, I'm always ready. Besides, I could use more points. The crowd exchanged nervous glances. Who would dare step up now? It would be nothing short of humiliation. It was clear that this year's top rank in the second tier was already secured by Su Ming. Just as Su Ming was about to step off the stage, she suddenly called out to him, "Wait, what is it? Do you want to fight?" Su Ming raised an eyebrow. "No, I just want to know how are you this strong?" She asked curiously. Setting aside that blood skeleton summoner from earlier, even Da Bai is ridiculously powerful, taking down opponents in an instant. And with the blood skeleton summoner covering long-range combat, you're practically unbeatable. Su Ming smiled faintly. The path of a beast tamer is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you fall behind. As I've said before, I won't stop improving, nor will I suppress my growth for the sake of so-called vanity. With that, Su Ming turned and walked off the stage, leaving the crowd still immersed in his words. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Su Ming, and a wave of energy swept across the entire area. Boom. Su Ming thought to himself, after a big battle, leveling up feels perfectly reasonable. Since I'm not planning to play the Low Starvers Heister challenge game anymore, I might as well take this opportunity to push my cultivation to the next level. He quietly activated his cultivation technique, burning 5 years of his lifespan to accelerate his progress. With no additional resources to expend, he felt the surging energy within him. Su Ming knew he had taken yet another step closer to an even greater realm of power. In the first year, Su Ming threw himself into cultivation with an insatiable hunger, and his progress was nothing short of astonishing. In just a year, his level skyrocketed from Tier 2, 3 stars to Tier 2, 6 stars. This incredible speed of advancement caused quite a stir within the academy. Time flew by, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these years, Su Ming adopted a balanced approach, combining hard work with adequate rest. He didn't rush for quick results, but instead focused on steady progress while preparing thoroughly to advance to Tier 3. With this methodical cultivation, his level climbed once again, reaching Tier 2, 9 stars. To outsiders, the difference between star levels among Tier 2 beast tamers wasn't particularly noticeable, especially when the gap was just 1 or 2 stars. However, Su Ming's extraordinary speed of advancement was like a dazzling meteor, drawing everyone's attention. Whoa, how does his progress feel even crazier than when I broke through from Tier 1 to Tier 2? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Just beating some weakling show, does that even count as a breakthrough? Another voice sneered with a hint of disdain. You'd better say that again if you're not afraid of getting punched, someone immediately retorted. Nearly all the top tier 2 experts in the school are here. Well, it is true that he's just beating weaker opponents, another person mused. But among the crowd, there are definitely some skilled individuals. Don't forget his moves from before. You mean when he deliberately suppressed his level's aura? Exactly. I don't think it's a breakthrough if it feels more like he's done pretending and decided to reveal his true strength, tired of playing with us amateurs. Or maybe he thinks we're not working hard enough and just wants to give us a wake-up call. Have you all forgotten? He has connections with the principal. Is that so? If that's the case, then the principal really has put in some effort. In an instant, Ming was seen as a big fish brought in by the principal to stir things up and improve the academy's atmosphere. Just as the discussions grew lively, the stern voice of Vice Principal Ji Dingon suddenly rang out, brooking no argument. What are you all doing gathered here? Think 2 days is too much time? Should I compress it to just 1 day? Anyone who hasn't completed 5 matches will be given a score of 0. Boomji Dingan's words sent the gathered students scattering like startled birds. None dared to linger any longer to watch the commotion. After all, they'd already seen the most exciting part, and now it was time for the normal humans to compete against each other. At that moment, light flickered before Ming's eyes, and he felt a dizzying sensation. In the next second, he was forcefully teleported to the principal's office. Spatial techniques really are convenient. Ming thought to himself before respectfully greeting. Hello, principal. Next time, could you give me a heads up before teleporting me? Inside the office, besides Principal Lu Tongxing, Vice Principal Ji Dingan was also present. Lu Tongxing chuckled and said, Shall I send you back now and teleport you again? That won't be necessary, Ming quickly replied, waving his hands. Ji Dingan's face was brimming with uncontainable joy, as if he were looking at his own grandson. Ming, not bad, not bad. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Keep up the good work, and by the end of the year. However, before he could finish, Lu Tongxing interrupted him. Old Ji, step out for a moment. I need to have a private conversation with Ming. Ji Dingan was momentarily stunned, but then nodded. All right, take your time. He'll go check on the matches in the other venues. With that, he left the office. Ming noticed that Lu Tongxing's expression had grown serious, losing some of its earlier warmth. Sensing the shift, Ming tentatively asked, Principal, what's the matter? Lu Tongxing pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Normally, I wouldn't look too deeply into the background of students entering our school through transfer quotas. After all, we distribute quite a few of those spots. It's a necessity, given that aside from students from Tianan City, most others prefer to attend a few of the other well-known schools. He paused briefly, then continued, but lately, too many things have happened, which has led me to speculate about your identity. However, what I want to know is this. You've already done more than enough. So why are you still using yourself as bait? Do you truly think that the top 100 Tier 2 students, including Xiaofeng, aren't significant enough? Ming stared into Lu Tongxing's eyes, sensing the hidden anger within them, which made him uneasy. He wondered to himself had he done something out of line. Attempting to ease the tension, he said, Principal, please don't get upset. We can discuss everything one step at a time. Your health is important. Don't let this affect you. After all, if something happens to you, there will be no one to inherit the spirit of the Void Shadow. Lu Tongxing took a deep breath and nodded. All right, let's take it one step at a time, he said, fixing a sharp gaze on Ming. First, you're with the military, aren't you? The city defense forces. Ming hesitated briefly before replying. Well, sort of. Very well. Lu Tongxing let out a cold laugh. So young, yet already with such a promising future. Truly impressive. No doubt you'll become a great general one day. He paused momentarily and then asked, Now, is there really a major issue in the Tier 2 Mystic Realm? Ming's eyes widened in surprise. Principal, you already know? Lu Tongxing narrowed his eyes. I suspected as much. The Marshal of the Southern Military District secretly came to discuss the rules of what was supposed to be a routine assessment. How could I not guess? I was almost made a suspect myself. He locked his eyes on Ming. Was it your investigation that uncovered this? Ming scratched his head awkwardly. To be honest, it was more of a lucky accident. I wanted to inform you earlier, Principal, but I was under orders and couldn't disobey. Lu Tongxing shook his head. I understand. It's not about that. It's just, using one conspiracy to counter another. What about the students? They didn't die on the battlefield, but in their own school's mystic realm. Ming tried to explain. Principal, I think of the school's mystic realm as an extension of the battlefield. You're not wrong to think that way, Lu Tongxing said with a bitter smile. If we can catch the traitors and the mastermind behind this, sacrificing some students might be worth it to save many more lives in the future. But if I can't even protect the students within my own school, I'm unworthy of being principal any longer. Ming finally understood the source of the principal's despair. Before he could respond, Lu Tongxing continued, Since you're with the city defense forces, you're technically not part of my school. The situation in the mystic realm is bound to become dangerous. You shouldn't go back in. Your mission is complete. Once this is over, you should leave the school. Su Ming was taken aback. He hadn't planned to return to that Tier 2, ordinary mystic realm, but not for this reason. Moreover, it seemed like the old man was trying to expel him from the school with just a single sentence. That wouldn't do. He still had 2 more mystic realms to explore. Being expelled? Absolutely unacceptable. Hurriedly, he said, Principal, do you know what's in that mystic realm? It's really just something to do with the Black Mist volcano. The other areas aren't much of a threat. Lu Tongxing seemed well informed. All these years, has no one gone up there to inspect? The summit is perpetually shrouded in black mist. Along the way up, you'd encounter at least a dozen elite-level beasts and countless extraordinary level ones. For an average Tier 2 beastmaster, reaching the summit is unthinkable. The most crucial point is that it's been peaceful for over 100 years. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that if he hadn't been looking for an opportunity to reap some benefits, no one in their right mind would venture up there. He nodded in agreement. True, even for a Tier 3 beastmaster, it wouldn't be easy to reach the top. Lu Tongxing gazed at Su Ming with curiosity in his eyes. Now, can you tell me what exactly is on the summit? Something that could prompt the marshal himself to intervene, and which might even lead to killing. Su Ming hesitated for a moment. All right, since we've come to this point, I might as well tell you. By the way, there's no risk of a leak here, is there? Lu Tongxing's expression grew serious. Don't worry, the area has long been sealed. Su Ming nodded and readied himself to reveal the secret. Su Ming swiftly took out the remaining piece of abyssal blood jade and displayed it in front of Lu Tongxing. After purification, the jade was almost flawless, resembling a perfectly translucent agate. Abyssal energy. Lu Tongxing exclaimed in alarm, instantly on guard. The room flickered with light as a seal materialized out of thin air, clearly the handiwork of the void spirit. Are you insane? Don't touch it directly. Lu Tongxing shouted sharply, seizing the abyssal blood jade from a distance and suspending it in midair for closer inspection. Su Ming appeared unconcerned and explained, It's fine. I've completely developed immunity to corruption. The red jade absorbed most of it, and even gave me some resistance boosts. This is what you found at Black Mist Volcano. Lu Tongxing pressed further. Pretty much, Su Ming nodded. This is just a small piece I picked up. The bulk of it has already been absorbed by the red jade. Lu Tongxing's face darkened. That means the mountain peak must be teeming with corrupted beasts. Their plan is clearly to exploit this. For a moment, Lu Tongxing's thoughts raced. Anything involving the abyss was a threat to the safety of the entire city, possibly even the nation. Sacrificing the entire school might be a price they'd have to pay. He began to distrust everyone around him from students to teachers, even the school's senior figures. How did you get up the mountain? What was the situation there? Lu Tongxing asked, suppressing his growing unease. Su Ming replied nonchalantly, I fought my way up. There were over 30 elite-level corrupted beasts at the peak. How many? Lu Tongxing asked in disbelief. Over 30, all elite level, Su Ming repeated. Lu Tongxing fell silent before erupting in anger. The marshal assured me there wouldn't be significant losses. How could this not lead to major casualties? Su Ming awkwardly explained. Maybe they didn't know the exact numbers either. What? Are you saying you didn't report the numbers up the chain? Lu Tongxing stared at Su Ming in shock. This is critical information, and only the 2 of us know about it. Lu Tongxing's suspicion grew as he stared at Su Ming. Are you the real spy and traitor here? At this moment, Lu Tongxing's fury almost consumed his rationality. He stared intently at Su Ming, his fingers trembling slightly with anger, as if he might strangle this reckless young man in the next second. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the rage in his heart and decided to personally take Su Ming to meet the military marshal to resolve the potential fallout of this operation. What's the point of reporting? We've already taken them out, and the achievements are accounted for. Su Ming's words struck like a muffled thunderclap in Lu Tongxing's ears. What did you just say? Lu Tongxing froze, momentarily stunned, releasing the grip he was about to place on Su Ming's collar. Su Ming shrugged casually and repeated nonchalantly. I said, they're all taken care of, so there's no need to report it. He clearly didn't see himself as a proper military officer and had no habit of reporting everything. Besides, Wu Yin had told him not to contact unnecessarily, so Su Ming had long since put the matter behind him after leaving the secret realm. Lu Tongxing's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. You're just a second-tier beastmaster. How could you possibly pull that off? Typical. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Su Ming sneered and rolled his eyes. He reached out and emptied the fruit platter on the coffee table, then began pulling items from his storage space. In the blink of an eye, over 30 magic-infused crystal cores piled up in the platter, glowing blood red like freshly washed cherries. Su Ming spoke nonchalantly. Didn't I say? I fought my way through. I also sold 6 ordinary elite-grade cores. These are what's left. Not sure if they hold any value. If the magic energy inside can be purified, they might be worth even more. Enough. Is this really the time to be talking about that? Lu Tongxing interrupted, too shocked to form coherent thoughts. A mere second-tier beast master had single-handedly wiped out more than 30 magic-infused elite-level beasts. This wasn't just a case of fighting above one's level, it was outright slaughter. You really finished them all off? Lu Tongxing still couldn't believe his ears. Yeah, all the magic-infused beasts are done. There were a few ordinary elite-level ones left, but I couldn't be bothered to deal with them. Figured I'd leave them to breed, Su Ming replied lightly, as if discussing the weather. That's it. Su Ming glanced at Lu Tongxing's excited expression and thought to himself, what's this old man getting so worked up about? Hope he doesn't keel over from the shock. Good job. Ha ha ha, leaving a few was a wise move too. Lu Tongxing's face lit up with joy. A second-tier secret realm needs a few elite-level beasts to maintain balance. This will give other second-tier students a chance to challenge themselves. You were right earlier, without progress, one regresses. They've been far too complacent. Watching Lu Tongxing's elated demeanor, Su Ming wondered if the old man had lost his mind. He quickly interjected, Principal, this kind of thing depends on the individual. Also, I still have one condition left from before. Condition? Speak. Lu Tongxing immediately sobered up, fixing his gaze on Su Ming. Forget about dropping out. I'm here to study properly. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. Also, for the next trial, assign me to a third-tier secret realm. I'm done with the second-tier ones. Lu Tongxing chuckled inwardly. Done with them? More like you've cleaned them out of everything valuable. With a serious tone, he said, dropping out is out of the question. If anyone brings it up again, they'll have me to deal with. As for the third-tier secret realm, you'll have plenty of chances to go there later. Why waste your condition now? Don't you want the shadow spirit anymore? Do you have another shadow spirit right now? Su Ming countered. No. Then there you go. Su Ming rolled his eyes. He didn't even know how much longer he'd be staying here. If this incident caused too much trouble, he might not get another chance. Better to seize the opportunity while he could. Besides, if I accidentally end up defeating all the third-tier beast tamers, the rewards should be even greater, right? A glint of determination flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he began calculating the potential rewards he could earn, whether from the school or from Shang Ren's betting stakes. Shang Ren is going to rake it in this time. Su Ming exclaimed excitedly, as if he could already see mountains of gold piling up before him. Lu Tongxing frowned and warned in a serious tone. The third-tier secret realm in the school is set at a high difficulty level. Even a team of third-tier beast tamers would struggle to last 3 full days in there. The layout is completely different from the second-tier secret realm, so don't assume it will be just as easy. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Are there over 30 elite-level enemies packed together like in the second-tier realm? Lu Tongxing shook his head and explained, no, but nearly every area in there has at least one leader-level boss. Leader-level creatures are on a whole different level from elite ones, and they're not something extraordinary-level beasts can handle. He paused, giving Su Ming a meaningful look. If you can manage to challenge 2 tiers above your own, I'd start questioning whether your contracted beast is a beast or some kind of monster. Su Ming looked thoughtful. While he wasn't entirely sure if he could challenge leader-level enemies 2 tiers above him, he also didn't plan to enter the third-tier secret realm as a second-tier beast tamer. Testing the waters, he asked, if I advance to the 3rd tier, then it shouldn't be a big problem, right? Lu Tongxing's eyes widened, and he almost jumped out of his seat. Not a big problem, are you kidding me? Do you think challenging higher tiers is as easy as eating or drinking water? Though he knew Su Ming's strength already exceeded that of many third-tier beast tamers, his gut instinct told him Su Ming definitely wouldn't settle for just fighting elite-level beasts honestly. Even with perfect-level skills, it's not enough? Su Ming pressed further. Lu Tongxing hesitated. Maybe, but it's not exactly that simple. What about supreme-level skills? Su Ming suddenly asked. Lu Tongxing froze, as if he had just heard something out of a fairy tale. Supreme level? Are you joking? I've lived for over 100 years and never seen a supreme-level skill, he trailed off, staring at Su Ming and realizing the young man wasn't joking at all. Supreme level, you actually have one? Su Ming nodded. Yep. Without further explanation, he summoned Dabai. Dabai, show the principal what you can do. Dabai appeared with a cheerful ing and raised both of its palms. Su Ming chuckled internally at Dabai's antics, wondering if it had hit its head somewhere. Picking up an apple, he motioned for Dabai to give it a light slap. Dabai gently patted the apple. Ing. Su Ming handed the apple to Lu Tongxing. Here, principal, have some juice. Perplexed, Lu Tongxing took the apple, and before he could take a bite, he realized the fruit's exterior was intact, but the inside had turned into liquid, sloshing around as he held it. Some special skills can achieve that too. Lu Tongxing tried to reason. Su Ming countered, oh really? Can other beasts at the extraordinary level destroy an elite-level demonized beast with a single strike? Lu Tongxing was left speechless. Turning an apple into juice is one thing, but completely obliterating the life force of an elite-level beast is a whole different matter. Internally, he sighed. He had originally hoped to uncover the secret behind Su Ming's perfect-level skills, but now he was faced with a supreme-level revelation instead. All right, it's settled then, Su Ming declared decisively. With my strength, Competing for first place in the second tier would just be bullying. Lu Tongxing gave a wry smile. I think competing for first place in the third tier would also be bullying. He could already picture the senior third-tier students being utterly crushed by Su Ming, crying in frustration. Su Ming continued. Also, entering the third-tier secret realm gives me a chance to inspect it for any issues, like what happened in the second-tier realm. If anything unexpected happens, I'll be there to handle it. He spoke with an air of righteousness, as if his sole concern was the school's safety. Lu Tongxing couldn't help but retort. It's really not about the resources in there, is it? Su Ming said nothing, simply smiling, while Lu Tongxing sighed and went on, don't worry. The third-tier secret realm doesn't have treacherous terrain like the Black Mist volcano or conditions for spreading abyssal blood jade. If anything unusual occurs, it will be noticed immediately. All right, let's hope so, Su Ming nodded in agreement. Truthfully, he was just eager to collect more resources and take down some beasts. What ulterior motives could he possibly have? Yet, deep down, he had an inexplicable feeling that trouble was on the horizon. Lu Tongxing agreed to Su Ming's request, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. If you can take first place in the third-tier competition, I do have something I need your help with. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, quickly sensing an opportunity. The principal's troubles? What's in it for me? There was a hint of teasing in his tone. Lu Tongxing shook his head with a light laugh. You, kid, never do anything without some gain in sight. He paused for a moment in thought. Don't use that third contract slot just yet. I'll try to figure something out for you. The shadow spirit? Su Ming probed further. No, Lu Tongxing waved dismissively. I can't say for sure. The spirits of heaven and earth are unpredictable, and opportunities are fleeting. Su Ming frowned. So there's no guarantee? He thought for a moment before nodding. Fine, I'll focus on taking first place first. He continued. In the next couple of days, I'll work on advancing to the third tier and then release a video. The school just needs to follow up with an announcement. A glint of wariness appeared in Lu Tongxing's eyes. What scheme are you up to this time? Had I known, I wouldn't have let you stay with those business people. Su Ming shrugged indifferently. This is called paying for experience. Don't let your preconceived notions cloud your judgment. Even you, Principal, aren't immune to that flaw. Suddenly he asked, by the way, Principal, what tier Beastmaster are you? 7th tier. That's all, Lu Tongxing replied calmly. Understood. Goodbye. Su Ming turned and walked off without hesitation. As Su Ming left, Lu Tongxing's gaze fell on the apple on his desk, now transformed into juice. His eyes gleamed with excitement. A peerless level. This is the variable. He fell into deep thought. Why would the military send such a talent here? Shouldn't he have been sent to the Xia family as a direct descendant? Could it be that the military or the Xia family is dissatisfied with the Wen family's arrangements? Unbeknownst to Lu Tongxing, all of this was simply Wu Yan's whim. The only thing he was certain of was that Su Ming could help the school through its current crisis. Still, that kid is too restless. He better not overplay his hand, he mused silently. It seems that beast spirit possession types are still not enough. When Su Ming returned to the dormitory, Shang Ren and Xia Feng had yet to return clearly. The competition was still ongoing. He couldn't help but reflect that the rules were full of loopholes, where money could essentially guarantee 5 consecutive wins. By the time it reached the 100th rank, there were bound to be many with the same score. However, the original intent of this competition had long deviated from strict rankings. Whether it was the school or the forces behind the scenes, the top talents would almost certainly be selected. No matter if their goal was to eliminate the entire cohort of elites, target Xiaofeng, or simply retaliate against the school, this was the perfect opportunity. Su Ming pulled out his communicator and was startled by the 99 unread notifications on the school network. Thankfully, only his school account was exposed. Otherwise, he might have been harassed to death. He randomly clicked on a private message. Su Ming, I want to have your babies. Not bad, not bad. My charm is truly overwhelming. Su Ming smugly opened the sender's profile, only to be shocked their beast was a golden silk monkey spirit, and after possession, they were covered in fur. He quickly blocked all similar private messages and let out a sigh of relief. That was painful to look at. I better not click on random messages again. Another private message caught his attention. I'm determined to become the world's #1 necromancer beastmaster. I never expected to meet a kindred spirit. Your skeleton summoner is fascinating. I am willing to pay a high price for its cultivation method. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. The world's #1 necromancer beastmaster. Su Ming casually skimmed through the messages he received, his brows furrowing slightly. None of the information was useful, and one message even questioned his identity. Probably some high school classmate who got triggered, he thought, unhesitatingly blocking all those annoying individuals. In no time, Su Ming's focus returned to the task at hand. He took out over 30 elite-grade crystal cores, their translucent surfaces shimmering with a faint, eerie glow. Hong Yu, he called his assistant. Can you purify the abyssal miasma in these crystal cores? Hong Yu's bony claws gently picked up a blood-red crystal core, examining it closely. Yes, that's simple, it replied, beginning the purification process. A minute later, the crystal core's color had become much more subdued. Master, it's done, Hongyu said, handing the core back. Su Ming curiously inquired about the changes. Hongyu explained that the purified crystal core was now easier to absorb, having been converted into pure, elemental energy. Su Ming's eyes lit up as he immediately summoned Dabai. Dabai, hey, raise something tasty for you. Upon hearing this, the previously drowsy Dabai perked up instantly. Su Ming handed it a purified crystal core with rock and fire attributes. Despite its seemingly clumsy appearance, Dabai understood that such energy couldn't be consumed all at once and needed to be absorbed gradually. Su Ming decided to expend 2 years of his lifespan to accelerate Dabai's growth. In the first year, Dabai held onto the crystal core daily, rubbing and absorbing it continuously. The core became smoother and smaller in size. During this process, Dabai mastered an entry-level petrification resistance skill. By the second year, the crystal core was completely absorbed, significantly enhancing Dabai's fire and petrification resistances and elevating its level to extraordinary 7-star. Su Ming pondered the results. Although he wasn't sure how long it would normally take to process an elite-grade crystal core, he knew time was his greatest advantage. Since most of these cores were rock and fire attribute, he decided to prioritize using them to strengthen himself and only consider selling the surplus. Hongyu purified another crystal core with pure rock attributes. Once again, Su Ming chose to sacrifice 2 years of his lifespan to boost Dabai's growth. To his surprise, Dabai absorbed the core completely within a single year this time, advancing its petrification resistance from entry level to mastery level. In the second year, Dabai focused on honing its realm, breaking through to the peak of the extraordinary tier. Su Ming was delighted to see that with experience, the absorption process had clearly sped up. Although the first round had taken 2 years, it wasn't wasted. It had already advanced Dabai to the peak of the extraordinary tier, preparing it for the next breakthrough. Shang Ren had already helped Su Ming acquire the second-tier wind attribute metals needed for Dabai's advancement. These second-tier wind spirit irons were far more valuable than ordinary second-tier profound irons, costing nearly 2,000 spirit stones for just a few pieces. Su Ming calculated silently, concluding that these materials should be sufficient for Dabai's advancement. Su Ming stood by the window, his brows slightly furrowed as he pondered over Granny Wen's words. His gaze swept across the distant campus, silently calculating his plans for the future. Beyond advancement, even after reaching the elite level, he'll still need to keep supplementing. And to reach the commander level requires lightning attributes. It's like an endless pit, Su Ming muttered to himself, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. Right now, there's only one goal: make money. He turned to look at Dabai, who was resting nearby, weighing his options in his mind. I chose wind attributes first because Dabai's most obvious weaknesses are its inability to fly and lack of speed. Supplementing with wind attributes should allow it to grasp some wind-based or speed-related skills. Su Ming gently stroked Dabai's fur. Of course, that's just the theory. What actually happens depends on Dabai's luck. A sharp light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. If all else fails, he'll just hunt more diverse types of beasts. Maybe I can plunder some compatible skills from them. He recalled his past battles. From the limited beasts I've killed so far, I've roughly figured out the pattern of skill plundering. The primary condition is that the beast must possess the fundamental ability to learn and release the skill. He gave an example. For instance, Hongyu can't learn skills like toughened skin because it doesn't even have skin. Similarly, Dabai can't learn lava spray because it lacks the requirements for it. However, general resistance or defense-related skills can usually be learned. Su Ming patiently waited for Hongyu to purify all the demonized crystal cores, then carefully selected the ones with the highest energy for Dabai to absorb. After consuming 10 high-star elite-grade purified crystal cores, Dabai's flame resistance and petrification resistance both advanced to the perfect level. Perfect level resistance skills can reduce about 60 of attribute damage and effects. Su Ming nodded with satisfaction. Coupled with its innate physique and resistance, it's enough to nullify the attribute skills of beasts not much higher in rank. He sighed with slight regret. As for supreme level skills, it's not that I don't want them, it's that absorbing elite-grade purified crystal cores no longer provides any improvement. I'm not sure if it's because this method has reached its limit or if higher-grade cores are required. Looking at the remaining 20 or so slightly inferior purified crystal cores, Su Ming decided to hand them over to Shang Ren for sale once the Secret Realm event concluded. By evening, Xiaofeng and Shang Ren returned together. Xiaofeng's matches had long since ended, with 5 clean victories, including defeating a grade second-tier peak student, making him another dark horse after Su Ming. Still, compared to Su Ming, I'm slightly overshadowed, Xiaofeng thought to himself. Su Ming's performance earlier today has already solidified his position as the top contender in the second tier. Xiaofeng's late return was evidently because Shang Ren had dragged him along as a bodyguard again. Shang Ren excitedly announced, "Brothers, we've struck it rich." Su Ming, uninterested in how many points they had earned, simply said, Convert all my share into wind or lightning attribute metals. Shangren nodded in agreement. Got it. They'll try to buy them at a price slightly lower than the school's exchange center. If there's not enough, they'll just exchange directly at the school for you. All right, that works, Su Ming replied, then added after some thought. Also, help me exchange for a third-tier promotion potion. The third-tier promotion potion was the highest level potion the school could provide. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Su Ming's eyes as he prepared himself for the challenges that lay ahead. Shangren furrowed his brows slightly, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. A Tier 3 advancement potion? Are you sure you heard that right? He gave Su Ming a once-over. You're only at Tier 2, aren't you? Didn't you already redeem a Tier 2 advancement potion before? Su Ming smiled calmly. That's right, it's a Tier 3 potion. I'm just redeeming it in advance, better to be prepared. Shangren shook his head with a wry smile. You're really unpredictable, but I guess it's not a bad idea. With that, reaching Tier 5 or Tier 6 will be a breeze in the future. However, his tone suddenly turned serious. High-tier advancement potions are practically regulated substances. You'll need to go through legal channels. Su Ming nodded in understanding, then shifted the subject. By the way, about the betting odds for the final match. Shangren immediately cut him off. Don't even bring it up. Those people almost didn't let me leave when they found out I wasn't opening odds for your final. As Su Ming casually ate the food Shangren brought back, he said thoughtfully, actually, you could open it. What? Shangren froze. Are you saying I should bet on Xiaofeng to win? Sure, it might earn more, but it doesn't feel right. Su Ming shook his head. I'm not talking about Tier 2 odds. I mean, Shangren's eyes widened as he instantly caught on. Tier 3. That's right, Su Ming said calmly. I'm planning to advance to Tier 3 in the next couple of days, then explore the Tier 3 secret realm. Shangren couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Man, you're incredible. I've never met anyone more impressive than you. Su Ming shook his head helplessly. So what do you think? I'm planning to release another video tomorrow. Shangren rubbed his hands together in excitement. Of course it's a great idea. This way, not just Tier 2 and Tier 3 students, but even Tier 4 students and alumni will be paying attention. Suddenly, an idea struck him. No, just earning points is too small scale. If we're doing this, we should go big points and spirit stones. Su Ming nodded in agreement. All right, you handle the arrangements. They'll focus on driving all the Tier 3s out of the secret realm. Shangren gave him another thumbs up. You're amazing. Suddenly, Su Ming pulled a dark-colored mineral out of his pocket. Oh, by the way, take a look at this. Shangren frowned as he examined the ominous-looking stone. What is this? It doesn't look very auspicious. Su Ming explained. This is abyssal blood jade, Oregon. Most people don't come into contact with it. A slight perception is enough to reveal its harmful effects on the body. Shangren and Xiaofeng exchanged uneasy glances, clearly unfamiliar with such a dangerous material. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Even these two well-connected, experienced young men had their limits when it came to certain knowledge. The abyssal blood jade lay silently, emitting an eerie red glow. Su Ming stared at the peculiar artifact capable of inducing mutations and demonic transformations in beasts, his heart filled with vigilance. This thing drains life force and unlocks potential. Prolonged contact is extremely harmful to humans as well, Su Ming explained, his tone heavy with seriousness. Hearing this, Shangren's expression changed. He quickly stepped back several paces, clearly valuing his life. However, Xiaofeng, on the other hand, strode forward boldly. He even reached out to touch the blood jade, carefully sensing the power contained within it. Truly sinister, Xiaofeng remarked with a frown. I haven't encountered much abyssal material, but none of it ever had such intense energy. Su Ming, seeing this, solemnly warned, remember this aura. If you encounter it in the secret realm, stay away at all costs. If you find anyone spreading it, subdue them immediately, just leave one capable of speaking. Xiaofeng nodded silently without further questions. After dinner, Su Ming returned to his room and took out a Tier 2 advancement potion and a Tier 2 soul power potion. Carefully reading the instructions, he noted that the success rate of advancement had dropped to 85, and side effects remained unavoidable. The higher the tier, the more the cost multiplies, yet the probability decreases, Su Ming thought to himself. But 85 rounded up, and that's practically 100. Without hesitation, he consumed the potions and began a year-long accelerated training process. For the first 3 days, Su Ming burned incense, bathed, and cleared his mind entirely. On the 4th day, he officially began his advancement. Perhaps due to his thorough preparation, Su Ming's luck peaked, and he successfully broke through, advancing to Tier 3, 1 star. Over the next few days, he quickly adapted to his newfound power and the expanded space for beast taming. With the remaining time, Su Ming focused on deciding on his 3rd beast companion. After completing his advancement, Su Ming assessed his current status. Beast Tamer level, Tier 3, 1 star. Accelerated talent. See top level cultivation, beast cultivation efficiency increased by 60. Hidden talent. God level infinite plunder can plunder lifespan, skills, etc. by killing non-human entities. Non-human lifespan, 2,315 years. Personal lifespan, 65 years remaining. Satisfied, Su Ming nodded to himself. For now, he had no concerns about lifespan. Next, it was time to upgrade Dabai and the others. Dabai, come out for some treats. Su Ming called out, but his voice failed to excite the iron-eating beast. Instead, Dabai narrowed its eyes warily. Past experiences had taught it that this cheerful invitation often heralded a meal of delicacies, like iron chunks or crystal cores, meals that either overwhelmed its stomach or pushed its body to its limits. Sure enough, as Su Ming began pulling out iron chunks, Dabai couldn't help but roll its eyes. This is wind spirit iron, Su Ming explained. It's incredibly valuable. With the money it's worth, I could buy you tens of thousands of the sweetest jade bamboo shoots. Internally, Dabai groaned. I want bamboo shoots, not iron chunks. But its silent protests were futile. Without hesitation, Su Ming initiated the accelerated growth process. Consume 10 years of lifespan to accelerate the growth of the iron-eating beast. This acceleration will also consume 6 pieces of Tier 2 wind spirit iron. In the first year of acceleration, Dabai wallowed in sadness over the transformation of its beloved bamboo shoots into iron chunks. Yet, considering the high value of the wind spirit iron, it had no choice but to channel its grief into appetite. To its surprise, the wind spirit iron didn't taste bad at all. This special metal harmonized perfectly with Dabei's physique, integrating itself into its acupoints and catalyzing its progression. By the second year, Dabei's acupoints were nourished with wind element energy, granting it wind affinity and significantly boosting its speed. It even mastered an entry-level wind affinity skill. In the third year, Dabai fully grasped the rhythm of the wind, advancing to elite Tier 1 star and unlocking an entry-level gale step skill. Over the next 7 years, Dabai focused on refining and enhancing its skills. It trained diligently to control sudden bursts of speed to avoid crashing into trees and other obstacles. However, Dabai realized that achieving greater progress would require more wind element resources. By the end of the decade-long acceleration, Dabai had reached elite Tier 4 star, and its gale step skill had advanced from entry-level to mastery. Su Ming's hypothesis was confirmed. Wind element metals indeed enhanced speed, while lightning elements undoubtedly boosted attack power. However, Dabai currently had no shortage of offensive capabilities. At this point, Dabai possessed 3 to 4 times the number of skills typical of an elite tier beast. Even more astonishing, most of its skills had reached the perfect level, and it had even acquired a peerless level skill, a truly luxurious setup. Next, Su Ming shifted his attention to another major consumer of his lifespan, Hongyu. Unlike Dabai, every year of lifespan spent on Hongyu translated directly into immediate combat power. The efficiency of this transformation was truly remarkable. Hongyu could not only elevate its own level but also command its undead army to expand its territory in the necromantic plane or amass more subordinate skeleton soldiers. Every moment was utilized to its fullest, unlike Su Ming's indulgence of a single beast fantasy that consumed an entire year. Hongyu. Su Ming stowed away Dabai and summoned Hongyu along with its Lich phylactery. For days, the phylactery had been sealed, depriving Hongyu of its enhancements. But now, everything was about to change. It was time to unseal it. Congratulations, Master, on your successful advancement. Hongyu's voice carried a hint of pride. Yes, I told you. Advancing is no big deal for me, Su Ming nodded. Now, it'll restore you to your peak. Hongyu replied. From the moment I met you, every moment has been my new peak. Su Ming couldn't agree more. Exactly, that's the truth. The fate of the blood skeleton summoner was about to undergo a dramatic transformation. Su Ming unhesitatingly sacrificed 1,000 years of alien lifespan to accelerate its growth process. This decision would forever alter the trajectory of the undead creature's destiny. By the third year of acceleration, the blood skeleton summoner had unsealed its life-bound artifact, the Lich phylactery. This phylactery, crafted from abyssal blood jade, was profoundly compatible with the essence of the blood skeleton summoner, making the advancement process remarkably smooth. Bathed in waves of crimson light, the blood skeleton summoner transformed into a blood lich, reaching the level of elite 1 star. Intricate blood-red patterns emerged on its skeletal frame, and a faint red glow ignited in its eye sockets. Simultaneously, it mastered 2 new skills, blood escape and skeleton creation, though both were still at a beginner level. Time flew by, and 252 years passed in the blink of an eye. Due to the extreme lack of cold, necrotic energy in its environment, the blood lich's progression was not swift. It took over 2 centuries to finally break through to the peak of the elite level. During these long years, the blood lich devoted most of its energy to refining its skills. At the same time, it began commanding its undead army to wage battles in the undead plane, gradually expanding its influence. Through relentless effort, its blood escape skill advanced from beginner to perfect level, while skeleton creation reached the proficient level. 456 years later, the blood lich's power in the undead plane had grown formidable, rivaling that of typical commander-level undead lords. It commanded an astonishing 1,000 peak elite-level skeleton soldiers, with nearly 20,000 skeleton soldiers of other levels under its banner. However, this seemed to approach a critical threshold. Any further increase in numbers might attract the attention of the undead monarchs, bringing unnecessary trouble to the Blood Lich. After nearly a century of stagnation, inspiration struck the Blood Lich. By combining skeleton creation with blood puppet techniques, it developed a new skill blood skeleton modification. Upon mastering it, the skill reached perfect level instantly. At the same time, skeleton creation naturally advanced to perfect level as well. By year 625, the Blood Lich encountered a new bottleneck. Due to the insufficient blood energy in its environment, it could only modify 100 elite-level skeleton soldiers. To overcome this limitation, the Blood Lich shifted its research focus to other areas. After persistent effort, its perfect-level blood explosion skill underwent a qualitative transformation, evolving into the more powerful Blood Nova at the perfect level. In year 801, a surprising mutation occurred in the Blood Lich's perfect-level skeleton summoning skill. When summoning skeleton soldiers modified by blood energy, the energy cost was reduced to one-third of the original amount. This breakthrough significantly enhanced the Blood Lich's combat capabilities. In the final 200 years, the Blood Lich dedicated itself entirely to researching methods for advancing to the next stage. Currently, it had two potential paths for breakthrough: seeking the bones of high-level undead creatures, or further refining the use of abyssal bloodjade. The acceleration process finally concluded, leaving Su Ming in awe of his near-divine power. The advanced Hong Yu now appeared completely rejuvenated, its skeletal frame emitting a faint red glow, resembling a mysterious figure cloaked in crimson from a distance. Su Ming calculated that after expending this 1,000-year alien lifespan, he still had over 1,000 years remaining. While not inexhaustible, it was more than sufficient for his current needs, provided he used it wisely. Besides, he was about to venture into a Tier 3 secret realm, which promised another round of dramatic battles and abundant rewards. Only with Hong Yu did Su Ming dare to consume resources on a millennial scale so recklessly. Though the cost was immense, the rewards were equally astonishing. His beast, the Blood Lich Hong Yu, had now reached the peak of elite 9-star level. Its skeleton summoning skill had achieved perfection, allowing it to summon up to 4 skeleton soldiers simultaneously. If no specific allegiance was designated, the summoned soldiers would be randomly generated. Even more impressive, when summoning modified blood skeletons, it could summon up to 12 at once. Additionally, Hong Yu's skeleton creation skill had also reached perfect level, enabling it to transform one or multiple skeleton soldiers into other forms of skeleton units. As Su Ming gazed at the revitalized Hong Yu, his eyes shone with anticipation. He knew this was just the beginning. Even greater opportunities and challenges awaited them. Su Ming gazed at Hong Yu's attribute panel, and only 2 words came to mind: perfect. The power of the Blood Lich Hong Yu was astonishing. Skeletal dire wolves, bone spike birds, skeletal bats, and skeletal swordsmen were all under her command. Her mastery of blood skeleton transformation was at a perfect level. Skills like bone reinforcement, bone shield, bone spike missiles, blood burn, blood manipulation, blood nova, blood puppet, and blood escape were all refined to perfection. Most importantly, Hong Yu's phylactery resided in Su Ming's beast species. So long as Su Ming lived, the Blood Lich would remain immortal. Su Ming pondered silently. If he were to encounter such a formidable opponent in the wild, even with Debai's assistance, it would likely be a struggle to prevail. Even with 10 third-tier teammates, the odds of victory would still be slim. This perfect companion beast was the ultimate combination of Su Ming's inexhaustible supply of alien lifespans and the Lich's prolonged growth process. With the mutation of the skeleton summoning spell, ordinary skeleton summons were nearly obsolete, only occasionally used to replenish Hong Yu's forces. After all, summoning skeletal units from the necromantic plane required contracts and time for cultivation, while skeletons acquired through battle couldn't be directly utilized. However, this didn't affect the overall situation. Hong Yu already commanded thousands of star-level elites, the strongest of which were 100 modified blood skeletons. From melee skeletal swordsmen to long-range skeletal archers, from the highly mobile skeletal dire wolves to skeletal knights mounted on warhorses, and even flying units like skeletal bats, Hong Yu had truly become an army unto herself. For a third-tier beast tamer, having a dozen top-tier elite units was enough to crush opponents of the same rank. Suddenly, a chill swept through the air. From outside the door, Shangren called out with concern. Su Ming, are you all right? Su Ming responded casually. I'm fine. It was getting too hot, so I summoned some skeletons to cool down. Shangren chuckled. You're something else. I never thought you'd actually contract with an undead. By the way, that undead of yours isn't ordinary, is it? Haha, nothing special. You saw her in action earlier today, didn't you? Su Ming replied nonchalantly. All right then, focus on preparing for your advancement. Leave the rest to me, Shangren said before heading back to his room. Little did he know, In just a few minutes, Su Ming and his companion beast had already completed their advancement, with Hong Yu even reaching the pinnacle of this stage. Su Ming's next priority was to seek out the bones of high-tier undead or blood energy minerals more advanced than abyssal blood jade. After all, Hong Yu had spent over a century devising two potential evolutionary paths, and they only needed to be validated. As for Dubai, its needs were simpler money. As a panda with a penchant for consuming metal, it required wind and thunder-tributed metals as dietary supplements. Even the supply of ordinary black iron couldn't be neglected, as its increased size after advancement meant the previous amount was insufficient. Once supplemented with third-tier black iron, Dabe's steel body ability would undoubtedly reach new heights. At its core, Dabai was a true gold-devouring beast. At 10 a.m. the next morning, Su Ming deliberately chose this time when most people were at their peak. Energito released the video he had recorded earlier that morning. His account only had two videos. One was a previous video clarifying rumors, and the other was the one he had just uploaded. In the video, Su Ming intentionally appeared disheveled, as if he had just woken up. Speaking lazily to the camera, he said, "Hey, all you second-tier weaklings out there. I just casually used a second-tier promotion potion, and, oops, I accidentally jumped straight to third-tier. So, I'm not going to play with you anymore. As for that placement test, do we even need to bother? Just go ahead and hand the first-place reward to me. You guys can compete for second place instead." He ended his statement with a provocative wink. As soon as the video was posted, it caused an uproar at Tainan Beastmaster Academy. Being a highly talked-about figure at the academy, Su Ming's every move immediately captured everyone's attention. The comments section exploded. "Damn it, this guy's a monster." One student furiously typed, "I've used 3 second-tier promotion potions in a row, and I still couldn't level up. What the hell? Better luck next time." "Unlucky one," another commenter sneered. "He's invincible in the second tier, how are you even gonna compare?" Suddenly, someone raised a critical question. "Wait a second. Something's off. He's third tier now. If he's third tier, he can't enter the second tier secret realm. So how can he claim the first place reward for the second tier?" This comment hit like a bombshell, instantly racking up likes. Everyone seemed to have an epiphany. Students who had initially thought it was reasonable for Su Ming to claim the first place reward now began to change their minds. "Yeah, he's third tier now. That means he's out of the second tier competition, and we've still got a shot." Someone exclaimed excitedly. "Haha, this guy must be regretting it like crazy. He probably made this video on purpose to act cool." Another speculated gleefully. "He looks all nonchalant, but deep down he's panicking." Exactly. He barely had time to enjoy being at the top of the second tier before jumping to the third. "If it were me, I'd be stunned too," someone chimed in. Honestly, he probably didn't expect the potion to work so well. Judging by his appearance, he's still dealing with the side effects. Haha, an unlucky jackpot. Someone joked, nailing the sentiment perfectly. The comments section was filled with a mix of schadenfreude and excitement. Most of the second-tier students were reveling in Su Ming's misfortune. However, many also voiced their hope that the academy wouldn't actually award the first-place prize to Su Ming. Despite his undeniable strength at the second tier, rules were rules, and the competition wasn't over yet. How could the reward just be handed to him? With Su Ming out of the second-tier competition, those second-tier elites he had previously defeated suddenly saw a chance to make a comeback. The stakes for claiming the top spot in the second tier were high, not just for the honor, but for the lucrative rewards as well. Some students had even deliberately held back their advancement for half a year, waiting for an opportunity like this. While some were eager to seize the chance, others carefully weighed their options to maximize their benefits. In the end, it was all about personal choice. Just then, a casual comment floated across the screen. "Why not just have him compete in the third-tier secret realm instead?" This seemingly offhand remark carried a sinister undertone. For a newly promoted third-tier beastmaster to recklessly enter a challenging third-tier secret realm was practically a death sentence. Even with teammates to assist, it would be nearly impossible to guarantee the safety of someone so inexperienced. And in a free-for-all survival mode, the risks would only multiply. The best outcome Su Ming could hope for would be to surrender immediately upon entering, avoiding unnecessary suffering. But going from being the top of the second tier to the bottom of the third was a staggering fall. The gap in both honor and rewards was nothing short of shocking. As a freshly promoted third-tier beastmaster, Su Ming was still dealing with the lingering side effects of the potion. It would take at least a week before he could even begin preparing his beasts for advancement. At this moment, Su Ming found himself in an agonizingly difficult position, caught between a rock and a hard place. Naturally, no one believed that Su Ming's Lich was already preparing for its promotion to the commander level at this very moment. In fact, it had been preparing for hundreds of years. On the school forum, a video of Su Ming breaking through to Tier 3 exploded like a bomb, igniting the comment section in just under an hour. Supporters and detractors clashed fiercely, engaging in heated debates. Su Ming's fans passionately defended him, praising his previous formidable performances. On the other hand, critics reveled in the situation, claiming that Su Ming had brought this humiliation upon himself. However, Beneath this intense discussion lay hidden schemes. Most of the fervent comments demanding Su Ming's entry into the Tier 3 secret realm were actually orchestrated by Shang Ren's carefully planted fake accounts. Without such manipulation, the inherently straightforward nature of the students would never have generated such an intense wave of public opinion. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the school's senior meeting room was heavy. Principal Lu Tongxing and the heads of various departments were discussing the final preparations for the secret realm assessment. As the meeting neared its conclusion, someone finally brought up Su Ming's unusual case. Principal, about Su Ming. One dean hesitated, leaving his sentence unfinished. Lu Tongxing's expression remained calm, but his mind was in turmoil. Su Ming's rapid advancement had left him astounded. Overnight, he had completed the breakthrough without showing any signs of side effects. Lu Tongxing could hardly imagine whether Su Ming's beast companion had also reached Tier 3. Since he can't enter the Tier 2 secret realm, let him enter the Tier 3 one. Consider it a lesson for his recklessness, Lu Tongxing said lightly. This decision immediately sparked controversy. The first to voice opposition was the veteran Dean Ji. Principal, I think we should just give him the Tier 2 first place reward. The Tier 3 secret realm is far too dangerous for someone who has just advanced. Other deans also shared their opinions, some agreeing with Dean Ji, while others insisted on sticking to the rules. The debate grew increasingly intense, and the tension in the meeting room thickened. Finally, Lu Tongxing made the final decision. I've already decided on this matter. There's no need for further discussion. A lesson now is far better than a greater failure in the future. The Tier 3 secret realm has enough protective measures in place to ensure safety. If an accident does occur, then that's his fate. Haven't we seen enough prodigies fall over the years? With Lu Tongxing's decisive words, the arguments in the meeting room came to an abrupt halt. Meanwhile, the carefully orchestrated play by Su Ming unfolded quietly, with no one the wiser. On a quiet afternoon at the campus, a sudden announcement concerning Su Ming spread like wildfire, causing a massive stir among the student body. The notice was straightforward. The school reaffirmed its commitment to fairness and transparency in evaluations, denying any claims of a predetermined top rank. Regarding Su Ming's special circumstances, the school decided to let him skip the second-tier secret realm trial and proceed directly to the third-tier secret realm, effectively granting him a spot on the third-tier top 100 rankings. To the students, this decision felt less like compensation and more like a perfunctory gesture. Compared to the prestige of being the first in the second-tier rankings, this privilege seemed insignificant. As soon as the announcement was made, the campus buzzed with activity. Students flocked to social media, eagerly awaiting Su Ming's response. They hoped to see him either angrily denounce the school's unfairness or confidently declare his ambition to prove himself in the third tier. However, as the evening fell, Su Ming's account remained silent, no updates, no replies to any comments. In reality, Su Ming had spent the entire day in his dorm, paying no attention to the uproar outside after posting his last video. His focus was entirely on preparing for the challenges of the third-tier secret realm. Besides discussing the realm's conditions in detail with Shang Ren, Su Ming spent most of his time analyzing this danger-level difficulty secret realm. According to the school's publicly available information, the terrain of this secret realm was relatively straightforward. It was a continent shrouded in mystical fog, split into two main regions, the Horned Eagle Forest and the Frost Plateau. The entrance to the realm was cleverly concealed at the border between these two zones. Su Ming meticulously studied the distribution of the beasts within the realm. While there were numerous sub-elite level beasts that posed little threat, the true challenge lay with the powerful elite-level beasts and above. The Unicorn Eagle, Windblade Finch, Hundredvine Trant, Frost Saber-Tooth Tiger, Icefield Wolf, Snowstorm Bear, and Snowland Sandworm. Each species had at least one commander-level leader, ruling over its respective territory. For past third-tier students, surviving 3 days in this realm was considered an impressive feat. Their primary objective was not hunting, but scavenging for valuable materials in a perilous environment. After all, each elite-level beast was backed by a formidable population and protected by a commander-level leader. Even with some safety measures in place within the realm, most students were unwilling to take unnecessary risks. Su Ming contemplated the unique terrain of the secret realm. The forest and icy plateau were vastly different from the second-tier realm, and deploying Abyssal Bloodjade here would likely have minimal effect. The aura of the abyss was a natural enemy to all living creatures, and the intelligent commander-level beasts would instinctively avoid it. As for the Black Fog volcano, its advantage was merely geographical. Although there was no indication of abyssal creatures within this secret realm, Su Ming remained vigilant. He was well aware that if there had been plots in the second-tier realm, the third-tier realm might harbor even greater unknown dangers. To Su Ming, the greatest threat might not come from the beasts in the realm, but from fellow human beast tamers. Meanwhile, in a dark, secluded room far from prying eyes, a mysterious figure was engaged in a remote conversation. "Elder, everything is in place. I guarantee nothing will go wrong." The low voice carried a trace of excitement, as if a sinister plan was on the verge of unfolding. "Not bad. A somber voice echoed through the dimly lit room. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't let our preparations go to waste. Cold determination gleamed in the speaker's eyes as he continued. Not only can we take down a genius from the Xia family, but we can also cripple an entire generation of Tiannan Academy. All those years of grudges, both old and new, will be settled. He paused briefly, as if recalling something. Oh, and that newly emerging genius, Su Ming's advance to the third tier. It's a shame he managed to escape this time. No matter, someone else will deal with him eventually. Understood. Another voice replied respectfully. The next batch of suppression pills will be delivered to you on schedule. For the time being, maintain silence. Do not initiate contact. Yes, Elder. Thank you. As the conversation ended, an uneasy silence filled the room. The following morning at 9 a.m., Tiannan Academy was bustling with activity. Two ranking groups, each consisting of the top 100 students, gathered in different secret realm halls. The actual number of participants slightly exceeded 100, as students with tied scores were also included. Additionally, there were likely undercover agents from the city guard mingled within, making the situation even more complex. At the entrance of the third-tier secret realm, a particular figure stood out. Su Ming stood alone at the back, attracting curious glances from the senior students around him. They looked at him as if he were a husky that had wandered into a pack of wolves. Although he was also a third-tier student, most of the others had already trained 3 elite-level beasts, making them formidable opponents. The third-tier students formed the largest group in the academy and were no longer divided by grade levels. Most were sophomores and juniors, with a few seniors among them. Su Ming, however, was the only freshman to have reached this level. Yet, Su Ming didn't see himself as a lost husky. Instead, he felt like a crane standing tall among a flock of chickens. As time passed, a teacher stepped forward and announced loudly, "Time's up. The secret realm is now open. Enter in an orderly manner." With a low hum, the secret realm's guardians activated the device. A pale blue light unfolded slowly in the air, forming an entrance much larger than that of the second-tier secret realm. Its sheer magnitude hinted at the extraordinary challenges that lay ahead. Despite the dangers, every secret realm was a precious resource obtained at great cost by those who came before. These realms were among the Academy's most valuable assets. Students filed in one by one. Su Ming's vision blurred as light and shadow shifted around him, and in an instant, he found himself in a spacious cavern. Other students and secret realm guardians surrounded him. A teacher stationed in the secret realm began distributing items. Everyone, come forward one at a time to collect a one-time directional teleportation stone. In case of emergencies, you can use it to teleport back here, which will count as your elimination. A one-time teleportation stone? A student murmured in awe. I can't believe the Academy is this generous, giving one to each of us. Yeah, normally you'd need 300 points just to exchange for one, another voice chimed in. Su Ming held the dull gray stone in his hand and felt a familiar energy emanating from it. It reminded him of the sensation he experienced when the Void Shadow Spirit had teleported him before spatial power. Such tools could only be used in third-tier or higher secret realms, as lower-tier realms couldn't withstand the force of spatial teleportation. Suddenly, Su Ming realized something. No wonder those schemers, despite their plans, hadn't targeted the third-tier secret realm. Instead, they had chosen the relatively safer second-tier realm as their stage. The teacher's voice rang out again, stern and commanding. Within a 3-kilometer radius of this location, no fighting is allowed. Anyone still within this range after 30 minutes, or anyone who re-enters it later, will be considered eliminated. You may now choose your direction and set off. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, he fell silent, leaving the group of eager students to face the challenges ahead. Most of the students quickly dispersed according to their respective plans, many pairing up or forming small groups, clearly familiar with the area. Su Ming scanned his surroundings and noticed over a dozen different exits, leaving him somewhat confused. He approached a teacher respectfully and asked, "Excuse me, teacher, which exit leads to the Jiaoying forest?" The teacher gave Su Ming a once-over, seemingly puzzled by the unfamiliar face, and casually asked, "Is this your first time here?" Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I just advanced to Tier 3 yesterday." The teacher sighed slightly and pointed in a direction, explaining succinctly, "That way leads to Jiaoying forest. The other way takes you to the Frost Plateau." Su Ming thanked the teacher and was about to leave when the teacher added a warning, "Don't go too deep. In some areas, even the teleport stones might not work." These words sent a shiver through Su Ming, and he silently appreciated the important advice that wasn't included in the official information. Curious, he asked, "Teacher, since this place only allows Tier 3 or lower beast tamers, what happens if we encounter a leader-level beast attack?" The teacher countered with a question, "Take a guess, what tier do you think I am?" Su Ming quickly caught on. "Tier 4. The teacher nodded. Tier 4 at its peak. A Tier 3 secret realm doesn't mean you can't advance to Tier 4 while you're here. It just means that once you leave, you can't come back." Su Ming suddenly understood. "Ah, I see. I assume there are other guards as well." The teacher chuckled. You seem pretty scared of dying. If you're so worried, why not just leave? Su Ming hurriedly explained. I'm just concerned that too much commotion here might provoke a beast riot. The teacher spoke with confidence. Don't worry. No matter how much trouble you all cause, those beasts wouldn't dare make a scene here. Su Ming complimented with a grin. You're truly formidable, teacher. With that, he bid farewell and headed toward the Jiaoying forest. Exiting the cave, he was greeted by an endless expanse of lush greenery ahead, while behind him loomed the towering Frost Plateau. The 3-kilometer buffer zone clearly served as a man-made safety area at the foot of both regions. Su Ming summoned his beasts. Come on out, Dabai and Hongyu. Dabai let out an excited cry at the sight of the forest, as if sensing the presence of delicious prey within. As they neared the edge of the forest, Su Ming stopped cautiously and instructed Hongyu. Send some scouts to check the area first. Responding to his command, Hongyu extended its bone claws, channeling a surge of crimson energy. With a flawless execution of the blood puppet technique, over a dozen blood-bat puppets materialized and flew deep into the forest. Following that, Hongyu used its skeleton summoning technique to summon 3 massive skeletal blood wolves and 9 skeletal blood-spiked birds. The skeletal wolves charged into the woods, while the spiked birds circled overhead before scattering into the forest. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. This should be much safer now. Let's go. With that, he stepped into the mysterious forest, ready to explore its depths. What surprised Su Ming slightly was that, after walking for more than 10 minutes into the forest, the surroundings remained eerily silent. Not a single person appeared, let alone an ambush from Lao Lu. As he walked, he pondered. After all, this was a battle royale, not a unknown duel. Survival was the key, not how many opponents were defeated. It was only the beginning, and everyone was conserving their strength. Even in the outer edges of the Eagle Claw Forest, no one was willing to initiate a conflict so early. All right, let's play hide and seek for now, Su Ming thought to himself. He wasn't keen on exposing his strength prematurely. Recalling his discussion with Shangran, their strategy was to stay low on the first day and wait for Shangran to draw enough bets before making their move. At the same time, the real-time rankings of every participant were clearly displayed on the school's intranet, with all surviving students ranked by the number of defeats they had achieved. Those who made it to the top 10 among the third-tier participants were all at the peak of the third tier, and their contracted beasts were all elite level at their peak. These recognized frontrunners usually had odds hovering around 1.2 to 1.4. In a bold move to attract more bets, Shangran raised everyone's odds by over 50. This tactic immediately paid off, as the number of spirit stones or points wagered surged. To others in the same business, this seemed like a reckless, loss-making strategy just to gain attention. As for the second-tier bets, Shangran no longer cared. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Xiaofeng's strength was extraordinary, with his odds dropping as low as 1.1. Su Ming strolled leisurely through the forest, heading deeper into its heart. Along the way, he continuously received kill notifications. Killed a 6-star spirit awakening level man-eating plant. Plundered 6 years of alien lifespan. Killed an 8-star extraordinary level greenbone snake. Plundered 18 years of alien lifespan. Plundered skill poison resistance. Iron-eating beast and blood which have automatically learned it. These kills were casually executed by the skeletons summoned by his red jade. Only kills made here allowed Su Ming to plunder the lifespans of alien creatures. If it were in the undead plane, where his minions waged war for ages, they would have already accumulated tens of millions of years of alien lifespans for him. Even in the third-tier secret realm, spirit awakening and extraordinary level beasts were still the majority. This aligned with the pyramid structure of any ecosystem, where lower-tier creatures formed the foundation and were the most abundant. Along the way, Su Ming used his bloodbat puppets to scout traces of other students, but he chose to avoid them. These students were neither worth killing nor worth engaging in battle. As night fell, Su Ming casually selected a large tree to rest under. Around him, peak third-tier bone-spiked birds kept watch, while skeleton archers and skeleton swordsmen stood guard by the tree, ensuring his safety. Shangran, how's it going? Su Ming asked through a voice transmission. A few nuisances are blocking my path. I'm struggling to hold back from taking action. Shangran chuckled in response. All good, all good. There are just a few people betting on you to win. Could they be your diehard fans? Anyway, no big deal, just a loss of a few thousand spirit stones. From his tone, Su Ming could tell Shangran was in high spirits. So much so that even 1,000 spirit stones seemed insignificant. Conservatively, Shangran had probably already made tens of thousands. Still, brother, you better not mess this up. My entire fortune and life are riding on this, Shangran suddenly said, his tone turning serious. Su Ming was taken aback. Is it that serious? Isn't your family the richest in the country? Sigh, it's a long story. He'll tell you later. For now, we need to make our own money. My fortune and life depend on you. Don't worry, I've got this. Just make sure to share the profits with me. Of course, Shangran replied cheerfully. Even the wealthiest heirs of the Xia dynasty's most prominent merchants are relentlessly working hard to make their own fortune. So what excuse do ordinary people have to slack off? No one should be sleeping. Su Ming's voice echoed through the night as he turned to Hong Yu beside him and issued a directive. Send a few bone-spike birds to the grove 3 kilometers ahead. There's a 3-person team hiding there. Remember, just harass them and actually take their lives. Hong Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Moments later, several grotesque bone-spike birds took flight, their skeletal wings slicing through the darkness as they vanished into the night. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away, atop a massive tree, Zhang Cheng was speaking to his 2 teammates. I don't think anyone will come around here. You 2 get some rest. They'll take the first watch for 3 hours, then we'll rotate. Zhang Cheng was a 3rd-tier peak-level combatant, ranked 4th overall, with 5 points to his name, proof that his team had successfully eliminated 5 opponents. His teammates readily agreed. Got it, Brother Cheng. They'll have my shadow wolf stand guard too, one of them offered. The other added, my 3-eyed night owl can help keep watch as well. Zhang Cheng nodded in approval. Below the tree, a blue-striped serpent lay coiled on the trunk, feigning sleep but remaining alert. It was Zhang Cheng's contracted beast. The rest of their beasts were safely resting in their respective summoning spaces. Half an hour later, the stillness of the night was shattered by a sharp, piercing cry. Screecher. It was the warning signal from the 3-eyed night owl. Enemy attack. The owl's owner jolted awake, reacting even faster than Zhang Cheng to sound the alarm. The 3 of them quickly summoned all their beasts, scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Up in the air, Zhang Cheng hissed. What kind of beasts are they? Not sure yet, but there's more than one. Another teammate replied, a hint of tension in his voice. Soon, they spotted 6 faint, flickering ghostly lights hovering in the air. Their expressions turned grim. These are undead. In the dim light, the team finally discerned the enemy's skeletal creatures, stripped of flesh, their bodies riddled with sharp bone spikes. The eerie glow of soul flames flickered within their hollow frames, sending chills down their spines. Zhang Cheng turned to his teammate with a flying beast. Ale, can you handle them? Ale grimaced. Brother Cheng, these 3 seem to be elite-level peak creatures. To make matters worse, his 3-eyed night owl was better suited for scouting and support than combat. All right, no one's resting tonight. Stay alert, Zhang Cheng decided, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. The 3 blood-curdling bone-spike birds began circling their tree, emitting unsettling screech and crack sounds as their bones scraped against one another. Yet, they refrained from launching any direct attacks, as if toying with their prey. Another half-hour passed before a heart-wrenching wolf howl broke through the night. What happened? Zhang Cheng asked sharply. Brother Cheng, my shadow wolf took a heavy hit. One of his teammates cried out in panic. They can shoot bone spikes, and one hit my wolf right in the rear. The 3 of them felt a chill run down their spines as they realized these undead creatures weren't just powerful, but also disturbingly cunning. Back to the tree. Use all your defensive skills and stay vigilant. Zhang Cheng commanded decisively. Hold out until dawn, and then we'll take them down. In the shadowy confines of Eagle Forest, they dared not act recklessly, fearing they might attract even more enemies. Even if they managed to fend off these bone-spike birds, they risked being eliminated from the competition. What baffled them, though, was how such eerie flying undead creatures had appeared in Eagle Forest in the first place. For the rest of the night, the bone-spike birds launched precision attacks every half hour. While these strikes weren't fatal, they were infuriatingly disruptive, keeping the trio on edge and utterly exhausted. Little did they know, even greater challenges lay ahead. The long, harrowing night had only just begun. These undead birds, like tireless sentinels, harassed the 3 relentlessly, day and night. Every moment, they had to remain on high alert, their nerves stretched taut like a drawn bowstring. This was their umpteenth attempt at venturing into the horned Eagle Forest, yet they had never been in such a sorry state. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the darkness, the 3 undead birds suddenly vanished into thin air, as if they had never existed. Zhang Cheng's bloodshot eyes burned with fury as he gritted his teeth and growled under his breath. Damn it, I get it now. These must be someone else's summoned creatures. His voice was laden with suppressed anger and exhaustion. The other 2 were in no better condition, their heavy dark circles betraying their weariness, their spirits utterly drained. Although staying up for a day or 2 wasn't a big deal for 3rd-tier beast tamers, the constant, high-strung vigilance weighed on them like an invisible burden, sapping their energy. Brother Cheng, one of them croaked out with difficulty, his voice hoarse. What kind of beast tamer can summon 3 elite-level creatures at their peak all at once? Stay on guard, Zhang Cheng ordered, forcing himself to stay focused. Whoever it is will show up soon enough. Damn it, even if we lose, I want to know who's been toying with us. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, Su Ming rose with a refreshed spirit, making final preparations for the impending battle. He turned to Hong Yu, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Hong Yu, let's begin. Summon with everything you've got. Understood, Hong Yu replied. She immediately began casting, summoning formation after summoning formation that shimmered in the air. After 3 rounds of summoning, her mental energy was completely drained. Without hesitation, Su Ming sacrificed a year of his lifespan to hasten her recovery. Though such an act was extravagant, he didn't mind any extra time would simply be devoted to his blood lich cultivation or skill mastery. After several summons, 100 elite blood skeletons stood ready for battle. Su Ming gave the order to advance, directing Han Yu to lead the army forward while he followed closely behind with Dabai. At the same time, Zhang Cheng and his companions were warily scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, one of them whispered, "Brother Cheng, I think there's movement up ahead." "I feel it too," another chimed in. "It doesn't seem like just one person." Before they could react, over a dozen bone arrows whistled through the air. "Watch out," Zhang Cheng yelled. In an instant, Alu transformed into a raging bear, his body encased in an earthen shield as he positioned himself in front of the others. This was his bonded beast, the earth bear spirit. What they witnessed next would be etched in their memories forever. From the forest emerged a massive horde of blood-red skeleton warriors, complete with various classes of soldiers melee, ranged, and even cavalry weaving through the ranks. "Is this an undead invasion?" one of them exclaimed in shock. "Wait a second, these skeletons look familiar," another suddenly realized. "Blood-red skeletons. Isn't this the work of that new guy?" Zhang Cheng roared in disbelief. "You're telling me an extraordinary level skeleton summoner can summon this many elite level creatures at their peak?" At that moment, the previously vexing bonespike birds reappeared. This time, they weren't playing games, they attacked with full force. A downpour of bone spikes rained down like a storm, forcing the trio into a clumsy retreat. The reason Su Ming hadn't let the bonespike birds finish them off yesterday was that they hadn't yet entered the scoring zone. If the opponents surrendered outright, the points would have been wasted. But now, the battle had begun. Even if they used teleportation stones to flee, the points would still belong to Su Ming. Determined to secure the top spot, Su Ming wouldn't allow any mishaps. "Cheng, should we fight?" Zhang Cheng's teammate asked nervously, his eyes flickering with unease. Zhang Cheng glanced around, sensing the dangerous tension in the air, and decisively shook his head. "Fight? Fight my ass. Let's get out of here." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Zhang Cheng swiftly pulled out a glowing, single-use teleportation stone from his pocket. Without hesitation, he crushed it in his hand. A blinding white light instantly enveloped the 3 of them, and in the next moment, their figures vanished without a trace. Even until the very end, they never caught a glimpse of Su Ming. Though they had their suspicions, this surreal reality was still hard to accept. After all, if Necromancer Beastmasters were actually this powerful, who would bother pursuing other paths? Everyone would just contract with undead summoners, summon armies of thousands, and single-handedly become a force to be reckoned with. But reality was far less forgiving. Even living for hundreds or thousands of years was but a drop in the bucket compared to the lengthy cultivation period required for undead creatures. Moreover, without Su Ming's almost absurd recovery ability as support, there was no way Han Yu could have achieved such an unbelievable feat of defeating hundreds on her own. At that moment, the leaderboard suddenly updated. Su Ming, Tier 3, 1 star, Rank 2, points, 8. This sudden change immediately caught the attention of everyone watching the competition. Huh? Zhang Cheng got eliminated. What's going on with Su Ming? Isn't it obvious? Su Ming must have wiped out Zhang Cheng's team. Although this conclusion was easy to deduce, it still left everyone in disbelief. After all, Su Ming had only recently advanced to Tier 3. Just last night, his score was 0, and everyone assumed he was hiding in some corner, trembling in fear. How did he suddenly manage a triple kill? Soon, someone contacted Zhang Cheng for a post-match interview. After all, he had been one of the top contenders for the championship. "Zhang Cheng, can you tell us how you were defeated by Su Ming, the newcomer?" Zhang Cheng froze for a moment before quickly responding. "Su Ming? It was him. Yes, he took all your points. Don't tell me you didn't even see his face before losing." Zhang Cheng was startled but immediately fabricated a story. "No, what I mean is, our team fought a group of beasts all night long. By the next day, we were completely exhausted and got ambushed by someone you didn't see who. Damn it, I'm not going down alone. I need to drag others into this mess." Zhang Cheng thought to himself. "Is that so?" The interviewer sounded doubtful. "Don't believe me? Take a look at us." With that, Zhang Cheng pulled his 2 teammates into a group selfie and sent it over. The image showed 3 people with bloodshot eyes, looking worse than someone who had pulled several all-nighters. It was clearly a sign of extreme exhaustion. Under these circumstances, their explanation of fighting all night seemed plausible. "Looks like you really went through a tough battle." "Yeah, that guy is in the central area of the Griffin Forest. If anyone's interested, go take his points." The interview concluded, and the content was soon posted on the school forum. Wow, didn't expect Su Ming to be so bold, sneaking all the way to the center of Griffin Forest. Yeah, he really lucked out. Now he just needs to find a good hiding spot, and he might even make it into the top 10. Better hide well, though. With his score, a lot of lower-ranked students will probably come after him now, huh? Meanwhile, Ming also came across the post. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile as he chuckled to himself. Heh, didn't think this guy would go out of his way to save face for himself. However, Ming had no intention of refuting anything. Thanks to Zhang Cheng's endorsement, he had now gone from being the big bad wolf to a helpless little lamb, perfectly baiting those looking for an easy score. This way, he could effortlessly rack up points without having to waste time hunting them down himself. Ming stared ahead, his mind racing. He whispered instructions to Hong Yu. Adjust the strategy. Have the skeleton troops spread out and advance within the first 2 kilometers. We'll follow behind. Expand the scouting range to 5 kilometers and keep an eye out for human activity. With that, he bent down to swiftly collect the crystal core and pelt of a third-rank demonic beast, his movements practiced and efficient. Around him, under Hong Yu's control, the surrounding flesh transformed into streams of crimson energy, which flowed into the blood skeletons. Ming surveyed the area, satisfied with the sight of the skeletal army leaving a trail of demonic beast carcasses in its wake. To handle this harvest feast, Ming had already requested a large storage ring from Shangren. He regretted that Shang Bao hadn't joined him on this expedition. Her knack for locating treasures would have ensured they collected every valuable item in the area. Nevertheless, the expedition had been bountiful. The lifespan of the alien creatures had increased by nearly 1,000 years, and over 100 crystal cores and demonic beast materials of various grades had been accumulated enough to exchange for a considerable amount of spirit stones. As Ming calculated the spoils, Hong Yu suddenly transmitted a message. Master, someone is approaching. So soon. Ming frowned. Where? In the sky. Ming immediately ordered. Send over a few archers. Before the words were fully out of his mouth, a male voice echoed from above. Ming, it seems you don't know that in this competition, scorecards within a 1-kilometer range will detect each other and trigger a battle state. Ming stepped out from behind a tree and looked up. A peak elite-grade unicorn eagle circled in the air, its wings sharp as blades and its eyes piercing. He sneered. You think I'm hiding? No wonder you dare to fly over the horned eagle forest. You must be family. But I'm curious, do the horned eagles here recognize this kinship? From what I've heard, in situations like this, the beast leader's aggression tends to be even greater. The young man scoffed. Isn't that obvious? You don't seriously think a few shoddy skeleton archers can hit my unicorn eagle, do you? Before he could finish, several bone arrows whistled through the air, heading straight for the eagle. Amid its screeches, wind blades clashed with the bone arrows. However, the attack came too swiftly, and one arrow managed to pierce the eagle's abdomen, causing blood to spill. Your skeletons aren't transcendent Gratithier elite grade. The young man's expression turned from disdain to shock and anger as he hastily commanded the eagle to ascend. Ming was about to order the Bonespur birds to pursue when Hong Yu transmitted another message. Master, there's something unusual about this blood. It feels tainted with a hint of corruption, like it's been demonized. It's faint, almost imperceptible to most people, but it's there. A glint of understanding flashed in Ming's eyes. He shouted, the level of my beast companions isn't the main issue here. What matters, my friend, is that you've just exposed yourself. The young man, who had been preparing to heal the eagle, asked warily. What do you mean? Ming locked eyes with him, his tone resolute. I mean, your unicorn eagle is tainted with abyssal energy. Clearly, that makes you one of their people, doesn't it? Though Ming wasn't entirely sure who they referred to, he was certain there was an organization behind it all. You're spouting nonsense. The young man's panic was evident, though he tried to maintain a calm facade. Ming smirked inwardly. He didn't need irrefutable proof, just a single accusation would suffice. Some things could be hidden from the average person, but wouldn't withstand closer scrutiny. The battle was as good as won. Now it was just a matter of seeing how the other side would respond. Ming stared directly at the boy in the air, his tone unrestrained as he voiced his suspicion. You've colluded with the abyss. Is that clear enough? Rushing over here in such a hurry, were you planning to kill me? The boy's face turned red, then pale, clearly caught off guard by Ming's blunt accusation. Being only a third-tier outer member, he had no idea how to respond to such a direct confrontation. At that moment, Ming's communicator buzzed with the voice of Principal Lu Tongxing. It turned out the old fox had secretly dialed the principal's number beforehand. Seizing the opportunity, Ming spoke into the communicator. Principal, you heard that, right? This guy has no rebuttal, clearly an admission of guilt. Lu Tongxing's voice came through promptly. Ningzhua, third-tier peak, rank flight type. A local from Tianan City. I'll notify the city guard to investigate. Hearing this, Ningzhua, still hovering in the air, panicked and began desperately defending himself. No, I'm innocent. When I contracted this unicorn eagle beast egg, it was already corrupted. I've been infected by demonic energy. If I don't obey their commands, they'll be crippled. But Lu Tongxing cut him off mercilessly. Turn yourself in for investigation. Resist, and you'll be executed on the spot. The words hit Ning Zhuo like a hammer. plunging him into utter despair. Whether coerced or willing, it was too late to salvage anything now. Su Ming saw the perfect moment and taunted. Hey, buddy, you heard the principal. Better find a place to cool off. Oh, and don't forget to leave your points behind. Heh. Furious, Ningzhuo roared. It's you. This is all your fault. He summoned another flying beast to replace the unicorn eagle and commanded the latter to dive towards Su Ming, seemingly intent on a deadly strike. Su Ming sneered, foolish. Since the principal had already authorized lethal action, he wasn't about to hold back. Hong Yu. In an instant, Hong Yu unleashed a thin, blood-red thread that coiled around the unicorn eagle with precision. Blood control. At Su Ming's command, the eagle became like a puppet on strings, entirely under Hong Yu's control. Ningzhuo was horrified and quickly ordered his other flying beast to slash at the blood thread with its claws. But it was futile. As long as blood flowed within the target, there was no escaping Hong Yu's grasp. In that critical moment, the unicorn eagle let out a piercing, anguished cry. Its body began to swell uncontrollably. Boom. A deafening explosion shattered the air. The unicorn eagle's body detonated, unleashing a massive shockwave that severely injured Ningzhuo and his other flying beast, sending them plummeting from the sky. As he hit the ground, Ningzhuo, clinging to his last shred of survival instinct, crushed a teleportation stone. Though he escaped with his life, the city guard's thorough investigation awaited him. Su Ming watched the scene unfold and silently checked his system notification. Killed elite level 9, star unicorn eagle. Lifespan of 29 years plundered from the alien creature. He muttered to himself thoughtfully. It seems this unicorn eagle wasn't heavily corrupted, hence the full reward. Maybe what he said about the Abyss Temple scheme is true. Rank talent is already decent too bad, he was targeted. While collecting the unicorn eagle's core, Su Ming reported to the principal. Principal, it's done. Lu Tongxing's voice came through. I heard the commotion. What kind of chaos did you stir up? That didn't sound like something an elite-level beast could cause. Su Ming explained. Relax, it was definitely elite level. The explosion was from the unicorn eagle's entire bloodstream detonating. Then, as if recalling something, he asked, by the way, what's the deal with this Abyss Temple? Are they tied to the Abyss? Something like that. They worship the cataclysmic demon dragon and aim to let the Abyss engulf the entire world. Su Ming frowned as he listened to the principal's explanation, a chill rising in his heart. The principal continued. Moreover, most of their beasts show signs of being corrupted. Some might even directly form contracts with abyssal creatures. Su Ming's heart tightened as he couldn't help but ask, since they've set their sights on me, I should be fine, right? The principal chuckled lightly. You'll be fine. Their temple master is, at most, at the peak of the 8th rank. Before he could finish, he suddenly realized something and added, wait, principal, aren't you only at the 7th rank yourself? That's right, the principal replied calmly. But if he dares to enter the city, I'll be ready to give my life to take him down with me. Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim, Principal, you're incredible. The principal shook his head. It's not me who's incredible. It's the ancestors of the human race who were extraordinary. You mean Yin Di, Jin Di, and the others? Su Ming asked thoughtfully. Exactly, the principal nodded. If an 8th rank powerhouse dared to rampage into Xia, the sword spirit of Zhu Xian would still have enough power to intervene. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Let me guess, would it be one of those cases where it unleashes its power and then falls into a 1,000-year slumber? Something like that. It's a generally accepted fact. Let's see who dares to test it. The principal said meaningfully. Don't worry, the Heaven Demon Temple has been scheming in the shadows for thousands of years. They've never dared to act openly. Switching topics, Su Ming asked, by the way, they're using beast eggs to spread abyssal corruption. Is there no way to prevent this? If it continues unchecked, won't everyone be living in constant fear? The principal chuckled. First of all, these corrupted beast eggs are quite precious to the Heaven Demon Temple. They wouldn't just toss them around for anyone to find. Secondly, even if someone contracts a corrupted beast, it's not as catastrophic as Ningzhuo described. With some effort and a price to pay, it's possible to restore it to normal. Unfortunately, he paused. Anyway, just be cautious. Don't form contracts with beasts of unknown origins. Got it, Su Ming replied. With that, he ended the call. Checking his score, he saw that it had reached 12 points. Ningzhuo, aside from the 1 point he had earned himself, had also accumulated an additional 3 points, all of which now belonged to Su Ming. However, even so, Su Ming was not in first place. The top spot belonged to Fangya, a peak 3rd rank with 15 points. Su Ming vaguely remembered Shang Ren analyzing her once. She was widely acknowledged as the strongest among the 3rd ranks, even capable of challenging commander-level beasts across ranks. Ningzhuo's exit didn't cause much of a stir. However, Su Ming's rising score did make many wonder in confusion. Was this kid just lucky, time and time again? Still, a few skeptics were on their way to him, forming temporary teams to take him on. If they were going to end up as stepping stones, they figured they might as well put up a fight. As for Fangya, They didn't even dare to entertain the thought of challenging her. But Su Ming? No matter how mysterious he seemed, he was still just a newly advanced third rank, right? Surely, he couldn't be that powerful? And then they really saw Su Ming take to the skies. Standing atop an undead bone bird, Su Ming actively flew to meet them. This undead creation, crafted by Hong Yu according to Su Ming's design, was covered entirely in countless bones. It looked nothing like the typical skeletal creatures. Those spiky bone birds were too uncomfortable for Su Ming's taste. This skeletal construct, which Su Ming had tentatively named the Bone Rock, had almost no combat capability. Its sole function was flight. Its hollow chest cavity even allowed it to transport other skeleton units. So, you're here for me? Standing on the Bone Rock, Su Ming looked down at them from above. What the heck is that thing? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Bro, this is some next-level stuff, another person joked. While some tried to chat with Su Ming, others had already taken out their phones to record the scene. A few were even preparing to attack. Su Ming's dramatic entrance had clearly caught these challengers off guard. Their reactions varied, but all carried a mix of caution and curiosity. Cut the small talk. Do you want an unknown fight or a group brawl? Su Ming asked lazily, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. His voice carried a trace of provocation, as if mocking the opponents in front of him. Heh, I don't think I stand a chance in an unknown. One student said nervously, his gaze darting around. We're just a temporary team, so it's definitely a group brawl. Suddenly, someone holding a phone stepped back hurriedly, his voice filled with excitement. Wait a second, you all go ahead and fight. I'm recording this. No matter who wins, they'll just surrender afterward, alright? Seriously? Su Ming sneered, curling his lips in disdain. Fine, one less doesn't make a difference. The remaining four exchanged uneasy glances as tension filled the air. Su Ming let out a cold chuckle. Alright then, since you've chosen a group brawl, don't expect me to go easy on you. As soon as he finished speaking, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. The skeletal rock beside Su Ming suddenly opened its ribcage, resembling a bizarre deployment chamber. One by one, skeletal soldiers poured out like an unstoppable stream, as dense as dumplings being dropped into boiling water. These skeletons were all ordinary white skeletons, yet each exuded the aura of peak-level elites. In the blink of an eye, the ground was swarming with 30 skeletal soldiers, standing in perfect formation with an imposing presence. That's all for now. If it's not enough, I'll add more, Su Ming said nonchalantly, as if he were casually discussing a bowl of dumplings. Let's begin. The students across from him were instantly dumbfounded. One of them stared blankly, muttering to himself, What? What is this? Another student, unwilling to accept the reality, gritted his teeth. I don't believe it. This has to be an illusion. As he spoke, he summoned his own beasts. Come forth, infernal smoke tiger, jade-scaled serpent, and bone-eroding monitor. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit, summoning their respective beasts. Altogether, the four of them summoned 12 elite-level beasts. Though they were outnumbered, they believed that with the innate advantages of beast tamers, they still stood a fighting chance. However, the moment the battle began, they realized how gravely mistaken they were. Su Ming's companion, Hong Yu, casually waved her hand, and the skeletal soldiers were instantly enveloped in a layer of bone shields. This simple defensive maneuver was enough to make the opposing beast struggle. Thud, 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 the sound of blows landing echoed continuously, but it was the beasts on the other side taking all the hits. The skeletal soldiers, impervious to pain, remained unfazed no matter how fiercely they were attacked. The fight was utterly one-sided, and the dozen beasts were soon beaten to the point of retreating in disarray, eventually being recalled into their respective beast spaces. The defeated students, pale-faced, surrendered and disappeared in flashes of white light. Even the one who had been recording left, looking oddly satisfied. Judging by his ecstatic expression, capturing such footage must have been worth the price of admission. The five opponents collectively handed Su Ming 6 points, though it was unclear who had given 2. With this, Su Ming temporarily surpassed Fang Yu in points. He wasn't in a rush to collect more, knowing that after this display, no one would dare to challenge him willingly. By now, half the allotted time had passed, and the number of participants had dwindled to fewer than 30. Those remaining had all been through battles and carried extra points. They wisely decided to focus on surviving longer to secure a higher ranking and better rewards. Unbothered, Su Ming resumed his monster-slaying campaign. Before long, a video of his exploits went viral online. The comment section was ablaze with heated discussions. Do you want an unknown fight or a group brawl? This is where things started to get bizarre. Is this a skeleton summoner? Damn, I've made up my mind. My next beast is going to be from the undead faction. Think twice, man. I've got a friend who bonded with a female ghost, and now he's completely drained. Whoa, an undead knight. Respect. I said it's my friend. We get it, we get it. Despite the lively banter, no one could pinpoint the true reason behind Su Ming's power. The comment section grew increasingly strange, but the mystery remained unsolved. Theoretically, For Su Ming to maintain such a large number of summoned skeletons, he would need an immense amount of items to restore his mental energy. These items are not simple soul power potions, but rare treasures like the Bone Spirit Flower. Even the lowest tier, a first-grade Bone Spirit Flower, is valuable enough to heal a Beastmaster's soul. Higher grade ones can even repair a Beastmaster's soul space. Such precious resources, who would squander them just to summon a few more skeleton soldiers? Su Ming is surrounded by mysteries, each one more baffling than the last. In the end, people could only use the term genius to summarize his incredible abilities. The competition in the third-tier secret realm was in full swing, but the outcome of the second tier was already clear. Xiaofeng was far ahead, with twice the points of the second-place contender. The second-tier secret realm was smaller in area, and its safety measures mainly relied on manual rescue rather than teleportation stones. As a result, most students chose to find hidden spots to stay out of sight, only engaging in combat when absolutely necessary. The moment Xiaofeng entered the secret realm, he sensed something unusual, a familiar aura of abyssal ore, which Su Ming had displayed before, but this time it seemed even purer. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, but couldn't locate the source of the aura. This material, when ground into powder, could indeed be easily concealed and spread. Xiaofeng immediately realized that someone was plotting in the shadows. He decided not to venture deeper into the secret realm and instead began a meticulous search around the perimeter of the camp. It wasn't long before he noticed a male student pacing nearby, his anxious gaze fixed on the distance. Xiaofeng approached and questioned him. "What are you waiting for?" The boy feigned calmness and avoided answering. "I surrender, all right? You, a so-called genius, are this scared?" With that, he turned to leave. As they brushed past each other, the boy discreetly flicked out a puff of powder. Xiaofeng, with sharp instincts, swiftly dodged and spun around. In the next instant, his heavy sword whistled through the air, precisely shattering the boy's legs. The boy collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony, but surprisingly, he didn't summon a beast to retaliate. Soon, the cries attracted two guards responsible for rescue operations. They froze at the sight of the injured boy, whose bone spikes jutted grotesquely from his wounds, and gasped in shock. Xiaofeng calmly explained, "Contact your superior officers." This person attempted to spread abyssal material with malicious intent. He produced a token engraved with the character Xia. Hearing the words Xia and abyss, the guards immediately tensed up and hurried to report to their superiors. The fallen boy, upon hearing this, stopped wailing and stared at Xiaofeng in pale-faced horror. Clearly, Xiaofeng's response had completely caught him off guard. Regret churned in the boy's mind. It was supposed to be a simple task, just sprinkle some powder at the secret realm entrance to succeed, and getting it on Xiaofeng would have been a bonus. Yet reality had dealt him a harsh blow. After handing over the schemer to the guards, Xiaofeng resumed his meticulous search. This methodical approach steadily increased his points, making him a rising star in the secret realm. Meanwhile, the other participants only needed to stay hidden and wait for the right moment to act. While the secret realm assessment was underway, the Tianan Military District's Marshal Xiao Wushang was personally overseeing an intense operation to root out the Tianma Hall. The city garrison and the Tianan Vanguard forces split up to conduct the search. One team was responsible for investigations within the city, including Tianan Academy and the garrison itself, while the other pursued leads on the secret bases of Tianma Hall outside the city. In Principal Lu Tongxing's office, the atmosphere was tense. He gazed solemnly at Old Zheng and Old Zhao, two professors who had served at the academy for decades. Slowly, he began, "You've both been at the academy for so many years, but you rarely come to chat with me." As he spoke, he poured tea for each of them, the rich aroma filling the room. Dean Zhao appeared impatient. "Principal, just get to the point. I have matters to handle in my department." Principal Lu met Dean Zhao's gaze heated and said gravely, "Then I'll be direct. Why did you conspire with Tianma Hall to frame your own students?" Dean Zhao's face changed drastically at these words. "Principal, what are you talking about? Conspire with Tianma Hall? Ridiculous." His expression seemed genuinely aggrieved. Principal Lu remained unfazed. "Once you leave here, you'll face Marshal Xiao Wushang's personal interrogation. At this point, what do you have to hide?" Dean Zhao's face flushed red, as if he truly felt wronged. Principal Lu then turned to the silent Old Zheng. "Old Zheng, do you have nothing to say?" Unexpectedly, a strange smile crept across Old Zheng's face. "Winners are kings, losers are bandits. Since you've caught me, I have nothing to say. Over the years, countless students have passed through my hands. How many of them have been corrupted? You can investigate that yourself." Ha ha ha. A flash of sorrow appeared in Principal Lu's eyes. "Old Zheng, if I recall correctly, your family died in a beast riot orchestrated by Tianma Hall, didn't they?" Old Zheng's gaze turned vacant, and he muttered to himself, "They've only gone to the abyssal plane. Once this place becomes the abyss, they'll return." As he spoke, waves of abyssal demonic energy began to emanate from his body, and he fell into a trance-like state. Dean Zhao finally reacted, quickly distancing himself from Old Zheng. His shock seemed genuine. "Old Zheng, You're actually a lackey of Tianma Hall. Principal Lu sighed. So, you're really not involved. Dean Zhao hurriedly denied it. I'm not. I was just being used by him. Come on, who would willingly associate with Tianma Hall? They're like rats in the gutter. All right, it seems you're just a fool who pledged loyalty to the imperial capital, Principal Lu remarked. Without giving them a chance to respond, he swiftly restrained the two and handed them over to the Tian'an military district for interrogation. This was just the tip of the iceberg uncovered in the academy. Everyone connected to the case would face thorough investigation. While Tianma Hall could stir up trouble in neighboring countries around Xiagua, within Xiagua's borders, they were no better than rats and cockroaches, hiding in the shadows and unable to show their faces. Meanwhile, turbulence surged within the secret realm. Su Ming, riding his skeletal rock, was accompanied by Dabai and Hong Yu. Beneath him marched an army of over 1,000 elite skeleton soldiers, led by 200 blood skeletons. Surrounding him were dozens of bone-spiked birds and skeletal bats acting as guards, creating an imposing sight. In just one day, Su Ming swept through the land like a locust plague. Wherever he went, beast clans were utterly defeated. Even commander-level beasts could only flee with their clans in disarray. Su Ming's unique lifespan skyrocketed to 10,000 years, and he amassed countless materials. Taking advantage of the blood energy she absorbed, Hong Yu transformed another 100 blood skeleton soldiers. However, Su Ming noticed a problem. The skeleton soldiers were too slow, especially in forested terrain, which greatly limited their mobility. This realization left him deep in thought, pondering ways to improve his skeletal army. Originally, Su Ming had planned to clean out the lair of the Unicorn Eagle commander, but the creature escaped too quickly. Only a few elite minions were shot down by the skeleton archers. The Unicorn Eagle commander acted decisively, ordering the entire clan to migrate, slipping away swiftly. The Windblade Sparrow race, not to be outdone, fled even faster than the Unicorn Eagles. Su Ming deeply realized that while being a one-man army was impressive, it was the top-tier combat power that truly decided the outcome. This understanding was firmly rooted in his mind. He calculated silently, planning to use the resources he would acquire later to accelerate Dabai's growth. The recent plundering wasn't without its gains. Besides extending his lifespan through rare means, Su Ming also obtained several skills, such as resistance to binding, wood-based attacks, and swamp environments. Although these were all entry-level skills, they were better than nothing. Riding his flying mount, Su Ming swept through the Unicorn Eagle forest from one end to the other, easily clearing the area. Just as he was preparing to head back, a call from Shangren interrupted his thoughts. Bro, there's only half a day left, stop messing around. Shangren's voice was filled with urgency. Su Ming replied confidently. Relax, I've got this under control. Fanya, right? I'm heading to settle things with her now. Good. I was worried you'd gone soft on her, Shangren said, relieved. Not a chance. There's no room for women in my heart, Su Ming declared firmly. That's fine, but while there's no room in your heart, there shouldn't be none around you either. Once you're back, we should hang out properly. Before Shangren could finish, Su Ming hung up. He quickly checked the latest updates and found that Fanya had been near the Frost Highlands the entire time, barely moving. Some sycophants, eager to catch a glimpse of their goddess, had willingly gone there to offer themselves as easy points. Su Ming sneered at this, thinking to himself, now let me show you how I crush your so-called goddess. Su Ming had no interest in conquering Fanya herself. It was her points that he coveted. After all, if Shangren truly went bankrupt, Su Ming would also feel bad about it. After confirming her location, Su Ming instructed Hong Yu to send the skeleton army back to the undead plane. He then took his flying unit and sped toward the Frost Highlands. Fortunately, this was the deepest part of the Unicorn Eagle forest, so no other students witnessed the skeleton army. Otherwise, they'd likely have been scared out of their minds. Finding someone in the Frost Highlands was much easier than in the Unicorn Eagle forest. Unless someone intentionally hid in underground crevices, they could be spotted at a glance. Even if they hid below ground, their approximate location could be determined using the points card. As the proud goddess in the eyes of many male students, Fanya naturally disdained hiding. At this point, her score had already reached over 30, more than double Su Ming's. Soon, Su Ming found Fanya sitting cross-legged at the edge of where snow met barren earth. She wore a thin shirt and jeans, seemingly unbothered by the cold. In contrast, Su Ming had sensibly added an extra layer of clothing. You've arrived, Fanya said calmly. Are you waiting for me? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Not exactly. I just figured you'd come to challenge me. Too bad I don't feel like running through the forest. Otherwise, I might have come looking for you. Fanya replied nonchalantly. All right then. Do you prefer a onion duel or a group fight? Su Ming asked directly. Fanya was silent for a moment. She had seen Su Ming's infamous video and knew that if she chose a group fight, 30 skeleton warriors would likely leap from the sky to overwhelm her mercilessly. Onion, Fanya said as she stood up. She was petite, exuding a delicate and refined aura. I'm in strength, dual element ice, and rock talent, with combat power rivaling commander-level beasts. You'd better be careful, Fanya said, seemingly in an effort to avoid taking unfair advantage of Su Ming. Let's begin, Su Ming said, without hesitation, tossing Dabai into the air. Wu Dabai bounced twice on the hard ground before regaining its balance. Its round, chubby body and adorable demeanor instantly caught Fang Ya's attention. So cute. Fang Ya's eyes briefly sparkled with admiration, but she quickly composed herself, reminding herself of the battle at hand. Come forth, Dragonhorn Ice Lion. At her command, an earth-shaking roar echoed across the battlefield as the majestic Dragonhorn Ice Lion made its grand entrance. Su Ming noticed a snow-white spider perched on Fang Ya's shoulder and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't your other beasts joining the fight?" "No, didn't we agree on a onion?" Fang Ya replied, her tone tinged with confidence. Su Ming originally intended for Dabai to challenge all of Fang Ya's beasts, but since she insisted, he didn't press further. "All right," he said simply, thinking that this arrangement seemed fair enough. "Let the battle begin," announced the referee, signaling the start of the fight. The Dragonhorn Ice Lion, its body cloaked in fur as white as frost, stood out with its two twisted, earth-toned horns. It opened its massive jaws, instantly covering the ground in front of it with a thick layer of ice. The lion, however, moved effortlessly across the icy surface as though it were solid ground. Su Ming issued his command to Dabai. "Do your thing, Dabai, but don't go too hard." Dabai nodded solemnly, signaling its understanding. Steel body, gale steps, iron head strike. Su Ming's quick succession of commands transformed Dabai into a speeding blur as it charged toward the Dragonhorn Ice Lion. Fang Ya's heart skipped a beat. So fast, she thought, recalling prior intel that suggested the iron-eating beast wasn't supposed to possess such incredible speed. The Dragonhorn Ice Lion reacted swiftly as well. Ice Shield, Ice Tornado, Frost Storm. Fang Ya issued 3 defensive commands in rapid succession. Though Dabai had an affinity for wind, allowing it to maintain its speed even against headwinds, the icy terrain did affect its movements to an extent. Crash! The sound of the ice shield shattering reverberated through the arena as Dabai and the Dragonhorn Ice Lion were both forced back several meters. Quicksand trap, rock spikes. Fang Ya decisively switched tactics. The Dragonhorn Ice Lion's horns glimmered with an earthy yellow light. If ice attacks were ineffective, then it was time to try earth-based moves. In past battles, the Dragonhorn Ice Lion had often defeated 3 opponents at once, relying on its versatile offensive and defensive abilities and its mastery of terrain control. However, today it had encountered its nemesis. Dabai, despite its unassuming appearance, boasted unparalleled defense and resistance, making it the epitome of durability and resilience. The rock spikes launched Dabai into the air, but it seemed unharmed. Using the momentum, Dabai flipped midair and descended with a powerful strike, landing a devastating blow on the Dragonhorn Ice Lion. A pained howl escaped the lion as it collapsed unconscious, despite the dual layers of protection from its ice shield and rock armor. "You've won," Fang Ya conceded, recalling the Dragonhorn Ice Lion to its summoning space. She cast a deep glance at Su Ming before crushing a teleportation stone and leaving the battlefield. With Fang Ya's withdrawal, Su Ming's points skyrocketed, surpassing the combined totals of all other contestants. The result sent shockwaves through the outside world. "What the heck? My god, is Fang Ya lost? This has to be rigged." "Rigged? Are you kidding? Could you survive being ganged up on by over 30 peak third-tier beasts?" Amid the uproar, Su Ming remained indifferent to the outside commotion. With time still left before the assessment concluded, he decided to make the most of the opportunity and began a sweep of the Frost Plateau. Elite Level 3-star Ice, Plains Wolf slain. Lifespan of 23 years seized. Skill acquired Frost Resistance. Elite Level 5-star Snowstorm Bear slain. Lifespan of 25 years seized. Skill acquired Cold Resistance. Extraordinary Level 8-star Frost Rabbit slain. Lifespan of 18 years seized. Using a strategy of overwhelming strength against weaker opponents, Su Ming rode atop his skeletal rock, diving swiftly while commanding 7 or 8 blood skeleton archers to unleash a barrage of arrows simultaneously. Under such crushing firepower, even elite-level beasts could only meet their end in an instant. The snowy mountains of Jiaoying Forest once again witnessed a spectacular scene. Countless beasts were driven down the slopes, creating a breathtakingly chaotic spectacle. In the final hour of the assessment, the teacher Su Ming had seen before arrived, riding a one-horned eagle. His gaze was complicated as he looked at Su Ming. "Stop this madness," the teacher shouted, finally realizing the concerns Su Ming had previously expressed. Without a 4th-tier expert stationed here, even the leader-class beast Su Ming had been driving into a frenzy could easily overrun the camp at the entrance of the secret realm. Su Ming asked warily, "Teacher, what are you doing here? Were you sent by some faction to deal with me too?" The teacher chuckled helplessly. "Have you developed some kind of persecution complex? You've turned this entire secret realm upside down. All the other students have been driven out by the beasts because of you. The assessment is over. You can leave now." "Really?" Su Ming was skeptical, though a part of him felt reluctant to leave. He couldn't help but feel regretful had he known this would happen. He would have swept through the frost plateau first. The beasts there were unusually docile, barely putting up any resistance. Then again, if he had started there, the assessment might have ended prematurely just like now. The teacher, now visibly impatient, urged, "Enough stalling. Just go already. I've only got 6 months left on my contract before I can finally enjoy some freedom, so don't come back in here causing more trouble." This usually mild-mannered teacher had been pushed to his limit by Su Ming. Reluctantly, Su Ming bid farewell to the precious beast cores and pelts. His only regret was failing to take down a leader-class beast. Those creatures were incredibly cunning, their escape speed as fast as lightning. After checking the leaderboard and confirming he was the last one left, Su Ming exited the secret realm. He even saved himself a teleportation stone, which, while only useful within the realm, could still be sold for money. He had no choice. He was painfully broke, mainly because of Dabai, his gold-eating beast, which devoured spirit stones faster than he could earn them. As Su Ming calculated his earnings, he realized that selling all the materials he had collected, combined with the profit share from Run, would likely be enough to exchange for a batch of third-tier elemental metals. He suddenly realized that Dabai's advancement only required sufficient materials, which was a surprisingly convenient advantage. As for why other beast tamers raising iron-eating beasts couldn't achieve the same, Su Ming concluded it came down to one key factor: the sequence. Dabai had first consumed decades of exotic life force to integrate black iron stone into its body, allowing it to fully adapt to metals before beginning to eat iron. Other iron-eating beasts simply couldn't replicate this process. Starting from the awakening stage with iron consumption could cause irreversible damage to the beasts, as noted in previous reports. As a result, most modern iron-eating beasts could only eat bamboo. Su Ming didn't bother researching how ancient iron-eating beasts advanced. He knew his greatest advantage was his ability to burn lifespan to achieve his goals. Anyone who tried to stop him from using this method would face his wrath. This mindset also shaped his future beast-taming strategies, as he resolved to maximize this unique cheat to its fullest potential. Take Hongyu, for example. While the mutated skeleton summoner was its initial stroke of fortune, it was Su Ming who truly unlocked its limitless potential. Without him, it would have remained nothing more than a minor elite boss in a second-tier secret realm. After leaving the secret realm, Su Ming immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere around him. There were only a handful of students in sight, replaced by an increased number of guards. Even after stepping out of the secret realm hall, the campus was enveloped in a tense and foreboding air, with patrols from the city guard appearing frequently. It was evident that the final phase of inspections had begun. Su Ming had no intention of getting involved in any complications. He simply wanted to quietly claim the rewards he had earned. He pulled out his communicator to check his military merits. This was the first time he seriously calculated this wealth, as deep down, he had never considered himself a part of the military at most. He saw himself as an informant. Rewards were fine, but he wanted no part in the restrictions that came with them. He had no desire to be tied down to a specific place or be summoned at any moment. The information displayed on the communicator left Su Ming utterly shocked. Rank: Captain Reserve. Tiannan Military District Merits: 51,241 points. Redeemable level: Tier 1, 8 stars. Editable talent: Grade F. Editable Beast Companion: Iron-Eating Beast Peak Awakening Stage. Mission status: Level 1 confidential. Above information accessible only to military district marshals or higher. Su Ming's eyes widened as he stared at the screen in disbelief. Wasn't he supposed to be an auxiliary member? How had he skipped over the ranks of soldier and officer to become a commissioned officer outright? And even more unsettling, the confidentiality level of his mission status was so high that only marshals could access it. What was going on? His military merits primarily came from exposing the conspiracy of the Heavenly Demon Hall and assisting in the capture of its members, both high-ranking and low-ranking. Although the names of those involved were kept confidential, Su Ming was well aware that he had acted as a middleman, accumulating these scattered merits through his efforts. The military had long sought to eradicate the influence of the Heavenly Demon Hall in this region, and this time, they had finally found a breakthrough. A shiver ran down Su Ming's spine. If this information ever leaked, he would undoubtedly become the top target on the Heavenly Demon Hall's kill list. He quickened his pace, glancing warily around him, eager to return to the safety of his dormitory. So, this is what a guilty conscience feels like. Su Ming thought to himself wryly, then immediately corrected himself with resolve. No, I'm eliminating evil for the greater good, doing the right thing without seeking recognition. Pushing open the dormitory door, Su Ming was greeted by the sight of his roommate, Shang Ren, grinning foolishly. The recent events had made Shang Ren quite the sensation within their circles, though everyone seemed eager to punch him. It was clear that this line of business wouldn't last long at Tiannan Beast Taming Academy, but Shang Ren had already made a fortune. He had practically cleaned out anyone with spare money, including many alumni from previous years who joined in the excitement. While no single person lost too much, Shangren, as the house, had taken it all, small amounts adding up to a significant profit. Su Ming grabbed a drink to quench his thirst and casually asked, "Hey, aren't you supposed to be a multi-generational heir to a wealthy family? Why are you so thrilled over a mere 100,000 spirit stones? Don't tell me you're trying to prove you're worthy of inheriting billions. That cliché storyline is so overdone, I'm tired of hearing it." Shangren sighed, his expression turning serious. "Sigh, no, but it's something like that. Since we're brothers, I'll be honest with you. Remember what I mentioned before? Our Shang family ancestors left behind quite a few money-making treasures." Su Ming nodded, curious to hear more of Shang Ren's explanation. Deep within the private secret realm of the merchants, a mysterious forest of fortune quietly thrived. Within this forest, at some unknown point, a miraculous fortune spirit was born, becoming the ultimate goal for generations of merchants to strive for. Upon hearing about this, Su Ming couldn't help but curiously ask, "So you're making money for this too?" Shangren nodded and explained, "Pretty much. Over the years, we've learned that the more wealth someone earns through their own abilities, the more likely they are to gain the favor of the fortune spirit. But no one has succeeded yet, and there are no shortcuts to this. Relying on gifts, stealing, or robbing won't work." Su Ming pondered, unable to fully grasp the mystery behind it, but marveling at the extraordinary wonders of the world. He then took out Shang Ren's large spatial ring and said, "Here, take it. Give me the elemental crystal cores inside, and sell the rest." Shang Ren took the ring, only to freeze mid-sentence. Sensing its contents, he found it packed to the brim and muttered to himself, "I miscalculated. I should have gotten you a larger storage ring." Su Ming said smugly, "I've pretty much cleared out the lower-level ones. It's a pity the commander-level ones ran too fast. Otherwise, I could have gotten a few of those too." Regaining his composure, Shang Ren replied, "Same as usual. I'll exchange these for third-tier wind element metals and third-tier black jade iron ore. Take your share, no need to hold back." Su Ming nodded in agreement and then inquired about Xiafeng's whereabouts. Shangren explained, "He seems to have helped the city guard capture a few spies from the Temple of Demons and is assisting with their investigation. Apparently, they cracked a major case. Didn't you notice on your way here? The school is only allowing people in, not out, because of this." As they were speaking, the door was pushed open, and Xiafeng entered with a hint of pride. Su Ming immediately praised him. "Xiafeng, I heard you made a great contribution." "Nice work," Xiafeng responded humbly. "It was all right. I owe it to you for helping me sense that aura earlier. Once I entered the secret realm, I found someone up to no good." Su Ming laughed. "Haha, no need to thank me. Members of the Temple of Demons deserve to be eradicated. I never thought they'd dare to target the secret realm." Xiaofeng added, "Yeah, it seems they were searching for something in the realm, but I managed to cripple them before they could find it." The three shared a small drink to celebrate before heading back to rest. However, after this year's assessment, a heavy atmosphere loomed over the academy. Many students were shocked to discover that their seemingly ordinary roommates might be peripheral members of the Temple of Demons. Even more startling, some teachers, and even the dean were summoned for investigation, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Tiannan Beast Academy, Tiannan City, and the entire Tiannan military district had long been on the front lines of resisting foreign threats, locked in a bitter struggle with the Temple of Demons. Yet, even under such circumstances, infiltration had reached this extent, let alone in cities that maintained a more lenient stance toward the temple. Looking back over the years, there were cities that openly advocated for beast-taming freedom, promoting the idea that contracting demonized beasts could greatly enhance one's strength. Though such rhetoric was quickly suppressed, it was a stark reminder that time can erode all things, even humanity's fear of the abyss. The next day, Su Ming was intently browsing through campus updates when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. Standing outside was Shangren, holding a bulging package in his hands. "Hey, race what you asked for last time," Shangren said as he stepped inside. "There were so many points involved that I exchanged your entire share for the metals you wanted. As for the rest, along with the materials you gave me yesterday, I've sorted everything out. I kept the crystal cores you could use and sold off the rest." Su Ming couldn't help but admire Shangren's efficiency. Coming from a family of merchants, he certainly had a knack for organization. Looking at the mountain of materials in front of him, Su Ming thought to himself that if he had to handle all this alone, he'd probably exhaust himself to death. Calculating maximum value and negotiating prices were definitely not his strengths. "Haha, thanks a lot," Su Ming said with a laugh. "If Dubai doesn't eat some metal soon, it's going to waste away. Honestly, I believe it now, you really do feed it metal like it's food. That's incredible." After delivering the goods, Shangren hurried off. He still had to handle the batch of items for Su Ming, and if he managed things well, he might even make a small profit. For Shangren, nothing was more exciting than doing business. And thanks to his skills, he was gradually earning recognition from some of the trade guild managers. Su Ming stored 5 pieces of third-tier thunder silver and a third-tier ascension potion worth 2,000 points into his secondary storage ring for later use. The rest of the 5-element crystal cores and third-tier metals were all resources prepared for Dabai. Dabai, time to eat. Su Ming called out. Ugh, Dabai appeared reluctantly, its expression a mix of anticipation and dread for the upcoming feast. Su Ming chuckled. Dabai, absorb and digest everything properly, and he'll reward you with some jade bamboo shoots afterward. Learning from his previous mistake, he decided to offer some incentive up front. Ugh, Dabai let out an excited cry and immediately began devouring the resources voraciously. Su Ming activated a boost, consuming 10 years of his lifespan to accelerate database growth. This time, the process also required a significant amount of various crystal cores and 13 pieces of third-tier windfall metal. During the acceleration process, Dabai underwent remarkable changes. In the first year, it was brimming with energy, focusing all its efforts on absorbing the windfall metal. By the fourth year, all the windfall metal had been consumed, and database wind affinity and gale step technique advanced from beginner and proficient levels to perfection. For the remainder of the time, Dabai concentrated on absorbing crystal cores of various attributes, enhancing its resistance skills in wood, water, and ice, among others, from beginner to proficient levels. By the end of the process, database rank had skyrocketed from elite level 4-star to elite level 5-star in one leap. Su Ming recalled how the Dragonhorn Ice Lion had struggled against the proficient level Gale Step and couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for whoever would face Dabai, now equipped with a perfected version of the skill. With its attack, defense, and speed all at perfection, Dabai would likely only meet its match against commander-level beasts. Even Hong Yu, in an unknown fight, would struggle to withstand a single strike from Dabai. The two beasts complemented each other well. Hong Yu was versatile, while Dabai specialized in extreme single-target damage, capable of defeating any enemy with one decisive blow. Su Ming thought to himself that his third contracted beast would need to focus on ensuring his own safety. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare let Dabai unleash its full power, fearing someone might exploit the opportunity to attack him. 3 days later, the aftermath of the Tianma Hall incident finally settled, and campus life gradually returned to normal. Although the students dared not openly discuss the matter, Su Ming's reputation soared to new heights. Especially after Fangya, the goddess in the eyes of many male students and the top of the third tier, personally admitted to being defeated by Su Ming in a fair fight, his fame reached its peak. Su Ming remained silent about all this. He had always been indifferent to things that brought him no tangible benefit. Meanwhile, rumors spread that Xiafeng was the greatest contributor to exposing the Tianma Hall conspiracy. Without his efforts, many lives might have been lost. Xiafeng's prestige also climbed to unprecedented levels. Several traitors who attempted to harm Xiafeng were dealt with publicly, following Su Ming's instructions. Their limbs were crippled, and they were carried out in front of everyone. This scene, witnessed by many students, left them shocked by Xiafeng's ruthless methods. It further confirmed his involvement in the incident, and considering that Xiafeng was a target of Tianma Hall, his counterattack seemed justified. Su Ming was quite satisfied with how things turned out, though one minor annoyance remained: his military affiliation was forcibly tied to the Tianan military district. Come on, let's go see Marshal Xia. Stop looking so listless. Lu Tongxing couldn't help but scold. To this day, he was convinced that Su Ming was sent by the Xia family. In his eyes, such a prodigy, who was also affiliated with the military, could only have been dispatched by the Xia family. Principal, is Marshal Xia related to Xiafeng? Su Ming asked curiously. Do you even need to ask? They're related, though several generations apart, Lu Tongxing explained. Beast tamers have long lifespans. Living for centuries is not uncommon. Some could even become ancestors. Whether Su Ming liked it or not, he was someone the marshal of the Tianan military district had specifically requested to meet. In a flash of light, Su Ming found himself standing atop a city wall. The structure was embedded with countless crystal core cannons, each capable of vaporizing a commander-level beast in an instant. Not far away, a figure in a black uniform stood silently, gazing at the wilderness and forest outside the city. Marshal Xia, Lu Tongxing greeted respectfully. Let me have a private word with him. I'll return him afterward. All right. Lu Tongxing gave Su Ming a meaningful look before disappearing on the spot. Su Ming studied the man before him, who appeared middle-aged, and couldn't help but recall the principal's white hair and beard. When you reach the 8th tier, you too can regain your youth, Marshal Xia said, as if reading Su Ming's thoughts. The 8th tier. Su Ming's heart trembled. The 8th tier for beast tamers corresponds to the demigod level. Marshal Xia, what are the requirements for advancing to the 7th or 8th tier? It can't just be potions, right? Huh, Marshal Xia chuckled. You certainly dare to dream. But it's pointless to think about that now. Focus on staying alive until then. Do you know what my first thought was when I noticed you? And when did you first notice me? Su Ming countered. After your skeleton appeared, Marshal Xia said, locking eyes with Su Ming. I guess you wanted to kill me, thinking I was with Tianma Hall, Su Ming said candidly. Correct. After dealing with the abyss for so long, I am well aware of the sinister nature of creatures with such eerie characteristics. Marshal Xia admitted. But now, you're not with Tianma Hall, nor are you part of the Xia family, or even fully aligned with Tianan Beast Tamer Academy. So who exactly are you? Su Ming was silent for a moment before replying. I am, of course, a native of Tianan City, currently serving under the Tianan military district with the rank of captain. Isn't that correct? At that moment, a hint of resignation could be heard in Su Ming's tone. Haha. Not bad. You truly are one of my men from the southern military district, Xiao Wushang said with a smile, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. Su Ming felt a slight tension in his chest. He had thought he would resist this identity, but the reality was that rejecting it would mean becoming a ghost without a record. Xiao Wushang continued. Relax, I won't pry too much into your secrets. Geniuses always have a bit of mystery about them. A trace of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. I remember back when I was in the second tier, I stumbled upon a dormant ancient black dragon egg. That feeling. I imagine it must be similar to what you're experiencing now. Realizing that the marshal had no intention of harming him for the time being, Su Ming asked directly, Marshal Xia, do you have any orders for me? I'm just a mere third-tier rookie. Nothing special, Xiao Wushang replied casually. I just wanted to chat with a young talent. If I had to give you an order, it would be to keep up the good work and continue to showcase your brilliance. And then, Su Ming pressed further. Take a guess, Xiao Wushang teased with a hint of mystery. Su Ming's heart tightened, and he tentatively asked, You wouldn't want me to infiltrate the Heavenly Demon Hall, would you? What the seriously? Su Ming couldn't help but curse, forgetting all decorum in front of the 8th-tier marshal. Xiao Wushang shook his head, his expression turning grave. It's even more dangerous than that. I suspect there are spies from the Heavenly Demon Hall within the ranks of the military district marshals. Su Ming drew in a sharp breath, his mind racing. So, if that's the case, any contact I have with the Heavenly Demon Hall would expose me, just to validate your suspicions? The more he thought about it, the more unreliable the plan seemed. I've already left plenty of traces tied to the military. If they investigate, I'm done for. More or less, Xiao Wushang nodded. Whether those traces are exposed or not doesn't really matter. All you need to do is continue operating boldly. If the marshals themselves are willing to be lured in, they won't care about your military background. Even if you openly claim to be under my command, it won't make a difference. Judging from Xiao Wushang's tone, he seemed quite certain there was a traitor among the marshals and might even have a suspect in mind, though he lacked evidence. So, I have free rein? Su Ming asked cautiously. This mission appeared to come with no restrictions, yet it felt like a sword was hanging over his head at all times. Yeah, like I said, just keep doing what you're doing. No pressure. Think of everything I just said as a joke, Xiao Wushang said lightly. A joke? Su Ming was alarmed. That's not fun of me. Life isn't something to joke about. Marshal Xia, for such a dangerous mission, there should at least be some funding, right? How about a casual 100 or 80,000 military merit points? Forget about talent, everything's built on resources. Xiao Wushang was momentarily speechless, amused by Su Ming's audacity. 100 or 80,000 military merit points. Why not just take my marshal's position while you're at it? Military merits have to be earned, not handed out. How about I give you a chance to contract a dragon instead? To be honest, Marshal, Xiaofeng already promised me a chance, Su Ming admitted. Can one person contract 2 dragons? Dream on, kid, Xiao Wushang shook his head. You might not even succeed with one. But since you already have an undead companion, one that's fully abyssalized, no less, take this instead. As he spoke, Xiao Wushang pulled out a book radiating with a faint black glow. Su Ming stared at the book, a sense of familiarity welling up inside him. A book's spirit? He murmured, a mix of surprise and anticipation flickering in his eyes. Su Ming was just about to reach for the mysterious necromancer's tome when Xiao Wushang suddenly pulled it back. An ordinary person touching this would either die or be bedridden for 3 months, Xiao Wushang warned, a playful glint in his eyes. Su Ming got the hint immediately and summoned Hongyu. Xiao Wushang scrutinized Hongyu carefully and nodded in satisfaction before handing over the tome. Impressive. This lingering abyssal aura, it's strong enough to make people believe it's a direct descendant of the demon dragon's bloodline, Xiao Wushang praised. With this, you might even ascend to the upper echelons of the Heavenly Demon Hall. While Su Ming asked Hongyu about its feelings toward the necromancer's tome, he responded to Xiao Wushang. Aren't you worried I might actually be from the Heavenly Demon Hall? Xiao Wushang waved dismissively. You may think it's simple, but without you, Xiaofeng might not have made it out of that secret realm alive. As slim as the chance is, he's the most promising person in the past 1,000 years to truly awaken the spirit of the Executioner's sword. If he succeeds, the Heavenly Demon Hall, the Abyssal Demon Lair, none of it will matter. They'll all be reduced to ashes. He looked at Su Ming with meaning. Now tell me, would the Heavenly Demon Hall willingly jeopardize such a plan? Besides, your talent surpasses even Xiaofeng's. If I were the Hall Master, I'd take you back to groom you as my successor rather than risk exposing you. Su Ming nodded thoughtfully. Fair enough. Just then, Hongyu reported back. Master, there's an intense necromantic energy within. It's enough for me to ascend to a higher rank. Moreover, this tome itself is a tool designed to nurture the undead. Hearing this, Su Ming sighed in relief. It seemed that Marshal Xia was indeed generous, offering tangible benefits. Su Ming had been torn between advancing Hong Yu via skeletal enhancement or blood energy enhancement, but with the Necromancer's tome, the dilemma was instantly resolved. Xiao Wushang put on a mock expression of pain. All right, I only wanted to check on the younger generation, and now I've ended up parting with a near Savinthier treasure. I've taken quite a loss here. Let me send you back. Su Ming hesitantly asked. What if the Wen family comes to demand it from me? Tell them to get lost. Xiao Wushang replied bluntly. Su Ming smirked inwardly. It was clear this was a reward meant specifically for him. A near Savinthier treasure, what a generous gesture. Even the smallest fragment of a 7th tier item, like a hair or bone, was a rare and valuable material. Moreover, in certain situations, he could even leverage Xiao Wushang's reputation. While Su Ming's thoughts wandered, a deafening dragon's roar snapped him back to reality. Looking up, he saw the enormous head of a black dragon staring down at the city wall. Just one of its eyes was several times larger than Su Ming himself. Let's go, Xiao Wushang said as he grabbed Su Ming. In the next moment, they landed on the back of the black dragon. The dragon ascended into the sky, soaring tens of thousands of meters high. From the ground, no one could detect the massive creature flying above them. As they approached the academy, Su Ming felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Finally, the black dragon stopped at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and Su Ming could make out the outline of the Tian Beast Taming Academy below. We've arrived. You can get down on your own. I won't be going any further, Xiao Wushang said nonchalantly. Su Ming cursed inwardly. I knew it would be like this. Without hesitation, Su Ming leaped off the black dragon's back. This time, he was much calmer, keeping his eyes open as the ground rapidly approached. Before long, several students below noticed Su Ming descending from the sky. Hey there, Su Ming waved helplessly at the onlookers below. In the principal's office, Su Ming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his heartbeat still unsteady. Although he knew there was no threat to his life, the recent experience still left him shaken. He looked up at Principal Lu Tongxing with a hint of reproach in his tone. Principal, can't you stop waiting until the very last second every time? Lu Tongxing raised an eyebrow, a slight smile playing on his lips. Oh, weren't you having a great time? From the sound of it, you wouldn't mind playing a few more rounds. Su Ming gritted his teeth, a flash of determination in his eyes. Heh, next time, I'll contract my own flying beast. The principal chuckled lightly, a note of sentiment in his voice. If you do that, you won't feel this kind of thrill anymore. It'll take away a lot of the fun. Just like Mei can travel anywhere in an instant. But I've lost the joy of exploring different places. Su Ming fell silent for a moment before nodding. All right, you make a fair point. He quickly shifted the topic. So, Principal, can I get my reward for being the top in Tier 3 now? Lu Tongxing's expression turned serious. Of course, you'll get 20,000 points or an equivalent item. I take it what you want isn't on the exchange list. Without hesitation, Su Ming replied. Yeah, I'd like a Tier 4 advancement potion. The principal frowned slightly. You're only at Tier 3, 1 star, and you're already thinking about Tier 5? You must be mistaken, you need a Tier 3 advancement potion. I already have one, Su Ming said calmly. How many? The principal asked. Just one, Su Ming replied matter-of-factly. Lu Tongxing's tone grew stern. You know the success rate for advancing to Tier 3 in one go is only 50 to 60, right? You shouldn't count on succeeding every time. Su Ming responded firmly. It's fine. Tier 3 potions are easier to come by. Tier 4 ones, not so much. Seeing Su Ming's unwavering attitude, Lu Tongxing didn't press further. All right, I'll arrange for you to get one. Suddenly, Su Ming seemed to remember something. By the way, Principal, you mentioned last time that you needed my help with something. What is it? Lu Tongxing looked slightly surprised. I'm impressed you remembered. Su Ming grinned. Of course, the principal's business is my business. But inwardly, he was pondering clues about the spirit of heaven and earth. Lu Tongxing got straight to the point. At the end of the year, the imperial capital will host the 5-yearly inter-academy competition. I want you to participate. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Participating isn't enough, right? You want me to win. The principal explained. Typically, there are individual matches for Tier 3 and Tier 4, followed by a team competition. The scores from the individual and team matches each account for half the total score. Our goal is simply to place in the top 3 overall. Su Ming was slightly surprised. That's a pretty modest goal. Lu Tongxing shook his head. Modest? You have no idea what kind of monsters we're up against. Every one of them has at least in strength talent and a record of challenging higher tiers. If we sent Fanya, she'd probably rank last in the Tier 3 individual match, and the team competition would be hopeless. So, you're asking me to compete in the Tier 3 matches? Su Ming asked. The principal nodded. Yes, the Tier 4 competitor will be one of your senior brothers. With the two of you, we should at least avoid scoring 0 in any category and have a decent shot at the top 3. Su Ming pressed further. And if we don't make it? Lu Tongxing's expression turned grave. Then I'll finally get to retire. This school will become a subsidiary of the First Place Academy. Su Ming's heart sank as he recalled the information he'd gathered about the Beastmaster Academies in Xia. Among the so-called 5 academies, besides the Tiannan and Imperial Capital Beastmaster Academies named after their cities, there were also the 100 Battles Academy, the Element Academy, and the Vast Sea Academy. Each had its own unique strengths, and the smaller local academies paled in comparison to the 5 academies. Realizing the stakes of this competition, Su Ming couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Tiannan Academy has earned its place among the top institutions through generations of predecessors who fought with strength and shed blood to achieve this honor. Now, faced with the threat of being demoted to a subordinate status, no one is willing to accept such a fate. Listening to Principal Lu Tongxing's explanation, Su Ming frowned slightly. The situation was complex, involving both external manipulations and internal issues within the academy. I don't want this school to be disgraced under my leadership, Lu Tongxing said with resolute determination. Su Ming pondered for a moment before nodding in response. Understood. He felt confident about the Tier 3 individual competition. As for the Tier 4 competition, he wasn't as certain, especially since he hadn't yet formed a contract with his third beast. After all, in high-level battles, the Beastmaster themselves often determined the outcome. No matter how powerful a beast was, if its master was defeated, it would be in vain. Lu Tongxing added that participants could only compete in either the Tier 3 or Tier 4 category, but the points awarded for winning either were the same. He then shifted the conversation to the team competition. Su Ming quickly understood and refrained from asking any foolish questions like, what's the point of forming a team with Tier 3 and Tier 4 Beastmasters? Beastmasters with Tier 3 level talent often had the ability to challenge higher-level opponents. With proper support, the combat power of an offensive beast could be multiplied. All right, they'll take on this task, Su Ming said firmly, his eyes burning with determination as he looked at Lu Tongxing. Gripping Su Ming's arm, Lu Tongxing assured him, don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Whether you find it or not will depend on your own fate. Before the words fully left his mouth, the two of them vanished from where they stood. In the next moment, Su Ming found himself in an eerie world. Under a gray-white sky, the ground was a dark red hue. Rivers, forests, grasslands, rocks, and even the clouds all adhered to this strange color scheme. For a moment, Su Ming felt as if he had stepped into hell. Looking around, he saw no other living creatures except for Lu Tongxing by his side. Not even the slightest sound could be heard. The dark red river flowed in an unsettling silence. Principal, where is this place? Su Ming couldn't help but ask. The Academy's third secret realm, Lu Tongxing replied calmly. Su Ming froze, recalling that the third secret realm was supposed to be a Tier 4 difficulty level. He had once considered exploring it. That information is from 20 years ago, Lu Tongxing explained. But wait, if this is a Tier 4 secret realm, how did you manage to enter? Su Ming asked in confusion. Lu Tongxing's expression grew serious. This is now the true abyss of calamity. After the calamity fully erupted, all life within perished, which removed the level restrictions. The abyss of calamity. Su Ming shuddered and looked around again. He couldn't help but wonder, was the goal of the Tianma Hall to turn the outside world into a place like this? Lu Tongxing continued. 20 years ago, signs of calamity began emerging here. I expended immense spatial energy to transfer the entire secret realm to the Earth's core. All the corrupted creatures were either burned to death or drained of life. Marshal Xia was aware of this and did not pursue the matter further. Su Ming's heart tightened as he realized the perilous nature of his current location. If Lu Tongxing abandoned him here, he would surely die. Principal, is there any chance of finding a heaven and earth spirit here? Su Ming asked, voicing his most pressing concern. He recalled how Shangren had mentioned that his family's fortune spirit was born in the Prosperity Forest. This is the abyss of calamity. Could it possibly give birth to a calamity spirit? Su Ming muttered to himself, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Su Ming stood at the edge of the abyss of calamity, recalling the words Principal Lu Tongxing had once said to him. At that time, Lu Tongxing had explained with an air of mystery, your void shadow spirit was acquired because it accidentally entered a spatial rift within the abyss of calamity. Su Ming frowned in thought, muttering to himself, seriously? That sounds way too far-fetched. If I really had the guts to throw myself into a spatial rift, wouldn't that just be asking for death? As if reading Su Ming's thoughts, Lu Tongxing continued, the abyss of calamity, although now a dead and chaotic place, is slowly reshaping itself. Perhaps in thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, it might truly come back to life. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, connecting the dots. Principal, are you saying that the destroy the world and restart theory those lunatics from the Demon Palace talk about might actually work? Lu Tongxing shook his head with a laugh. Don't be ridiculous. The world is fine as it is, we restart. Who can guarantee the next version would be better? That's precisely why the Demon Palace is now a haven for madmen. Shifting the topic, Lu Tongxing added. However, I speculate that this place might indeed give birth to certain spirits of heaven and earth. Of course, that would be purely a matter of luck. Su Ming looked skeptical. That sounds pretty unreliable, honestly. Lu Tongxing countered. Then do you think the Shang family's task of accumulating wealth to summon a fortune spirit is any more reliable? Su Ming rubbed his chin, deep in thought. All right, fair point. At least you've got some proven examples on your side. I guess I'll stick around and test my luck. After all, I've still got over 2 months. Lu Tongxing patted Su Ming's shoulder in reassurance. If all else fails, he'll compensate you with a beast spirit companion. How about that? Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Worst case, he'll just form a contract with a dragon clan member. Lu Tongxing nodded. As long as you know what you're doing. He'll leave now. There's no real danger here. He'll check in on you every 3 days. Suddenly, Su Ming remembered something. Oh right. Next time, could you ask Shangren how the material procurement is going? He'll treat this time as a secluded cultivation retreat. Lu Tongxing gave Su Ming an approving look. Good. That's the attitude a genius should have. Your achievements are no accident. With that, he turned and left. Watching Lu Tongxing's retreating figure, Su Ming touched his nose. Though there was no one else around, he still felt a bit embarrassed. He muttered to himself with a wry smile. Cultivation? Yeah, right. Meanwhile, in the commander's camp of the Southern Army District, a meaningful conversation was taking place. Xiao Wushang sat behind his desk, having just finished his official duties. He looked up at Xiao Feng, who was standing before him. Take a seat. No need to be so formal. Thank you, Marshal, Xiao Feng replied respectfully. In the camp, he couldn't address him as great uncle. Xiao Wushang got straight to the point. Sending you to enroll in Tiannan wasn't just to get you away from the turmoil in the imperial capital. There was also the intent to use you as bait. I hope you won't hold it against me. Xiao Feng responded calmly. I don't. I understand. Besides, I've gained a lot here in Tiannan. Friends? Xiao Wushang asked knowingly. Xiao Feng nodded. Yes. I can tell that Su Ming doesn't care about my background or lineage. He treats me sincerely. And it's because of him that I was able to. Xiao Wushang interrupted. Yes, I know. Since he's a friend, cherish that. There aren't many who can be friends with the Xiao family. As for the rest, if it's your achievement, take credit for it. Su Ming will receive the rewards he deserves, he'll make sure of that. Xiao Feng nodded thoughtfully. Understood. He felt there was deeper meaning in Xiao Wushang's words, but dared not probe further. In the ensuing conversation, Xiao Wushang primarily offered guidance, while Xiao Feng listened intently. Such an opportunity was something many in the Xiao family, even those from older generations, could only dream of. To stand out in front of the family patriarch would undoubtedly elevate his status within the clan. After a while, Xiao Wushang signaled that Xiao Feng could leave. Xiao Feng respectfully took his leave, his mind filled with thoughts and aspirations for the future. In front of Su Ming lay a top-secret file, its contents utterly shocking. The file unveiled the mystery of his origins. He was suspected to be an orphan left behind in Tiannan City by the former saintess of the Temple of Heavenly Demons before her fall. Even more astonishing, Su Ming seemed to possess a certain immunity to the abyssal aura and the ability to perfectly contract with demonized beasts. If Su Ming were to learn the contents of this file, he would likely explode with rage. What the hell? Such a dangerous mission, and they think a Quasi 7th-year treasure is enough compensation. Unfortunately, at this moment, Su Ming remained completely unaware of all this. He was leisurely seated on the back of his skeletal rock, gazing down at the desolate ruins of the secret realm below. Turning to the Blood Witch, Hong Yu, who was by his side, Su Ming asked, Hong Yu, is there anything here you can make use of? Shrouded in dense necromantic energy from the necromancer's tome, Hong Yu exuded an aura colder than the most frigid of lands. Though temporarily unable to advance due to Su Ming's influence, her strength was steadily growing under the nourishment of this deathly energy. Calmly analyzing the situation, Hong Yu replied, the blood energy here is relatively thin, and the abyssal aura is weak and diminishing. Spending time absorbing it would likely not be worth the effort. However, the power of death here is quite concentrated. Master could search for high-tier creature remains. Su Ming's interest was piqued. Oh, what's the benefit? He realized he hadn't yet inquired about the specific capabilities of the Necromancer's Tome. Hong Yu explained, the Necromancer's Tome currently grants me 2 abilities. The first is Awakening of the Dead, which allows me to summon recently deceased souls for communication. The second is Undead Enslavement, enabling me to enslave 2 undead creatures based on the user's race and store them within the tome. At present, it can hold skeletal creatures up to the Sovereign tier. However, due to my current level, the limit is Monarch tier control for now. Su Ming nodded thoughtfully. A Monarch tier beast corresponds to a 5th tier beast tamer. But if it can only enslave Commander tier creatures, that's pretty pointless. A single swipe from Dubai could crush those toys. What use would they be? Good, at least there's something to do. Can't leave empty-handed, Su Ming remarked, directing the skeletal rock to lower its altitude and skim the ground to help Hong Yu sense the remains buried below. Truth be told, Su Ming didn't have high hopes of finding some mythical treasure here. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack, except at least with a haystack, you know there's a needle. In this case, he wasn't even sure if what he was looking for existed. But now, at least, he had a purpose, no longer wandering aimlessly. 2 days later, Su Ming had explored nearly the entirety of the secret realm ruins. The terrain of this realm was a vast plain split in two by a long river. The river's source was once a snow-white mountain, but now it appeared dark red. Returning to his starting point, Su Ming hadn't found a single trace of the mythical treasure he sought. However, he had discovered numerous beast remains. These bones were dark with a reddish sheen, as though poisoned. But Su Ming knew this was actually a sign of demonization. There were over a dozen skeletons, all of them belonging to beasts at least at the commander tier. Hong Yu hadn't even bothered to guide him to dig up anything below that level. Among the remains, the most striking were two monarch tier skeletons. Their bodies were entangled, as if they had been locked in a ferocious battle here, ultimately perishing together. The cracks and fractures on their bones spoke of the brutal intensity of their fight. If not for being able to identify their skulls, Su Ming wouldn't have been able to determine what kind of beast these shattered remains belonged to. Without a doubt, these two monarch tier skeletons were the greatest finds of this expedition. The other remains would be used to repair them. Su Ming's gaze swept over the bones, already calculating how to best utilize this unexpected bounty. Hong Yu stood in the center of the pile of corpses, clutching the book of necromancy, as she silently recited ancient incantations. Suddenly, a chilling wind howled around her, and faint wails of the undead echoed in the air. She unleashed a powerful necromantic enslavement spell, and a gray mist surged forth from the book of necromancy, enveloping the scattered bones. It was as if an invisible hand was meticulously selecting the bones, precisely gathering fragments from the same origin. The bone shards floated in midair, swiftly assembling into form. Before long, a colossal skeletal mammoth appeared before the onlookers, standing approximately 6 to 7 meters tall and stretching 20 meters in length. Though its tusks were broken, its surface riddled with cracks, and some parts completely shattered, the cold, flickering soul flames in its hollow eye sockets signified that it had become a formidable undead creature. Hong Yu did not immediately repair the mammoth's bones, but instead cast the necromantic enslavement spell once more. Even with the aid of the Book of Necromancy, controlling two monarch-level undead was an immense challenge for someone of her elite rank. By the time the spell was completed, her mental energy was nearly depleted. Su Ming quickly sacrificed a year of his lifespan to restore her strength. The second monarch-level undead was a skeletal giant eagle. Though slightly smaller in size compared to the mammoth, its fully extended wingspan was equally awe-inspiring. In life, both creatures had been dominant rulers of their respective domains, and if not for the corrupting influence of the abyss, they wouldn't have perished together. Hong Yu explained to Su Ming, "Master, these two undead currently possess the combat strength of only a commander-level entity, far from their peak state. We need to use the Book of Necromancy to nurture and repair them. While they may never fully regain their former power, they now possess the undead race's unique immortality, each with its own advantages. Given enough time, they can both reach the pinnacle of monarch-level strength." Su Ming nodded and replied, "Good. Time is on our side. Prepare yourself, and let's begin accelerating their growth." Without hesitation, Su Ming expended 100 years of his lifespan to hasten the development of the Blood Lich. Augmented by the power of the Book of Necromancy, this accelerated process also consumed a significant amount of commander-level skeletal remains. During the first 20 years of acceleration, the Blood Lich, with the assistance of the Book of Necromancy, refined the commander-level beast skeletons into bone powder essence to repair the two monarch-level skeletal undead. Throughout this process, the Blood Lich deepened its understanding of skeleton creation, mastering the techniques to craft skeletal mammoth and skeletal eagle units. By the end of this stage, the combat strength of the two undead had reached the lower tier of monarch level. Over the remaining 80 years, the Blood Lich focused on channeling the necromantic energy within the Book of Necromancy, continuously nurturing and enhancing the power of the two monarch-level skeletal undead. Their strength steadily grew with each passing year. The combat strength of the two monarch-level skeleton undead surged to monarch-level 3-star, and the Blood Lich's mental capacity increased accordingly. After the acceleration ended, Su Ming frowned slightly and cautiously sent a thought to Hong Yu. "Hong Yu, do you feel like we're being watched?" He explained, "When I accelerated you just now, I seemed to sense a gaze fixed on us, but it vanished in an instant." Hong Yu responded, "Master, I wasn't paying close attention." "All right, no problem. Just keep an eye out from now on," Su Ming said, taking out his communicator to check. To his surprise, the secret realm deep within the earth still had a signal. He speculated that this might be related to the unique characteristics of the secret realm. Su Ming dialed the headmaster. "Hello, headmaster, is my stuff ready? Don't forget about it." Lu Tongxing's voice came through, tinged with a hint of exasperation. "You rascal, I've lived over 100 years, and this is the first time a student has bossed me around like this. Hold on, we'll send it over once I'm done with school matters." All right, Su Ming replied. These are all resources for my iron-eating beast cultivation. Whether it can become invincible at tier 3 depends on this. Got it. Don't worry about it. Lu Tongxing assured him before hanging up. In the background, the faint sounds of a meeting could be heard. Although Su Ming thought it was unlikely that the headmaster was secretly observing him, he decided to double-check. If he was truly alone here, then what exactly caused that strange sensation earlier? The only clue was the fleeting feeling of being watched, but it could also have been just his imagination. Hong Yu, keep an eye out when it ends, Su Ming instructed. Understood, Hong Yu replied briefly. Su Ming consumed another 100 years of his lifespan to accelerate the Blood Lich's growth. This time, with the enhancement of the Book of the Dead, the effect was even more pronounced. During this century, the Blood Lich focused on nurturing the 2 monarch-level skeleton undead, deepening its understanding of undead power. Both the skeletal mammoth and the skeletal giant eagle advanced to monarch level 5-star. As soon as the acceleration ended, Hong Yu exclaimed urgently, Master, I felt it. Su Ming's heart raced. Yeah, I confirmed it too. It's not an illusion, there's definitely something here. If other creatures could be ruled out, then the most likely explanation was the legendary spirit of heaven and earth. Su Ming was astonished at hadn't expected the headmaster's hypothesis to be so accurate. It was no wonder Lu Tongxing was known for his daring ventures. However, the specifics still required further consultation with him. In the meantime, Su Ming refrained from taking any rash actions. He rode the undead rock and carefully surveyed the entire secret realm again. He confirmed that there were no traces of other living beings. That eerie feeling of being watched did not recur, suggesting it was only triggered during lifespan acceleration. The next day, Lu Tongxing finally delivered the metals Su Ming needed. Unable to contain his curiosity, Su Ming asked eagerly, Headmaster, can you tell me more about the characteristics of the spirit of heaven and earth? I feel like there might really be something here. Lu Tongxing looked even more astonished than Su Ming. It's real. He paused before continuing. Ahem. What I mean is, this kind of thing is hard to pin down and varies from case to case. For instance, when I entered the Calamity Abyss secret realm back in the day, it was purely by chance. The place was filled with spatial turbulence and rifts, indicating that spatial rules were being reshaped, which led to the birth of a shadow spirit. Similarly, the Xia family's execution sword spirit is also considered a spirit of heaven and earth, but it was born from the sword grave. Lu Tongxing emphasized, the spirit of heaven and earth is incredibly rare to encounter, and forming a contract is even harder. In some cases, it might not even be possible to contract with it. And even if you do, it might not bring about a fundamental transformation. Don't force it. Su Ming nodded in understanding. I see. After Lu Tongxing left, Su Ming muttered to himself in a low voice, his brows furrowed. His mind raced, and he seemed to have grasped the crux of the issue. Space, sword intent, fortune, none of these were the key. Suddenly, Su Ming realized the real bug that had drawn the attention of the worldly spirits was time itself. This thought struck his mind like a bolt of lightning, making Su Ming gasp involuntarily. He recalled the process of reshaping the abyss of calamity and the ruins of the secret realm, realizing that the most easily overlooked factor was the change in time. After all, time is formless and intangible. Even if its flow here differed slightly from the outside world, it was hard to detect. More importantly, who would have thought that this place harbored a worldly spirit related to time? Su Ming's heartbeat quickened. From ancient times to now, time had always been the greatest enigma. And now, a disturbing question emerged. The other parties seemed to be able to sense the accelerated time affecting Hong Yu. This was both Su Ming's greatest advantage and his deepest secret. He couldn't help but shiver as he imagined what might happen if the contract failed. A ridiculous image surfaced in his mind. If the principal had failed to contract the Void Shadow Spirit back then, and instead offended it, he might now be playing unprotected bungee jumping at 10,000 meters every day. Su Ming had been confident, believing that no matter what beast he contracted, he could use his time acceleration cheat to grow it to its peak. But he had never considered the possibility of his core secret being exposed before the contract even began. Now he faced a tough choice. Back out or press forward. Damn it, no guts, no glory. Just do it. Su Ming gritted his teeth and made his decision, his eyes gleaming with determination. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and missing it would be a regret for the rest of his life. Taking a deep breath, he summoned Hong Yu. There was no other way but to follow his previous experience. Consume 200 years of lifespan. Accelerate the growth of the Blood Witch Wraith. Su Ming shouted, feeling the power of the necromancer's tome surging within him. Time flew by. Over the course of 200 years, the Blood Witch Wraith focused on nurturing 2 monarch-level skeletal undead, greatly enhancing its understanding of necromantic power. It mastered the entry-level skill, Awakening of the Dead, which it could now cast without relying on the necromancer's tome. Both the skeletal mammoth and the skeletal giant eagle reached monarch-level 8-star status. As the acceleration ended, Su Ming heard a faintly satisfied cry around him. Although the other party still did not reveal itself, this did not shake Su Ming's resolve. Again, Su Ming activated his ability without hesitation. He still had plenty of his unique lifespan left. A few hundred years were just a drop in the ocean. However, he also deeply felt how slow undead progression was hundreds of years just to reach Monarch level 8 stars, something even a 6th-tier Beastmaster wouldn't have the patience for. Another 200-year acceleration began. By the 83rd year, the two skeletal undead advanced to Monarch level 9 stars, but due to certain bone gaps being replaced with commander-level bones, their potential was ultimately limited. By the 200th year, with the help of the Necromancer's Tome, they finally reached the peak of Monarch level, but there was no hope for further advancement. At the moment the acceleration ended, Su Ming's vision flickered with light and shadow, as if something had flown past. However, he still couldn't catch sight of the entity and could only hold his breath, waiting for what would happen next. Su Ming gazed at the two skeletal undead with a hint of regret in his heart. Though these Monarch-level skeletons possessed decent combat power, they had already reached their limits, with no potential for further growth. He silently calculated that if he could one day find a king-level skeleton, he would undoubtedly form a more powerful contract. At present, Su Ming's attention was primarily focused on his own contracted beasts. These two skeletal undead were merely a temporary solution. He was well aware that once Hongyu advanced to the Monarch level, the combat power of these two skeletons wouldn't even compare to a single nail of Hongyu. Suddenly, Su Ming sensed an unusual presence. A mysterious, unknown creature seemed curious about them, but was hesitant to approach. Su Ming speculated that it might be his undead aura that was deterring it. Hongyu's earlier analysis echoed in Su Ming's mind. This skeletal undead not only exuded an aura of death, but also carried an abyssal quality. Coupled with the thick death energy from the Book of the Dead, it was practically a collection of numerous taboos. The spirits of heaven and earth, governed by instinct, naturally avoided such malevolent entities, which was entirely reasonable. Letting out a soft sigh, Su Ming decided to put the matter aside for now. He turned to Hongyu and said, "Go rest in the beast space for now. I'll summon Dabai." As soon as he finished speaking, Dabai's figure appeared before him. The moment Dabai materialized, it showed visible discomfort with its surroundings. It let out soft, whining noises, seemingly complaining that this place was far less comfortable than the beast space. Su Ming comforted it. "Dabai, bear with it for a bit. Look what I have for you." With a flourish, he pulled out 3 or 4 jade-green bamboo shoots, items he had specially commissioned Shangren to purchase, to fulfill a promise he had made to Dabai. Dabai's eyes sparkled instantly, and it pounced on the bamboo shoots in Su Ming's hands, devouring them with gusto. But just then, something unexpected happened. The space around Dabai suddenly distorted, and an ethereal silhouette composed entirely of light appeared. It was a strange creature, resembling neither a cat nor a fox. It floated around Dabai, watching it eat with great interest, as if it, too, wanted a taste. Su Ming was dumbfounded, exclaiming inwardly, "What the? Is the effect really this strong? Dabai just came out for a snack and already attracted it? Looks like the perfect cuteness technique lives up to its name." Dabai also noticed the new companion. After a moment of hesitation, it offered the tip of its favorite bamboo shoot. However, the bamboo shoot passed straight through the creature's body. Startled, Dabai thought it had accidentally hurt the being, but seeing it was unharmed, it relaxed and continued enjoying its food. The bamboo shoots were soon gone. Dabai stared at Su Ming with longing eyes that clearly said, "I want more." Su Ming chuckled helplessly. "Dabai, these are just snacks. You can't eat too many. A little each day is enough. You still need to eat your main meal." Dabai looked utterly incredulous, as if it had never heard of bamboo shoots being mere snacks for a panda. Feeling defeated, it turned to its new friend for comfort. Suddenly, as Dabai was munching on the bamboo shoots, it abruptly stopped, looking around in confusion. Su Ming frowned and asked, "Dabai, what's wrong? Not tasty anymore." Just moments ago, Dabai had been devouring the shoots as if it were starving, and now it had stopped? Dabai let out a series of anxious cries, gesturing wildly and trying to convey something. Su Ming was baffled. "What's going on? I can't understand beast language." He attempted to communicate with Dabai through their contract using his thoughts. As Dabai's chaotic thoughts flooded in, Su Ming's expression changed dramatically. From Dabai's disjointed descriptions, he managed to piece together the situation. Dabai had clearly eaten the bamboo shoots, yet they had somehow reappeared in front of it, as if a small entity had. A sudden realization struck Su Ming, and he exclaimed, "Time reversal." Apart from Dabai, all other creatures' experiences and memories during this period had reverted to this moment, including Su Ming. This realization sent a chill down Su Ming's spine. He understood that over the past few days, he might have encountered the mysterious being, only to lose the memory due to the time reversal. From Dabai's earlier description, Su Ming was certain he had witnessed the creature with his own eyes, yet now, that memory had vanished like a fleeting illusion. Suppressing the unease in his heart, Su Ming turned to reassure Dabai. "It's all right, Dabai. This is a gift from your good friend. Come on, let's eat first. Look, now you get to enjoy the delicious food all over again. Doesn't that sound great? He deliberately kept his tone light, worried that any overreaction might frighten the mysterious being and cause it to hide once more. Dabai tilted its head, letting out a puzzled ing. It seemed to find some sense in Su Ming's words, but felt something was off. It raised a paw, as if trying to sort out its thoughts, but ultimately couldn't resist the allure of the food and began devouring it with gusto once again. Even though this was the second time enjoying the same meal, Dabai ended up eating only the 3 jade green bamboo shoots. Before long, it had cleared its plate once more. However, this time, the mysterious being did not reappear. Seeing this, Su Ming pulled out another 3 bamboo shoots and said to Dabai, "Here are 3 more, but once you're done, it's time to start training." Ing. Dabai jumped up in excitement, looking utterly adorable. At that moment, the light and shadows around Dabai began to flicker. The mysterious being reappeared, circling around Dabai, as if sharing in its joy. Watching this scene, Su Ming deliberately remained still, afraid that any movement might startle the being and trigger another time reversal. After a while, Dabai finished the last 3 bamboo shoots. This time, it did not ask for more food but instead walked over to Su Ming, signaling that it was full and ready to begin training. The mysterious being stayed in place, quietly observing. Su Ming encouraged, "All right, Dabai, you need to work hard. Let me tell you a secret. Hong Yu can now overpower monarch-level beasts, and at least 2 of them." Ing. Dabai immediately became fired up, unwilling to be outdone. It recalled how, back when it was still at the transcendent level, it could easily take down the then elite level Hong Yu. Now, being surpassed by Hong Yu only fueled its determination to grow stronger. Su Ming handed Dabai a pile of materials and explained, "Take these." This time, aside from some thunder element metals, the rest are all 3rd-grade Xian Jade iron, meant to strengthen your physique. Supplementing this metal is essential throughout the growth of an iron-eating beast. Dabai took the Xian Jade iron blocks and instinctively tried to squeeze one with its paw, only to find it completely unyielding. This ignited Dabai's stubbornness, and it resolved to conquer the tough metal. Consumed 10 years of lifespan to accelerate the iron-eating beast's growth. This acceleration consumed 15 3rd-grade Xian Jade iron blocks. Acceleration in progress. In the first year, Dabai exerted all its strength, but could only leave a faint scratch on the Xian Jade iron block. In the second year, it attempted to strike the block with its bone-melting palm. Although the block broke into 2 pieces, it didn't meet Dabai's expectations. This made it realize there was still much room for improvement. From the 3rd to the 6th year, Dabai tirelessly hammered the Xian Jade iron block with its bare paws, even as the block glowed red-hot from the heat. It showed no signs of stopping. From the 7th to the 9th year, Dabai's efforts began to pay off. Under its relentless assault, the Xian Jade iron block gradually deformed. In the 10th year, Dabai finally succeeded in pounding the Xian Jade iron block into molten iron. It boldly scooped up the searing liquid metal with its paw and gulped it down in one go, feeling utterly satisfied. The skills copper skin and iron bones and diamond body began to merge, initiating a quiet process of advancement. Dabai remained in a deep slumber, unmoving in its seated position. Suddenly, Su Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene before him. Dabai was holding scalding molten iron in its hands and pouring it directly into its mouth. "Dabai, you're incredible!" Su Ming exclaimed, a mix of shock and admiration in his voice. At that moment, the mysterious creature began pacing anxiously around Dabai, letting out a low, resonant hum. Su Ming quickly shouted, "Hey, don't disturb it. Dabai is advancing, don't mess it up." The catfox-like creature halted and curiously examined Su Ming. It seemed to realize that the power of time it had sensed was emanating from this human. In that fleeting instant, the benefit it gained from Su Ming surpassed what it had achieved in the past 20 years of dwelling in this secret realm. To ensure everything went smoothly, Su Ming applied an acceleration effect to Dabai once more. To him, the concept of secluded cultivation was meaningless. Sacrifice 10 years of lifespan to accelerate the growth of the iron-eating beast. Su Ming commanded decisively. The acceleration effect produced immediate results. By the 3rd year, Dabai had fully absorbed all the profound jade iron, perfectly merging the skills copper skin and iron bones and diamond body. The diamond body skill not only fused seamlessly but also broke through to an extraordinary level, advancing from perfect to supreme. By the 10th year, Dabai's level skyrocketed to the peak of the elite rank. "You're amazing, Dabai." Su Ming couldn't help but praise. "That's your 2nd supreme level skill. Even Hong Yu, after nearly 3,000 years, hasn't managed to comprehend a single supreme level skill." Su Ming thought to himself that, while Hong Yu was more versatile, Dabai was destined to become an unstoppable warrior capable of taking down enemies single-handedly. Roar! Dabai excitedly swung its fists, as if declaring that it could now challenge even monarch-level opponents. It then noticed its new companion nearby and began chirping enthusiastically. seemingly trying to communicate. Su Ming chose not to interrupt them, allowing Dabai to bond with its new friend. That mysterious creature was determined to make it his own. Unfortunately, he still didn't know how to earn its trust and could only rely on Dabai's charm to work its magic. At this moment, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at Dabai's uncanny ability to win hearts. It was practically a divine skill. Dabai, I'll give you a few days off. We'll leave here in 3 days, Su Ming announced loudly, without imposing any mandatory tasks on Dabai, letting it act freely. With Dabai's personality, sincerity was its strongest asset. If the creature was willing, 3 days should be enough. If not, they could always return. Su Ming hadn't ruled out coming back. According to the principle, such creatures were born alongside the rules of the universe and had likely been here for at least a couple of decades. It was unlikely to vanish suddenly. 2 days later, Su Ming pulled out his communicator and sent a message to Lu Tongxing. Principal, don't barge in unexpectedly. Wait for my signal. Got it. Lu Tongxing's brief but emphatic reply, complete with 3 exclamation marks, made it clear he had already guessed something. Fate and opportunities were always unpredictable. When Lu Tongxing contracted the shadow spirit, it took him less than 3 days. Legend had it that the Sword Emperor contracted the immortal slaying sword in an instant, as if the sword had been destined for him. After putting down the communicator, Su Ming leaned against a rock and continued to rest. As for Dabai and its new friend, they had wandered off somewhere. Dabai rarely had a companion, and as for Hongyu, it likely wouldn't get along with them. Su Ming speculated that Dabai might find the Blood Lich too cold and eerie, while the Blood Lich might think Dabai was too childish. With nothing else to do, Su Ming searched online and found no references to this mysterious creature, not even in mythological tales. Then again, it made sense if the creature didn't want to reveal itself, it could simply reverse time to erase all traces. Who could possibly force it to appear? In the blink of an eye, the moment Su Ming mentioned for their return arrived. Dabai finally came back, its fur covered in dust, clearly having had a great time. The mysterious creature still rested on Dabai's head, as if some kind of bond or understanding had formed between them. Looking at the dirty Dabai, Su Ming chuckled and said, "All right, let's head back and get you a proper bath." Dabai let out a soft whimper, seemingly a bit embarrassed. It then realized it was about to part ways with its new friend, and a hint of sadness appeared in its eyes. Even so, Dabai obediently walked over to Su Ming's side. The creature hovered 3 to 4 meters away, as if hesitating about something. "Time to go," Su Ming said as he turned and started walking toward the spot where Lu Tongxing had initially brought him in. The path seemed unnecessary after all. Lu Tongxing could teleport them to any location instantly. But Su Ming had a deeper purpose in mind. He wanted to test the progress Dabai had made over the past few days. If there was no result, they would have to wait for another opportunity. Suddenly, a clear, melodious whine echoed through the air. Su Ming felt the surrounding light and shadows rapidly rewinding not just in space, but in time as well. In the blink of an eye, he was back at the moment when he had told Dabai to go take a bath. The only difference was that this time, Su Ming retained his memories. "What's wrong? Not letting us leave?" Su Ming asked softly, his gaze landing on the mysterious creature. The creature traced an elegant figure eight in the air, resembling a constantly flowing hourglass. It seemed to be conveying some kind of message. Moments later, Su Ming sensed a faint, indistinct consciousness. "Want to experience the power of time again? All right then, bring it on." Su Ming extended his hand, a hint of challenge in his tone. The creature leapt onto Su Ming's palm without hesitation. Although it appeared to rest on his hand, Su Ming couldn't feel any physical sensation. In his mind, Su Ming silently chanted, "Consume 1 year of lifespan to accelerate my cultivation growth. This acceleration will not require additional resources." The acceleration began. In the first year, Su Ming precisely controlled his cultivation to increase by only 1 star, advancing to Tier 3, 2 star. The creature let out a soft whine, as if slightly dissatisfied yet still reluctant to leave, remaining on Su Ming's palm. "Not enough? Then let me demonstrate again. After this, I have to go." Su Ming silently chanted once more. "Consume 2 years of lifespan to accelerate my cultivation growth. This acceleration will not require additional resources." Over the next 2 years, Su Ming again precisely controlled his cultivation to increase by only 1 star, advancing to Tier 3, 3 star. Is this sufficient? If I wanted, I could advance to Tier 4 or Tier 5 at any time. Time, to me, is not that valuable, Su Ming said with a hint of pride, though he knew deep down he was exaggerating. After all, the success rate of Tier 4 advancement potions was less than 50, and each one cost 10,000 spirit stones. Failing a few times could easily bankrupt him. The creature fell silent. Su Ming's words had clearly left an impression on it. After all, even gods wouldn't dare to claim that time was not valuable. Otherwise, where had all the ancient deities gone? Suddenly, Su Ming distinctly sensed the creature's thoughts. "Would you form a contract with me? I am running out of time." "Running out of time? What do you mean?" Su Ming responded with his thoughts. The creature explained, It means I don't have much time left to live. Even in slumber, my life force is consumed faster than normal time. I've barely managed to sustain myself by relying on the slightly imbalanced time rules here. Su Ming suddenly understood. So, you've really been risking your life these past 3 days? According to its explanation, staying awake consumes 100 times more energy than normal. Su Ming realized that if they left, he would lose the chance to replenish his power from the flow of time and might fall into eternal slumber of fate that seemed to be the destiny of the spirit of time. Does both accelerated and decelerated time flow replenish your power? Su Ming asked. As long as it's different from normal time? That's correct, the spirit of time replied. Both acceleration and deceleration are time paradoxes, manifestations of temporal power. Su Ming pondered deeply. The spirit of void was born from spatial rifts, while the spirit of time originated from temporal paradoxes. It seemed these extraordinary beings emerged from what could be considered glitches in the fabric of reality. I only have 10,000 years of lifespan left. Is that enough? Su Ming asked. If not, I can find a way to get more. The spirit of time was momentarily speechless, seemingly shocked by Su Ming's bold declaration. It's enough, it quickly assured him, as if afraid he might actually leave. Are you sure? Don't push yourself, Su Ming confirmed again. By the way, I only know the most basic contract array. Will that work? It will, but it will take 100 years, the spirit of time answered. Su Ming finally understood why no one had ever contracted the spirit of time, taking 100 years to complete the contract, only to end up with a being that couldn't sustain itself, was a daunting prospect. But he had made up his mind. Let's do it. With that, Su Ming began inscribing the contract array. Compared to necromantic arrays, this one was far simpler. Once completed, the contract began, consuming 100 years of his lifespan to accelerate the process. During the acceleration, Su Ming felt the passage of time keenly. In the first year, time seemed to stand still. By the 50th year, the glow of spiritual power on the contract array had only traveled halfway. Finally, in the 100th year, the contract was complete. Beast spirit of time, Su Ming declared. A system notification appeared. Accelerate level unlocked. Spirit awakening 2-star skill acquired. Hourglass of time beginner level a skill to condense temporal power into grains of sand, allowing a return to a specific point in the past. Loyalty, 90. The moment the contract succeeded, the spirit of time was absorbed into Su Ming's beast spirit space. In the third beast spirit space, besides the spirit of time, there was a nearly depleted hourglass. I'll call you Shirling, Su Ming said. That works, Shirling replied. How do you plan to help me level up? Through direct time acceleration. Yes, I only need temporal power for now, Shirling explained. The greater the difference between the time flow affecting me and reality, the faster I grow. Su Ming smiled confidently. All right, let me show you how right you were to choose me. He immediately took action, consuming 1,000 years of his lifespan to accelerate the spirit of time's growth. During the acceleration, Shirling underwent rapid changes. By the 100th year, it advanced to extraordinary level 1 star, with enhanced skills. By the 1000th year, it reached the peak of the extraordinary level, mastering advanced acceleration and the hourglass of time skill. When the acceleration ended, Su Ming was thrilled to discover that the hourglass could now take him back 10 hours into the past. 10 hours. Amazing, Su Ming exclaimed, genuinely impressed and deeply satisfied with the success of this contract. At this moment, Su Ming felt an unprecedented sense of security. The ability to travel back in time far surpassed teleportation or controlling beast sit meant being able to prepare for crises before they struck, or even eliminate enemies in advance. However, a mere 10-hour rewind was far from sufficient. Su Ming had once been complacent about his extraordinary lifespan of 10,000 years, but now he realized how naive he had been. He resolved to work even harder to hunt down anomalies and seize more life force. Yet he also understood that he couldn't use all his time for rewinding, as it was the very essence of the temporal spirit's existence. Shirling, how long can you survive with this amount of time sand? Su Ming asked. 10 years, the temporal spirit replied, still immersed in shock. These were the freest and happiest moments of its existence, and its days with Dubai had brought it an unprecedented sense of indulgence. Su Ming burst into laughter. Haha, from now on, you'll never need to sleep again. Play as much as you want, however you want. If there's one thing I have in abundance, it's time. Just then, the system notification sounded. The temporal spirit's loyalty has increased to 100. Without hesitation, Su Ming consumed 1,000 years of anomalous life force to accelerate the temporal spirit's growth. During the acceleration process, the temporal spirit advanced to elite level 1 star in the 100th year, acquiring a beginner-level stasis field skill. By the 1000th year, the stasis field skill had progressed from beginner to mastery level. Additionally, the hourglass of time could now store enough time sand to rewind up to 20 hours into the past. Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at the slow growth of the temporal spirit, which seemed even more gradual than that of the undead race. Perhaps no other species in the world could compare. But he also understood that, besides himself, no one else could afford to sustain such an existence. Even someone who could live for 100,000 years might not find so much paradox-infused temporal power. For now, this is enough. Once I reach tier 4, I'll help you advance further, Su Ming said to the temporal spirit. All right, this is more than enough, the temporal spirit replied. By the way, now that the hourglass of time has leveled up, what changes have occurred? Su Ming had assumed that the efficiency of converting time sand would improve, but that wasn't the case. The temporal spirit explained that the real change was in its capacity. This seemingly minor adjustment actually had significant implications. It meant a greater margin for error. Looking at the still far from full hourglass of time, Su Ming silently vowed to double his efforts. He dialed Lu Tongxing's number and said in a calm tone, "Principal, you can come pick me up now." In the next instant, Lu Tongxing appeared before Su Ming, his gaze intense. "Did it work?" "Let's talk outside," Su Ming replied with a smile. "You still don't trust this old man?" Lu Tongxing chuckled and playfully cursed, grabbing Su Ming's shoulder. In a flash of light and shadow, the two appeared in Lu Tongxing's office. "All right, now can you tell me? Did it really work?" Lu Tongxing asked eagerly. "Yes," Su Ming confirmed with a nod. "What type is it?" Lu Tongxing pressed further, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Su Ming replied casually. "It's more of a support type, like speeding up or slowing down." Lu Tongxing frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of concern. "That doesn't seem particularly special. Let me tell you, once you leave campus, the outside world is far more dangerous. In fact, even school isn't necessarily safe. Since your third beast isn't a life-saving type, you need to be extra careful." Su Ming recalled Lu Tongxing's previous advice, feeling a warmth in his heart. He nodded and said, "Got it, I'll remember." He could genuinely sense Lu Tongxing's concern. "As long as you remember." Lu Tongxing was about to say more when he suddenly noticed Su Ming fiddling with one of his prized bonsai plants. He hurriedly stopped him. "You can look, but don't touch. Don't go pulling at the grass." Before he could finish speaking, Su Ming had already snapped off a branch. Lu Tongxing's face darkened instantly, his anger visibly rising. Seeing this, Su Ming quickly explained, "Principal, I know you're upset, but hear me out first." Lu Tongxing, now furious, roared, "Keep going, I dare you. Looks like you've been itching for trouble." His expression made it seem like he was ready to send Su Ming bungee jumping from 20,000 meters. However, just as Lu Tongxing was about to explode, he suddenly felt a momentary daze. When he looked again, the bonsai in Su Ming's hands was completely intact, as if nothing had happened. Lu Tongxing's expression shifted to one of astonishment, as though he'd seen a ghost. His reaction was eerily similar to how Su Ming had reacted when he first realized his own abilities. Su Ming smiled calmly and said, "Principal, that's all I can tell you." Lu Tongxing took a deep breath, his tone becoming serious. "All right, the fact that you trust me is already reassuring. But remember, this beast's ability is your most critical life-saving card. Don't reveal it so easily again." "I understand," Su Ming nodded. "Good. Go back and rest for now. I need some time to process this." With that, Lu Tongxing used his teleportation skill to send Su Ming back to his dorm. Back in his dorm room, Shang Ren and Xia Feng were waiting for him. Shang Ren teased, "Dude, you're impressive. The principal's your personal show for now." Su Ming shot him a warning look. "You better lower your voice, or you might be the next one to try bungee jumping from 10,000 meters." Shang Ren shrank back a little, glancing around to make sure nothing was amiss before relaxing. He then asked, "Your special training ended so quickly?" "Yeah, once the goal was reached, there was no need to continue," Su Ming replied simply. Shang Ren let out a sigh of relief. "That's good. Looks like we won't be the last batch after all. That would have been a terrible feeling." Curious, Su Ming asked, "The last batch? You know about the 5 school tournaments inside story?" Shang Ren explained, "I only know that if our school doesn't perform well again this year, it might lose its standing entirely. For the details, old Xia probably knows more." He gestured toward Xia Feng. Xia Feng's expression turned serious as he began. "This is something you just need to be aware of. It seems to be related to the Wen family's current patriarch. It's said that his advancement to the 9th rank and his semi-divine book spirit's breakthrough to divine rank were tied to a single character." "A semi-divine book spirit advancing to divine rank," Su Ming exclaimed. "What character?" Xia Feng replied solemnly. "The character He, as in harmony. He, as in peace, harmony, or cherishing harmony." Su Ming murmured to himself. Shang Ren seemed to ponder this before adding, "Something like that. Damn, no wonder we've been seeing so many people from the Wu nation in the capital these past years, and the conflicts have lessened. Turns out they..." His voice trailed off, growing quieter until he stopped altogether. Su Ming stood in the principal's office, his brows slightly furrowed, a mix of defiance and anticipation flickering in his eyes. Principal Lu Tongxing sat behind the large desk, fingers interlocked on top of it, his expression stern. "So, the Wen family represents the doves, and Tianan Academy stands with the hawks?" Are we just a thorn in their side? Su Ming asked bluntly, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. Lu Tongxing sighed lightly and explained slowly, more or less. But the conflict hasn't escalated to an extreme yet, and Tian and Beast Academy isn't significant enough for the Wen family to personally intervene. Su Ming's eyes lit up, quickly catching the key point. The key is the military stancer, more specifically, the Xia family. The Xia family is part of it. But even within the Xia family, their stance isn't unified, Lu Tongxing added. The real challenge lies with the beasts and other forces. To truly resolve this would be incredibly difficult. Su Ming nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly grinned. Huh, why bother with negotiations? If it were up to me, I'd just take out anyone who doesn't comply. Wouldn't that bring peace? Lu Tongxing shook his head helplessly, steering the conversation elsewhere. Speaking of which, you're heading to the capital at the end of the year. Have you finalized your third beast contract? Want to join me for a trip to Dragon Island? A sly glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Of course, I've got it sorted. No worries. After the competition, he'll squeeze in some time to advance to Tier 4, and then he'll go with you. Squeeze in some time to advance to Tier 4, Lu Tongxing muttered, raising 2 fingers in exasperation. For the next week, Su Ming surprisingly kept himself out of trouble, spending most of his time in the library. He meticulously researched information on iron-eating beasts, delved into various necromancy knowledge, and even explored data on dragons. However, this brief period of calm didn't last long. Su Ming once again found himself in the principal's office, a spark of adventure gleaming in his eyes. No way. You think I'd approve you venturing into the wild at Tier 3? Absolutely not. Lu Tongxing rejected him flatly. Unwilling to give up, Su Ming pressed on. Then how about letting me enter a Tier 3 secret realm to hunt beasts? Lu Tongxing rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. The kid who had stayed quiet for a week was now back to stirring up trouble. Principal Lu Tongxing frowned as he looked at Su Ming standing before him, silently lamenting this student's boldness. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, Principal, I'm not here to ask for your permission to head into the wild. I'm hoping you can give me a lift to save some travel time. If you refuse, I'll have to go on my own, and getting lost would be a real hassle. Su Ming had already packed all his supplies, even preparing an oversized spatial ring. In his mind, there was no way his plan for a wilderness adventure would be thwarted by Principal Lu. Honestly, he was tired of exploring secret realms and was now fixated on venturing into the wild. Principal Lu shook his head helplessly. Su Ming, you're talking about the territory of monarch-level beasts. The wilderness isn't as confined as a secret realm. A slightly larger beast colony can have tens of thousands of creatures, and a single monarch-level beast might command several such colonies. Su Ming rubbed his hands together in excitement. That's fantastic. Tens of thousands of beasts, even extraordinary level ones, could amount to tens of thousands of years of alien lifespans. If I can't fill the hourglass of time, what's the point of increasing its capacity? Tens of thousands of years of alien lifespans only translate to about 1,000 hours of time sand. Principal Lu was momentarily speechless. He thought to himself, this kid must have a deep grudge against beasts. Then again, in Tianan City, who didn't have some blood feud with beasts? The principal tried once more to dissuade him. Does it have to be monarch level? Even 5th-tier beast tamers hesitate to enter the territory of monarch-level beasts, and you're just at the 3rd tier. Su Ming dismissed the concern. What's the point of dealing with commander-level beasts? They're not even challenging enough. Besides, I have life-saving trump cards and the treasures gifted by Marshal Xia. Handling a monarch-level beast is no big deal. Seeing that Su Ming couldn't be persuaded, Principal Lu reluctantly gave in. Fine. The nearest monarch-level territories are the Withered Bone Forest, Serpent Valley, Golden Rock Peak, and Blackwater River. Which one do you want to go to? Just a heads up. Except for Golden Rock Peak, all the other places have at least 2 or 3 monarch-level beasts, and occasionally a king-level beast might show up. After a moment of thought, Su Ming replied, "They'll go to Serpent Valley. The terrain in the other places is too complicated." Principal Lu couldn't help but retort, "The way you're talking, it sounds like you're planning to wipe out the whole place. Serpent Valley has over 100,000 snakes. If it weren't for the fact that they hide in those disgusting snake dens, I might have helped you take down the monarch-level ones myself." Su Ming exuded confidence. "Don't worry, Principal. When I say I have the strength to deal with monarch-level beasts, I'm not joking. Plus, I've just acquired a support-type beast, and this is the perfect opportunity to train our synergy. Even if I run into danger, he'll have enough time to call for your help." Principal Lu sighed in resignation. "You've made up your mind, haven't you? What else can I say? If it weren't for the upcoming 5-school tournament, I bet you'd already be planning to graduate." Su Ming patted his chest in assurance. "Don't worry, Principal. He'll make sure to bring back a first-place trophy for you." Principal Lu shook his head with a wry smile. "First place in the 3rd tier? That, at least, I believe you can achieve." Despite Su Ming's claim of being able to handle monarch-level opponents, the principal wasn't optimistic about his chances in the team competition. The top contenders from other schools, especially the 4th-tier leaders, were notoriously formidable. Su Ming's confidence didn't waver. "Leave it to me," he declared, calculating his next steps. He had no intention of keeping a low profile, especially with the mission from Xiao Wushang at hand. High-profile actions were a must. With the life-saving abilities of the Spirit of Time and its unlimited safety net, he was eager to take on a bigger stage and see just how far he could go. Here we are. This is the Valley of 10,000 Serpents. With a flash of light, Lu Tongxing teleported Su Ming onto a hillside. Before them stretched an endless wilderness, lush green grass spreading all the way to the horizon. Su Ming glanced around, puzzled, and asked, "Where is it? The snakes? The valley? This just looks like an enormous grassland, not a valley at all." Lu Tongxing chuckled lightly, his tone carrying a hint of admonition. Did you think the wilds would look like those narrow ravines or skeleton-filled gorges in secret realms? Let me tell you, the Valley of 10,000 Serpents is vast enough to fit 5 Tiannan cities and spans over 200 kilometers. Realization dawned on Su Ming, and he couldn't help but marvel. It really is massive. For the first time, he became acutely aware that, having been whisked around by teleportation, he had never truly grasped the sheer scale of this world. Compared to his old world, this one was immeasurably larger. Lu Tongxing continued. "Generally speaking, even fifth-tier adventurer teams wouldn't dare to venture deep into this place. If it weren't for your unique abilities, I wouldn't have brought you here under any circumstances." Su Ming hurried to reassure him. "Don't worry, Principal. I know my limits. No one cherishes their life more than I do. I'm definitely not the type to go looking for trouble." Lu Tongxing nodded. "Then I won't say more. I'm giving you 1 month. Hopefully, you'll gain something valuable. He'll come back to pick you up after a month. If you encounter any danger, call for me immediately." Su Ming grinned meaningfully. "I'm sure it'll make it worthwhile." Lu Tongxing reminded him. "Also, more than the beasts, it's the other beast tamers you need to be wary of. I don't think I need to explain further, you should understand this well." A glint of cold determination flashed in Su Ming's eyes. "Yeah, whoever dares to mess with me, I'll take them down." Seeing Su Ming's resolute expression, Lu Tongxing felt there was no need to say more. Without another word, he teleported away. Standing alone on the vast grassland, Su Ming took a deep breath of the crisp autumn air and let out a hearty shout. Woohoo! Away from the bustling city, surrounded by the untamed wilderness, he felt an overwhelming sense of freedom and peace. Though he was technically alone, Su Ming was accompanied by Dabai and Hongyu. Shirling drifted faintly around him, its presence elusive as always. As long as it chose not to reveal itself, even Lu Tongxing wouldn't be able to detect it. With Shirling by his side, Su Ming felt an unshakable confidence. Su Ming thought to himself, "The Temple of Demons, secret missions, conspiracies, anyone who dares to provoke me will pay the price. And for those I can't deal with now, they'll go on my little blacklist." After venting his bold ambitions, Su Ming brought himself back to the present and surveyed his surroundings once more. Puzzled, he muttered, the Valley of 10,000 Serpents, where are the snakes?" He had initially imagined thousands of serpents, large and small, tangled together to form a massive writhing ball, oozing slime and triggering every possible fear of clusters. His plan was simple. Unleash Hongyu's peak sovereign-level skeletal mammoth, let it charge and trample through, and harvest tens of thousands of lifespans from the scattered creatures in an instant. However, reality turned out to be far from his imagination. The wilderness was far too expansive, and the density of wild beasts here was nothing compared to that of secret realms. Surviving by hunting free-roaming beasts in the wild was no easy task. Most adventurer teams meticulously planned their targets before setting out. Su Ming realized he had been overly optimistic, but he wasn't worried. He had plenty of time, and he didn't need to do the work himself. Relaxing on the back of the skeletal rock, he left the task of hunting entirely to the skeletal army under Hongyu's command. Hongyu received Su Ming's command and immediately sprang into action. Its small skeletal frame swiftly conjured dozens of blood-bat puppets, which soared into the distance like a crimson storm cloud. These puppets not only signified the enhancement of its mental strength, but also demonstrated the significant increase in the power of its bloodline abilities. With a wave of his hand, Su Ming sent his skeletal rock soaring into the sky, heading deeper into the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. Though the skeletal rock possessed no combat capabilities, it was a reliable mount personally designed by Su Ming. Along the way, he noticed scattered groups of small snakes, but chose not to stop. Before long, Hongyu sent back information. "Master, 5 kilometers ahead to the left, there is a snake nest with a supreme leader-level presence." Su Ming decided to investigate. As they ventured further, the Valley of 10,000 Snakes lived up to its name. Every few steps, snakes of various sizes could be seen hiding in their natural habitat, forming a complete ecosystem. Soon, they arrived at the location Hongyu had reported. Before them lay a sunken basin resembling a recently dried-up lake. The cold and damp environment was riddled with countless holes, from which the sounds of slithering and hissing snakes echoed incessantly. Su Ming ordered the skeletal rock to retreat to avoid being splattered with blood. Hong Yu leapt off the rock and approached the edge of the basin, holding the book of necromancy in its hand. It quickly began sketching a magic array in the air. Skeleton summoning. Mutated summon. Hong Yu commanded in a low voice. In an instant, 12 elite peak-level blood skeleton archers materialized, kneeling on one knee to salute before forming ranks. Immediately after, another 12 elite peak-level blood skeleton knights, along with their undead warhorses, appeared. Hong Yu continued casting spells until 60 elite blood skeleton troops were summoned, exhausting its mental energy. This scene was precisely the prototype of the skeletal army tactics Su Ming had envisioned. Hong Yu's strength had multiplied compared to before, laying a solid foundation for the battle that lay ahead. Su Ming cautiously cast a recovery acceleration spell on Hong Yu, but refrained from instructing it to continue summoning. He calculated in his mind. Let's first see how our current forces perform. No need to summon too many and scare off those commander-level demon serpents. Recalling the scene in the Griffin Forest, where those so-called commander-level flying beasts fled in panic from the elite skeletons like startled sparrows, Su Ming secretly hoped that these demon serpents would put up more of a fight and display some unyielding spirit. Hong Yu raised its bone claw and issued the command to eliminate all living beings. Instantly, the soul flames in the eye sockets of the 60 elite skeleton soldiers flared brightly, their fighting spirits surging. This battle-hardened elite unit, undefeated in countless battles in the undead realm, marched forward in unison, their movements producing an eerie clicking sound as they headed toward the center of the basin. Before long, the vanguard skeleton swordsmen encountered the serpent swarm. Several blood-red demon serpents lunged with their fangs bared, only to be stunned as their teeth shattered upon impact, unable to harm these skeletal warriors. The skeleton swordsmen swung their bone swords with ease, slicing the serpents into several pieces, their blood spraying and staining the ground. Kill notifications flooded Su Ming's vision. Defeated a level 5 enlightened grade crimson blood serpent, plundered 5 years of alien lifespan. Defeated a level 4 transcendent grade crimson blood serpent, plundered 14 years of alien lifespan. Plundered skill crimson blood poison resistance automatically learned by iron-eating beast and blood witch demon. Su Ming was slightly speechless. The venom of these crimson blood serpents posed no threat to his forces. Even the elite grade serpents fell with just a few strikes. From a distance, the serpent swarm barely emerged before being precisely taken down by the blood skeleton archers. In contrast, his army remained virtually unscathed, their morale only heightened as they bathed in the serpent's blood. The massacre lasted a few minutes, and Su Ming began to feel puzzled. Despite all the commotion, not a single commander-level crimson blood serpent had appeared. He decided to investigate personally. Hong Yu, come up. Let's head to the center and take a look. Hong Yu quickly absorbed the scattered blood energy in the surroundings, summoned a few blood puppet crows to collect the crimson blood serpent's crystal cores, and leapt onto the skeletal rock's back. As they ventured deeper into the basin, the terrain gradually changed. The soil grew wetter, with a thin layer of water beginning to appear, yet the traces of crimson blood serpents dwindled. Su Ming scanned the area thoughtfully. It seems this place really used to be a lake. These snakes are not suited for living in water. They only need a damp environment. However, Su Ming was puzzled. Why had the water in this lake suddenly disappeared? It wasn't the season of drought. As he pondered, a deafening hiss and beastly roar erupted from the small hill ahead. Su Ming immediately became alert. This was the sign of a commander-level demonic beast. Just as he was about to instruct the skeletal rock to approach quietly, the communicator on his chest suddenly began buzzing. Frowning, Su Ming thought, who could be contacting me at a time like this? He quickly pulled out the device, and a series of messages flashed across the screen. Warning, unstable secret realm detected. Coordinates reported. Coordinates are over 2,000 kilometers from Tian'an City. Alarm cleared. Proceed at your discretion. Mission status updated. Intelligence gathering outside the city act as needed. Su Ming silently praised the communicator's advanced capabilities. He casually checked his military merit log. Unstable secret realm detected outside the city, low danger level. Military merit 100. Extraordinary level crimson blood snake killed outside the city. Military merit 2. Special mission status merit points doubled. Elite level crimson blood snake killed outside the city. Military merit 20. Special mission status merit points doubled. The numbers kept climbing. In just a short period, Su Ming's military merit had increased by several hundred points. Clearly, his skeletal squad was still busy eliminating crimson blood snakes. However, simply killing demonic beasts without submitting materials yielded far fewer points. Moreover, military merit was calculated based on one's rank. At Su Ming's current level, killing awakening-level beasts earned him no points, and defeating elite-level beasts of the same rank only granted 10 points, barely an improvement over what he earned when he was at a lower rank. Compared to Su Ming's existing 50,000 plus military merit, these small, double-digit increases were negligible, but the sheer volume made up for it. Su Ming thought to himself, Most people wouldn't have the time or ability to venture into the wild alone, specifically to hunt beasts. For an average person, finding and killing a dozen beasts of the same rank in a day would already be impressive, let alone single-handedly taking on entire groups of beasts 1 or 2 ranks higher. And if done in a team, the merit points would have to be divided among teammates. Su Ming put the communicator away and decided not to concern himself with the merit points for now. He figured he wasn't short on materials at the moment, check the exchange options later when he needed something. Worst case scenario, he could even trade for a general's rank just for fun. At that moment, 2 beams of light suddenly shot out from the small hill, heading straight for Su Ming. More precisely, they were aimed at the skeletal rock beneath him. With a loud crack, the skeletal rock was instantly destroyed. Su Ming, along with Hong Yu and the others, plummeted from the sky. Damn it, an ambush! Su Ming cursed himself for being too focused on the messages and neglecting the danger below. Time spirit, Su Ming muttered under his breath. Whoosh! A grain of the sands of time dissipated. Light and shadow shifted, and Su Ming was transported back to the moment he had just received the messages. Ascend higher, while circle around from the side. Su Ming ordered decisively, no longer bothering to check the messages. While the skeletal rock wasn't particularly valuable, it was still useful, and having Hong Yu create a new one would take time. As for the monarch-level skeletal giant eagle he had, to be honest, riding it wasn't as comfortable, it was too bumpy. As Su Ming maneuvered around to the front of the hill, the scene below became clear. 3 commander-level demonic serpents, each around 10 meters long, were locked in a standoff. One of them was a crimson blood snake, a species Su Ming was quite familiar with. Its body was bright red, adorned with black spot patterns. The other 2 were slightly smaller, their bodies a pale green that shimmered like jade. Bisui serpents? Su Ming roared from above. Damn it, was it you 2 who ambushed me? The leader of the Bisui serpents looked up, its expression perplexed, as if to say, what's wrong with this guy? We were going to ambush him, but then he suddenly changed direction and got out of range. The Bai Shui Xian snake, a common water elemental serpent, had just launched a long-range water-based sneak attack on Su Ming. This entire water domain was supposed to be its territory. At the center of the area where 3 commander-level serpents had gathered lay a deep pool connected to the lake. Within the pool, a white orb of light was slowly rotating. This was the unstable secret realm entrance that had just been detected. The appearance of this secret realm entrance had caused the lake's water level to drop drastically. Without the protection of the water domain, even foreign invaders like the Crimson Blood Snake dared to trespass on the Bai Shui Xian Snake's territory. No wonder the commander-level Crimson Blood Snake seemed indifferent to the casualties of the outer serpent swarm. Clearly, there was something far more important drawing its attention. Su Ming smirked disdainfully and ordered Hong Yu. Take care of them. Just a few commander-level creatures hardly worth the Bai's time, and not even useful for training. At his words, Hong Yu immediately moved to the edge of the skeletal rock's wing. With a wave of her hand, dozens of sharp bone spikes, each as thick as a finger, materialized around her. Bone spike barrage, perfect tier, fire, she commanded. The bone spikes rained down like a storm, hurtling toward the 3 commander-level serpents. A cacophony of impacts echoed through the air. Initially, the serpents had regarded Hong Yu as nothing more than an ordinary elite-level Kalami, unworthy of their attention. However, when the bone spikes struck their bodies, they realized their grave mistake. These attacks could indeed inflict real damage. 2 of the Bai Shui Xian Snake commanders swiftly conjured water shields to defend themselves, while the Crimson Blood Snake commander released a layer of blood mist. The mist partially dissolved the bone spikes upon contact, significantly reducing their power. Hiss, roar, the 3 commander-level serpents roared furiously in unison. If they had been facing commander-level flying beasts of the same rank, they might have chosen to retreat. But the sight of a mere 3rd-tier beast tamer, relying on nothing more than an unrated skeletal bird to challenge 3 commander-level creatures, was an intolerable insult that enraged them to no end. Su Ming noticed the faint traces of bleeding wounds on the serpents and curled his lips into a cold smile. Only now do you think of defending yourselves? Isn't it a little too late? As if reading Su Ming's thoughts, Hong Yu immediately unleashed an even more powerful skill. Bloodburst Nova. With a deafening boom, clusters of blood-red energy erupted from the wounds on the 3 serpents. The explosions overlapped as the serpents clustered together, amplifying the destructive force to nearly inescapable levels. Realizing the imminent danger, the serpents attempted to either dive into the unstable secret realm or retreat underwater. Suddenly, they felt their movements slow dramatically, as if the world around them had shifted into slow motion. Yet the force of the explosions remained unaffected. Boom, boom, boom. A series of earth-shattering blasts followed, reducing the 3 commander-level serpents to nothing but dust, their bodies completely obliterated. A system notification promptly appeared. Killed Commander-level 8-star Crimson Blood Snake. Plundered 180 years of lifespan. Killed Commander-level 5-star by Shui Xian Snake. plundered 150 years of lifespan. Killed Commander level 6 star by Shui Xian Snake, plundered 160 years of lifespan. Su Ming was astonished to find that the lifespan plundered this time had leaped from just over 20 years to more than 100 years. On reflection, however, it made sense. Commander-level beasts had already stepped into an entirely new tier of power. According to the hierarchical classification of strength, commander-level, sovereign-level, and king-level creatures occupied the middle three tiers. He imagined that when he eventually encountered overlord-level or demigod-level creatures, it would be a whole new world altogether. Apart from the extended lifespan of these extraordinary creatures, each commander-level beast contributed 200 military merit points to Su Ming. The reward for defeating higher-level beasts was 10 times that of elite-level ones, which thrilled Su Ming immensely. He calculated silently if he could slay 1,000 commander-level beasts, he might truly have a chance to reach 1,000,000 military merit points and show everyone what a true innate military merit body was. After dealing with the 3 commander-level demon snakes, Su Ming began collecting useful materials while contemplating how to handle the spoils of war. He decided to contact Captain Wu Yan for advice. "Hey, Captain," Su Ming called Wu Yan directly. "It's you, kid. What's made you call me?" Wu Yan's voice came through the communicator. "Aren't I your team member? Isn't it normal to contact you?" Su Ming retorted. Wu Yan chuckled. "Oh, come on. I already know you're under Marshal Xia now. I won't say much more. We're brothers, so speak your mind. By the way, thanks to you, I've been promoted to battalion captain." Huh. Though a bit regretful that he couldn't keep Su Ming in his team, Wu Yan understood that such talent was beyond his ability to retain. Su Ming's casual contributions had already earned him a promotion. Wu Yan silently congratulated himself for not stubbornly trying to hold on to Su Ming back then. Su Ming was startled. Could it be that everyone casually knew he was under Xiao Wushang? This realization instantly dashed his plan of infiltrating the Demon Palace as an undercover agent. However, now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Brother Wu, I discovered an unstable secret realm in the wild. How should I handle this kind of thing?" Su Ming shifted the topic to the matter at hand. "Just leave it there," Wu Yan replied. "If you confirm it's safe, you could explore it. But most unstable secret realms don't last more than 3 days and are usually small in scale. If the light inside starts to dim, that means the entrance is about to close. Don't get stuck inside, or who knows where you'll end up, or worse, you might be trapped forever." "Got it," Su Ming replied, though he wasn't too worried about being trapped in the secret realm. His only concern was any immediate danger upon entering. If something lethal awaited him that even Ling couldn't reverse in time, then he'd truly be doomed. "Ling, if something happens to me, can you react in time?" Su Ming asked his contracted beast. Ling responded, "Yes, in the face of a life-threatening situation, I will automatically trigger time reversal. The only way I could fail is if the sands of time are completely exhausted." "Nice, nice. Now that's what I call professional." Su Ming felt an unprecedented sense of reassurance. With this safeguard, what did he have to fear? Even if Ling remained in the beast space without being summoned, it could still use the sands of time to save Su Ming in time. As for why he didn't have Hong Yu summon a puppet to scout ahead, it was because entering a secret realm severed such spiritual connections instantly. Both he and his beast had to be in the same space for it to work. "Alright then, let's take a look inside." Su Ming made up his mind and leapt directly into the secret realm's entrance. However, in the very next moment, Su Ming found himself back where he started, gasping for air and drenched in cold sweat. It turned out that as soon as he entered, he felt an overwhelming darkness, like a massive mountain crashing into him. Then, he was instantly transported back outside the secret realm. Evidently, Ling had triggered time reversal just in time to save him. Even in that instant, Su Ming was just a breath away from death. The time reversal mechanism was triggered in a flash, pulling him back from the brink of life and death. Su Ming had no time to feel the pain before being transported to safety. Although this near-death experience was brief, it confirmed the automatic activation of the time reversal mechanism. "Ling, did you see what that was?" Su Ming asked, his voice tinged with tension. "I couldn't see clearly," Ling replied. "But we can try again. The moment we step in, I'll immediately pull us out." Su Ming nodded in agreement, and then turned to Dabai and Hong Yu. "Get ready. We're going back in." With a shift in light and shadow, Su Ming led the team into the secret realm once more. This time, their movements were swift as lightning. Ling instantly summoned them, causing the surrounding light to stretch, and the flow of time slowed dramatically. For a fleeting moment, Su Ming felt like he was experiencing the legendary bullet time. Suddenly, a powerful force yanked Su Ming to the side. A deafening roar followed. Turning his head, Su Ming saw a massive King Kong-like creature, over 10 meters tall, pounding the ground with frenzied force. In comparison, the elite tier Dabai, standing just over a meter tall, appeared petite among elite beast companions. Yet this enormous black gorilla before them was likely at the monarch level. It dawned on Su Ming that this was the creature that had swatted him away during his first encounter. Remembering how the three commander-level serpent beasts had hesitated to enter earlier, Su Ming became even more certain of the immense danger lurking here. The gorilla, enraged by its missed strike, charged furiously towards Su Ming. Dabai, take it down, Su Ming commanded decisively. Such an opponent was a perfect match for Dabai. Dabai let out a fierce cry, brimming with fighting spirit, unwilling to be outdone by Hongyu. It quickly activated its iron body and gale step abilities, engaging the gorilla in a ferocious close-quarters battle. Under the dual effects of Shiling's accelerated boost and deceleration field, the gorilla was forced onto the defensive. Apart from its robust physique, which allowed it to endure several bone-melting palm strikes without collapsing, it had no other remarkable strengths. Not dead after a few strikes? Then let's hit it a few more times. Su Ming sneered. Finally, under Dabai's relentless assault, the King Kong ape collapsed with a thunderous crash. A system notification promptly appeared. Killed peak commander-level King Kong ape. Plundered alien lifespan, 190 years. Skill acquired Titan form panda has been automatically comprehended. Su Ming curiously inspected the fallen King Kong ape. Its massive body deflated like a punctured balloon, shrinking rapidly until it was less than 5 meters tall. At this size, it was only mid-sized among commander-level beasts. Su Ming pondered silently. Normally, commander-level beasts range from 4 to 7 meters in size, excluding special species like snakes or insects. The King Kong ape's earlier size was clearly the result of its Titan form skill, which had doubled its body size. In comparison, Daba's newly acquired Titan form skill was still at the beginner level, allowing it to temporarily double its size. While this size increase enhanced strength and attack power, it also reduced agility and speed, making it an easier target and ability with both advantages and drawbacks. After storing the King Kong ape's body, Su Ming began to carefully survey his surroundings. As Wu Yan had described, this secret realm was surprisingly small, about the size of a single mountain, shrouded in mist on all sides. Logically, the secret realm should have been flooded after consuming the entire lake. Yet, upon entering, that was not the case. Su Ming couldn't help but grow more curious about the mysteries of this enigmatic space. The lakes seemed to be swallowed by the mist. Su Ming surveyed his surroundings. Apart from the colossal golden armored ape, there were no signs of other beasts nearby. It didn't take him long to understand why this giant creature was guarding the exit in the mountaintop. Several large fruit trees were laden with pink, enticing fruits. Beneath the trees lay a few oval-shaped objects. These were beast eggs, or more specifically, tamed beast eggs. Su Ming's heart leapt with joy. These were rare and valuable treasures. In wilderness hunts, the value of tamed beast eggs sometimes even surpassed that of the entire body of a commander-level beast. He felt fortunate to have come prepared, not only bringing a spacious storage ring, but also a beast cage capable of holding live creatures. The design of such cages was inspired by small, or even microscale secret realms like this one. Carefully, Su Ming collected all the tamed beast eggs beneath the trees. Upon closer inspection, the black patterns on the eggs strongly resembled those on the golden armored ape, indicating that they would likely hatch into the same species. Though he found it odd that the golden armored ape was oviparous, it was simply a rule of the beast-taming world, much like how Dabai, his panda-like companion, had its own unique traits. Next, Su Ming turned his attention to the tempting fruits. Dabai could barely contain itself, drooling uncontrollably. Hongyu summoned her bloodbat puppet, which swiftly plucked dozens of fruits and piled them up nearby. Dabai, time to test for poison. Hey, race your reward, try the first one, Su Ming said with a grin. Dabai hesitated for a moment before grabbing a pink fruit and devouring it with gusto, juice splattering everywhere. Soon, it let out a satisfied burp and gave a thumbs up in approval. However, given Dabai's usual appetite, one fruit should have been barely enough for a snack. Now, it appeared somewhat tipsy, clearly overwhelmed by the fruit's potent energy. After observing Dabai for a few minutes and confirming it showed no adverse effects, Su Ming relaxed and stored all the fruits away. He then headed toward the exit of the secret realm. As for the fruit trees, he refrained from uprooting them. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to take them with him. As Su Ming left, the light within the secret realm noticeably dimmed, as though it had lost some form of support. Once he exited the realm, the glowing portal at the entrance began to fade and grow illusory, clearly on the verge of disappearing. This sparked a hypothesis in Su Ming's mind. Perhaps removing treasures or creatures from within and reducing the concentration of spiritual energy could accelerate the collapse of unstable secret realms. Of course, such a task required significant strength. For most 4th or 5th tier beast tamers, handling an environment like this would have been nearly impossible. With dusk approaching, Su Ming decided to rest for the night on the small mountain. Hongyu, intensify your efforts and eliminate as many of the nearby demon serpents as possible. We'll rest here tonight and continue tomorrow. Hongyu responded promptly, summoning a skeletal bat and leaping onto it to personally oversee the cleanup. As night fell, Su Ming began preparing for the adventures that awaited him the next day. The next morning, Su Ming meticulously counted the nearly 1,000 demonic serpent crystal cores collected by Hong Yu. As his gaze swept over the data on the lifespans of the creatures, he calculated silently. Eliminating a leader-level tribe not only added over 10,000 years to his lifespan, but also earned him several thousand military merits. What thrilled him even more was the unexpected bonus of 500 military merits when the unstable secret realm dissipated ahead of time. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming decisively chose to consume 10,000 years of his lifespan to accelerate the growth of the Spirit of Time. The transformation was astonishing. By the 9,000th year, the Spirit of Time had ascended to elite level 9 star, with two of its skills, temporal acceleration and stasis field, both reaching perfection. By the 10,000th year, it had finally reached the peak of the elite level. The hourglass of time glimmered faintly, indicating the stored time sands could allow a return to the past for 119 hours, 47 minutes, and 12 seconds. The Spirit of Time let out a satisfied hum, as if it had indulged itself to the fullest. Su Ming inhaled sharply at the sight. The growth of the Spirit of Time was so straightforward and powerful, yet the cost was astronomical. He couldn't help but reflect. No wonder no one throughout history had ever contracted the Spirit of Time. Even gods might struggle to sustain such an immense expenditure. He encouraged himself silently. No problem, just keep hunting more beasts. Turning his attention to the iron-eating beast, Su Ming decided to consume 9 years of his lifespan to accelerate its growth. Its progress was equally remarkable. In the first year, it began experimenting with its giant form, though it initially struggled to adapt. By the 5th year, it had mastered the skill, effortlessly adjusting its size between 1 and 2 times its original form. By the 9th year, it discovered a drawback. When its size increased, the defense of its adamant form weakened overall, requiring an additional supply of black iron materials. Realizing this, Su Ming exclaimed, "Got it, iron-eating beast. No, you're a gold-devouring beast." He felt fortunate for his wise decision to contract both Hong Yu and the Spirit of Time. Despite the enormous resource consumption, Su Ming believed it was all worth it. With Dabai's improving defense and speed, it might even stand undefeated in an unknown battle against Hong Yu's skeleton army, showing potential to grow into an invincible boss. While Su Ming was engrossed in hunting beasts, the entire Xia Nation was abuzz with discussions about the upcoming 5-school grand tournament. This grand event, held once every 5 years, involved only a handful of participants but gathered the finest young talents of the era. The intensity and quality of the competition had long surpassed the surface-level battles of Tier 3 and Tier 4, reaching an impressive Tier 5 level. Tier 5 corresponded to monarch-level beasts, just one step away from becoming king level. For ordinary people, witnessing such battles was an once-in-a-lifetime experience. As the tournament date approached, the atmosphere across Xia Nation grew increasingly tense and full of anticipation. The 5 schools grand competition, a highly anticipated national event, unfolded like a meticulously orchestrated drama under the watchful eyes of audiences across the country. Every moment, from the intense duels on the battle stage to the enigmatic secret realms, was faithfully captured by cameras and broadcast live to countless households. Viewers watched with bated breath, their eyes glued to the screens, as if they themselves were part of the thrilling and nerve-wracking competition. This was not just a visual spectacle, but also an unparalleled stage for each school to showcase their strength and enhance their reputation. For the 4 schools outside the Imperial Beast Academy, this was a crucial opportunity to prove their worth and attract talented students. However, reality was harsh. Each year, half of the top talents were inevitably absorbed by the Imperial Beast Academy, leaving the remaining 4 schools to compete for the other half. This dynamic had allowed the Imperial Beast Academy to dominate the competition year after year, securing its position as the unshakable champion. There were even murmurs suggesting the Imperial Beast Academy should be classified as a super school category on its own, giving rise to the term "one super" for strong. Yet, those who were privy to the truth scoffed privately. The issue wasn't that the Imperial Beast Academy needed an upgrade, but rather that some of the other schools might be facing the risk of being downgraded. As the rankings for the new year were gradually revealed, jaw-dropping battle videos began to spread like wildfire online. Shocking. A Tier 3 Beastmaster from 100 Battles Academy tearing apart a commander-level scorpion lion barehanded. Unstoppable. The goddess Nangong Feishue annihilates 300 wolf demons in a single move. Unbelievable. Fish flying in the sky. Rumors of someone at Vast Ocean Academy contracting the legendary Kuanpeng. These clickbait-style video titles drew countless clicks and heated discussions from netizens. In contrast, Su Ming's previous videos seemed rather unremarkable. The only time he garnered significant attention was during the stunning debut of his blood skeleton summoner. But as time passed, even that hype gradually faded. As for the news of Su Ming securing first place among Tier 3 competitors, the lack of compelling video evidence made it difficult to generate buzz. After all, on this stage brimming with talent, being the top of one's tier was merely a ticket to entry, not much to brag about. Meanwhile, the Imperial Beast Academy remained a towering presence, quietly exuding dominance, as though the championship was already theirs. What was even more surprising was that no one doubted this outcome. The reason was simple. This year's participants from the Imperial Beast Academy had already been announced, one with the surname Xia, the other one. The sheer weight these two surnames and their respective families carried was enough to crush the fighting spirit of most beastmasters. Half a month later, a phone call broke the silence. "Hello, Principal." Su Ming's voice came through the line. "Wow, you answered instantly. Were you waiting for my call?" "I'm genuinely touched," Lu Tongxing replied gruffly. "You brat, judging by your tone, I guess you're safe. Are you giving up and wanting to come back?" "No," Su Ming denied flatly. "I need you to play courier for me and deliver something." As it turned out, Su Ming's storage ring was already packed with various materials, crystal cores, and even the corpses of commander-level beasts. "Seriously? You want to turn me into your delivery guy? Can you even afford the shipping fee?" Lu Tongxing grumbled before hanging up. A few minutes later, Lu Tongxing suddenly appeared behind Su Ming. "Kid, you really went far this time. It took me a while to find you. Did you actually venture into the domain of a monarch-level serpent?" Su Ming replied bluntly, "Of course. I came to take down monarch-level beasts, otherwise why bother coming here?" As he spoke, he handed over his oversized storage ring and a beast-capturing cage to Lu Tongxing. "Please help me pass these to Shangren to sell. Exchange them for Tier 3 or higher-grade black iron materials. As for the shipping fee, you can decide how much to take." "You brat, as if I'd actually take your stuff." Lu Tongxing muttered as he took the ring and casually glanced inside, only to fall silent. "Damn it. Did you wipe out the entire valley of 10,000 serpents? The number of beast crystal cores in here must be over 10,000. Lu Tongxing thought to himself, feeling a wave of relief. It was fortunate he had sent Su Ming to the wilderness, otherwise the small Tier 3 secret realm at their school would have been utterly inadequate for this troublemaker. "Principal, I'm broke," Su Ming said with a wry smile, glancing at Lu Tongxing and pointing to the resources he had exchanged. "Just look at these, and you'll know how much resources the iron-eating beast consumes." Lu Tongxing raised an eyebrow. "How about this? Old me sponsors you a bit." Su Ming quickly waved his hands. "No need. I've always been used to relying on myself. Besides, you've already done more than enough by helping me bond with the spirit of heaven and earth." Su Ming's words were sincere. Without the spirit of time, he wouldn't have dared to act so recklessly. Lu Tongxing nodded approvingly. "Very well then. If you need anything, let me know. If the school doesn't have it, I'll help you get it through personal means." Su Ming's eyes lit up. In that case, how about catching me a live monarch-level beast next time you visit? I need one to practice with. The serpent beasts here are too slippery. They're not ideal." Lu Tongxing was momentarily stunned, but then he remembered the countless corpses of commander-level beasts in his storage ring. A smile of approval appeared on his face. "Not bad, not bad. Reminds me of my younger days. Don't worry, I'll bring you good news." With that, he turned and left. Su Ming watched as the principal departed, but his thoughts drifted back to the monarch-level winged serpents he had encountered recently. Those creatures were cunning, and to make matters worse, they had wings. By hunting lower-tier serpents, Su Ming had learned that these were called twin-winged serpents. To deal with such creatures, Su Ming had to rely on his skeletal giant eagle. However, whenever the twin-winged serpent saw the peak monarch-level skeletal giant eagle, it would flee instantly, playing an endless game of hide-and-seek. Left with no choice, Su Ming vented his frustration on other serpents within the territory. Although he couldn't kill the monarch-level twin-winged serpent, he had wiped out most of its subordinates. One rocky cave, once the serpent's lair, had become his next target. The serpent guards in the area had all been eliminated. After half a month of relentless battles, Su Ming felt like the very air he breathed reeked of snakes. He decided to explore the cave. "Let's go. Maybe there's some treasure in there. I may not be able to kill a monarch-level beast for now, but I can at least check out its lair." As he stepped into the cave, Su Ming was surprised to find it much larger than expected. The space was vast, with paths leading further into unknown depths. Apart from the blood-stained entrance, the deeper parts of the cave appeared surprisingly clean. Recalling the earlier battles, Su Ming muttered, "Originally, there were over a dozen commander-level guards here. Hong Yu led the skeletal giant eagle to wipe them all out. None of them even had a chance to escape." After descending for a few kilometers, Su Ming finally reached the bottom of the cave. Before him lay an underground pool. The twin-winged serpent had made its home on a massive boulder by the pool's edge. In the center of the pool grew a patch of deep green ghostly lotuses, their presence casting an eerie glow. The water was crystal clear. Looking up, Su Ming noticed a small, concealed opening above, with sunlight streaming through to illuminate the ghostly lotuses. This creature really knows how to pick a spot. Not only does it have spiritual plants for company, but it also has a hidden escape route. As he approached, Su Ming could feel the abundant spiritual energy emanating from the lotuses. While it couldn't compare to directly absorbing spirit stones, the energy here was far denser than in most places. Not one to waste an opportunity, Su Ming decided to act. Taking a deep breath, he began channeling his cultivation technique. Consume 10 years of lifespan to accelerate my cultivation growth. As the technique activated, the spiritual energy from the ghostly lotuses surged into his body like a tidal wave, providing a powerful boost for his accelerated progress. In the first year, the mysterious power of the midnight lotus seeped into Su Ming's body, allowing him to experience an unprecedented ease in cultivation. Spiritual energy surged through his meridians, and his cultivation speed doubled. Time flew by, and 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. Despite the low concentration of spiritual energy in the surroundings, Su Ming's progress was unstoppable, reaching the peak of the third stage with remarkable momentum. Another 4 years went by. Su Ming sat cross-legged on the midnight lotus leaves, pondering his choice for a fourth contracted beast. Suddenly, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. What am I doing? Instead of wasting time daydreaming, I might as well spend it cultivating. He quickly let it go, thinking that with his extended lifespan as a unique being, tens of thousands of years were his to squander. Feeling the surging power within him, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. This midnight lotus is truly a treasure. Without its assistance, even if I cultivated tirelessly for 10 years, I doubt I could have reached the peak of the third stage. He turned to Hong Yu and said, "Go check if there are any lotus pods beneath the leaves. Though the chances are slim, it's worth a try." Then, talking to himself, he muttered, "I wonder if these lotus leaves could be transplanted. Perhaps I should consult the headmaster." Hong Yu obeyed and summoned several bone-spiked birds. They flapped their wings and flew deep into the midnight lotus leaves. Before long, urgent cries echoed back. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Could there actually be something? 2 bone-spiked birds dove into the water, clutching something in their talons as they flew back. However, as they neared, they suddenly plummeted to the ground, shattering into fragments of bone. Hong Yu warned cautiously, "Master, be careful. The water beneath the lotus leaves seems to be extremely toxic." Su Ming's heart sank. Even elite-grade undead skeletons can be killed instantly? He focused his gaze and saw that the bone-spiked birds had brought back a male corpse. The body bore a gruesome wound on its chest, and its hand clutched a black lotus pod tightly. This guy must have tried to steal the lotus pod and ended up being killed by the winged serpent sovereign, Su Ming murmured. "I just wonder how long he's been dead." The corpse is well preserved, but the toxicity of that water is so intense that not even microorganisms can survive. Carefully, Su Ming used clean water to rinse the corpse's hand. Then, he instructed Hong Yu to summon a low-level skeleton to retrieve the lotus pod and the storage ring. Seeing the skeleton remain unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief, meticulously cleaned the lotus pod, and stored it in a small storage ring. Next, Su Ming examined the ordinary spatial ring. Its interior was modest, with little of significant value. After rummaging through it, he found a communicator, a Beast Tamer Association ID, and a token that caught his attention. The ID identified the deceased as Su Lin, a 4-star, 9th-level beast tamer with upgrade talent. The communicator was password-protected and inaccessible. The metal token bore the character Wan on one side and a coiled serpent on the other, resembling the emblem of the 10,000 Serpents Valley. Su Ming gazed at these items thoughtfully, already calculating how to make the most of this unexpected windfall. Su Ming toyed with a mysterious token in his hand, his eyes glimmering with a contemplative light. This token was clearly no ordinary object. It faintly exuded the aura of a secretive organization. With a light chuckle, he murmured to himself, "These days, it's almost embarrassing to show up without a secret identity, isn't it?" He tapped the token rhythmically against Su Lin's communicator, producing a series of soft clinks as he pondered his next move. Just then, Hong Yu's voice echoed in his mind. "Master, I could attempt the awakening of the deceased. If the subject hasn't been dead for long, we might be able to extract some useful information." Su Ming nodded in agreement. "All right, give it a try." Without hesitation, Hong Yu got to work. One skeletal claw rested on Su Lin's skull, while the other held a necromantic tome that emanated wisps of gray mist. Suddenly, Su Lin's corpse let out an eerie, rasping breath. "Huh. Ha ha." The sound was filled with confusion and bewilderment, as though trapped in an endless darkness. Su Ming keenly noticed that Su Lin seemed to retain some clarity of mind, a clear sign that he hadn't been dead for long. Su Ming cut straight to the point. "What's the password to your communicator?" At these words, Su Lin fell silent. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, slightly disappointed, had expected a more cooperative response. Hong Yu spoke up again. "Master, I could use undead enslavement on him, turning him into a walking corpse. That way, he would follow my every command. However, this would require releasing one of the skeletons currently bound to the necromantic tome. Its current limit only allows for the enslavement of 2 undead." Su Ming made a swift decision. "Do it. We'll extract all the information we need first." Immediately, the skeletal mammoth bound to the necromantic tome disintegrated into a pile of bones and vanished. A gray mist then flowed through Hong Yu's claw into Su Lin's corpse. The body let out a harrowing scream as its soul endured unbearable torment. Moments later, the twisted and contorted corpse staggered to its feet. Su Ming began his interrogation. Who are you? Su Lin. The corpse replied mechanically. State your full identity. Member of the Myriad Alliance, under the command of the Serpent Sovereign, stationed in the southern branch of Xia Nation, yellow rank. Su Ming's suspicions were confirmed. This was indeed a new faction. He thought to himself that handing the token over to the principal might yield some information about the Myriad Alliance. However, unraveling the mystery himself, step by step, was far more intriguing, and questioning someone directly was certainly more efficient. Tell me about the Myriad Alliance, Su Ming commanded. Su Lin began to recite monotonously. The Myriad Alliance has influence across the eastern and western continents, as well as dozens of islands. Its members number in the tens of thousands. All right, enough, Su Ming interrupted impatiently. I don't need to hear your propaganda. Tell me about the top combat forces. The primary leaders of the Myriad Alliance are 7 sovereigns. The Sacred Sovereign, Phoenix Sovereign, Tiger Sovereign, Goose Sovereign, Serpent Sovereign, Shark Sovereign, and Flower Sovereign. Each of them is said to be an 8th-tier peak beastmaster. Su Ming pondered this carefully. The 8th tier was currently the pinnacle of power among various factions. Whoever first attained the divine tier would dominate the globe. It seemed that the Myriad Alliance's top-tier strength was on par with Xia Nation's. Xia Nation's 4 military district marshals were also 8th-tier peaks, alongside some patriarch-level figures from the 4 great families, making for a comparable number of elites. However, the gap between the peak of the 8th tier and the divine tier was vast, like the difference between heaven and earth. What were you doing here? Su Ming continued. My primary task was maintaining several concealed formations within the Myriad Serpent Valley. Those unknown materials were used for upkeep. Formations? What are they for? I'm not sure. Generally, there aren't any issues unless we need to prevent stray serpents from entering. Su Ming fell into thought. While the information was fragmented, it had undoubtedly revealed the tip of the iceberg of a massive secret organization. He knew that the investigation ahead would only grow deeper and far more perilous. Su Lin, a mere 4th-tier ordinary member, had the audacity to sneak into a monarch-level nest to steal treasures. Su Ming sneered coldly, thinking to himself how recklessly bold this guy was. Here to throw your life away? Su Ming interrogated, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. Risking it all for the Nethernight Lotus Seeds? Aren't you afraid of losing your life? Su Lin's face turned pale as he stammered. Fortune favors the bold. The Nethernight Lotus Seeds not only enhance comprehension, but also increase the chance of advancing, even potentially improving one's innate talent. Su Ming cut him off. After I lured away the winged serpent monarch, it actually returned from another direction. He narrowed his eyes. Now, spill all your codes and secrets. And if someone from the Myriad Races Alliance contacts you, how would you respond? Over the next half hour, Su Lin explained in detail the internal workings of the Myriad Races Alliance. From meeting codes to internal forums and a global communication network, he left nothing out. Su Ming listened intently, occasionally nodding. This organization is intriguing, Su Ming thought to himself. It's not like the Demon Hall, which everyone despises, but it operates in a gray area. He noted that members like Su Lin seemed no different from ordinary beast tamers in daily life, and could even live openly under the sun. When Su Lin mentioned the high-difficulty tasks available on the Alliance's internal network, Su Ming appeared slightly disappointed. Too bad your strength is lacking, you can't even attempt those tasks. After quickly organizing the information he had gathered and ensuring nothing was missed, Su Ming turned to Hong Yu. No need to use necromantic enslavement. I've gotten everything I need. Besides, the corpse of a 4th-tier beast tamer is hardly comparable to a monarch-level skeletal undead. Su Ming pulled out Su Lin's communicator and adeptly entered the password, 77649. Trapped within his lifeless body, Su Lin was horrified. Impossible. How could you know my password? Su Ming chuckled lightly. I know even about the time you spied on the girl next door bathing when you were 13. What don't I know? He swiftly logged into the Myriad Races Alliance internal network, unlocking it with Su Lin's fingerprint. As he browsed through the various sections, Su Ming noticed that many crucial pieces of intelligence required contribution points to access. However, his current goal was clear: using Su Lin's intermediate steward privileges to invite peripheral members to register and join. Intermediate steward, well, that's at least a mid-level position, Su Ming muttered to himself. This level of access will suit my purposes perfectly. Su Ming's fingers flew across the communicator, quickly navigating the system. With Su Lin's invitation, he successfully registered. The screen displayed his initial ID, Chi-Snake 66666. This ID was packed with meaning. Chi represented the lowest rank. Snake indicated his allegiance to the faction under the Snake Sovereign, and the string of numbers made Su Ming smirk. It felt like a good omen. He wasted no time changing his ID to something simpler, Lao Lu. Su Lin's words echoed in his mind. If each sovereign commanded tens of thousands of subordinates, then the organization's total size must be in the hundreds of thousands. Of course, Su Ming knew well that most of these people were likely just insignificant peripheral members. The alliance of 10,000 races had a lofty motto: harmony among all races, equality, and freedom. Su Ming scoffed at the sentiment. Such flowery words were clearly meant to deceive the naive. He understood all too well that anyone wielding supreme, unchecked power would likely do as they pleased without restraint. At that moment, Su Lin's communicator buzzed with an urgent notification. Su Ming glanced over and saw it was a message from the internal network of the Alliance of 10,000 Races. The sender's ID was Green Snake Revival, likely a 5th-tier beast master, or possibly even 6th tier. You've recruited a newcomer? What's going on lately? Why haven't you responded? The message carried a tone of impatience. Su Ming took a deep breath and replied on Su Lin's behalf. Being hunted by a monarch-level twin-winged serpent. Short and to the point, it explained everything. The other party seemed surprised. You're seriously lucky to still be alive. Hang in there, and by the end of the year, you'll get reassigned to a different task. Su Ming, still posing as Su Lin, added a touch of discontent to his response. Hang in there? You said 3 years, and now it's 3 years more. I promise, within a month, bring the newcomer to the imperial capital. Once you pass the evaluation, he'll assign you a new task. The other party seemed to relent slightly. Su Ming seized the opportunity and replied, Fine, but I've got to get through the snake swarm again. Going into Donut Disturb mode. The conversation was convincing enough to align with Su Lin's predicament. Being stationed in such a remote area, it was only natural to have complaints. Setting down the communicator, Su Ming fell into thought. Clearly, self-interest was the glue that held the entire organization together. The Alliance of 10,000 Races issued various tasks based on members' ranks, covering all sorts of areas. The rewards for completing them were far more generous than those offered by the Beastmaster Association, but the difficulty was correspondingly higher. As a newcomer, Su Ming's account was still in the probationary phase, so he couldn't take on any tasks yet. However, he could browse the public forums to gather information, gaining insights unavailable within the Xia Nation. He found intelligence on the Western continent, neighboring countries, and even the notorious Temple of Heavenly Demons, which had its own discussion board under the guise of free speech. Su Ming chuckled to himself. Wasn't this, in a way, a kind of breaking through the wall? He carefully removed one of Su Lin's fingers to use for future replies, then tossed the body back into the pool. He didn't store it in the Nether Lotus, knowing that the fish in the water would soon devour it completely. Su Ming began planning his next steps. After the 5 schools competition concluded, he would need to find a way to pass the evaluation from his superior. Once officially accepted into the alliance of 10,000 races, he could truly make his move. However, the severed finger wouldn't last long. He estimated it could only be used a few more times before it rotted. In the meantime, Su Ming scrolled through the alliance's forums while waiting for Lu Tongxing to arrive. The information he came across was eye-opening. Wow, so contracting angelic sisters is a trend on the Western continent? That's pretty interesting. Look at this serpent nation is openly holding abyssal rituals. It's practically the headquarters of the Temple of Heavenly Demons. The Wu nation is stirring up trouble on Xia's borders? That bold. And there's no coverage of this at all within Xia. And so, the day passed quietly. When Lu Tongxing finally reappeared, Su Ming was a bit surprised. Principal, that was quick. Lu Tongxing nodded, a hint of pride in his tone. Yes, the merchants' network is quite extensive these days. Lu Tongxing casually tossed the ring to Su Ming, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Don't rush to check those materials just yet, he said, his voice tinged with excitement. The beast I caught for you is about to wake up. That little cage won't hold it. Are you ready? Su Ming nodded in response, and Lu Tongxing immediately waved his hand. In an instant, a massive, saber-toothed tiger with striped fur appeared in the clearing, its fangs glinting coldly under the sunlight. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger let out a low growl as it gradually regained consciousness. It didn't seem to be harmed, merely stunned by Lu Tongxing before being stuffed into a beast cage and brought here. Dabai, take it down, Su Ming commanded. Dabai immediately became energized, letting out an excited ing. Lu Tongxing looked puzzled. This is the monarch-level combatant you were talking about. Su Ming shook his head to clarify. Of course not. This is just proper training for Dabai. If I used a beast of that level, what would be the point? Lu Tongxing nodded thoughtfully, swallowing nervously. He thought to himself, if this panda-like creature could leap 2 tiers and defeat a monarch-level beast while still at the elite level, then taking first place in Tier 3 was practically guaranteed. Perhaps there was even a chance of securing a spot in the top 3 for the team competition. Still, Lu Tongxing only dared to hope for a team top 3 finish. As for the overall first place, he didn't dare to dream that far. Dabai slowly approached the saber-toothed tiger, while the latter seemed to still be assessing the situation. It didn't appear to take Dabai seriously, instead focusing its gaze on Lu Tongxing. Lu Tongxing spoke coldly. Defeat it, and you'll be set free. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger let out an enraged roar, as if deeply insulted. Meanwhile, Dabai had already begun stacking its buffs: Diamond Body Supreme level, Swift Footwork Perfect level, Giant Form Proficient level. In the blink of an eye, a towering, golden-furred panda over 2 meters tall stood before the monarch level saber-toothed tiger. At last, the saber-toothed tiger grew wary. Yet, relying on its instincts, it still believed the opponent to be inferior. A two-tier gap in strength couldn't be bridged by mere skill or defensive techniques alone. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger bellowed, releasing two blood-red energy blades that shot toward Dabai. Dabai could have dodged, but instead chose to meet the attack head-on with its fists. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed as Dabai only took half a step back. Its fists bore barely visible marks, almost unscathed. However, there was still a noticeable gap in raw power. Lu Tongxing stared in disbelief. That kind of defense, is it really from eating metal? Su Ming grinned smugly. Of course. Who else would have eaten at me? He was deeply satisfied, knowing Dabai hadn't even reached its full potential yet, as it hadn't utilized the latest batch of metals. With the initial probing over, Dabai and the saber-toothed tiger engaged in a primal battle of brute strength. Boom, 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 clang, clang, clang. Dabai's fists rained down on the saber-toothed tiger, not fatal, but causing it significant pain. This was without even using its bone-melting palm technique. Dabai was simply unleashing its full strength, using this intense battle to push its limits. The giant form reduced its agility, but significantly amplified its power. The saber-toothed tiger's sharp claws and teeth struck Dabai, producing crisp, clang sounds, but they failed to penetrate its defense. Realizing this, the tiger grew smarter, abandoning attempts to inflict external injuries. Instead, it used its powerful paws to strike and its tail to whip, aiming to cause internal damage. Bang, bang, bang. These attacks did have some effect, leaving Dabei's body momentarily numb. After all, the opponent was a monarch-level beast, 2 tiers higher, with formidable strength. Moreover, as the tiger began to dodge and maneuver strategically, Dabai found it increasingly difficult to land a hit. Ing! Dabai let out an angry cry, clearly frustrated. Lu Tongxing stared intently at the scene before him, unable to suppress his admiration. Su Ming, the strength of your elite-grade bamboo bear is simply unbelievable. In terms of offense and defense alone, it's even more formidable than the commander-level dragons I've encountered. Su Ming's lips curved into a faint smile, tinged with a hint of teasing. Principal, are you trying to build me up just to knock me down? Are you about to say but? Lu Tongxing cleared his throat, his expression turning serious. Indeed, there's still a gap compared to a monarch-level beast. However, once it advances to the commander level, it will definitely be capable of taking down opponents far above its rank. A sly glint flashed in Su Ming's eyes. In that case, I might as well go all out. Go all out how? Lu Tongxing chuckled with exasperation. This bamboo bear of yours is already as strong as a monarch-level beast. Isn't that enough of an advantage? Su Ming didn't respond further. Instead, he softly called out, Shi Ling. In an instant, a distorted light shimmered through the air. The saber-toothed tiger, which had been toying with Dabai just moments ago, suddenly froze mid-movement, as if burdened by a massive weight. Its speed plummeted, and its actions became sluggish and stiff, as though it had fallen into quicksand. At the same time, a layer of gentle white light enveloped Dabai. Its speed and attack rhythm surged exponentially, not merely accelerating, but seemingly altering the flow of time around it. The stark contrast in speed between the two beasts widened to more than tenfold in seconds. The saber-toothed tiger was instantly reduced to a helpless target for Dabai. Su Ming chuckled. I never planned to compete on offense or defense. Speed is the key to victory. Dabai, stop playing around. Finish it quickly. Dabai responded immediately, unleashing a flurry of bone-shattering palm strikes. The air was filled with the sound of impact after impact, like a torrential downpour. In just 2 minutes, a sickening crack echoed through the air. The saber-toothed tiger let out a blood-curdling howl before collapsing with a heavy thud. A palm-shaped dent was glaringly visible on its skull, blood seeping from its 7 orifices. It died with its eyes wide open, unwilling to accept its fate. A system notification rang out at the perfect moment. Killed a Monarch Level 3-star bloodthirsty saber-toothed tiger. Gained 230 years of lifespan from the defeated creature. Lu Tongxing stood there, dumbfounded. He recalled how Su Ming had once mentioned that his third contracted beast was a support type. What he had just witnessed completely shattered his understanding. This wasn't some simple speed manipulation. This was like having a Grim Reaper at his command, striking down targets at will. Noticing Lu Tongxing's shock, Su Ming grinned. Principal, as for this monarch-level tiger, don't worry, I won't take it from you. I'll sell it and give you the money. Lu Tongxing burst into laughter, his spirits lifting. Haha, seeing how strong you are now, I can finally rest easy. Those old codgers were probably waiting to mock me. Let's see how smug they are when the time comes. At that moment, Su Ming's gaze was drawn to something deeper in the cave. Principal, there's a patch of midnight lotus down there. Is it worth anything? Lu Tongxing sighed in mild exasperation. This kid really wouldn't let anything go. But he quickly relented, knowing the school's secret realms were no longer suitable for Su Ming. Midnight Lotus requires extremely specific conditions to grow temperature, light. Everything has to be perfect. It's nearly impossible to transplant, and most people can't keep it alive. I'll mark this spot and check back each year. If there are any lotus seeds, I'll share them with you. Su Ming nodded, already mentally calculating the value of the lotus pod he'd just found. Lu Tongxing adjusted his robes and prepared to leave. I'll head out first. I'll come back for you in 10 days, and then we'll head straight to the capital. Got it. Su Ming replied simply, watching as Lu Tongxing departed. Through working with Dabai and Shirling, Su Ming gained a clear understanding of his own strength. Even when facing monarch-level opponents, he felt fully confident. This filled him with anticipation for his upcoming trip to the imperial capital. A genius? I'm here to take down geniuses. Su Ming thought smugly to himself. Recently, Su Ming had taken some time to watch online videos about the 5 Academy competition. More importantly, his friend Shangren kept sending him so-called secret intel. Zhong Liquang and Tu Zhan from the 100 Battles Beast Academy were 3rd-tier and 4th-tier experts, respectively. Both excelled in beast possession techniques and preferred to fight on the front lines themselves. Zhong Liquang had once torn apart a commander-level opponent with his bare hands, while Tu Zhan had even managed to defeat a monarch-level 1-star expert. As for the Elemental Academy, it was rumored to have many beautiful women, but their strength seemed less impressive. They cry for a long time after taking a single punch. Shang Ren's intentions were clear. He wanted to seize this opportunity to make a fortune. He kept probing Su Ming for hints, ready to bet everything he had if Su Ming gave the slightest indication. There's nothing to say. I'm only going for first place, Su Ming replied succinctly. Shang Ren seemed awed by Su Ming's confidence, but still offered a reminder. The 3rd-tier contender from the Imperial Capital Academy is likely Xia Zhong from the Xia family. The dragon bloodline he's contracted with is incredibly strong, capable of crushing any commander-level beast. Su Ming responded without hesitation. 3rd-tier champion. Overall champion, I want it all. Shangren hesitated. It's not that I don't believe you, but that woman from the Wen family is seriously strong. Trust me, go Alan. Su Ming said firmly. All right, since you've said so, I'll risk it all with you. Shangren finally decided to follow his lead. Su Ming thought to himself that he had said all he could. Whether Shangren would follow through was now up to him. Over the next 10 days, Su Ming planned to explore the remaining monarch-level territories, avoiding wasting time in commander-level snake demon domains. He also noticed that the magic arrays maintained by Su Lin were all hidden within monarch-level territories, which gave him a faint sense of conspiracy. However, now wasn't the time to disrupt them. He needed to establish a firm foothold in the alliance of all races first. Su Ming inspected the spatial ring sent by Lu Tongxing. The original materials had been replaced with 2 piles of metal, 3rd-tier Xian Jade Iron and 4th-tier Xian Magnetic Meteorite Iron, both in substantial quantities. This might have been the reason why Shang Ren was willing to stand with Su Ming. Su Ming's individual haul far exceeded the entire adventuring team's. Dabai, let's start with the 3rd-tier stuff as a warm-up. Su Ming tossed the pile of Xian Jade Iron to Dabai. As for the 4th-tier Xian Magnetic Meteorite Iron, he decided to save it until Dabai advanced to the 4th tier and could properly utilize its synergy with lightning attributes for maximum effect. Dabai responded softly and began devouring the Xian Jade Iron. It no longer resisted eating metal, seemingly aware of its own shortcomings. After all, it couldn't even easily defeat monarch-level opponents, yet there was still room for improvement. The consumption of 10 years of life force triggered the accelerated growth of the iron-eating beast. 3rd-tier Profound Jade Iron was thrown into this transformation, setting the stage for an extraordinary evolution. In the first year, the iron-eating beast exhibited remarkable self-control. Instead of greedily devouring all the Profound Jade Iron at once, it carefully adjusted its feeding pace according to its enlarged state. Each bite of the iron was savored, as if it were feeling the flow of power coursing through its body. As time went on, the adaptability of the iron-eating beast was astonishing. By the 3rd year, it had fully mastered its enlarged form, allowing the power of its metal body to be utilized to its fullest potential. Its fur gleamed with a metallic sheen, and every movement exuded a sense of formidable strength. By the 5th year, the iron-eating beast continued refining its proficiency in its enlarged form. Its body adjusted to find the optimal balance, making its movements increasingly agile and fluid. By the 6th year, thanks to its formidable physical constitution, the progress of its enlarged form improved by leaps and bounds. With a low growl, its skill-enlarged form advanced from mastery to perfection. However, as the enlarged form reached perfection, an unexpected situation arose. When the enlarged form was pushed to its limits, the enhancement strength of the metal body was halved, diminishing to a perfected state. This development made Su Ming realize that more Profound Jade Iron was needed to maintain balance. Time flew by, and the 10th year finally arrived. All the profound jade iron was completely consumed, and the iron-eating beast reached a new pinnacle, could now perfectly wield the dual effects of the enlarged form and the metal body. Su Ming felt a surge of joy, eagerly anticipating the surprises that might come when the enlarged form advanced to a supreme level. With the enlarged form perfected, the iron-eating beast could enlarge its body up to 4 times its normal size. Now, when Dubai fully unleashed its form, its size could rival that of a commander-class beast. Not only did its size increase, but its strength also received a significant boost. Coupled with the overall enhancement from the metal body, the effects of the third-tier profound jade iron were undoubtedly worth the investment. The only drawback was a slight reduction in speed, but Su Ming had already planned for this. With Ling casually casting a few skills, any enemy would be reduced to a defenseless target. Dubai didn't need to worry about speed. It could focus entirely on smashing its enemies into pulp. In the days that followed, Su Ming led Dubai and Hong Yu on a rampage through the territory of a monarch-class serpent beast. This land, which had existed peacefully for centuries, was suddenly turned upside down by an uninvited guest. Su Ming showed no fear of the monarch-class beast's power and no mercy for the weaker Ling-class creatures, carrying out a blood-soaked massacre with relentless determination. Among them, a monarch-class serpent known as the Ghost Shadow Serpent, sensing the dire situation, used its incredible speed and phantom clone ability to escape without hesitation. Although Su Ming couldn't intercept this slippery foe in the wilderness, he vented his frustration on the other serpents in the territory. It was then that Su Ming encountered an inescapable Prisia monarch-class, crimson-eyed scorpion serpent leader. This formidable beast, though wingless and not the fastest, was undoubtedly the overlord of the Valley of 10,000 Serpents. The poisonous mist surrounding its body was enough to overpower the other serpent monarchs. However, for the now transformed Dubai, the potency of these toxins was significantly diminished. A titanic battle was about to erupt, and Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement, ready to witness the true breakthrough of Dubai's power. After Su Ming spent several years exhausting the lifespans of other creatures, he finally enhanced Dubai's resistance to monarch-level toxins to perfection. The reedied scorpion serpent's combat abilities were drastically crippled. Dubai easily eliminated it, seizing 280 years of the creature's lifespan. Su Ming continued to sweep through the nests of monarch-level demon serpents. Although he didn't find any rare treasures, he did gather a significant number of serpent eggs, which would likely fetch a good price. This wild expedition and plundering journey came to an end, with his spatial ring once again filled to capacity. When Lu Tongxing returned, he found Su Ming soundly asleep in the lair of the demon serpent leader, completely unbothered. Clearly, such astonishing feats had become routine. Lu Tongxing mused to himself that Su Ming might truly have a chance at claiming the top spot. After admonishing Su Ming not to wander off, Lu Tongxing escorted him back to the dormitory. At this point, the principal's main role seemed to have become Su Ming's personal chauffeur and bodyguard, ensuring nothing untoward happened to him. "Hey guys, I'm back," Su Ming shouted as he burst into the dormitory, eagerly dashing towards the bathroom. After nearly a month in the wilderness, he was covered in an unpleasant stench and desperately needed a good wash. "Stop yelling. If you hadn't come back soon, I was about to head back to the imperial capital myself," Shang Ren's voice called out from outside the door. "Did Xiao Feng already leave?" Su Ming asked as he washed. "Yeah, he had to make early arrangements for the trip to Dragon Island. But honestly, I think it's more because his family set him up on a blind date," Shang Ren explained. "And what about you? Heading back early for the same reason? Another blind date?" Su Ming teased. Shang Ren sighed helplessly. "Nah, my family arranged my engagement ages ago. Blind date, my foot. Have you ever seen anyone as focused on making money and staying out of trouble as me?" "Oh, then your fiancé must be pretty amazing, huh?" Su Ming continued to tease. "Let's not go there." Shang Ren quickly changed the subject. "Speaking of which, do you really think you can take down the strongest duo of the Xia and Wen families this generation?" Su Ming didn't answer directly, focusing instead on finishing his shower. Once he was done, he handed Shang Ren a spatial ring, much to the latter's anticipation. "It's full again. Next time, get me one with a larger capacity," Su Ming said nonchalantly. Shang Ren took the ring, his expression gradually turning to shock. It was packed with commander-level demon beasts, several times more than the last haul, and even included a monarch level 1. Such a bounty would be hard to achieve even for a hunting team led by 5th-tier beast tamers. "Incredible," Shang Ren exclaimed sincerely. All his doubts dissipated, and he resolved to give it his all from now on. Nothing and no one would stop him. "Here, try some local specialties," Su Ming said, handing Shang Ren a few fruits he had picked in the secret realm. He had saved these particularly tasty fruits for himself to enjoy. Shang Ren took a bite of the fruit, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. "This one would sell for 500 spirit stones in the capital," he said, unable to hide a trace of envy in his voice. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. "That expensive?" Shang Ren nodded. "Yes, it's packed with spiritual energy. It's a luxury only the upper class can afford." There was a hint of pride in his tone, as if he considered himself part of that circle. Su Ming detected the undertone in Shang Ren's words and silently felt relieved that he hadn't sold these fruits. He thought to himself that the best things should be enjoyed first before anything else. All my money is clean, earned by my own hands. You can vouch for me, Su Ming said half-jokingly. Shang Ren shrugged. Doesn't matter to me. In my eyes, there are only friends or enemies. The rest is irrelevant. His tone was indifferent, but his gaze carried a hint of appreciation for Su Ming. Su Ming pulled out a few more fruits from his storage pouch, along with a handful of Yui lotus seeds. Here, take these back to Xiaofeng and see if they help, he said casually, as if these rare items were nothing special. Shang Ren's eyes lit up. These are amazing. He immediately recognized the rare materials, his voice full of admiration. Su Ming chuckled. Sure, I'm not too focused on cultivation anyway. Let Xiaofeng have the lotus seeds. He'll just eat a couple more fruits. No problem, right? Go ahead, Shang Ren nodded, then shifted the topic. By the way, what kind of metal are you planning to acquire with these materials? Shang Ren didn't even need to ask to guess Su Ming's needs. The combat-focused nurturing method for iron-eating beasts wasn't exactly a secret, but no one had ever succeeded to the extent Su Ming had. Not even the senior who originally devised the method could compare. Shang Ren sighed inwardly, convinced that Su Ming's achievements could only be attributed to pure genius. Su Ming pondered for a moment. No rush. If you're short on funds, you can use this batch for now. After my competition, help me acquire some Tier 4 lightning attribute metal. A flicker of surprise crossed Shang Ren's face. You're already moving to lightning attributes. He quickly regained his composure. No problem. My connections in the capital can handle that amount of money. In fact, I might even help you make a profit provided you take first place. When you get to the capital, we'll meet up again, Shang Ren added. Su Ming nodded. All right. The next day, Shang Ren returned to the capital. The heirs of other merchant families had also long since gone back, gearing up for the upcoming 5 Academy Grand Tournament. To them, the 10 contestants from the 5 schools were all potential betting targets. Strength aside, every participant had unique odds and betting strategies. As shrewd merchants and bookmakers, they always found ways to maximize their profits. Events like this were perfect opportunities for high-stakes, risk-free business. 2 days later, Su Ming would also leave for the capital with Lu Tongxing. At the moment, the only thing pressing on Su Ming's mind was his talent issue. According to mainstream opinion, a person's talent directly determined their future potential. While others might advance to the 7th or 8th tier, someone else might only reach the 4th tier. That was the gap talent created. Talent also influenced success rates and breakthroughs, cultivation speed, and other factors. Su Ming had a gut feeling that his primary talent was crucial to his future growth. Currently, his talent was still rated as C-class top nurturer. While Su Ming wasn't overly concerned about cultivation speed or breakthrough success rates, as long as the success rate wasn't 0, even 1 was enough for him. What he truly feared was that 0, the absolute impasse. A C-class talent typically meant a cap at the 4th or, at best, 5th tier. Although Su Ming wasn't in a hurry now, he believed in planning ahead. The Yui lotus seeds he had obtained this time gave him a new insight. He needed to pay closer attention to resources of this kind in the future. His gaze turned deep and contemplative, as if he was already envisioning a distant future. However, the Yui lotus seeds could only be considered moderately rare resources, far from being top-tier treasures. Su Ming thought to himself that if he could acquire a truly exceptional item to enhance his talent, he would have plenty of strategies to implement. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to sacrifice 10 years of his lifespan to accelerate the growth of his innate abilities. This acceleration would also require the consumption of 10 Yui lotus seeds and 8 bottles of second-tier soul power elixirs. As the process began, Su Ming could feel the passage of time. In the first year, despite consuming the lotus seeds and soul power elixirs, his mind remained extraordinarily clear, but he still had no clue how to break through the limitations of his talent. The second year brought no progress either. By the 7th year, Su Ming adjusted his approach. He consumed just 1 lotus seed each year and no longer forced himself to achieve a breakthrough, instead maintaining a state of deep contemplation. Over the years, his persistence led to a noticeable improvement in the strength and capacity of his spiritual power. By the 10th year, he seemed to have an epiphany. Perhaps expanding the capacity of his spiritual power itself was a way to enhance his talent. When the acceleration process ended, Su Ming found that while his talent hadn't improved, he had discovered a potential path forward. He realized that improving one's talent wasn't inherently difficult, it simply required time and effort. However, breaking through the limits of one's talent tier was an almost insurmountable challenge. For instance, upgrading a Clevel cultivation talent to a Blevel fire talent was practically a pipe dream. Su Ming's new approach focused on increasing the upper limit of his spiritual power, hoping that it might lead to a qualitative transformation. Achieving this, however, would require significant time and resources, especially rare treasures like the Yui lotus. As he immersed himself in thought, the principal's voice pulled him back to reality. For many of you, This is your first time using a teleportation array. You might feel a bit uncomfortable, but don't worry, it'll pass quickly. Su Ming glanced around and realized he was already standing on the teleportation array alongside dozens of other teachers and students. They were heading to the imperial capital to participate in a competition. Apart from the competitors, there were also top-performing students joining the trip to gain experience and cheer for the team. With a flash of light, they appeared in an unfamiliar hall. About 10 students immediately vomited on the spot, but Su Ming felt no discomfort, perhaps due to his enhanced spiritual power. The principal urged them, "Let's go. We'll head to the hotel first. Your senior, Lung Shixiao, has already made all the arrangements." Su Ming thought of Lung Wenyan, a fourth-tier peak expert and widely recognized as the top fourth-tier student at the Southern Beast Taming Academy. He was also Su Ming's teammate for this event. Despite being teammates, Su Ming had never met him, let alone trained with him. According to Lu Tongxing, the academy couldn't find anyone suitable to spar with them. As long as they performed normally in the individual events, securing a top 3 overall score was practically guaranteed. At the hotel entrance, a refined and elegant young man was waiting for them. "Principal, esteemed teachers, and fellow students, welcome," he greeted with a smile. "Senior Lung is so handsome and talented." Murmurs of admiration echoed among the crowd. The principal chuckled. "Wenyan, you've worked hard. It's no trouble. I've been interning in the capital anyway. Let's head up," Lung Wenyan replied politely. For a brief moment, Su Ming felt as though Lung Wenyan glanced at him, but he didn't dwell on it. After all, as someone destined to reach the pinnacle, it didn't matter to him who his teammates were. The imperial capital of the Xia Kingdom was far more prosperous than Tianan City. Powerful beast tamers could be seen everywhere, and even the chefs in the taverns might be formidable 6th-tier experts. Quanwei Zhai was among the most renowned establishments, and although Shangren claimed he had no authority over his family's businesses, he still arranged an elegant private room for Su Ming. The next day, Su Ming, Xiafeng, and Shangren gathered together. After a few rounds of drinks, Shangren got straight to the point. "Su Ming, you've seen the intel, right? The opponents are more or less confirmed." Su Ming chuckled lightly. "That girl from the Elemental Academy has got good looks, but she seems cold as ice." Shangren shook his head inwardly, realizing his efforts in preparation had been wasted. But he wasn't bothered. On the contrary, he'd worry more if Su Ming appeared overly anxious. "Xiafeng." Shangren turned to his other companion. "Which girl caught your eye this time?" Xiafeng glanced at Shangren but remained silent. "Don't tell me it's someone from my family." Shangren suddenly realized. "Oh no, my cousins are not to be trifled with. Even I can't handle them. You'd better be careful." "Relax," Xiafeng said calmly. "I'm not interested in women." That remark left Su Ming and Shangren momentarily speechless. Xiafeng, uninterested in explaining further, simply took a sip of his drink and turned to Su Ming. "I've already reached out to Dragon Island. On January 10th next year, the Dragon Selection Tournament, held once every 3 years, will take place. You'll have an opportunity to participate." "Dragon Selection Tournament?" Su Ming said casually. "Sounds more like beasts selecting their tamers. Shouldn't it be called the Dragon Choosing Tournament?" "Ahem," Shangren quickly interrupted. "You can joke about it here, but don't say that on Dragon Island. At best, you'll be thrown out. At worst, you might anger the semi-divine dragon clans." Su Ming nodded in agreement. Xiafeng's tone grew serious. "Su Ming, you can underestimate others, but you must stay vigilant against Wen Xian from the Wen family. She's bonded with 2 book spirits, which shows how much her family values her. Plus, her talent justifies their investment. Those 2 book spirits can perform combination techniques, making her incredibly formidable." 2. Su Ming was slightly surprised. He had seen Wen Xin's battle footage before. With just 1 book spirit, she could easily crush opponents of the same level. To think she had 2 spirits capable of combination techniques was indeed impressive. But the more challenging it was, the more intrigued Su Ming became. After all, what was the point of coming all this way if there wasn't something exciting to face? "Don't worry," Su Ming said confidently, downing his drink in one gulp. "Just watch me make her cry when the time comes." Such bold claims would have likely drawn backlash at the Imperial Academy. Shangren laughed. "I've already placed a bet on you winning with the spirit stones you gave me. You'd better perform well, or I won't take responsibility." "How much can you win?" Su Ming asked, clearly interested. "For a 3rd-tier match, we're looking at 5 or 6 times the return," Shangren said, his eyes gleaming. "But if an upset happens during the team battles, all my siblings and cousins might go bankrupt." It was evident Shangren planned to go all in. Su Ming mused aloud. "Seems like I should keep a few tricks up my sleeve before the team battles." "Keeping 2 tricks is like having 10 hidden cards," Shangren teased. "Just make sure you win. Don't worry." Su Ming's confidence was unwavering. By the 3rd day, all preparations were complete. Su Ming joined the group at the competition venue's spacious open-air arena with massive screens hanging on all sides to ensure every spectator had a clear view. The venue was equipped with slow-motion replay systems for live nationwide broadcasts. Dozens of top-tier medical teams stood ready, prepared to intervene at any moment. Not only does safety need to be ensured, but recovery must also be swift enough to avoid affecting subsequent matches. This is to prevent participants from overexerting themselves during individual competitions, which could impact the team events. The competition rules follow the tradition of previous years. The defending champion from the last tournament automatically secures a spot in the top 3, while the remaining 4 schools draw lots to determine matchups and compete for the other 2 spots. The losing teams then battle for 4th place. Finally, the top 3 teams face each other in a round-robin format to determine the final rankings of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place. After the opening ceremony, the draw ceremony began. The matchups for the first day were announced. Tiannan Academy versus Baijian Academy, and Elemental Academy versus Han Hai Academy. The competitions would begin with the 3rd-tier participants. The host enthusiastically announced, "Now, let's welcome Su Ming from Tiannan Academy versus Zhong Liquang from Baijian Academy." Amidst thunderous applause, the 2 contestants stepped onto the stage. In terms of popularity, Su Ming was slightly overshadowed by Zhong Liquang. After all, Zhong Liquang's ferocious feat of tearing apart a beast with his bare hands had gone viral online, making him a sensation. Zhong Liquang maintained his audacious demeanor, starting with a taunt. "You better surrender quickly, or I might not be able to hold back." Su Ming, unfazed, retorted, "Bring it on. How about I let you have the advantage of one beast?" This familiar exchange of trash talk made Su Ming feel as though he'd stumbled into the world of an anime, half expecting someone to yell out, "I want to be the Pokemon master." Shaking his head, he quickly dismissed the absurd thought. The battle commenced immediately. Zhong Liquang made the first move. "Come forth, violent wolf spirit, possess me. Come forth, bloodthirsty leopard. Come forth, minotaur shaman." In an instant, a heavy, bloodthirsty aura enveloped Zhong Liquang. The violent wolf spirit enhanced his power, while the minotaur shaman deployed support abilities like bloodlust and speed totem, significantly amplifying Zhong Liquang's overall strength. In the next moment, Zhong Liquang and the bloodthirsty leopard transformed into 2 streaks of crimson light, charging towards Su Ming. However, Su Ming appeared calm and composed as he instructed his beast, "Dabai, play with them a little, just don't kill them." As soon as he spoke, Su Ming felt his body lighten suddenly, able to leap dozens of meters in a single step. Clearly, this was the result of the Spiritling's acceleration ability, enabling Su Ming to observe the battlefield more effectively. Initially, Zhong Liquang dismissed Dabai as insignificant. Seeing it block his path, he intended to take it down in a single coordinated strike with the bloodthirsty leopard. However, what happened next left everyone stunned. Clang, 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 a series of crisp metallic sounds rang out across the arena. By the time Zhong Liquang realized what was happening, he was horrified to find his hands bleeding profusely. The bloodthirsty leopard was in an even worse state. Its claws were completely flipped backward, and most of its sharp teeth had been knocked out by a casual swipe from Dabai. "Rip apart a commander-level beast? Go ahead, I'm standing right here waiting for you." Dabai's mocking tone was unmistakable. "Impossible," Zhong Liquang roared in disbelief. His once prized hands, capable of slicing through steel, couldn't even scratch his opponent. Looking up, he saw Su Ming leisurely watching the spectacle from a distance. This scene utterly enraged Zhong Liquang. Letting out a furious roar, he charged towards Su Ming, only to be sent flying by a single, ordinary punch from Dabai. Zhong Liquang defeated, Su Ming victorious. The host's voice echoed through the arena. The audience erupted into a cacophony of reactions. What? This Zhong Liquang was hyped up so much online, and this is all he's got? Yeah, he couldn't even last long enough before injuring his own hands. What a letdown. It's not that he's weak, it's that the iron-eating beast's defense is just too strong. Exactly, but he still got completely countered. That's on him. He should have just gone for the beast tamer instead. The spectators, both in the arena and online, buzzed with opinions and debates. Meanwhile, Su Ming quietly returned to his seat, relieved that the match had ended so quickly. In battles between skilled opponents, the outcome is often decided in mere moments. Although the fight itself was brief, its impact would linger for a long time. Even after the tournament concludes, these exhilarating moments would continue to circulate online, sparking discussions and remaining a hot topic for months to come. The second round of the competition followed immediately, with no need to repair the arena. The host announced loudly, "Please welcome Zhuang Yu from Han Hai Academy, facing off against Niao Wan from the Element Academy." A frail, pale young man and a well-built young woman stepped into the arena at the same time. Zhuang Yu's sickly appearance sparked murmurs among the audience. Taking a deep breath, Zhuang Yu softly called out, "Come out, little Kuan." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive blue fish materialized in midair, drawing gasps of astonishment from the crowd. "A Kuanpeng," someone exclaimed in shock. Zhuang Yu calmly clarified, "Just a trace of its bloodline, not a true Kuanpeng." Not to be outdone, Niawan quickly summoned her companions. "Come out, wind spirit, gale beast, cloud mist bird." 3 wind elemental creatures appeared instantly by her side, showcasing her identity as a pure wind-type beast tamer. Zhuang Yu coughed lightly and addressed his summoned beast. You all have fun with little Kuan. I'm going to rest for a bit. With that, he summoned a giant shell and climbed inside without hesitation. The audience erupted in surprise, as everyone had assumed Zhuang Yu would ride on the big fish and command from its back. Niawan immediately launched an attack, unleashing continuous wind blades at the shell, but they had no effect. She silently regretted that if she were a fire-type beast tamer, she might have been able to force her opponent out. Left with no other choice, she shifted her focus to the Kuan beast. The Kuan beast let out a resonant cry, and all attacks directed at it were instantly absorbed by a flash of light. Niawan's expression grew tense as she recognized this troublesome ability. Little cloud, release the mist. Niawan urgently commanded. At that moment, Niawan suddenly felt a wave of dread, as if her life were about to end in the next second. Razor-sharp wind blades materialized near her neck, just a hair's breadth away from severing her throat. In the nick of time, the arena's protection staff intervened to stop the lethal attack. The referee quickly announced, Zhuang Yu is the winner. He wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, relieved to have narrowly avoided the tournament's first fatality. Even so, no one criticized Zhuang Yu's actions. The fact that he had stopped in time was already considered an act of mercy. Most of the audience marveled at the Kuan beast's power and the mysterious allure of the Kuanping bloodline. Su Ming silently observed everything, pondering how he would face such an opponent. He thought to himself that if Zhuang Yu dared to hide in a shell against him, he would simply have to slap him right out. The two matches determined the top 3 schools, with the final showdown scheduled for the next day. Meanwhile, Zhongli Kuang and Nia Wan would compete for 4th place, as neither of them wanted to finish last. That match lasted half an hour before a winner emerged. Using the mist created by the cloud mist bird and the speed boost from the wind spirit, Nia Wan engaged in a battle of attrition against Zhongli Kuang, who was buffed with a berserk enhancement. She waited out the duration of his buff before defeating him effortlessly. This strategy had always been her key to victory, though it failed against Zhuang Yu's Kuan beast, which ended the battle swiftly. Lu Tongxing excitedly approached Su Ming and said, Su Ming, you've done well. This afternoon, it's up to your senior brother. As long as we make it into the top 3, that's enough. Su Ming responded half-heartedly, thinking to himself that the old man still doubted his abilities. The individual rankings awarded points as follows: 10 for 1st place, 8 for 2nd, 5 for 3rd, 2 for 4th, and 0 for 5th. With the results nearly finalized, all that remained was to see how the final showdown would unfold. As long as Lung Wenyan secures a top 3 spot in the 4th-tier competition, and Su Ming clinches 1st place in the 3rd tier, Tiannan Academy is guaranteed 15 points. With team competition points doubled 20, 16, 10, 4, and 0 points in descending order, avoiding last place practically ensures a top 3 finish. The Imperial Beast Academy is almost certain to lock in 1st place in both the 4th tier and the team rankings, leaving other academies to vie for 2nd and 3rd place. If Tiannan Academy places in the top 3 in the team competition, they may even have a shot at claiming 2nd overall. In the afternoon, the battle for the 4th tier top 3 began as scheduled. Though it was called the 5 Academy Tournament, everyone knew it was merely a stage for other academies to compete for the right to challenge the Imperial Academy. If the 3rd-tier battles in the morning had been exciting, the 4th-tier matches drew even more attention. With an additional contracted beast per participant, strategies became more varied and the matches more captivating. After the 5th tier, most Beastmasters' tactics and development paths are generally set. Regardless of how many beasts they've contracted, the focus is always on the most talented one, with others serving in supporting roles. While high-tier Beastmasters are undoubtedly powerful, their matches aren't always more entertaining than those in the 3rd or 4th tiers. Battles at higher levels often end so quickly that spectators barely have time to grasp what happened. The match between Lung Wenyans of Tiannan Academy and Tu Zhan of Baijian Academy begins now, the referee announced before quickly retreating from the field. Even from a distance, Tu Zhan's overwhelming aura and battle spirit were palpable, sending chills through the crowd. Baijian Academy's students were all notorious battle fanatics. Without hesitation, Tu Zhan began summoning his beasts. Come out, frenzied eagle beast. Come out, dragon-scaled crocodile. Roar, screech. A fierce whirlwind of dust swept across the arena as 2 peak commander-level beasts made their appearance, exuding an intimidating presence that stunned the audience. However, Tu Zhan's summoning wasn't finished. Observing closely, one could see 2 distinct glimmers flowing around him, hallmarks of possession-type beasts. According to publicly available information, Tu Zhan had also contracted 2 possession-type beasts, the Ferret Hound Spirit Beast and the Frost Ghost Spirit Beast. At this moment, a thin layer of frost began forming beneath Tu Zhan's feet, while faint black mist emanated from his legs, indicating a significant boost in his abilities. In contrast, Lung Wenyans remained motionless, making no effort to summon a beast. According to the rules, Tu Zhan was already allowed to attack, leaving the audience puzzled. What are you playing at? Tujan asked, refraining from attacking immediately. While he disdained ambush tactics, he wouldn't hesitate if his opponent was scheming something. Yet, he could sense that Lung Wenyans hadn't summoned any beasts, not even a possession type 1 for self-protection. Wenyans. Su Ming noticed that Lu Tongxing, standing beside him, had suddenly turned pale. The respected 7th-tier beastmaster appeared as if he had suffered a severe blow, his face aging visibly in mere moments. It was clear that he had realized Lung Wenyan's intentions. "I'd love nothing more than to fight a thrilling match, but unfortunately," Lung Wenyans declared loudly, "I concede." The crowd erupted in shock. Everyone watching the live broadcast was equally stunned. It had been years since anyone had forfeited a match in the 5 Academy tournament, let alone without summoning a single beast. This was utterly unprecedented. "Are you sure? Conceding without a fight will result in an automatic last-place ranking. Your academy will score 0 points in the 4th-tier competition, and you'll also be barred from participating in the team competition," the referee reiterated, breaking a rule that had gone unspoken for years. To forfeit without a fight was the ultimate disgrace. "I'm certain," Lung Wenin responded succinctly, then turned and left, leaving Tujan frozen in his battle stance, utterly confused. The referee declared Tujan the winner. This unexpected victory left him scratching his head in bewilderment. Slowly, he made his way back to the school's area, his eyes full of questions. As Lung Wenin passed by Tianan Academy, he briefly apologized to Lu Tongxing before heading straight to the Wen family's seating area. His posture was upright, his steps resolute, as if withdrawing from the match was nothing more than a trivial decision. Watching the situation unfold, Su Ming leaned closer to the principal and asked in a low voice, "Should I do something?" Concerned, he worried the older man might not take the blow well. Lu Tongxing shook his head, a trace of disappointment flickering in his eyes. "No need. I never thought the Wen family would stoop to such underhanded tactics." He sighed deeply. The 5 Academies tournament tainted by such disgraceful methods. Su Ming could sense the principal's disheartened tone. The Wen family's actions not only hindered Tianan Academy's chances of reaching the top 3, but they also dealt a psychological blow to traditionalists like Lu Tongxing. This time, the Wen family was determined to win. Their plan was to first absorb Tianan Academy into their sphere of influence, then gradually expand their reach to encompass all of Tianan City and even the military district. It was well known that the Tianan military district was the strongest faction advocating for active defense. In the past, there had been proposals to abandon Tianan City as a forward base and adopt a more defensive strategy. However, after Xiao Wusheng's decisive suppression of such ideas, no one dared raise the matter again. The Wen family, unable to confront the military heathen, had instead adopted a strategy of gradual infiltration. "Don't let it get to you, principal," Su Ming consoled. "The more they want to see you defeated, the more you should stand tall." Lu Tongxing shot him a glare. "You brat. I don't need you lecturing me. Just focus on your own matches. If they don't want me as principal, then so be it. I'll head to the front lines myself and take down a couple of overlordier demon kings to make it worth my while." Su Ming caught the underlying meaning in the principal's words, as overlordier beasts likely numbered only 2. The higher the rank, the harder it was to advance, and the resources required increased exponentially. Elevating all 7 or 8 contracted beasts to overlord or demigod tier was nearly impossible. Having 2 or 3 main battle beasts at that level was already an impressive feat. "Don't worry, they'll bring back the championship for you," Su Ming promised solemnly, his eyes blazing with determination. A smile finally broke across Lu Tongxing's face. "With that promise, my trip here wasn't wasted." He paused, then suddenly asked, "By the way, are you sure you don't want to be my disciple? After my time's up, I could find a way to leave the shadow spirit to you." Su Ming raised an eyebrow. How much longer do you plan on living, principal?" "If I don't reach the 8th tier, I've probably got another 100 or 200 years in me," Lu Tongxing replied with a hearty chuckle. Hearing this, Su Ming teased, "Then take good care of yourself. I'm in no rush." Lung Wenyan's surrender caused quite a stir, but it did not violate any rules. The audience and netizens could only voice their discontent verbally, and Lu Tongxing had no grounds to take any extreme measures. The competition had to go on. Next up was a match between Nangong Feishue from the Elemental Academy and Sang Miao from the Hanhai Academy. Nangong Feishue was a well-known favorite, renowned for her formidable strength. Sang Miao, on the other hand, was a mysterious figure who had rarely appeared before, clearly a secret weapon meticulously prepared by Hanhai Academy. As the battle commenced, both female contestants summoned their respective beasts. Nangong Feishue's lineup was already familiar to many. Her main forces were the Frost Phantom Phoenix and the Fiery Icebird, both at the peak of commander-level strength. These ice-aligned flying beasts excelled in speed, crowd control, and offensive power, making them especially effective against ground-based beasts. Supporting her were a Blood Ice Sprite for auxiliary roles and a defensive beast, the Snow Princess, which could merge with her. Nangong Feishue sat gracefully atop the Frost Phantom Phoenix, exuding the aura of an untouchable Ice Queen. commanding attention and respect. In contrast, Sang Miao wore a simple green floral dress and had shoulder-length short hair, resembling a carefree girl picking flowers in the mountains. Despite the chilly few-degree temperature, a miraculous patch of dark green grass sprang up around her. Suddenly, a towering tree erupted from the ground beside Sang Miao, its lush green leaves forming a wide canopy. With a light leap, she landed steadily on one of the tree's thick branches, swinging her legs leisurely. The scene seemed to transition from the depths of winter to the warmth of spring in an instant. Many in the audience were puzzled. What kind of beast was this? To them, it seemed like nothing more than ordinary trees and grass. However, Ming, with his sharp eye, noticed black vines coiling around the tree trunk, writhing like slender pythons. At that moment, Lu Tongxing exclaimed in surprise, recognizing Sang Miao's two beasts, the celestial mulberry tree and the ink soul grass. It turned out that the seemingly ordinary patch of grass was also a beast. Ming curiously asked about the characteristics and abilities of these two beasts. Lu Tongxing explained that while these beasts appeared unremarkable, they were actually incredibly powerful. Though they had a pronounced weakness, they were vulnerable to fire. Fire countered wood, meaning this combination would struggle against fire-aligned beasts. However, against an ice-aligned beast master, they should hold their ground. No wonder Hanhai Academy had kept this trump card hidden until now. The battle was about to erupt. Although Nangong Feishue was unfamiliar with the details of her opponent's beasts, she wasted no time unleashing her ultimate skills. She was determined to freeze every tree on the battlefield solid. Blizzard, extreme frostblade, snowstorm slash, frost breath, freezing radiance. Nangong Feishue unleashed a relentless barrage of ice-aligned attacks like a raging storm. In an instant, Sang Miao's celestial mulberry tree seemed to become a living target, enduring the onslaught of ice and snow. Apart from the resilient patch of greenery beneath the tree, the entire battlefield was quickly buried under a thick layer of frost and snow. It looked like a lone tree standing on a vast snowy plain, battered by a relentless blizzard. That patch of green grass resembled an isolated island in the middle of a vast ocean. At the center of the battlefield, the ancient Tiansang tree stood tall, its entire form glowing with a vibrant green light, shielding itself from the howling wind and snow. Over 10 minutes passed, yet this strange phenomenon persisted, sparking discussions among the spectators. What's going on? The attacks aren't doing anything, someone exclaimed. Exactly. I'm freezing out here, and Sang Miao is dressed so lightly, another spectator chimed in. Bro, your focus is a bit off, someone nearby teased. Do you think Nangong Feishue, sitting on the Frost Phoenix, might get cold in the palace? Ming frowned and asked, is the defense really this impenetrable? Doesn't that make it invincible? Lu Tongxing explained. The Tiansang tree is rumored to have ties to the ancient Fusong tree, but its cultivation comes with significant limitations. The most essential requirement is the Mo Hun grass. Without it, the tree wouldn't be able to exhibit such power. Ming looked closely and noticed the dark green grass emitting a faint glow, seemingly channeling some form of energy to the Tiansang tree. Lu Tongxing continued. Any energy attack other than fire gets absorbed and converted by the Mo Hun grass into energy for the Tiansang tree. But once the tree's bloodline develops to a certain extent, it will awaken fire attributes itself, eliminating this vulnerability. A hint of envy flickered in Lu Tongxing's eyes as he added, at this stage, the rarity of the Tiansang tree is secondary to the extreme difficulty of contracting the Mo Hun grass. Who would have thought Hanhai would silently pull off such a feat? If our team had someone like this, would definitely make it to the top 2. On the battlefield, Nangong Feishue's relentless attacks were proving futile, her expression growing colder and her strikes increasingly impatient. Meanwhile, the Tiansang tree continued to grow, its reach expanding steadily. Sis, why don't you just surrender? Sang Miao called out playfully. I won't surrender. If you have any offensive moves, feel free to use them, Nangong Feishue replied icily. All right then, before Sang Miao could finish her sentence, over a dozen black vines suddenly shot out from the crown of the Tiansang tree, instantly binding Nangong Feishue's frostbird. Chirp! The frostbird let out a pained cry as it was dragged into the canopy of the tree, falling silent in an instant. I surrender. Nangong Feishue suddenly felt a strong wave of desperation coming from the frostbird, a sign of life-threatening danger. Even withdrawing the frostbird into her beast space didn't help. Its body was tinted green, clearly poisoned. Without immediate treatment, it was on the verge of death. The spectators were momentarily baffled, seeing Nangong Feishue surrender right after the frostbird was dragged into the tree. Both sides quickly recalled their beasts. Nangong Feishue summoned the frostbird again, her voice urgent as she cried out, Teacher, please save it. It was only then that the audience realized what had happened. In just a matter of seconds, the frostbird had been pushed to the brink of death, the potency of the poison leaving everyone in shock. They'll take care of it. A teacher quickly stepped forward to administer aid. Sang Miao stepped forward and gently stroked the head of the fiery ice bird. In an instant, the visible toxins dissipated from the divine beast's body, though it was inevitable that the creature would remain weakened for a period of time. With Lung Wenyin conceding, Nangong Feishua automatically secured fourth place without the need for further competition. The focus then shifted to the upcoming team competition. To everyone's surprise, Nangong Feishua, a pre-tournament favorite, was eliminated by the unexpected challenger, Sang Miao, failing to make it into the top 3. This unexpected outcome reignited the excitement of the tournament, and all eyes were now eagerly awaiting the top 3 battles set for the next day. After the match, Lu Tongxing arranged for accommodations to be reassigned. Meanwhile, Tian'an Academy publicly expelled Lung Wenyan, though Lu Tongxing had no immediate desire to deal with him further. At this moment, Lu Tongxing was calculating in his mind. If Su Ming could claim first place in the third-tier competition, they could return with glory. After all, as the headmaster, it was hard for him to accept having a third-tier beast tamer represent the school in the team competition. Despite witnessing Dabai's astonishing offensive power, Lu Tongxing was keenly aware that the team competition was not solely about attack and defense. Taking Nangong Feishue as an example, he doubted Su Ming had a strategy to secure victory. Moreover, there were other formidable teams from other schools eyeing the prize. If Lung Wenyan were still cooperating, there might have been a slim chance, but now. Just then, Su Ming suddenly spoke up. Headmaster, you're not planning to send me packing after tomorrow's match, are you? Or are you still thinking of me for the team competition? Let me ask you this: if I advance to the 4th tier before the team competition, would that count as a violation? Lu Tongxing pondered for a moment before replying truthfully. It wouldn't be a violation, but the 3rd-tier competition must be completed as a 3rd-tier participant. He had already guessed Su Ming's intentions and thought to himself, could another miracle be on the horizon? Su Ming blinked confidently and said, "Don't worry, Headmaster. Have you forgotten? I have a trump card." Unable to resist, Lu Tongxing asked, "You know, I'm getting too old for surprises. Can you at least give me a hint?" Su Ming teased, "Headmaster, you're joking. You'll live another 100 years. So you're trying to give me a heart attack, huh? Haha, you'll get used to it. A dignified 7th-tier beast tamer, and you're this anxious? Let me give you a little preview. Come on, let's head to the wild." The next moment, the two of them teleported to a location hundreds of kilometers outside the imperial capital. "Let me see your trump card. You mentioned before that Marshal Xia gave it to you." "Sort of." Su Ming summoned Hong Yu, and Lu Tongxing's eyes were immediately drawn to the Death Spirit tome in its hands. "Hey, Book Spirit's corpse? This isn't something to joke about. Where did you get this?" "You just said it, Marshal Xia." "Hong Yu, show him." In response, Hong Yu opened the Death Spirit tome. In an instant, 2 gray misty forms materialized into 2 peak sovereign-level skeletal creatures. A massive skeletal mammoth, powerful enough to sweep the ground, and a skeletal giant eagle, dominating the skies. 2. Peak sovereign level. Lu Tongxing's eyes went blank for a moment before he regained his composure. Though such power was insignificant to him as a 7th-tier beast tamer, even a peak king-level creature was trivial to him. This level of strength in the hands of a 3rd-tier beast tamer was nothing short of an overwhelming, game-changing advantage. Lu Tongxing's gaze lingered on Su Ming, a trace of something unusual flickering in his eyes. He quickly adjusted his expression and lowered his voice. "You need to be careful with that thing when it comes to the Wen family. If it's not necessary, better not take it out." Su Ming smiled faintly and responded softly. Marshal Xia said, "Let them buzz off." Lu Tongxing's eyes lit up, and a surge of delight rose in his heart. This student has an even bigger backer than I do as the principal. In an instant, he felt a weight lifted off his shoulders and began to anticipate the dismayed expressions of the Wen family. However, he quickly masked his emotions, deliberately putting on an even more listless demeanor. Suddenly, Su Ming seemed to recall something and asked, "Wait a second, Principal. I've seen Granny Wen in the library before, and I thought she seemed pretty nice." Lu Tongxing explained, "That Granny Wen you met doesn't involve herself in the Wen family's affairs anymore. She simply mentors younger generations. If you have any doubts, feel free to ask her for guidance. She won't hold back. As for the Wen family's plans, these kinds of matters are complex. There's no absolute right or wrong, just different perspectives and principles." Su Ming nodded thoughtfully. I understand." Back at his residence, Su Ming checked the messages sent by Shang Run. Shang Run, brimming with excitement, wrote, "Heavens are on our side. We're going to make a fortune this time. The odds for Tian'an Beast Academy's victory have skyrocketed. That is, if you can carry Tian'an Academy to win the championship." Su Ming confidently replied, "Drop the if. I've never even considered relying on my teammates." Shang Ren was impressed. "Legendary. But there's still one critical issue." Su Ming cut in immediately, "I know. The Imperial Capital Beast Academy can't place second in the team competition. If they do, even if I secure first place in the team competition, it won't be enough to clinch the total score championship." Shang Ren analyzed. "You can earn a maximum of 30 points for Tian'an Academy. But if the Imperial Capital Academy gets 16 points for second place in the team competition, and with Xia Zhong and Wen Xin's performances in the individual matches, they could easily exceed 30 points. Not to mention, both of them are strong contenders for the championship. Su Ming sneered. According to the rules, the team competition will take place in a secret realm with free-for-all battles in a battle royale format. So let's make sure Imperial Capital Academy scores a big fat 0. Watch me work my magic. They want to play dirty with me? Bring it on. Shang Ren was stunned. Legendary. He had initially thought Su Ming would at most aim to keep them out of the top 3, but he hadn't expected this level of animosity. The next day, the competition proceeded as scheduled, with third-tier matches in the morning and fourth-tier matches in the afternoon. After yesterday's preliminary rounds, there was no longer any doubt about the strength of the top 3 contestants. Su Ming's iron-eating beast, Dabai, had become a hot topic of discussion. Its adorable appearance contrasted sharply with its formidable combat abilities, leaving the audience struggling to reconcile the two. First match, Su Ming from Tiannan Academy versus Zhuang Yu from Han Hai Academy. Begin. Su Ming's expression remained calm, showing no trace of being affected by Long Wenyan's forfeit the previous day. He had already observed Zhuang Yu's Kuan beast and Shell beast, though he was still curious about what the third contracted beast might be. Watching Su Ming's composed demeanor, the audience couldn't help but view him with newfound respect. Su Ming faced his opponent's flying Kuan beast without hesitation, summoning Dabai and Hong Yu. This time, the opponent didn't retreat into the shell but instead sat directly on the Kuan beast's back, clearly having studied Dabai's attack patterns. Hong Yu refrained from summoning skeletal archers, allowing the opponent to strike first. Arrows of water shot towards Su Ming like a downpour. Dabai acted freely, while Hong Yu used blood escape, instantly teleporting Su Ming to the opposite side of the battlefield. Isn't he supposed to be a skeleton summoner? How can he teleport? Su Ming thought in surprise, but quickly realized it must be a unique ability of a mutated type. The opponent's water arrows followed closely, clearly intent on using this tactic to secure victory. Su Ming smirked. Think you can exploit my lack of flying units? Hong Yu, show him what we've got. After relocating Su Ming to a safe spot again, Hong Yu waved his hand. In an instant, a summoning array formed, and 6 blood skeleton bone spike birds along with 6 blood skeleton bats emerged, flying swiftly toward Zhuang Yu in the air. Don't use ranged skills, tear him apart with your claws. Su Ming commanded, knowing his opponent might have the ability to transfer skills. Zhuang Yu panicked as the undead units swarmed toward him. What the hell is this? 12 peak-tier elite mutated undead units at once? This is insane. Water arrows continued to shoot at the approaching skeleton birds and bats, but to little effect. A shimmering water shield surrounded the Kuan beast, barely holding off the relentless undead attacks. The audience erupted in excitement. What kind of undead units are these? A necromancer beastmaster? That's a game changer. No, undead knights are even more powerful. The discussions grew louder and more animated. All eyes turned to Su Ming, realizing that this young beastmaster was the true marvel. Without him, there would be no such formidable skeleton summoner or the iron-eating beast. Lu Tongxing let out a sigh of relief. You little rascal, I didn't expect you to have so many tricks up your sleeve. The battle remained intense. Though the Kuan beast could soar through the skies, dive into the seas, and utilize energy transfer and water shields, it began to falter under the relentless assault of the undead flying units. At last, the water shield was torn apart by the sharp claws of the bone-spiked birds. Just as the attack was about to land on the Kuan beast and Zhuang Yu, a low voice called out, "Phantom mist." In an instant, Zhuang Yu and the entire Kuan beast vanished into thin air, as if they had never existed. Su Ming stood on the stage, his brows slightly furrowed. His opponent, Zhuang Yu, was as slippery as an eel, avoiding direct confrontation with Dabai and refusing to give Su Ming any chance to use his ranged abilities. The match had reached a stalemate, with both sides losing one of their trump cards. Despite this, Su Ming still held the upper hand. He deliberately feigned confidence, claiming that the skeleton summoner's mental energy was about to recover and that he could summon a new army of skeletons at any moment. In truth, it was a bluff needed to save his ultimate move for the team competition. 5 minutes, Su Ming announced calmly. If I can't figure out a way to defeat you within 5 minutes, he'll concede. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuang Yu, still invisible, responded, all right. But his voice gave no clue to his location. Suddenly, Su Ming felt his entire body bound by an invisible force. At the same time, a massive fish head lunged at him from the side. It turned out that Zhuang Yu had already been lying in wait on the ground, seizing the moment when Su Ming was distracted to attempt to knock him out of the arena. The cunning opponent had even preemptively used a control skill to prevent Su Ming from escaping with the red jade. Facing the rapidly approaching fish head, Su Ming remained unfazed. Millions of spectators held their breath, anticipating his defeat. Just as the critical moment arrived, Su Ming whispered, "Sands of time reversal. Time instantly rewound to the moment when Zhuang Yu said, "All right." At the same time, Dabai, who had been motionless until now, suddenly sprang into action. Diamond body, swift steps, iron head strike. Su Ming quickly issued commands. Dabai became a blur of motion, charging toward what appeared to be an empty spot. Su Ming never looked in that direction, as if everything was purely coincidental. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as Zhuang Yu, along with his fish companion, was sent flying. Smiling wryly, Zhuang Yu withdrew his beast, clearly admitting defeat. "How did you know I was there?" Zhuang Yu asked, puzzled. "Just a guess," Su Ming replied nonchalantly before turning to leave the stage. The audience erupted into chatter. Some marveled at Dabai's ability to pinpoint sounds. Others lamented Zhuang Yu's missed opportunity, while many praised Su Ming's cleverness. Only Lu Tongxing appeared deep in thought, as if he had figured something out. Half an hour later, the competition resumed. Coincidentally, Su Ming was up again, this time facing Xia Zhong from the Imperial Capital Academy. Xia Zhong summoned a 10-meter-long Bai Shui Jiao, a beast far larger than the average commander-level creature. "My remaining two beasts are for survival," Xia Zhong said calmly. "If you can defeat the Bai Shui Jiao, you win." Su Ming had already heard from Shang Ren that Xia Zhong was likely the future heir of the Xia family, known for his cautious demeanor. Moreover, his Bai Shui Jiao was highly likely to evolve into a true dragon-blooded creature. "Perfect. Just what I wanted," Su Ming said with a faint smile. "Dabai, roar!" Dabai responded enthusiastically, assuming a battle-ready stance. Dabai was brimming with fighting spirit, showing no fear in the face of the formidable Bai Shui Jiao. Its small figure stood in stark contrast to its opponent, yet it exuded an overwhelming aura. Seeing that Dabai was struggling to fully unleash its potential in a group battle, Su Ming decided to take a gamble. "Dabai, give it your all," he commanded. With a resonant cry, Dabai transformed in an instant. The small, black and white creature suddenly morphed into a towering golden beast, as tall as a two-story building, with each step it took carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. The sudden transformation left everyone on the scene utterly stunned, including Bai Shui Jiao and Xia Zhong, who froze momentarily in shock. Without giving its opponent any time to react, Dabai charged directly at Bai Shui Jiao. Even when faced with the icy breath coming its way, Dabai didn't flinch, taking the attack heed-in. Following that, hundreds of icy flying blades bombarded it, yet they left no trace on Dabai's body. Bai Shui Jiao's eyes gleamed with a green light, finally instilling a hint of fear in Dabai. Su Ming immediately realized that this was the legendary Dragon's Intimidation, a spiritual suppression that Dabai was somewhat vulnerable to. However, he showed no concern and instead provoked Dabai, shouting, "Dabai, it stole your jade bamboo shoots. Take it down." This statement instantly ignited Dabai's fury. When Bai Shui Jiao's long tail lashed out, Dabai firmly caught it, standing unyielding. This scene shocked everyone, especially Xia Zhong, who stared in disbelief at the seemingly indestructible giant panda-like creature. What followed was even more astonishing. Dabai gripped Bai Shui Jiao's tail tightly, refusing to let go no matter how much it struggled. After confirming it wasn't holding the jade bamboo shoots, Dabai launched a ferocious counterattack. Swinging Bai Shui Jiao by its tail, it slammed the creature into the ground repeatedly, like a storm unleashed. The thwack, thwack sound of impact seemed to reverberate in the hearts of every spectator. It wasn't until the rescue team exclaimed, "If this continues, it'll be done for," that Su Ming intervened. "Dabai, stop. I'll get you some jade bamboo shoots later." Hearing this, Dabai finally halted, its massive form gradually shrinking back to its original adorable and cuddly appearance. The entire arena fell into stunned silence, which was soon followed by an eruption of heated discussions. The referee's voice rang out loudly. "Su Ming of Tian'an Academy, victory." This wasn't just a win for the match, it signified Su Ming's secure position as the top contender in the third tier. Everyone present realized that they had just witnessed the ultimate potential of a panda-like creaturia glutton's boundless power brought to life. On the battlefield, the rescue team was doing everything they could to save the injured Bai Shui Jiao, the air thick with tension. Meanwhile, Su Ming returned to his seat with a calm demeanor, as if the earth-shattering battle earlier was nothing more than a trivial skirmish. The students of Tian'an Beast Taming Academy were brimming with energy, their spirits lifted as the gloom of the previous day dissipated. They silently rejoiced that Senior Lung did not surrender. Otherwise, they would have missed such an extraordinary match. Many couldn't help but ponder having a prodigy like Su Ming. The academy would undoubtedly avoid risking him in group battles. After all, a talent like that required careful cultivation and should not be jeopardized for fleeting glory. Half an hour later, the rescue team announced that Bai Shui Jiao's injuries were too severe for it to continue competing. As a result, Zhuang Yu was directly awarded second place. Rubbing his still aching ribs, he felt relieved that he had conceded in time. Otherwise, he might have ended up as fish paste. As for Xia Zhong, since the first place was out of reach, second or third hardly mattered to him. he could rely on his 4th tier Wenqin to hold his ground. Determined, he resolved to advance to the 4th tier as soon as the competition ended, aiming to contract a more powerful beast. Su Ming's name spread like wildfire across the entire Xia kingdom, becoming the hot topic among beast tamers everywhere. His 2 beasts, a superlative iron-eating beast and a mutated skeleton summoner, drew widespread attention, each a worthy subject of study. If Su Ming wished, simply sharing a bit of his training insights on the iron-eating beast could make him a fortune. However, he showed no interest in doing so, fully aware that Dabe's incredible strength came from relentless training over decades, even centuries. Such dedication was beyond the reach of most. The mutated skeleton summoner garnered even more attention. Who wouldn't be intrigued by a beast capable of fighting entire armies alone? The ability to overwhelm opponents with numbers was far preferable to single combat. Some seasoned observers noticed the unusual crimson hue on Hong Yu, subtly reminiscent of the Abyss. But they quickly dismissed the notion, as the Abyss was a universally feared taboo. Who would dare use it openly? Moreover, it was widely known that contracting beasts tainted by the Abyss often resulted in abnormalities. With the elite figures gathered in the imperial capital, it was impossible for such signs to go unnoticed. Nevertheless, that crimson color remained a point of suspicion. In the afternoon, the 4th tier matches began. Based on prior performances, the outcome seemed a foregone conclusion. Tu Zhan's fighting style remained as direct and reckless as ever, lacking the adaptability displayed by Sang Miao. As expected, in the first match between Tu Zhan and Sang Miao, Tu Zhan failed to even breach the defenses of the celestial mulberry tree before being completely immobilized. Su Ming keenly observed Sang Miao's key to victory, her 4th beast, a green spectral snake. This snake, with its ethereal body immune to physical attacks, possessed a potent venom that utterly neutralized Tu Zhan. Sang Miao's beast lineup, consisting of defense, support, control, and poison, was far more comprehensive and balanced compared to Tu Zhan's straightforward berserker setup. The match seemed to epitomize a contest of wisdom versus brute force, with the result all too apparent. The second match was about to begin, with Sang Miao facing off against Wenxian. In the center of the arena, the 2 young women were already in position. Sang Miao remained seated on the trunk of the ancient Tiansang tree, maintaining her usual defensive stance. Wenxian, on the other hand, rode a blue, wind elemental bird beast, surrounded by a shield of swirling wind, appearing both agile and formidable. Su Ming watched the battle closely from the sidelines, fully aware that Wenxian was likely his strongest competitor. Wenxian seemed to sense Su Ming's gaze and glanced briefly in his direction before refocusing on her opponent. "I'm going to attack now," Wenxian declared calmly. "Bring it on," Sang Miao responded. In an instant, 2 book spirits materialized on either side of Wenxian. From one of the book spirits, a single character, Fire, emerged, and several seemingly harmless little flames appeared in the air, slowly drifting toward the ancient Tiansang tree. Just as the audience began to wonder what effect such weak flames could possibly have, another character, Ocean, flew out from the second book spirit. To everyone's astonishment, the fire and ocean began to merge in midair. With a thunderous boom, the entire arena was engulfed in roaring flames. Yesterday's icy landscape was instantly transformed into the sweltering heat of midsummer. Even with energy shields in place for protection, the audience could feel the scorching heat, sweating profusely. "Principal, this tree doesn't look like it's afraid of fire at all," Su Ming remarked, noticing that the ancient Tiansang tree stood firm amidst the sea of flames. Not only was it unscathed, but its green foliage seemed to grow even more vibrant. Lu Tongxing was about to explain when the situation on the battlefield suddenly shifted. The lush green leaves of the Tiansang tree gradually turned fiery red, blending seamlessly with the surrounding inferno. Moments later, countless crimson leaves detached from the tree and assembled in the air, forming a massive, blazing bird of fire, shining as brilliantly as the sun itself. Chirp! The giant fiery bird let out a piercing cry, shaking the entire arena. "What is that?" Its aura has completely surpassed the commander level. The spectators erupted in excitement, exclaiming that this match alone was worth the price of admission. "It's the golden crow of the sun," Lu Tongxing explained. "Legend has it that the Fusang divine tree is the dwelling place of the sun. Though this is merely an illusion formed by the fiery Tiansang leaves, it has reached the peak of monarch level." Su Ming suddenly understood. No wonder the principal, even after seeing his 2 monarch-level beasts, had only shown mild confidence and refrained from boldly predicting a victory. The top competitors from other schools were indeed extraordinary. The battle on the field grew fiercer. The sun's golden crow illusion retaliated in kind, unleashing a blazing stream of fire far hotter than the flames below, directly targeting Wenxian. Instead of weakening its power, the sea of fire below seemed to fuel it further. In an instant, the tide of the battle turned, and every pair of eyes in the arena was riveted on this breathtaking showdown. It seemed that in the next moment, when Sheen would be consumed by the flames. However, she did not sit idly by. Just as the blazing fire was about to engulf her, a golden light descended like a heavenly curtain, forming into a massive shield that completely blocked the scorching flames. This was when Sheen's ultimate trump card, the Shield Guardian Spirit. Behind the golden shield stood a colossal figure clad in golden armor, unmoving and steadfast like an unyielding fortress, holding back the ferocious assault of the flames. The Shield Guardian Spirit, in a sense, could be classified as a type of spirit beast, or more precisely, a heroic spirit. It was the soul of a renowned ancient warrior, summoned back to the world to form a contract with a beast tamer. Such heroic spirits, in both dignity and power, far surpassed ordinary undead. Only beast tamers of extraordinary talent could earn the recognition of such a spirit. At this moment, this peak-tier Shield Guardian Spirit managed to temporarily withstand a wave of blazing fire unleashed by the Solar Golden Crow, exuding an aura of indomitable strength. However, defense alone could not defeat the Solar Golden Crow. Without more powerful skills, victory would remain out of reach. Sang Miao had clearly given her all for this battle. Her Solar Golden Crow was formed from the leaves of the celestial mulberry tree, which had absorbed immense amounts of fire energy. Once the battle concluded, these leaves would undoubtedly be severely weakened and require time to recover. In other words, such a powerful attack could not be unleashed repeatedly in quick succession. The situation seemed to reach a stalemate. As long as Wenxin could withstand this wave of attacks without faltering, victory would naturally fall into her hands once the duration of the Solar Golden Crow's assault ended. However, as the favorite to win the championship, how could Wenxin rely on only this much? From the start of the battle until now, she had merely unleashed one wave of fire, which was merely a test. While Sang Miao's counterattack had indeed been unexpected, it was far from enough to shake her confidence. Suddenly, two streams of light shot out from two book spirits, merging into one in midair before entering the body of the Shield Guardian Spirit. In the next moment, the Shield Guardian Spirit let out an earth-shaking roar, "Fight!" With this cry, the Shield Guardian Spirit's aura surged like a rising tide, rapidly escalating until it unleashed the overwhelming pressure of a peak-tier, monarch-level entity. In comparison, the Solar Golden Crow was merely a phantom, while the Shield Guardian Spirit was a tangible beast entity. The difference in power was unmistakable. The Shield Guardian Spirit, while holding back the flames, extended its hand and summoned a massive spear out of thin air. With a powerful throw, the spear shot forth like an arrow piercing through the sun, directly piercing the phantom of the Solar Golden Crow. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the sky as a massive fireball appeared, its heat surpassing even that of the real sun. Moments later, the flames gradually dissipated, leaving only Wenxin calmly seated atop her azure wind bird. Sang Miao had already admitted defeat and withdrawn. Wenxin victorious. As the referee announced the result, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Many students were witnessing such an intense battle for the first time. The intensity of this contest between fourth-tier tamers rivaled even that of some fifth-tier duels. And this, perhaps, wasn't even Wenxin's full potential. It was no wonder this girl had managed to overshadow all other fourth-tier beast tamers of her level. Her strength was undeniably formidable. Even if she temporarily elevated her azure wind bird to monarch level at this moment, Su Ming wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. Wenxin's potential seemed to far exceed everyone's expectations. The combination of the two book spirits temporarily elevated the rank of other beasts by one level, a revelation that struck the hearts of same-rank beast tamers like a heavy blow. Su Ming frowned in thought, vivid images of challenging higher ranks flashing through his mind. Let's go. The team competition will be held here in 3 days. Lu Tongxing's voice interrupted Su Ming's train of thought. Su Ming glanced around in confusion. Here? Isn't it supposed to be inside a secret realm? Lu Tongxing explained. It is in a secret realm, but this one is quite special. Not only can it easily relocate, but it's also fully developed. It can automatically capture and broadcast battle footage. The rules inside are strictly controlled, so you can fight without any reservations. If a fatal danger arises, the system will immediately teleport the beast tamer out. Su Ming nodded. Sounds good. Since you're confident, I won't object. 3 days should be enough, right? No problem. Lu Tongxing suddenly thought of something and added, by the way, since you can elevate to the 4th rank, it's also permissible for them to rise to the 5th rank, correct? Yeah, Lu Tongxing nodded, then clarified, but generally, it's not very useful. A beast tamer's rank isn't the key factor, the rank of their beasts is. Besides, with their peak commander level and 1-star monarch level strength, the boost won't make much difference. A simple rank elevation offers limited benefits. What truly matters are skill levels and mastery, and there's no shortcut for those. Su Ming pondered this. Under normal circumstances, a beast's rank advancement should follow a natural progression. Forcing an upgrade within 3 days might even backfire. As they exited the Imperial Capital Academy, the entrance was swarmed with reporters, blocking every path. As the newly crowned top-ranking figures in the third and fourth ranks, Su Ming and Lu Tongxing were undoubtedly in the spotlight. Su Ming, in particular, drew attention with his underdog status, his seemingly ordinary yet extraordinary beasts, his victory over the Xia family prodigy, and the tragic twist of his fourth-ranked teammate forfeiting a mix that made him a hot topic. The current scores were as follows: Hanhai Academy with 16 points, Imperial Capital Academy with 15 points, Tianan Academy with 10 points, Baijian Academy with 5 points, and Elemental Academy with 4 points. Unless something unexpected happened, Tianan Academy would score 0 in the team competition, making 4th place their highest possible ranking. If Long Wenyan hadn't withdrawn, they would still have had a chance to compete for a top 3 spot, even with minimal effort. A popular online reporter abruptly pushed forward, asking directly, "Su Ming, are you planning to return to Tianan City tonight?" The question was clearly aimed at provoking an emotional response or capturing a dramatic moment. The other students glared angrily, and if not for Lu Tongxing holding them back, they might have already acted. Su Ming responded with a look of disdain. "Return? The competition isn't over yet, why would we return?" The reporter, undeterred, grew even more excited. Any response, no matter the content, promised to generate significant traffic. "So, does this mean you intend to compete in the team event alone? What's so strange about that?" Su Ming retorted. "I'm a student of Tianan Beast Academy and a native of Tianan City. Tianan has living people, dead people, but never cowards who surrender without a fight." But the reporter tried to press further. Su Ming interrupted. "Oh, are you asking about that senior who forfeited? As far as I know, he's not even a native of Tianan. In fact, his surname might have been something he fabricated later." His words were delivered casually, their truth uncertain. But Su Ming didn't care anymore. Turning away from the noisy crowd, he left without looking back. The influencer had an awkward smile plastered on his face, with sweat trickling down his forehead. Su Ming's words hit like a sledgehammer, catching him completely off guard. The attention was too overwhelming, too hot to handle, and he didn't dare to ride on this wave recklessly. Yet, the crowd surrounding him was packed so tightly that escape was impossible. "Of course it's true," a student from Tianan City suddenly shouted, his voice filled with grief and indignation. "My parents were killed in a beast attack. Over 100 graduates from Tianan Beast Taming Academy sacrifice their lives in service every year. Not a single one of them fears battle. We will never surrender without a fight." Other students echoed, their faces flushed, their voices resolute and loud. Su Ming let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp as a blade, slicing through everyone present. "I don't know why anyone would surrender without a fight, but I do know that peace is far from reality around Xia. Beasts and enemy nations could attack at any moment. Do you really dare entrust your back to someone like that?" He paused briefly, his tone growing even sharper. "Or is it that someone here is already planning to surrender to the beasts? Or worse, hand over Xia's land without resistance?" The crowd fell silent. No one dared to meet Su Ming's piercing gaze. What had started as a simple post-match discussion had turned into a fiery confrontation, leaving no room for easy rebuttals. Unfazed by the crowd's reaction, Su Ming continued, "So, don't ask me why I'm this strong. I only know one thing: every outsider is an enemy and must be killed. Beasts, enemies, and traitors alike, they all deserve death. If I see one, I kill one." As he spoke, Su Ming seemed to relive the scenes of his battle in the Valley of 10,000 Serpents, where he had wiped out the snake demon horde. A chilling aura of killing intent emanated from him, as if he stood atop a mountain of corpses with rivers of blood flowing beneath his feet. When he finished speaking, Su Ming strode forward. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a path for him. No one dared to stand in his way. Su Ming's fierce and resolute words quickly spread across Xia, resonating strongly among young beast tamers. Better to die fighting than live in shame. Surrendering without a fight is the ultimate disgrace to Xia. Such sentiments echoed across the internet. However, most criticisms were directed solely at Long Wenyan as an individual. No one dared to openly challenge the Wen family. Those privy to the inner workings remained silent, too afraid to act rashly. After all, the Wen family controlled the majority of Xia's beast-taming education resources and counted numerous influential figures and high-level beast tamers among their ranks. "Such youthful vigor, not bad," remarked a prominent figure from the Wen family. Though it sounded like praise, the underlying implication was clear: Su Ming had caught the Wen family's attention, and his path into their spheres of influence was likely now blocked. Meanwhile, Su Ming's actions also earned admiration from others. Several high-ranking military officials even publicly expressed their desire to recruit him. Unaware of the storm brewing outside, Su Ming was entirely focused on a critical moment in his cultivation journey, advancing to the 4th tier. "Consume 1 year of lifespan to accelerate cultivation progress," he murmured to himself, simultaneously using an additional 3rd tier advancement elixir. Su Ming cursed under his breath, his brows tightly furrowed. This was his 3rd failed attempt to advance to the 4th tier. Each failure brought a different insight, which made him start doubting Shiling's time reversal ability. However, he quickly realized that this might be an early indication of how talent influences the success rate of advancement. The difficulty of advancing to the 4th tier made Su Ming worry about the 5th tier advancement in the future. Even beast tamers with level or level talents often ended up bankrupt due to the challenges of advancing to the 5th tier. This was why every beast tamer was exceptionally cautious when choosing the timing for advancement, never making a hasty decision. But Su Ming had a unique advantage: Shi Ling's time reversal ability. He could attempt the advancement every few minutes until he found the perfect state. The only cost was 1 year of alien lifespan per attempt, which was negligible compared to Su Ming's current lifespan of over 400,000 years. Shi Ling, one more time. Su Ming commanded decisively. With a soft hum, light and shadow flickered, and the consumed 3rd-tier advancement potion returned to Su Ming's hand. Although the alien lifespan consumed could not be restored, this did not deter Su Ming's determination. Without hesitation, he began a new round of attempts. Consuming 1 year of lifespan along with the 3rd-tier advancement potion, Su Ming once again embarked on the path of advancement. This time, Su Ming didn't rush. He spent 6 months organizing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Although this was technically his first attempt at advancing to the 4th tier, it felt as though he had experienced it a dozen times. During the second half of the year, he finally clarified his thoughts and began his attempt to advance. Surprisingly, luck was on his side this time, and he succeeded on the first try. Su Ming's rank rose to 4th tier, 1 star, and he spent the remaining time adapting to his newly acquired powers. Damn it! What a fool, Su Ming muttered to himself, recalling the bitter taste of the potion from his earlier attempts. However, the outcome was worth it. Had succeeded in advancing, and the 6 months were enough to eliminate any discomfort or side effects from the process. Haha, well done, Shi Ling. Su Ming praised sincerely. Shi Ling responded with a soft hum, and Su Ming could sense its joy as well. Next, Su Ming decided to focus on enhancing Shi Ling. Can you handle 100,000 years? He asked through his thoughts. Receiving an affirmative response, he immediately initiated the acceleration process. Consuming 100,000 years of lifespan, the temporal spirit began to grow rapidly. By the 10,000th year, it broke through its bottleneck, advancing to commander level, 1 star, and mastering the beginner level time anchor skill. By the 50,000th year, it reached commander level, 5 stars, with significant improvements to multiple skills. Finally, by the 100,000th year, the temporal spirit had ascended to the peak of commander level, and its core abilities were elevated to an exceptional level. The time sandglass could now store 1,119 hours, 13 minutes, and 11 seconds of time sand, and its perfected time anchor skill allowed it to use an object as a medium to return, in observer mode, to any time point within 10,000 years related to that object. Su Ming pondered. Observer mode, huh? So I can't change the future. This newly acquired ability was undoubtedly powerful, but it came with its own limitations. Su Ming stood at the edge of the beast taming space, a spark of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Although there was no immediate opportunity to test the time anchor, this newly acquired ability filled him with boundless possibilities. His gaze landed on Shi Ling, and he nodded in satisfaction. The ability to accelerate without requiring additional resources relying solely on lifespan felt like a gift from the heavens. However, the thought of needing a lifespan in the range of 1,000,000 years for the next acceleration made Su Ming frown. He murmured to himself, at worst, I could just wipe out a few king-level beast territories. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes at the thought. Shaking his head, Su Ming shifted his attention to Hong Yu. He decided to accelerate Hong Yu's progress, and he didn't even need to summon it. Could complete the process directly within the beast taming space. Hong Yu, are you ready? Su Ming asked softly. After receiving an affirmative response, Su Ming gave his command with a deep voice. Focus on developing aerial forces for the next wave of troops. A strategic gleam appeared in his eyes. The skeletal archers and bone swordsmen we relied on before can no longer keep up. After some consideration, expanding aerial forces seems to be the most practical choice. Dubai is enough to handle ground battles. If anyone dares to exploit their aerial superiority, they'll have to face the consequences. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming initiated the acceleration process. Consumed 10,000 years of lifespan to accelerate the growth of the Blood Witch Fiend. As his words fell, a massive amount of necrotic energy was consumed, and the acceleration began. Time flew by rapidly, and the growth of the Blood Witch Fiend unfolded before Su Ming's eyes like a movie on fast forward. In the first year, the Blood Witch Fiend focused on advancing its rank, with the necrotic energy stored within it beginning to transform slowly. By the 145th year, the Blood Witch Fiend had fully processed the accumulated energy, evolving into a Death Curse Blood Witch Fiend and reaching Commander level 1 star. It also mastered the basic level Death Decay skill. By the 376th year, the Death Curse Blood Witch Fiend shifted its focus to modifying aerial undead units. After countless disassembly experiments, it finally mastered the preliminary method for crafting skeletal wyverns. In the 1328th year, a thrilling battle unfolded in the undead plane. The death-cursed blood-witch fiend's minions clashed with a monarch-level frostbone dragon in an intense fight. Despite suffering heavy losses and losing most of its minions, it ultimately managed to slay the formidable opponent. As time continued to pass, 4,222 years went by. The death-cursed blood-witch fiend finally mastered the creation of frostbone dragons. Its skeletal crafting techniques and blood skeleton modification skills both advanced from perfect level to transcendent level, and its own rank reached the peak of commander level. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. During this time, the death-cursed blood-witch fiend devoted itself entirely to the creation and modification of frostbone dragons and skeletal wyverns. The number of modified blood skeleton units for both species exceeded 100 each, in addition to countless other undead minions. The meticulously enhanced frostbone dragons and skeletal wyverns, though only at commander level 9 star, possessed strength comparable to low-level monarch-class creatures, and they even had the potential to ascend to monarch level. Over these millennia, the death-cursed blood-witch fiend's influence steadily expanded within the undead plane, ultimately establishing a vast territory comparable to that of a typical undead ruler. At the same time, its death decay skill advanced to perfect level, allowing it to unleash powerful death energy to contaminate vast areas of land, inflicting immense death energy corruption on all living beings within the region. As the acceleration ended, a flicker of astonishment crossed Su Ming's eyes. Over 100 frostbone dragons and skeletal wyverns with monarch-level strength, he murmured to himself. Then why am I still holding onto the monarch-level skeletal giant eagle? Suddenly, an idea flashed through Su Ming's mind, and a sly smile curled his lips. No, the Book of the Undead will be even more critical now. As long as I don't say anything, who would know it can only summon 2 monarch-level creatures? Su Ming turned to Hong Yu, his gaze filled with a sense of unspoken understanding. Hong Yu, when the time comes. Hong Yu nodded lightly. I understand. Its eyes gleamed with intelligence, as if it had already grasped the entirety of Su Ming's plan. After the 2 major lifespan-consuming upgrades were completed, it was finally Dabai's turn. Unlike Ling and Hong Yu's straightforward and forceful process, Dabai's advancement appeared much more meticulous. After all, as Su Ming's very first contracted beast, Dabai naturally received extra care and affection. Su Ming brought out a plastic box containing several pieces of third-tier lightning element metal thunder silver, which sparkled with electric light. Dabai, go ahead and eat, he said excitedly. Dabai stared at the metals in the box, which occasionally emitted sparks and flashes of lightning, looking hesitant. Can I really eat this? Won't it electrocute my stomach? It asked worriedly. Su Ming chuckled and encouraged. Don't worry, it tastes great. Just summon the courage you had when eating wind spirit iron. Still skeptical, Dabai extended its hand. Before it could even touch the metal, the pieces of thunder silver seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force and floated into Dabai's palm, sticking tightly and refusing to let go. Suddenly, the thunder silver melted like mercury, flowing along Dabai's arm and spreading to every part of its body. Way to go, Dabai! Su Ming exclaimed in surprise. You don't even need to do anything, and you're already almost there. He could sense that as long as the thunder silver circulated to the right positions and was absorbed, Dabai would directly advance to the commander level. Although the process was progressing smoothly, Su Ming decided to speed things up. Consume 10 years of lifespan to accelerate the iron-eating beast's growth, he commanded decisively. As time passed, Dabai's transformation became increasingly evident. In the first year, its iron-like resilient body voraciously absorbed the lightning element metal, successfully advancing to commander level 1 star while mastering the entry-level skill, lightning infusion. By the 5th year, Dabai focused on developing its lightning infusion skill. Although limited by the amount of lightning element metal, it could only utilize the skill at a basic level. Additionally, it learned the entry-level skill Thunderstrike Palm, and its previously perfected swift footwork advanced to wind thunder steps. By the 10th year, during its practice of gigantic transformation, diamond body, and lightning infusion, Dabai seemed to have gained some insights. However, Su Ming noticed that it might need more high-tier metals to achieve a breakthrough. After the advancement concluded, Dabai's size had increased dramatically, now towering over Su Ming by a significant margin, truly living up to its name as Dabai. This meant that summoning it indoors would no longer be practical. In comparison, Hong Yu didn't face such issues, as she could maintain her original size as long as she didn't actively replace her bones. Dabai remained with its eyes closed, seemingly still in a state of comprehension. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming took out 2 boxes of 4th-tier metals that Shang Run had helped him acquire, magnetic meteorite iron and thunderflame gold. Once again, Su Ming decided to accelerate Dabai's growth. Consume 10 years of lifespan to accelerate the iron-eating beast's growth. Su Ming commanded once more. Over the next 10 years, Dabai devoured the high-tier metals with insatiable hunger. Its lightning infusion and thunderstrike palm skills advanced from entry-level to perfection, while its gigantic transformation evolved into Thunder Titan form. Ultimately, Dabai's level rose to Commander level 3 star. However, its gaze conveyed to Su Ming that it still required more metals to break through further. Su Ming gazed at Dabai, his mind swirling with thoughts. The iron-eating beast's demand for metal was indeed as Granny Wen had described it persisted throughout its entire development. As its body grew larger, Dabai's craving for lightning-based metals and magnetic black iron became even more intense. Especially after mastering the skill Titan form, its consumption had multiplied significantly. Gently stroking Dabai's fur, Su Ming reflected on the past 20 years of nurturing it. Dabai had now reached Commander level 3 star. Though the progress seemed slow, it was because Su Ming had adamantly refrained from using spirit stones to boost its cultivation. Instead, he had dedicated all the stones to purchasing metals and potions, adhering to the principle of save where you can, spend where you must. Why waste spirit stones when you can passively absorb the sparse spiritual energy in the air? Su Ming muttered to himself. We'll reach the peak eventually. After ensuring everything was in place, Su Ming lay down to rest. The next day, while routinely browsing the Alliance of All Races forum, a particular bounty caught his attention. Investigate all information on Su Ming's contracted beasts, the bounty read in bold. Detailed intel on the iron-eating beast, 50,000 contribution points. Detailed intel on the skeleton summoner, 200,000 contribution points. Intel on the third contracted beast, tentative 50,000 contribution points, negotiable. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and smirked inwardly. Clearly, they were more interested in Hongyu. While the cultivation path for the iron-eating beast was somewhat traceable, Hongyu remained an enigma. The forum was already flooded with complaints from beast tamers who had hastily contracted skeleton summoners, only to regret their decision. As Su Ming stared blankly at the 0 contribution points in his account, an unfamiliar message suddenly popped up. Where are you? The sender's ID read, Green Snake Spring Rebirth. Su Ming's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied, Tiannan City. Do you know about the situation in the Valley of 10,000 Snakes? The sender asked. No idea. I just recently advanced to Tier 4, 1 star, and have been busy stabilizing my state. Su Ming replied, feigning ignorance. What about the Qilin? Any updates? Haven't been in contact for half a month. What followed was over 10 minutes of silence, but the sender didn't log off. Su Ming waited patiently, quietly calculating his next move. 7 days later, the trip to the imperial capital. Su Ming stared at the phone screen. The message from the other party was brief and unequivocal. No waiting past the deadline. Those 4 words felt like an invisible blade hanging over his head. The sender was offline, leaving Su Ming to ponder alone. 7 days might be tight, but it was enough to prepare. Su Ming quickly reached out to Shang Run, inquiring about an advanced version of the mystical mask. Shang Ren's reply carried a teasing tone. Now you're scared? Relax, the imperial capital isn't some dragon's lair. Su Ming scoffed. Scared? I'm the one who makes others afraid. Cutting to the chase, he asked, enough nonsense. Do you have it or not? Shang Ren immediately turned serious, giving a detailed explanation of the advanced mask. Not only could it alter one's appearance, but it could also adjust physical build. The highest grade version could even evade detection by 6th tier spiritual senses. The price was steep 30,000 spirit stones and required a reservation, with delivery in 3 days. After weighing his options, Su Ming ultimately placed the order. This investment wasn't just to pass the United Races Alliance's official review, it was also preparation for the spotlight that was soon to come. After the 5-school tournament, Su Ming was bound to become the center of attention. While standing out was inevitable, it didn't mean he wanted to be constantly monitored. As for the spirit stones, Shang Ren would cover the upfront cost for now. Su Ming's own funds had never exceeded 3 digits. However, the upcoming 5th-tier ordinary difficulty secret realm competition might just give him a chance to make a hefty profit. 3 days flew by. Despite Su Ming keeping a low profile, discussions about him remained as heated as ever. His fierce and defiant remarks were like a thunderclap in an era centered around peace and defense. For years, neighboring countries had covertly occupied and exploited border secret realms, and the response had always been limited to verbal reprimands, with no real action taken. This passive stance had not only failed to deter them, but had emboldened their arrogance. Su Ming understood all too well that these small nations' only respected power kindness would only be seen as weakness. Unfortunately, due to the constraints of various factions, nothing ever came of it. The rules for the team battle were announced, and Su Ming's eyes lit up. Teams would be transported to 5 different directions within the secret realm and ranked based on survival time. As long as one member remained in the secret realm, the team wouldn't be eliminated. In addition to the existing beasts, a wild monarch-level beast would be introduced every hour. For Su Ming, this was a golden opportunity. However, to outsiders, Su Ming's expression was misinterpreted as fear. Someone sighed. Sigh. Even if he temporarily reached the 4th tier, it won't make much of a difference. Another agreed. Yeah, but at least he's brave enough to compete. Alan F. It's something. In the center of the competition grounds, 9 participants waited with varying expressions for the secret realm to open. The other 8 contestants from the 4 schools occasionally glanced at Su Ming, speculating silently. This guy, who had just become the top of the 3rd tier and rushed into the 4th tier, could he pull off another miraculous comeback? At that moment, Zhuang Yu, the boy who had been riding a fish earlier, quietly approached Su Ming and whispered, "Su, I really admire you. How about we team up?" Though his voice was low, others still overheard. Sang Miao immediately objected. "Zhuang Yu, don't get involved. I'm not going to protect him. Do you want us to lose our chance at the top 3? Her meaning was clear. Teaming up with Su Ming would only attract the Imperial Capital Academy's attention, and they might end up being the first ones eliminated. Miao Miao glared at Su Ming with gritted teeth, her voice filled with dissatisfaction and threat. "I teamed up with him on my own, and I didn't include you. Go do your own thing. I'm no help to you anyway. If you keep calling me like this, I'll knock you out of the game first." She took a deep breath and continued, "I don't care about you. Just stay out of my sight." This internal conflict erupted within Hanhai Academy even before the competition began, despite their current lead in points. Su Ming observed the scene with interest, silently pondering the situation. Turning to Zhuang Yu, Su Ming asked curiously, "Why did you choose to team up with me?" He recalled how he had once used time reversal to prank and beat Zhuang Yu, feeling puzzled by his decision. Zhuang Yu's expression remained composed as he explained, "Didn't I already tell you? I admire you. My 3rd beast is a mirage butterfly. You haven't seen it yet, but you've already experienced its invisibility skill. While it's not strong in combat, it should help us survive for a while and avoid you being the first to get eliminated." Hearing this, the competitors from Elemental Academy and 100 Battles Academy were visibly displeased. The tension in the air grew thick as they exchanged discontented glances, their thoughts clear. What's that supposed to mean? If he's not getting eliminated first, does that mean we'll be the ones to lose face? Meanwhile, when Xin from Imperial Capital Academy remained expressionless, though she was calculating her next move. Her family's instructions were clear: take down Tiannan Beast Academy first. Coincidentally, Su Ming had the same plan, targeting Xin as his first opponent. Unbeknownst to each other, they had both chosen each other as their primary targets. Zhuang Yu mistook Su Ming's silence for embarrassment and continued, "Don't feel bad about it. It's settled, then. Just hide yourself as much as you can, and he'll come find you later." At that moment, all preparations were complete. A pale green portal to the secret realm slowly opened, shimmering with a mysterious glow. The referee announced loudly, "Enter now." One by one, the 9 participants in 5 teams stepped into the portal and disappeared into the light. As the light flickered, Su Ming found himself standing on a high slope. Looking around, the terrain of the secret realm was simple and clear. Rolling hills stretched across a vast green grassland, with no dense bushes in sight. In the distance, the howls of wolves echoed. A woo! It seemed they had already sensed the presence of intruders. Su Ming deduced that this realm was likely home to a pack of monarch-level demon wolves. However, hunting was not Su Ming's priority at the moment. He instructed Hong Yu to summon the skeletal rock mount and, without hesitation, flew straight toward the center of the secret realm. This bold move drew gasps and chatter from the audience. What's he doing? Is he actively seeking a fight? More like actively seeking death. If he hides, he might still have a chance to compete for points, but going on the offensive. Haven't you heard his statement? I'd rather die standing than live kneeling. Respect. For large screens alternated between showing the movements of each participant, capturing every summon and battle in real time. Among them, only Wen Xin's team made the same decision as Su Ming, ascending into the sky directly. While other participants were still cautiously hiding, these 2 groups were already on a collision course, like 2 stars hurtling toward each other. No one had expected such an intense confrontation right at the start of the competition. Seated calmly on the back of her green wind bird, when Xin asked softly, "Did you continue in this competition just to challenge me?" She gazed at Su Ming, who sat on his tattered skeletal rock, but refrained from attacking immediately. Su Ming smirked and replied, "Challenge you? Since you're also actively seeking me out, isn't it you who's challenging me? Let's see what you've got." When Xin didn't argue further, instead granting him the chance for a fair fight. Beside her, Xiaozhong had already adopted a spectator's stance, thinking this battle had nothing to do with him. A spark of determination flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he called out firmly, "In that case, I won't hold back." Hong Yu. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a brilliant blood-red light erupted from the hand of the blood-colored skeleton. Within the glow, a book emanating a dense, deathly gray mist slowly opened. When Xion's pupils contracted sharply, as a descendant of the Wen family, she instantly recognized the objective was the corpse of the book's spirit. Refining the corpse of a book's spirit into such an artifact and brazenly using it in front of the Wen family was tantamount to trampling on their dignity. In an instant, when Xion's eyes flared with intense killing intent, and the temperature in the surrounding area plummeted. At the Imperial Capital Academy, the principal and several department heads, many of whom were from the Wen family, were already fuming. Those familiar with the origins of the necromantic book were furious. Su Ming's public use of the artifact was a blatant slap in the Wen family's face. First, his veiled insults, and now unveiling the necromantic book had thoroughly crossed the line with the Wen family. This scene drew the attention of powerful figures who had previously shown little interest in the competition. Experts could discern the deeper implications, while the uninformed spectators simply felt that the necromantic book was extraordinary. To them, it seemed as though Su Ming was preparing for a grand move. They didn't have to wait long. Two masses of deathly gray mist emerged from the book and instantly transformed into skeletal undead and apex-level skeletal mammoth and a skeletal giant eagle, both appearing on the battlefield. Among the spectators, Xiaozhong suddenly found himself face-to-face with the skeletal undead of a monarch-level creature and was utterly stunned. He thought, I just came to watch the show. Do I really warrant a monarch-level undead to deal with me? This is overkill. Turning to Wen Xian, he whispered, Senior Sister Wen, should I just leave? With Su Ming deploying such powerful moves right away, there was no room for Xiaozhong to intervene. His Azure Blood Flood Dragon lacked supportive skills and couldn't fly. Most importantly, he didn't want to disrupt the battle. Rankings and victory didn't matter much to him. Wen Xin's tone was icy, a far cry from her earlier calm demeanor. You can go. He'll personally send him packing. Got it. Xiaozhong nodded and immediately announced his withdrawal with a loud call. In the next moment, he disappeared in a flash of light. After a brief moment of silence, the outside world erupted into chaos. What the heck is this? Two monarch-level creatures at once. Is this really a fourth-tier competition? That's what makes him a genius. Discussions buzzed incessantly. Wen Xin's voice was cold and resolute. The Wen family's honor will not be trampled. I will shatter your undead. No matter where you got this book spirit, the Wen family will reclaim it. Su Ming retorted with a sneer. The Wen family's honor is one thing, but does the honor of Tianan not matter? If you can't compete fairly and resort to underhanded tactics, then don't blame me for this. When Xian had no response, it was beyond her control. Su Ming smirked disdainfully. Want to take back the necromantic book? Huh. You'd better ask Marshal Xia of Tianan first. He said, get lost. All of you. Far away in Tianan, Xiao Wushang spat out his tea in shock. Damn it, you little brat. Using my name as a shield? I never told you to publicly humiliate the Wen family, he muttered angrily to himself. Xiao Wushang admired Su Ming's style and nodded silently in approval. This young man's ability to execute tasks was indeed impressive, perfectly aligning with his expectations. With that in mind, Xiao Wushang felt no guilt about using Su Ming as bait. His thoughts drifted further, considering whether to add another layer of identity to Su Ming's top-secret profile. Within the secret realm, the battle was on the verge of erupting. When Xian stood surrounded by two book spirits, exuding an imposing aura. In an instant, the Qingfeng bird beneath her soared to the peak of the monarch level, its wings shimmering with a sharp, chilling light. The outcome of this duel seemed to hinge on the clash between the two monarch-level flying beasts. However, with the aid of the two book spirits, Qingfeng bird might not lose to the skeletal giant eagle in an unknown fight. Razor-sharp wind blades slashed toward the skeletal giant eagle, leaving streaks of silver in the air. The eagle, relying purely on instinct, refrained from using any skills and relentlessly pursued the Qingfeng bird, attempting to engage in close combat. What was even more alarming was its occasional attempt to strike when Xian on the Qingfeng bird's back with its sharp claws. A single mistake could leave when Xian gravely injured. The spectators watched with bated breath, gasping at Su Ming's ruthless approach, accusing him of showing no mercy and targeting his opponent's vulnerabilities. Su Ming, however, could only feel wronged inside. After all, the skeletal giant eagle wasn't under his control, it was acting purely on instinct. Perhaps Hong Yu had merely issued a simple command to end the battle, and the most straightforward way to do that was to bring down the opposing beastmaster. When Xian, on the other hand, wanted to fight back against Su Ming, but he used the monarch-level skeletal mammoth as a shield, giving her no openings. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind Su Ming. Su Ming, I didn't expect you to be so formidable. Seems like you don't need my help at all. It was Zhuang Yu. His voice appeared out of nowhere, though he didn't show himself. This proved that he was sincere about teaming up with Su Ming. Otherwise, he could have launched a sneak attack earlier. While Su Ming wasn't in any real danger, Zhuang Yu's actions at least demonstrated his lack of malicious intent. Let's watch the show together, Su Ming replied calmly. Sure, Zhuang Yu said, and as his voice faded, he revealed himself, riding on a giant fish. He analyzed, Su Ming, with your strength, you could eliminate the other two teams first. That way, you'd secure a spot in the top 3 without having to clash with Wen Xian. Zhuang Yu didn't seem to believe that the skeletal giant eagle could defeat Wen Xian, and his words also echoed the thoughts of Lu Tongxing. Outside the battlefield, Lu Tongxing was sweating nervously as he watched. He hadn't expected Su Ming to challenge Wen Xian directly. Now, the previously guaranteed top 3 position seemed far less certain. Heh, am aiming for more than just the top 3. Su Ming chuckled lightly and shifted his focus back to the battlefield. When Xian had managed to break free from the skeletal giant eagle's pursuit and swiftly landed on a mountaintop, she immediately summoned the shield guardian spirit, constructing a solid defensive fortification. While riding the Qingfeng bird, she had been restricting her mount's full potential. Be careful, Su Ming. She's about to unleash a big move, Zhuang Yu warned. I know, Su Ming replied calmly. If this is all she's got, then my preparations would have been wasted. Having observed Wen Xin's earlier battles, Su Ming had realized that his 2 monarch-level skeletal undead were no match for her. This was why he had been so eager to advance, particularly to strengthen his aerial forces. This time, he intended to crush his opponent with overwhelming strength, fair and square. Zhuang Yu didn't quite understand what Su Ming meant by preparations, but in this moment, he found Su Ming to be unfathomably deep. On the distant mountaintop, Wen Xin's 2 book spirits suddenly emitted a dazzling radiance, as if heralding the arrival of a cataclysmic ultimate move. 2 beams of light successively merged into the body of the azure winged bird. In an instant, the bird in the sky multiplied into 10, each exuding a powerful aura of monarch-level strength. Although not at the peak of the monarch level, they undeniably possessed true monarch-level power. 1 azure wind bird moved to engage the skeletal giant eagle, while the remaining 9 darted towards Su Ming at lightning speed. Impressive, Su Ming praised, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. The fusion of these 2 book spirits could elevate any beast master's combat power 100-fold within a specific rank. The azure wind bird, originally at the peak of the commander level, had transformed into 10 genuine monarch-level entities in an instant, a feat far beyond the imagination of ordinary beast masters. Zhuang Yu quickly warned, Su Ming, these aren't illusions. They can really attack. Su Ming's lips curled into a confident smile as he replied fearlessly, a gang fight? I've never been afraid of one. Hong Yu, it's your turn to shine. Understood, Hong Yu responded, flipping through the pages of her necromancer's tome once more. As waves of dense necromantic energy surged forth, the air filled with the appearance of undead creatures, 10 frostbone dragons and 10 skeletal wyverns. This summoning cycle repeated until there were 100 of each flying undead. During the process, Su Ming restored Hong Yu's mana 3 times. If this isn't enough, we can always summon more, Su Ming said calmly. Roar. Crack, crack. The massive swarm of 100 frostbone dragons and 100 skeletal wyverns blotted out the sky, instantly engulfing the 10 azure wind birds. The overwhelming spectacle left countless onlookers utterly dumbfounded. What is this? The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. Zhuang Yu, at a loss for words, muttered, Su Ming, this is a bit unscientific, isn't it? Su Ming shrugged nonchalantly. Why not? She can gang up on me, but I can't gang up on her? Can't help if this necromancer's tome is just too good. It's perfect for nurturing undead creatures, and its death energy accelerates the progression and evolution of undead beasts. Truly a must-have for travel, combat, and other purposes, he quipped, sounding like a spokesperson for the tome. The outside world was in an uproar. The principal of the Imperial Beast Academy crushed the armrest of his chair and stormed out. The head of the Wen family smashed a fine golden phoebe wood desk, and far away in Tiannan City, Xiao Wushang spat out his tea in shock and cursed. Damn it! This kid tricked me. What the hell? Is the necromancer's tome really this powerful? I've had it for years and never realized. Suddenly, both the Beastmaster Association and the black market were abuzz with a frenzy of people seeking to purchase the necromancer's tome. However, their efforts were destined to be in vain. The conditions for forming such a tome were extraordinarily stringent. It wasn't as simple as possessing a book spirit's corpse. Besides, book spirit corpses were exceedingly rare to begin with. Despite this, the outside world remained unaware of these specifics. Soon, the latest bounty listings from the Myriad Races Alliance featured numerous offers related to the necromancer's tome. Unlike the playful rewards from the Beastmaster Association, the Alliance's bounties were serious real money and guaranteed transactions for any viable leads. Back in the secret realm, when Xian had already recalled her azure wind bird to prevent it from being torn to shreds. Yet she refused to surrender, relying instead on her shield guardian spirit to mount a tenacious defense. She had also elevated the shield guardian spirit to the peak of the monarch level, the limit of her 2 commander-level book spirits. A single round of frost breath from the 100 frostbone dragons would have been enough to crush her completely. However, Su Ming did not immediately order such an attack. Instead, he directed the skeletal rock to ascend higher, looking down at her from above, as if contemplating his next move. I suppose you didn't surrender outright, just to see me one last time? Su Ming spoke from above, his tone laced with a hint of provocation. Seated atop a skeletal rock, he was surrounded by hundreds of flying undead, exuding the aura of a commanding necromancer king. Surprisingly, Wen Xian did not deny Su Ming's assumption. She raised her head to meet his gaze, her eyes flickering with a complex emotion, and slowly nodded. Su Ming of Tiannan, I won't forget you, she said, her voice steady and cold. No matter what, the book spirit must not be desecrated. The Wen family will reclaim it. Su Ming chuckled dismissively. Heh, I'll say it again. If you want the necromancer's book back, you'll have to get through Marshal Xia of the Tiannan military district first. If he agrees, I might reluctantly consider a deal with you. How about trading it for a book spirit beast? He paused deliberately, emphasizing his next words. But only as a transaction, nothing more. Hearing this, Wen Exine nearly fainted from anger. She stared at Su Ming in disbelief, wondering if he actually thought the Wen family would recruit him after all this. And to top it off, he dared to dream of acquiring a book spirit beast from the Wen family after offending them. So deeply pure delusion. All right then, off you go, Su Ming said impatiently, waving her away. If you don't leave now, I'll send you on your way myself. He had no interest in wasting more words with her, knowing full well that the decision to deal was not in her hands. Su Ming calculated silently. Once Hong Yu absorbed all the necromantic energy from the book, it would lose most of its value. Whether it provided the strength of 2 monarch-level entities or 2 king-level undead, it wouldn't significantly benefit him. As for trading for a book spirit beast, he had only mentioned it casually, doubting the Wen family would ever agree. If they did, he'd make the trade. Whether or not he could form a contract, he could still study it thoroughly. He was particularly intrigued by book spirits, suspecting they might possess a words become reality power, potentially falling into the conceptual beast category. He pondered whether book spirits could, like undead, benefit greatly from time acceleration. If not, he had no intention of forming a contract, had no desire to spend his days buried in books. When Xian gave Su Ming a deep, lingering look, her eyes betraying a mix of emotions, before turning to leave. Just moments earlier, Su Ming had summoned 200 flying undead, a display of overwhelming power that had stunned most of the spectators. At that moment, the outcome had already been clear to everyone. Zhuangyu, observing the scene, hesitantly asked, Su, should I withdraw as well? Su Ming replied calmly, no rush. Wait until I've cleared out the rest. With a wave of his hand, the 200 flying undead, each with strength comparable to monarch-level entities, surged in all directions like a storm, mercilessly hunting down every living creature in the secret realm. System notifications echoed in Su Ming's mind. Defeated Commander Level 3 Star Crimson-Eyed Star Wolf, claimed 130 years of alien lifespan. Defeated Monarch Level 8 Star Crimson-Eyed Star Wolf, claimed 280 years of alien lifespan. Defeated Monarch Level 2 Star Three-Eyed Owl, claimed 220 years of alien lifespan. The timing of this slaughter couldn't have been better. Over the past few days, Su Ming had depleted most of his resources. Both the blood energy within Hong Yu and the metals worth millions of spirit stones had been used up. Now, Hong Yu could collect blood energy from the carnage to continue upgrading the blood skeleton undead. The remaining materials could be used to purchase the metals needed for Dubai. Millions of spectators watched through various channels, utterly stunned by the chaos unfolding in the secret realm. After Wen Xian's withdrawal and Su Ming's decisive dominance, the scene had taken a bizarre turn. Hundreds of undead rampaged through the realm, slaughtering every beast in their path. The audience couldn't help but wonder. Once the competition ended, rebuilding the ecosystem from scratch would be inevitable. But it wasn't over yet. Su Ming deliberately left the other contestants untouched, his intentions clear to everyone. This competition had become his solo performance, with the remaining participants reduced to mere supporting characters on his stage, forced to await his next move. Until the 8th monarch-level beast fell at Su Ming's feet, the administrators outside the secret realm finally ceased their deployment. Su Ming's formidable performance turned this competition into his personal showcase, instantly making him the center of attention. In the sky, the undead army summoned by Su Ming wreaked havoc, with the silhouettes of bone dragons and wyverns blotting out the sun, leaving every spectator in awe. People couldn't help but recall Su Ming's bold declarations from before, marveling inwardly. A man like this truly embodies the essence of a great hero. Many had already begun envisioning Su Ming's future. In a decade or so, he was destined to be a dazzling star in the military world, not the kind of general content to defend a single region, but a sharp blade capable of striking straight into the enemy's heart. Witnessing his relentless annihilation of the defenseless beasts in the secret realm, one shuddered to imagine the outcome if he faced an enemy nation. Yet, at this moment, Su Ming seemed somewhat dissatisfied. He muttered, for the prestigious Imperial Academy, this feels rather underwhelming. Just then, Zhuang Yu's voice rang out. Su Ming, don't you think that's enough? Su Ming shrugged. Well, if they're not sending more monarch-level beasts, I won't waste any more time. He paused briefly. By the way, it seems your senior is still holding on. Shouldn't you go check on her? Zhuang Yu explained. Actually, besides me, only Sang Miao is still resisting. The others tried to hold out, but before they even figured out the situation, they were expelled from the secret realm by the invading undead. The teams from the Elemental Academy and the 100 Battles Academy fared similarly. Still, they did a bit better than the Imperial Academy. He continued, never mind. If she gets eliminated before me, she probably won't speak to me for a month. Securing second place is good enough for us. This competition has been a real eye-opener. Su Ming, I'm heading out now. All right. The two exchanged contact information, and Zhuang Yu exited the secret realm. Su Ming turned his gaze forward, where the massive Tian-Sang ancient tree stood firm against the attacks of 100 frostbone dragons. Its formidable defense reminded Su Ming of the battle between Nangong Feishue and Sang Miao. The icy breath not only failed to harm the Tian-Sang ancient tree, but even served as energy for its protective shield. Such defense was practically the bane of all elemental beast tamers, effortlessly holding back 100 foes. Su Ming couldn't help but reflect that aside from claiming first place, the greatest gain from coming to the Imperial City was witnessing the various beasts and their combinations. Without some hidden cards, the final outcome would have been far less certain. Ruby, dismiss them, Su Ming ordered. With a wave of Ruby's hand, all the frostbone dragons and skeletal wyverns retreated to the plane of the undead. At this moment, Sang Miao, perched atop the Tian-Sang ancient tree, called out loudly. I didn't expect you to be hiding so much power. Su Ming responded calmly. Was I? I don't recall ever hiding anything. Do you think I should have used all this in a third-tier arena? Fair point, Sang Miao nodded. But can you break through my defense? Let's find out. Su Ming maintained his distance, careful not to give her a chance to use her vines for control. He initially considered testing Debai's attack power, but changed his mind and decided to try Ruby's new skill. Death Decay, Su Ming commanded in a low voice. In an instant, the land ahead withered rapidly. Grass, trees, plants, even snakes, insects, rats, and ants, all forms of life began to lose their vitality at an alarming rate. It was as if time had accelerated in that moment, pushing everything toward the brink of death. The ancient Tian-Sang tree remained unharmed for the time being, but the Mo-Hun grass beneath it began to wither in large patches. Sang Miao was utterly terrified. She hurriedly recalled all her summoned beasts and stammered, I surrender. Within less than a minute, she was teleported out of the arena, casting a frightened glare at Su Ming as though she had seen a ghost. Su Ming scratched his head, thinking that his opponent's resilience was surprisingly weak. Shortly after, he felt the power of teleportation, signaling the official conclusion of the 5 Academy Grand Competition. When Su Ming reappeared outside the arena, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. His overwhelming strength had won over everyone, even the students of the Imperial Capital Beast Taming Academy, who had no choice but to acknowledge his prowess. After all, it was doubtful that even the combined efforts of their entire academy could withstand Su Ming's undead army. Back in the Tiannan Academy area, Su Ming was surrounded by his classmates, their eyes brimming with admiration. Lu Tongxing struggled to contain his emotions, his eyes slightly red. Su Ming grinned and said, Principal, I told you I'd make this a spectacular victory. Lu Tongxing stared wordlessly at the young man, who was still trying to blame everything on Marshal Xia. He couldn't help but think that Su Ming was truly fearless about facing repercussions from the marshal later. At that moment, Shangren pushed through the crowd and handed Su Ming a box containing a mask, exclaiming excitedly, Brother, you nailed it. Su Ming's victory had brought Shangren astronomical profits. The mere 3,000 spirit stones were just a drop in the bucket. With the materials Su Ming had provided earlier and the betting returns, the profits had multiplied dozens of times. From just his cousins alone, who each had to fork out millions, the total had already reached tens of millions. As for Shangren's own betting pool, the profits were so immense that he had to invoke the Shang family name to safeguard a significant portion of it. Lu Tongxing decided to send Su Ming straight back to the hotel, avoiding the awards ceremony altogether to prevent him from saying anything shocking in front of Principal One from the Imperial Academy. Su Ming, however, expressed his intention to stay in the capital for a while longer and declined to leave with the group. Back in the hotel room, Shangren could no longer contain his excitement and shouted, Brother, we hit the jackpot this time. Su Ming smiled and asked, How much did we make? A few small goals. Shangren froze for a moment. Small goals. Shangren quietly explained the joke about this small goal, but Su Ming's attention was entirely captured by what he said next. Let me put it this way. Even the fortune spirit of my family has been stirred, Shangren said, his tone carrying a hint of barely concealed excitement. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat. To him, this news was far more shocking than any small goal. So there's hope. Shangren answered cautiously. Hard to say. That's why I came to find you right away. He paused before continuing. Aside from bringing you the mask, my grandfather, the current head of the Shang family, wants to meet you. Meet me? Su Ming was a little surprised. Yes, but don't worry, it's definitely a good thing, Shangren reassured him. Su Ming thought for a moment. All right then, when? Right now? We can still make it back in time for dinner. Shangren replied immediately and then launched into a detailed plan. You'll stay at my place tonight. Tomorrow, He'll take you to an auction there, might be something you need there. And after that, we can unwind at the best club in the capital. As Su Ming listened to Shang Ren's arrangements, his interest in the auction grew. He knew all too well that at higher levels, certain items were incredibly rare things you couldn't simply buy, no matter how much money you had. Take, for example, the Spirit of Heaven and Ear, an extremely high-level item, or even the One family's book spirit, the Shang family's fortune tree, or the Xia family's dragon contract qualifications. None of these could be measured in mere spirit stones. After packing briefly, Su Ming put on the mask Shang Ren had just given him. Disguised as well, Shang Ren led the way, and the two silently left the hotel. Shang Ren was now more cautious than Su Ming, worried about being cornered by someone desperate to recover their gambling losses. Half an hour later, they arrived by car at the Shang family's ancestral residence. The moment Su Ming stepped out of the car, he felt two sharp gazes fixed on him. Looking closely, he was startled to see that they came from two living stone lions guarding the entrance. Master Lion, in bringing him to see my grandfather, Shang Ren said respectfully. As soon as he spoke, the stone lions' eyes slowly closed, and they returned to their dormant state. As they entered, Su Ming couldn't help but whisper, "Dominant tier beasts? Using two dominant tier beasts to guard the gate is over the top," Shang Ren explained in a low voice. "Yeah, they were my ancestors' contracted beasts from who knows how many generations ago. You get it." Su Ming understood immediately. These were beasts whose contracts had been dissolved when their beast master passed away. Even a 9th tier beast master couldn't escape mortality. However, such powerful beasts were typically not allowed in city centers, making this a clear display of the privileges held by prominent families. After passing through several courtyards, they arrived at the entrance of a quiet study. Before they could knock, a steady voice came from inside. "Come in." Su Ming followed Shang Ren into the study, where an elderly man with graying hair and beard was just closing a ledger. Shang Ren tactfully excused himself, leaving Su Ming alone with the elder. "I am Shang Xingyi," the old man introduced himself. "It seems my grandson is fortunate to have a classmate like you, Su Ming." Su Ming responded humbly. "You flatter me, Mr. Shang. Shang Ren and I are classmates, dorm mates, and good friends. We work together and help each other out. Without him, I'd probably spend much more time dealing with trivial matters." The elder let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, no need to be so modest. I've spent my life in business and have come to believe in the concept of fortune. And when even the fortune spirit stirs within our family's secret realm, it's hard to ignore." Shang Ren stood in front of the gates of Tiannan City, tightly clutching the last fortune coin in his hand. He couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy as he recalled the moment he bribed the spirit of fortune. "Does this count as luck?" Shang Xingyi asked Su Ming with a sly glint in his eyes. Su Ming was slightly taken aback. He had initially thought Shang Ren chose Tiannan City for the thrill of seeking wealth amidst risk, but he hadn't expected there to be another reason behind it. Just as he was pondering, Shang Xingyi added, "But he's not the only one." Two others tried the same thing. What about them?" Su Ming instinctively glanced around, but he didn't see any trace of the other merchants. Shang Xingyi sighed lightly. In the end, they chose to trust their own judgment. Su Ming nodded thoughtfully. "In that case, even giving them the opportunity wouldn't have made much difference," he said, then added, "Though, you never know. Just because I work well with Shang Ren doesn't mean I'd get along with the others." Suddenly, a question popped into his mind. "Did you call me here just to tell me this, Elder Shang?" The elder stroked his beard, his gaze profound. "If Shang Ren truly has a chance to bond with the spirit of fortune, I'd be happy for him." Then his tone shifted. "But he's still got a long way to go. This time, he showed some cleverness, but without the Shang family backing him, he'd have been torn apart by others already." The elder's voice grew more serious. "The reason I called you here, besides getting to know you, is to ensure you receive your share of the profits. Also, I hope you young folks will maintain this camaraderie. When I was young, I had many friends too. Unfortunately, as time passed, we all drifted apart." Su Ming nodded respectfully. "I understand what you mean, Elder Shang." The elder laughed heartily and waved his hand. "Don't take me too seriously." Then he straightened up and said, "Back to business." This time, Shang Ren stirred up quite a hornet's nest. "After accounting for the concessions we must make, your share of the profit will be around 5 billion. Of course, Shang Ren still holds a few million for you, a small amount really." "A few million, a small amount?" Su Ming's eyes widened. It wasn't until he heard 5 billion that he realized the scale of Shang Ren's operations this time. No wonder the Shang family elder had personally stepped in. He couldn't help but recall a few months ago when Shang Ren was thrilled over a mere 10,000 spirit stones. Who would have thought he'd be playing at this level now? Yet, seeing the elder's calm demeanor, Su Ming started to feel like this wasn't such a big deal after all. The elder continued, "I have a few options for you to choose from." He raised one finger. "First, the simplest, he'll transfer 5 billion in cash directly to your account. You can withdraw it from any merchant branch. But don't withdraw too much at once. Other than what you need for cultivation, use a spirit stone card for your transactions." He raised a second finger. "Second, I've heard you've always had a high demand for metals. We have a few undeveloped mines, each with proven reserves valued at around 10 billion spirit stones. However, mining them will require time and effort. Finally, the elder revealed a mysterious smile. The third option is a unique one. I'm adding myself. An 8th tier beast tamer will assist you once or provide close protection for 1 year, valued at 1 billion per year. You can choose up to 5 years. Ming was so stunned by these options that he was momentarily speechless. Especially the third option, an 8th tier beast tamer, wasn't someone you could hire with money alone. Such figures were either generals of great powers or ancestors of prominent families. It was incredibly rare to find one willing to act as a bodyguard. Ming guessed this must be the Shang family's own strength. As for the price of 1 billion for a year of protection, whether it was expensive or cheap was a matter of perspective. Ming couldn't help but consider. If he lacked the means to protect himself, carried immense wealth, and had made so many enemies, he might indeed be willing to pay for peace of mind. Hiring an 8th tier beast tamer as a bodyguard to hunt down and drain the lifespans of monsters is indeed a clever strategy. However, Ming, possessing the spirit of time, had no need for such protection. His attention was instead drawn to opportunities of greater value. Shang Lao, what types of metals are in those mines? Ming asked directly. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Shang Lao's eyes as he slowly replied. There's a 5th tier profound magnetic mithril mine, a 5th tier wind thunder copper mine, and several 4th tier wind and thunder attribute metal mines. Ming understood instantly. Clearly, the other party had done their homework regarding his needs. These mines were not chosen at random. The rarity of 5th tier metals was self-evident. Even with wealth, acquiring them in large quantities was nearly impossible. Mine owners often adopted slow extraction strategies to maintain high prices over the long term. After a moment of thought, Ming made his decision. Shang Lao, I'll choose the 5th tier wind thunder copper mine. Shang Lao smiled knowingly. Just as I expected. You really are confident. But you should know, mining these resources won't be easy. If you regret it later, sell it back to you at the original price? Ming teased. Haha, dream on. At the very least, you'll have to give me a 20 discount. Shang Lao laughed heartily, then handed over a deed. Here's the deed. Keep it safe. This mine is located within the territory of a king-level beast, and it hasn't been cleared yet. You can organize a mining operation when you're strong enough in the future. Or, you could leave it as an asset for your descendants. Ming took the deed and quickly glanced at the location. It was deep within the Xia kingdom, in wildlands teeming with beasts. He calculated in his mind. There was no immediate need to mine the resources. At the very least, he would wait until Dubai reached monarch level to truly require wind thunder attribute metals. Furthermore, the 5th tier wind thunder copper mine might contain rare 6th tier metals, which would be an invaluable treasure. As for miners, the undead plain was a ready-made source of labor. The next day, Ming and Shang Ren arrived in front of a massive building. You don't need to stay undercover anymore? Ming asked curiously. Shang Ren replied confidently. Of course not. We're earning money legitimately, so we should spend it openly. Ming understood. The Shang family had clearly resolved all of Shang Ren's issues. The mining rights to those mines were not acquired without cost, which further demonstrated the immense strength of the Shang family. The Imperial Capital Auction housed the first auction of the year. This is going to be worth every moment, Shang Ren said with excitement. Whatever catches your eye, just say the word, and I'll buy it for you. Ming politely declined. No need. I still have tens of millions left. The two soon entered their reserved private box. A holographic screen provided an all-encompassing view of the items on display, allowing them to bid at any time. Ming casually flipped through the small catalog on the table, searching for items of interest. Common beast eggs or cultivation resources failed to pique his curiosity. Instead, it was the strange and enigmatic items with unclear purposes that caught his eye. Unfortunately, such items were rare, even in the nation's largest auction house. Suddenly, the auctioneer's voice resonated through the hall. Up next is an item many have been eagerly anticipating: an egg of a sovereign-level beast, the Azure Frost Phoenix. This is an Icewind dual attribute, flying beast egg. With sufficient Icewind attribute resources, it is almost guaranteed to reach sovereign level. Starting bid, 1 million spirit stones. Interested buyers, don't miss this chance. As soon as the words left the auctioneer's mouth, bids began flying in rapid succession. 2 million. 5 million. In the blink of an eye, the price had already surpassed 10 million spirit stones. Inside the auction hall, Ming's gaze wandered over the array of rare items, silently calculating his options. After several rounds of bidding, he finally understood the meaning behind Shang Ren's earlier knowing smile. In this high-end market, tens of millions of spirit stones were merely an entry ticket, hardly enough to acquire anything truly precious. The room buzzed with excitement when a beast egg of a Qing Shuang Phoenix was presented. Shang Ren turned to Ming, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. What do you think, Ming? This is a rare find, on par with weaker-blooded dragons. You've got a new contract slot open, why not give it a shot? Ming shook his head slightly, politely declining the tempting suggestion. He'll pass for now. He'll wait and see. He thought to himself, already owning to buy a gold-devouring beast, which was costly enough to maintain. If the trip to the Dragon Clan fell short of expectations, there would still be time to consider other options. The auction continued, with one valuable treasure after another being showcased. Among them were even a few controlled dominator-level beasts, causing a stir among the attendees. Though these creatures had reduced strength and potential, they were an attractive shortcut for beast tamers in urgent need of combat power, bypassing the lengthy nurturing process. Just then, the host announced a last-minute addition to the auction box of freshly harvested nethergrass, containing 32 stalks spanning the first, second, and third tiers, with a starting bid of 2 million spirit stones. The news immediately caused a commotion in the hall, clearly the result of an adventurer team striking gold in the Yellow Springs secret realm. Su Ming's eyes lit up, catching on to the key point mentioned by the host: enhancing mental strength. This was precisely what he needed at the moment. Without hesitation, he raised his paddle to bid. Shangren noticed Su Ming's move and frowned. "Brother, you're going for this?" "Yeah, I need something to improve my mental strength," Su Ming replied. Shangren hesitated before finally speaking. "It's good stuff, no doubt about that. But nethergrass has a very short shelf life. It needs to be used within 7 days of being harvested, even if stored in a spatial ring." This information caught Su Ming off guard. He wasn't familiar enough with the peculiar properties of such materials. Now, he had to quickly weigh the pros and cons within the tight time frame and decide whether to continue bidding on this rare, yet highly perishable nethergrass. Shangren patiently explained, "You can either directly absorb it or make it into a focus elixir. However, each person can only digest one plant per year. If you're buying so many just to enhance your mental strength, it's really not worth it. By the time you resell them to the Alchemy Guild, you'll definitely take a loss." When it came to profit and loss, his mind worked incredibly fast. Su Ming appeared thoughtful, but his hands didn't stop as he continued to raise his bid. "Only one per year," he murmured to himself, calculating in his mind. With his accelerated lifespan, wouldn't that solve the issue? And what about the 3-life nether flower? What's it used for? Su Ming pressed on. "It's used to make soul restoration elixirs, which can repair the soul damage caused by the death of a contracted beast," Shangren explained. "Legend has it that 30,000 nethergrass plants are needed to produce one 3-life nether flower. Some say it's not about quantity, but age, that only nethergrass aged 30,000 years can evolve into a 3-life nether flower." 30,000 years. Su Ming muttered. "The formation of the beast-taming civilization here hasn't even been around for that long, has it?" Seeing Su Ming determined to buy, Shangren grinned and said generously, "All right, consider it my treat. Don't be polite with me." With that, he aggressively raised the price to 20 million. The remaining 2 or 3 competitors quickly gave up. For the subsequent auction items, Su Ming showed little interest, not even sparing a glance at a semi-divine grade inner armor made from a rare beast's pelt. Shangren, on the other hand, was in high spirits and easily spent 200 million on another item. Many attendees, upon learning it was Shangren's private box that won the bid, were filled with envy and frustration, knowing that much of their collective fortunes had gone into that sum. In the 2 days following the auction, Su Ming indulged himself at the most luxurious club in the capital under Shangren's arrangement. He thought to himself, Shangren had a point. Having no women in his heart was fine, but having none around him was not. At their age, it was better to release some pent-up energy than risk developing problems. After this brief indulgence, Su Ming parted ways with Shangren, entrusting him with the continued purchase of Tier 4 metals. Su Ming then checked into a random hotel, taking out the sandalwood box containing the nethergrass. The box itself was worth 100,000. Opening it, he found rows of neatly arranged nethergrass, each stalk as black as jade and shaped like orchid leaves. Su Ming had researched the plant and knew its use was straightforward. Simply place it in one's hand and sense it with mental energy. The energy within would nourish the spirit of a beast tamer. According to legend, nethergrass grew along the banks of the underworld river in the Yellow Springs secret realm. It matured in cycles of 3,000 years, regrowing after being harvested like chives. The current batch of Tier 1 nethergrass had been growing for at least 3,000 years, while Tier 3 specimens had matured for 9,000 years. Though once abundant, overharvesting had made it increasingly rare. The medicinal effects of Tier 1 and Tier 3 nethergrass weren't significantly different, with the primary distinction being the amount of spiritual energy contained. Only when it evolved into the 3-life nether flower did it undergo a qualitative transformation, increasing in value 100-fold or more and becoming virtually priceless. Su Ming picked up one of the thicker chives and examined it closely but couldn't discern anything special. Suddenly, he thought of that girl, Sang Miao, whose contracted nether soul grass beast seemed remarkably similar to this nethergrass. He couldn't help but wonder, could this nethergrass be contracted as well? There were indeed no records of such an extraordinary act as contracting netherworld grass. In fact, even the concept itself was unheard of. Just considering its growth conditions requiring 3,000 years to progress from the spirit awakening level to the transcendent level was enough to leave anyone in awe, who would willingly wait 3,000 years just to obtain a single plant. However, for Su Ming, none of this mattered. What concerned him more was whether the netherworld grass could be of use to him. If it couldn't enhance his talent, even reaching the 5th tier would be an uphill battle. Pushing aside all distractions, Su Ming focused intently on absorbing the netherworld grass in his hand. In an instant, a cool, mint-like sensation surged straight to his mind, akin to a refreshing spring in the summer heat. It cleared his thoughts remarkably, significantly boosting his efficiency in both cultivation and comprehension. When Su Ming emerged from this wondrous state, he was astonished to discover that 5 or 6 hours had passed, though it felt like only a dozen minutes to him. He could clearly sense a significant increase in his mental strength, as if his mind was undergoing further development. Overjoyed, Su Ming eagerly picked up a second netherworld grass to continue absorbing. However, an intense chill that seemed to pierce his very soul suddenly coursed through his mental energy, as if icy waters from the river of 9 netherworlds were freezing his spirit. It was then that he realized the netherworld grass was an extremely cold element and could only be absorbed once a year. Faced with this limitation, Su Ming was undeterred. He resolved to sacrifice 10 years of his lifespan to accelerate the growth of his talent, while consuming an additional 10 netherworld grasses. During this 10-year acceleration, Su Ming's mental strength steadily increased, his thoughts became sharper, and his spiritual space expanded continuously. By the end of the decade, his mental strength had grown by more than 50, and his bonds with each of his contracted beasts had deepened significantly. Although it was still unclear whether his talent had improved, the sheer growth in mental power left Su Ming feeling invigorated. He marveled at the effects of the netherworld grass, which far surpassed those of the netherite lotus seed. It was truly worthy of its origin from the underworld. If not for the restriction of absorbing only one per year, such a treasure would have long since vanished from existence. Riding this wave of progress, Su Ming decided to push further. He sacrificed another 22 years of his lifespan and consumed 21 more netherworld grasses to accelerate his talent's growth. Over these 22 years, his mental strength surged by another 50, and he began to sense a breakthrough approaching. By the 20th year, his mental strength had reached its current limit, surpassing that of an ordinary 5th-tier beastmaster. Looking back, Su Ming realized that nurturing beasts was not his ultimate goal. Looking forward, a vast and boundless beastmaster world awaited him. At that very moment, a miracle occurred as Kraid talent, top-tier nurturing, broke through its bottleneck due to the surge in mental power and transformed into upgrade talent, universal development. In the final 2 years of this journey, Su Ming dedicated himself fully to adapting to his newly acquired talent, preparing himself for the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead in this new chapter of his life. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with an uncontrollable excitement. He had finally succeeded. As a Tier 4, 1-star beast tamer, he now possessed the grade talent, all attribute development, which not only enhanced the strength of every contracted beast, but also offered dual growth potential. For every additional beast of a different attribute he contracted, all his beast's strength would increase by 10. At the moment, the boost had reached 30. What thrilled Su Ming even more was his hidden, acceleration-capable talent, Divine Infinite Plunder. By slaying otherworldly beings, he could seize their lifespan, skills, and more. So far, he had accumulated a staggering 392,300 years of lifespan from these beings, which could be used to accelerate the growth of his contracted beasts or himself. If the stolen lifespan was insufficient, he could substitute it with his own, although he only had 93 years left. If his lifespan dropped below 1 year, this method would no longer be viable. Su Ming reflected on his grade talent with satisfaction. It aligned perfectly with his strategy contracting beasts of various attributes to enhance his overall strength. More importantly, the talent had broken through its bottleneck and could still improve further. From here, all he needed to do was continuously increase his spiritual power and push beyond his limits. Speaking of spiritual power, Su Ming's gaze fell on a rare plant, the nethergrass. Its value was astronomical, enough to be auctioned off in the imperial capital. Su Ming roughly estimated that he might need hundreds, or even thousands, of these plants in the future. In his mind, he envisioned a vast field of nethergrass. If I ever get the chance, I'd love to see if I could contract this plant, Su Ming mused to himself. Growing and harvesting it myself would be quite satisfying. But he quickly dismissed the idea. He knew nothing about nethergrass, let alone the location of the Yellow Spring's secret realm where it grew. Acting recklessly would be unwise. For now, Su Ming's talent had reached grade, and his advancement to Tier 5 was essentially assured. Thus, he decided not to rush in enhancing his spiritual power or talent for the time being. Instead, he had 2 pressing matters to address: dealing with the higher-ups of the Myriad Races Alliance and accompanying Xiaofeng to Dragon Island for an investigation. Since Xiao Wushang had managed to stumble upon an ancient black dragon egg, Su Ming felt he had no reason not to find something equally remarkable. With this in mind, Su Ming pulled out his communicator and logged into the Myriad Races Alliance forum. He had been avoiding it lately due to his limited permissions, which only added to his frustrations. However, this time, he was shocked to discover that the bounty on him had skyrocketed by more than 100-fold. Even more surprising, the new bounty wasn't just for information about him, it was for capturing him alive. They're either after the Red Jade or the Book of the Dead, Su Ming speculated. Spending hundreds of millions to capture a Tier 4 beast tamer, this really sets a new record. Just then, his communicator buzzed urgently with a series of incoming messages. Respond immediately upon seeing this. The Kirin is most likely dead. Reply at once. Emergency mission, respond as soon as you see this. The most recent message had been sent the previous night, but Su Ming had been too preoccupied with his revelry to bother checking. I know nothing. Su Ming replied directly upon noticing the sender was online. It doesn't matter. The mission wasn't a failure. Something unexpected probably happened. The other party responded. Is there still an urgent task, or should I still head to the Imperial capital? The mission can wait. I need to evaluate you first, the sender continued. Tomorrow, use the teleportation array to arrive in the Imperial capital early. Head to Spring Blossom Flower Shop at 387 Zajingwa Street and buy a bouquet of purple orchids. Then, walk north with the flowers until you reach a river. Cross the bridge and throw the flowers into the water. That's all. Su Ming frowned. What a hassle. Will you cover my travel expenses? Fine, we'll reimburse you, came the exasperated reply. Su Ming stood on the bridge, watching as ripples formed on the river's surface, where purple butterfly orchids seemed to bloom. He looked around cautiously. The florist, the passers-by all seemed suspicious yet ordinary. Shaking off his doubts, he refocused on his goal. Back at his residence, Su Ming logged into the Alliance of All Races system. His status had changed from under assessment to official member, and he had earned 200 contribution points. Browsing through the task list, he realized his current strength was insufficient to accept high-level missions. Suddenly, a message popped up on the system. Have you heard of Su Ming? A well-known figure from Tian'an City. Su Ming's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected someone to bring him up. Cautiously, he replied, Su Ming? Of course, who hasn't heard of him? The system promptly issued a mission. Return to Tian'an City and investigate Su Ming's background. Su Ming smirked inwardly. Investigate me? How interesting. He decided to accept the mission, using it as an opportunity to gauge how much attention the Alliance of All Races was paying him. Thinking back to the previous day, Su Ming analyzed Su Lin's arrangements. It was highly likely Su Lin wouldn't appear in person, preferring to observe from the shadows. This initial assessment seemed more about ruling out suspicions and determining if this newcomer was genuinely a fourth-tier beginner. Su Ming understood that to gain their trust and infiltrate deeper into the organization, the only way was to complete tasks and accumulate contribution points. He reviewed the requirements for rank advancement. Orange Snake required 1 million points, while Yellow Snake demanded 10 million. He calculated silently if he sold himself now, he could instantly advance to Yellow Snake Lao Lu. Yet, even Su Lin, who had worked tirelessly for the Alliance for a year, had only earned 1 million points. In comparison, Su Ming could earn a similar amount by wiping out the territory of a monarch-level beast. Su Ming realized his strength had already far surpassed that of ordinary beast tamers. He was no longer on the same level. He was at the apex of the food chain, a force equivalent to an entire fifth-tier adventurer team. He began to envision his future. If he dared to take bold steps, perhaps he could even overthrow the Snake Sovereign and claim the title of Lao Lu Sovereign himself. But for now, he needed to stay grounded and take things one step at a time. Resolving to accept the mission to investigate himself, Su Ming saw this as a chance not only to understand the Alliance's interest in him, but also to elevate his status within the organization. It would be a fascinating game of dual roles, both the hunter and the hunted. With a faint smile, he began preparing for his return to Tian'an City. This investigation was bound to be a spectacular performance. Su Ming received a unique task requiring him to investigate himself. This mission came from a mysterious organization that seemed to take a keen interest in his background and abilities. The more detailed, the better. I'll reward you based on the quality of your findings, the other party said. Su Ming chuckled inwardly. This was indeed an amusing task. Without hesitation, he began selling himself out. Sure, I can do that, it's easy. He lives in Hepping community, and his date of birth is. However, the other party interrupted him. Those basic details have already been submitted by someone else. I need more in-depth information about his talents, beast taming abilities, and other specific skills. Su Ming was taken aback and thought to himself, what? Who's so unethical that they'd sell my private information without permission? Quickly adjusting his approach, he replied, all right, I still have quite a few friends at Tian'an Academy. I'll do my best to gather intel. Be quick, the other party urged. This task has many competitors. Only the first person to submit valuable information will get the reward. And what happens if the information provided is false? Su Ming asked, testing the waters. the reward will be revoked, and there will be consequences. So don't even think about fabricating information to fool meth. Penalties will be severe, the other party warned. Su Ming, however, remained unfazed. Severe consequences? Worst case, they'll ban my account. But honestly, who knows me better than I do? He mused. Is there a time limit for this task? He continued to inquire. Temporarily set at 1 year. You'll need to report to me at least once a month. Rewards will be given based on the value of the information, the other party replied. After concluding the conversation, Su Ming understood their intentions. This was a low-risk task designed to cast a wide net and gather information. He figured he wasn't the only peripheral member involved. There were likely many others, all hidden in the shadows with their identities unknown. The nature of this task was morally ambiguous, making it suitable for low-ranking newcomers like him. Investigating myself? How interesting, Su Ming thought. He recalled that his public records still listed his talent as the lowest tier F in beginner-level cultivation. The thought amused him. With such a talent, no one would believe the progress he had made. Even advancing to the second or third tier would be a challenge, let alone achieving his current momentum. Over the next few days, Su Ming didn't idle. He spent time relaxing at clubs or strolling around the capital, but nothing out of the ordinary happened. It seemed the other party was merely keeping a distant watch and didn't bother to investigate him directly. A simple glance from someone else appeared sufficient. Initially, Su Ming suspected the organization might secretly track him or plant markers to uncover his true identity. But as time went on, it became clear he was overthinking it. Perhaps he wasn't significant enough for them to go to such lengths. Su Ming speculated that their sudden interest in him might be related to Su Lin's death. It was possible they were looking to replenish personnel in Tiannan City. He felt a tinge of regret. If only he could reverse the situation and uncover the organization's identity. The potential gains would be substantial, far exceeding what Su Lin had known. Still, Su Ming wasn't too concerned. He figured he could always take on other bounty tasks if needed. Browsing through the task list, he found a wide variety of requests, resource exchanges, intelligence trades, team expeditions, and more. It was like a gray market version of the Beast Tamer Association, but with far more risks and unconventional methods. Su Ming noticed that bounties for personal information like his were quite common. In addition to himself, other prodigies like Wen Xian, Sang Miao, and Zhuan Yu were also listed. What shocked him even more were bounties involving espionage on Xia Nation's military forces and assassination missions targeting the 4 marshals of Xia's military districts. He thought to himself, those tasks are probably just for show. No one would be reckless enough to actually take them on. Su Ming gained a deeper understanding of how this mysterious organization operated and became even more vigilant. Inside Quanwei Pavilion, Shang Ren handed over the newly acquired Tier 4 Black Magnetic Meteorite Iron, Tier 4 Thunderflame Gold, and Tier 4 Wind Pattern Copper to Su Ming. Su Ming had nearly drained the balance of his Spirit Stone cards, but he managed to acquire all these precious metals. Thanks, this should last me for a while, Su Ming said with a satisfied nod, already calculating his future plans in his mind. When I reach Tier 5, I plan to visit my own mine. Shang Ren chuckled heartily. No need to be so formal. If you need anything, just let me know. He then looked at Su Ming with a thoughtful expression. That said, I think I now understand why your iron-eating beast is so powerful. With this level of resource investment, it'd be a waste if it wasn't extraordinary. Su Ming merely smiled at the comment without elaborating. Shang Ren's observation wasn't wrong, but it only scratched the surface. Such a vast amount of resources would be meaningless without the time and effort to convert them into strength. For any other iron-eating beast, it might take centuries to achieve such results. What beast tamer could afford such a long time frame? While Dabai's strength was indeed remarkable, Su Ming's heavy investment wasn't purely for power. On one hand, he shared a deep bond with Dabai and wanted to nurture it to its most perfect state. On the other hand, Su Ming was curious to see how far Dabai could grow, whether it truly possessed ancient bloodline potential. Besides, at the moment, Dabai was the only one requiring such resource-intensive care. His other beast, Shirling, not only didn't need resources, but even helped him save plenty. Shang Ren suddenly remembered something and raised his cup. By the way, you're heading to Dragon Island tomorrow, right? He raced to Su Ming, forming a contract with a true dragon bloodline. Xiaofeng joined in with his cup. Although he wasn't particularly interested in the true dragon bloodline himself, he sincerely wished Su Ming success. Over the past few days, Su Ming had sparred with Xiaofeng several times during his free time, allowing Dabai to guide him in the use of hidden force and refined force techniques. With Xiaofeng on the verge of advancing to Tier 3, his heavy sword would soon be upgraded to elite grade. Mastering these techniques in advance would undoubtedly be a great benefit to him. Dragon Island? Is it in the sea? Su Ming asked casually. Dragon Island is actually short for the Dragon Island Secret Realm, Xiaofeng explained. Originally, most dragons resided in underwater dragon palaces. However, due to the contamination of the Forbidden Sea, some dragons were forced to migrate to inland water regions. Others relocated their dragon palace ruins to secret realms. The Dragon Island's secret realm is now the largest dragon settlement. Scattered dragons from other water regions also send dragon eggs with diluted bloodlines there for nurturing. Xiaofeng continued. As a powerful faction, the dragons entering inland territories naturally drew the vigilance of humanity. Evidently, the Xia Kingdom and the dragons have reached some sort of alliance agreement. Su Ming pondered for a moment before asking, "The Forbidden Sea? By the way, does the Calamity Dragon have any connection to the dragon race? And what about the Abyss?" Before he could finish, Xiaofeng choked on his drink and erupted into a fit of coughing. He looked at Su Ming helplessly, silently wondering if taking him to Dragon Island would result in their safe return. He couldn't help but recall the last time Su Ming had questioned why it was called the Dragon Selection Assembly instead of the Selection of Dragons Assembly. If the demigod dragon guardians of the Dragon Island secret realm overheard such remarks, they might outright expel them or worse. "Wait, is this a taboo topic?" Su Ming asked, sensing the sudden shift in atmosphere. Xiaofeng's expression grew serious as he lowered his voice. It's best not to bring up such things in front of the dragon race. Although the Forbidden Sea was caused by the demon dragon, the existence of the Abyss predates it by far." Xiaofeng began to speak slowly, revealing some little-known secrets. He explained that, according to legend, the demon dragon was also a victim of the Abyss corruption. However, due to their close connection, the demon dragon's influence was the most prominent, leading people to equate the demon dragon with the Abyss. Xiaofeng's gaze turned profound as he continued. The dragon race naturally views the demon dragon as their greatest disgrace. For this, they have paid the price for 10,000 years. He paused and added, "The gradual thinning and decline of the dragon lineage is also related to this." Su Ming nodded thoughtfully, inwardly marveling at these hidden pieces of history. He realized that, despite the dragon race's renowned strength, few people ever discuss the relationship between the demon dragon and the dragons. If anyone hates the demon dragon the most, it's definitely the dragon race, Xiaofeng sighed. They were once the rulers of the oceans, but they were forced onto land. If you think about it, it's not surprising that the dragon race today might carry a sense of displacement. Listening intently, Su Ming couldn't help but ask, "Are there any particular rules for the dragon selection ceremony?" Xiaofeng explained, "There aren't too many restrictions. Most dragon eggs and hatchlings are placed in different incubation nests based on their attributes. You just need to bring your token and make your choice." His expression grew serious. "However, you must be cautious. There might be mixed blood dragons with traces of other beast clans' lineage among them. You'll need to carefully distinguish them and avoid making rash decisions. If necessary, it's better to walk away than to choose carelessly." Su Ming pondered this and asked again, "What about dragon eggs? Didn't Xiao Wusheng's ancient black dragon come from a found dragon egg?" Xiaofeng chuckled and shook his head. "You're not seriously thinking of getting lucky, are you? Even the hatching of a flood dragon egg takes centuries. You'll only be allowed to stay there for 3 days at most." Su Ming nodded in understanding. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." That evening, Su Ming had Dubai absorb all the available metals. Although its skill proficiency didn't improve further, the resources were fully utilized. He speculated that combining Thunder Titan form with metal body reinforcement could unleash astonishing power. He even began to wonder if an average king-level expert could withstand a single blow from Dubai. The next day, Su Ming followed Xiaofeng to a heavily guarded, ancient courtyard. At least 3 distinct auras of 7th-tier beastmasters lingered in the air, their presence undisguised. With a token in hand, Xiaofeng led Su Ming through multiple layers of security, eventually reaching the innermost part of the compound. In the center of the courtyard stood an ancient well. Su Ming almost blurted out, "Dragon sealing well," but stopped himself in time after catching Xiaofeng's warning glance. Xiaofeng introduced in a low voice, "This courtyard was a gift to the dragon race from our ancestors." Su Ming immediately understood that the ancestor referred to the legendary Sword Emperor. After slaying the demon dragon, the Sword Emperor had designated this place as a sanctuary for the dragon race, while also placing it under the Xia family's supervision. "Just jump in," Xiaofeng said, leaping into the well without hesitation. Su Ming realized that the entrance to this secret realm being perpetually open indicated that the Xia family's oversight of the dragon race was not as oppressive as imprisonment. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming followed suit, leaping into the well and embarking on an unknown journey. With a flash of light, Su Ming and Xiaofeng suddenly appeared in a spacious hall. Outside the hall, a crowd had already gathered, some standing, some sitting, all engaged in low murmurs of conversation, their eyes flickering with both anticipation and nervousness. Xiaofeng glanced around and explained to Su Ming, "These people aren't just from the Xia family. Some of them are also domestic prodigies granted this opportunity by the Dragon Clan." He turned to Su Ming, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Your performance in the 5 schools competition was so outstanding that I didn't even need to say much. The Dragon Clan immediately approved your participation." Raising an eyebrow, Su Ming replied in a half-joking tone, "Oh? Does that mean I qualify as a genius now? Huh. Xiaofeng's expression turned serious. In the 5 schools competition, you crushed the strongest contenders from every school. If you're not a genius, then no one else would dare call themselves one. Su Ming's arrival quickly drew the attention of those present, but the unfamiliar faces didn't interest him. He casually scanned the room before looking away. After about 10 minutes, a stern-faced middle-aged man strode into the hall and began explaining the rules in detail. Over the next 3 days, you'll need to head to dragon nest areas corresponding to your individual attributes and try to earn the recognition of a hatchling dragon. You may also choose an unhatched dragon egg if you come across one, though it's not recommended due to your limited time. The rules were mostly consistent with what Xiaofeng had told him earlier. At the end, the middle-aged man handed out small booklets to everyone. These booklets contained detailed maps of Dragon Island and the distribution of the dragon nests. Su Ming opened his booklet and was momentarily stunned. He had assumed Dragon Island was just an ordinary small island with dragon nests scattered across caves. But the reality was far from his expectations. While technically an island, Dragon Island was massive. Its size was staggering. It even housed 5 medium-sized cities with significant human populations. The island was largely self-sufficient in resources and home to numerous beast tamers who served the dragon clan. Su Ming pondered for a moment. These residents, rather than being ordinary citizens, seemed more like hostages, in a sense. This might be a strategic move to strengthen the bond between humans and dragons, creating a delicate balance of mutual reliance. As for the dragon nests, they were far more sophisticated than simple caves. Each hatchling and dragon egg was meticulously cared for by dedicated staff. The 5 cities were organized to accommodate various dragon attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and so on, ensuring that everyone could find a match that resonated with their own characteristics. For most participants, the choice of attribute didn't matter much, as long as they managed to gain the approval of a hatchling. Su Ming carefully studied the descriptions in the booklet. Each type of hatchling was glorified to an almost exaggerated degree: thunder god dragon bloodline, ancient golden dragon bloodline, void wind dragon bloodline. The list went on, as if there was nothing they didn't have. However, Su Ming knew that the true strength of these dragons could only be assessed in person. He couldn't help but smirk as a thought crossed his mind. What if the so-called thunder god dragon bloodline turned out to be a crossbreed between a thunder boar and some low-ranking dragon? This aligned with what Xiaofeng had mentioned earlier. Most of the dragon eggs sent here from other places were of weaker bloodlines. If there were truly exceptional bloodlines, the dragon clan would surely keep them for their own cultivation rather than handing them over to humans. Handing Su Ming his qualification token, Xiaofeng said, "Go ahead. Once you're done, we'll meet up again." With that, he turned and walked away. The middle-aged man concluded with one final reminder: don't cause trouble. He then announced that everyone was free to move around. For the next 3 days, qualified participants could explore the island at will, with basic expenses covered by the organizers. Standing in place, Su Ming continued flipping through the booklet, contemplating where he should begin his journey to choose a dragon. 3 days were obviously not enough to explore all the dragon nests. Just as Su Ming was pondering how to plan his schedule, a slightly immature voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, want to team up?" The owner of the voice was a teenager who looked a few years younger than Su Ming. With his arms crossed and a mischievous glint in his eyes, he added, "Reading the descriptions up there is useless. The real treasures, they won't put them on display." Su Ming raised an eyebrow, surprised to hear someone use the term treasures in the dragon clan's territory. He scrutinized the boy in front of him and asked, "And you are?" "I'm Xiaolong, Xiaofeng's cousin. I'm ranked 13th in the family," the boy replied, directly mentioning Xiaofeng, clearly recognizing Su Ming. Su Ming nodded, skipping the need for introductions. He hadn't disguised himself when entering, and among the younger generation, there weren't many who wouldn't recognize him. "What do you mean by useless?" Xiaolong sneered. "I've been here 3 times since I was 10. I've visited all the cities, and it's nothing but a bunch of mixed-blood jiaos. They're not worth much." Su Ming silently analyzed the situation. This boy named Long was likely a promising young talent in the Xiao family. 3 opportunities to contract with the Dragon Clan, and he was already on his 3rd attempt to seek a jiao before even starting college. His talent was indeed remarkable. "Oh, so you're saying there are other places?" Su Ming feigned curiosity. Xiaolong's eyes lit up. "Of course. Those places aren't the dragon nests in the cities, but rather under the sea. The remnants of the Dragon Palace?" Su Ming interjected. "Exactly." Xiaolong didn't seem surprised that Su Ming knew about the Dragon Palace remnants and continued. "The Dragon Palace is the best place to nurture dragons. Back in the day, plenty of ancient dragon eggs must have been left behind in the palace." Hearing this, Su Ming felt skeptical. Forget whether there were ancient dragon eggs. If there were, wouldn't the Dragon Clan have already retrieved and nurtured them? Besides, even if there were any, this kid might not even be able to hatch them. Did he think he was Xiao Wushang? Speaking of which, how exactly did Xiao Wushang manage to hatch that black dragon egg? Su Ming shook his head. "I don't have any water-type beasts. I can't go underwater." Xiaolong patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, leave that to me. But let me make it clear, if we find any water-type dragon eggs, I get first pick. Then why don't you just go by yourself? Su Ming turned to leave. He wasn't particularly interested in water-type dragon eggs, but he also didn't want to let the other guy take advantage. Why do something if there's no benefit? Wait, wait, Xiaolong hurriedly stopped him. Then how about this: whoever sees it first gets it. And if you can't hatch it, I'll help you. Su Ming paused. What do you need me to do? Xiaolong finally revealed the truth. There are quite a few sea creatures down there, and I definitely can't beat them. So that was it, was counting on Su Ming's combat strength. Su Ming glanced at Xiaolong's rank only tier 2. If he were saving a contract slot for a dragon, he'd likely only have one contracted beast. One last question, Su Ming asked. Won't the dragon clan's higher-ups intervene? Xiaolong explained. For the same reason the dragon eggs are left in the dragon palace, because it provides the best hatching conditions. Otherwise, why would they bother moving the remnants here? If we manage to hatch them early, that's our skill. It's within the rules. So, you're saying our actions are being watched by them? That, I'm not sure, Xiaolong shrugged. As long as we don't completely destroy the dragon palace, there shouldn't be any issues. That's what my family's ancestors said. And who is your family's ancestor? The one you've blamed a few times, Marshal Xia. Su Ming froze for a moment. My apologies. If Xiaolong was a direct descendant of Xiao Wushang from an unknown number of generations ago, then everything would make much more sense. Su Ming thought to himself that this kid must have grown up listening to the legendary tales of Xiao Wushang finding dragon eggs. No wonder he had so many opportunities to form contracts with dragons, and even dared to claim he could hatch a dragon egg. Perhaps Xiaolong approaching him was orchestrated by Xiao Wushang behind the scenes. All right, I'll go with you. After all, I don't have much interest in ordinary flood dragons, Su Ming said calmly. Great, let's get going, Xiaolong exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. 2 hours later, after several twists and turns, Su Ming followed Xiaolong to a remote bay. This place was desolate, a perfect spot where no one would notice if Xiaolong were dealt with on the spot. No wonder he didn't dare to ask anyone else for help, Su Ming thought to himself. Judging by how familiar Xiaolong appeared with the area, it was clear he had scouted the location beforehand. We're here, Xiaolong announced, coming to a stop. Su Ming shrugged, signaling for him to proceed. After all, diving into the water wasn't exactly his forte. Xiaolong waved his hand and, like a magician, summoned a small submarine. I prepared a submersible. Once we enter the dragon palace, we'll be able to move around freely. A submersible? Su Ming raised an eyebrow. What if something unexpected happens? He had assumed Xiaolong would have some sort of water-repelling treasure or beast-taming skills. Xiaolong scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I do have an automatic teleportation talisman. Su Ming sighed. Wasn't that just a way to escape and leave others to fend for themselves? Without hesitation, he summoned his skeletal lich, Hongyu. Create a small swarm of puppet fish for underwater reconnaissance. Hongyu responded immediately, her palm glowing with a blood-red light, as over a dozen small crimson puppet fish swam into the water in a neat line. Although Su Ming wasn't afraid of getting wet, he had no desire to end up drenched. More importantly, since Xiaolong seemed so confident, Su Ming didn't want to miss this opportunity. That's so cool, Xiaolong exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he circled around Hongyu, clearly more fascinated than frightened. All right, let's get on board, Xiaolong said, climbing into the submersible first. Fortunately, Xiaolong had practiced operating the submersible beforehand and wasn't a complete novice. If danger arose, he could steer them to safety in time. Otherwise, even with Hongyu's reconnaissance warnings, they could end up being targeted by elite sea beasts. If the submersible were destroyed, their underwater expedition would be cut short. Half an hour later, after a series of close calls, they arrived safely. Even without the spotlight, Su Ming could see several massive jade pillars emitting a faint glow. These pillars leaned at odd angles, hinting at their former grandeur while exuding an air of desolation and ruin. The remains of the dragon palace. We've arrived, Xiaolong murmured. Clang. As the submersible approached the entrance to the dragon palace ruins, it suddenly passed through an invisible barrier. Losing its buoyancy in the water, it crashed onto the stone floor. Thankfully, Xiaolong's skillful handling prevented them from falling from a greater height, which would have forced them to swim back up. Finally made it, Xiaolong let out a long sigh of relief as he stowed away the submersible. If this attempt failed, he might not get another chance. Regardless of the outcome, at least he would have no regrets. At that moment, Hongyu's voice transmitted to Su Ming. Master, this place is highly resistant and hostile toward undead creatures. Does the dragon palace reject undead? Su Ming frowned slightly. After a moment of thought, he decisively put away the crimson jade and summoned a Bai instead. Ing! A crisp cry rang out, as the Bai's massive figure instantly appeared in front of everyone. Originally a 3-meter commander-level beast, its body had undergone a peculiar transformation after absorbing a significant amount of wind and thunder metal. Its size had shrunk rather than grown, now standing just over a meter tall, though it could freely shift between 1 meter and 3 meters. Even more astonishing, when activating its perfected lightning titan form, it could expand to an astonishing 15 meters, becoming a colossal entity on par with monarch-level beasts. Su Ming had invested tens of millions into the metals used for Da Bai's transformation. A tenth of the cost would have sufficed if not for the lightning titan form, but Su Ming never regretted it. To him, earning money was meant to be spent on things he valued. Brother Ming, aren't you going to use your undead summoner? Xiao Long asked curiously, his tone already carrying a hint of familiarity. In a short time, he had come to regard Su Ming as an older brother. Red jade indicates that undead are rejected here. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I won't use it for now, Su Ming explained succinctly. Xiao Long nodded in understanding, though his gaze involuntarily fell on the cooing Dabai. He couldn't help but harbor some doubts about its compatibility. While Dabai had once defeated Xia Zhong with ease, that was merely an elite-level opponent. In the remnants of this dragon palace, the presence of monarch-level entities was not out of the question. Let's go and take a look inside, Su Ming said calmly. All right, Xiao Long replied, quickly following Su Ming's lead. As they walked, Xiao Long eagerly introduced the features of the dragon palace. Brother Ming, aside from sea beasts, the most likely threats here are stone golems. During the dragon palace's prime, they were used as laborers and guards. Some of them were even capable of moving the entire palace. Faintly glowing night pearls scattered along the walls provided just enough light to make out the dim contours of the dragon palace's interior. Suddenly, Su Ming stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed on a shadowy area ahead. Got it. Be careful, he whispered to Xiao Long. Following Su Ming's line of sight, Xiao Long saw several stone statues with eerie red glows flickering in their eye sockets. Holding his breath, he quietly counted. 1, 2, 5 commander-level golems. Before he could finish, the stone golems began to move. Dabai, take care of them. Also, Su Ming started to give instructions, but Dabai had already darted forward, a blur of motion as it charged into the group of stone golems. Ing! Dabai's excited cry carried a long-lost battle spirit. Boom, 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 boom. 5 thunderous impacts echoed in quick succession as Dabai's palm strikes, swift as lightning, smashed into each golem. Crash, crash, crash. The sound of shattering stone filled the air, and the space was instantly engulfed in a storm of debris. Commander Level 8 Star Stone Golem eliminated. Lifespan of 180 years plundered. Commander Level 9 Star Stone Golem eliminated. Lifespan of 190 years plundered. As the system notifications kept ringing, Dabai turned back, as if realizing that Su Ming hadn't finished speaking earlier. Su Ming shook his head helplessly. Forget it. Next time, try to keep the commotion down. Don't tear the place apart. Only then did he realize that Dabai had defeated the golems using sheer brute force, without even employing any special skills. Instant annihilation, Xiao Long muttered to himself, his eyes wide with shock. He couldn't help but regret underestimating this giant panda-like beast earlier. Noticing Su Ming picking up the golem's cores, Xiao Long quickly reminded him. Typically, 5 or 6 golems form a squad. There might still be a monarch level 1 nearby. Don't worry. Let's keep moving, Su Ming replied nonchalantly. Understood. Xiao Long's confidence grew with Su Ming's assured demeanor. He recalled what his ancestor had casually mentioned before their descent. If Su Ming is around, don't hesitate to trouble him. Don't hold back. Now, it seemed those words were entirely justified. The remnants of the Dragon Palace were far more massive than they had imagined. Su Ming led Xiao Long forward, their path stretching into a seemingly endless expanse of ruins. Su Ming couldn't help but marvel. Before traveling here, the Dragon Palace of the East Sea I saw on TV looked like an ordinary palace. I never thought it would be this magnificent in reality. Xiao Long nodded and explained. Indeed, the full Dragon Palace was as large as the imperial capital. What we see here is less than 1% of the ruins. Su Ming's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, does that mean there are more Dragon Palace remnants in the outer seas? Xiao Long gave a bitter smile and shook his head. There are, but even the dragon demigods can't handle the challenges there. The oceans beyond are far from safe. One careless mistake, and you'd be tainted by the abyssal corruption. That's why we can only test our luck here. Su Ming nodded thoughtfully. Finding an ancient dragon egg here would be ideal, but venturing into the Forbidden Sea was far too reckless. As they walked and talked, they arrived at an open area. After carefully observing their surroundings, Xiao Long speculated. Brother Ming, this might have been the dragon's dining hall. Su Ming was about to joke that they themselves looked more like food when a rustling sound suddenly echoed around them. Dozens of tentacles emerged from the shadows, encircling the two. At the critical moment, a pale blue book floated out from Xiao Long's body. A single character for purity transformed into flowing water, gliding past the two and carrying their scent far away. The tentacles were instantly drawn to the distant aroma. With the immediate danger averted, the two finally got a clear look at their attackers. 4 or 5 enormous octopuses, each possessing the power of a monarch-level beast. Su Ming was astonished to realize that Xiao Long's primary contracted beast was a book spirit. It confirmed his suspicion that Xiao Long was one of the prodigies recognized by the esteemed Wen family. Without wasting time, Su Ming called out, "Dabai, be careful when you attack and smash up the seafood too much. We still need to eat it." Xiao Long was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how Su Ming could be thinking about food in this situation. Su Ming explained matter-of-factly, "This was the dragon's food, wasn't it? Of course it's edible." Dabai responded immediately, transforming into its Thunder Titan form and adamantine body. It grew into a 15-meter-tall ancient beast, shimmering with golden light. Even so, it still seemed small in the vast expanse of the ruins. Xiaolong was completely stunned by the sight. Without hesitation, Dabai activated Wind Thunder Step. Despite its massive size, it moved like an apparition, silently closing in on one of the giant octopuses. It initially considered using bone-melting palm, but realizing the soft-bodied creatures might turn into a splatter of octopus juice, it opted for the more suitable Thunder Strike Palm. Thunder Strike Palm. Golden lightning crackled into Bai's palms as it struck with tremendous force, piercing through the heads of two giant octopuses in an instant. With a wet thud, the creatures collapsed to the ground. Killing a Monarch level 8-star Ink Cloud octopus granted 280 years of alien lifespan. Killing a Monarch level 6-star Ink Cloud octopus granted 260 years of alien lifespan. Two system notifications flashed before Su Ming's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. However, the remaining two Ink Cloud octopuses were not about to give up without a fight. They extended their thick tentacles simultaneously, attempting to wrap around Dabai's limbs like steel cables, aiming to tear it apart. But this futile effort quickly proved to be a mistake. Dabai's body was forged entirely from black iron, making it indestructible. What made it even more fearsome was the ring of thunderous energy surrounding it, giving it the aura of a war god. As soon as the octopus's tentacles touched Dabai's body, they were instantly paralyzed by a powerful electric current. The might of the Thunder Titan form was no exaggeration. Dabai grabbed the tentacles of the two octopuses and swung them like massive hammers, smashing them violently against the ground. The deafening sound of impact echoed repeatedly. After dozens of strikes, Su Ming received kill notifications once again. All right. If you keep going, you'll turn them into takoyaki." Su Ming quickly shouted to stop Dabai. He hurried over to collect the 4 octopus corpses into his storage space. With a sigh, he remarked, "These days, it's really not easy to get some seafood. Tiannan City isn't near the sea, and the Forbidden Magic Sea has polluted most of the ocean." Suddenly struck by inspiration, Su Ming changed his mind. This trip isn't just about finding some dragon eggs. The most important thing is to stock up on seafood. Standing nearby, Xiao Long, who had witnessed the entire scene, looked on with admiration. Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Minga, Dabai is incredible." Her voice was full of reverence. If Hong Yu's combat power is about strength in numbers, with a group of commander-level beings overwhelming monarch-level ones, then Dabai is the opposite one commander-level entity, single-handedly crushing a group of monarch-level ones. The impact is even more astonishing. Su Ming responded modestly, "It's all right, I guess. All that food wasn't wasted, after all." Xiao Long asked with curiosity, "So eating is all it takes? I almost want to raise a panda myself now." Su Ming quickly discouraged her. "You'd better not. My panda is quite special, different from others. Something about its bloodline, or maybe something else. I can't really explain it. But you'd be better off not taking that route." He thought to himself, if it were just anyone else, it wouldn't matter much. But if this little prodigy were led astray, Xiao Wushang definitely wouldn't let him off the hook. Worst case scenario, they might even accuse him of colluding with the Demon Palace, and he'd really have no choice but to join them then. What Su Ming didn't know was that Xiao Wushang had already assigned him an even more formidable identity, making any secret dealings with the Demon Palace unnecessary. Afterward, Dabai continued its massacre of sea creatures. Towering crabs as tall as 3-story buildings, giant lobsters over 10 meters long, none were spared. Su Ming simply followed behind, collecting the spoils as if he were gathering treasures along the shore. As for Xiao Long, despite her privileged upbringing, she had apparently not had much seafood before. She watched the scene unfold with wide-eyed wonder. After traveling a bit further, just as Su Ming began to doubt whether there was anything else to find besides seafood, Xiao Long suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Minga, this place seems to resemble the description of the dragon breeding pool." "The dragon breeding pool? A place for hatching dragons." Su Ming raised an eyebrow. "It does sound fancier than something like a dragon's lair." Xiao Long explained, "Of course. Only those with true dragon bloodlines are qualified to hatch in the dragon breeding pool." Su Ming surveyed the surroundings. Aside from ruins and rubble, there didn't seem to be anything remarkable. However, the spiritual energy in the area was indeed abundant. Even without actively cultivating, he could feel the energy seeping into his pores. "Where's the pool?" "I don't see any," he asked, puzzled. Xiao Long spread her arms and gestured around. Here, this entire area is the pool. Next, we just need to carefully search for any signs of dragon eggs. Su Ming shrugged, a faint, helpless smile appearing on his face. He had already prepared to head back with a bunch of seafood, but unexpectedly, the situation had taken a turn. He thought to himself, if he only returned with some seafood, the two of them would surely mock him endlessly. Just then, Xiaolong pulled out a tiny bottle from his pocket, so small it could only hold a few drops of liquid, and handed it to Su Ming. Brother Ming, this is for you. Su Ming took the bottle and was surprised to find it much heavier than he had imagined. What is this? He asked curiously. Xiaolong gave a mysterious smile and explained, this is the blood essence of a semi-divine, true dragon lineage. Some ancestors, before passing away, would have their contracted dragons condense a single drop of it. After the ancestor passes, the dragon would return to the dragon race and reincarnate as a beast egg, though its aptitude would decrease slightly. Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel. You guys really know how to keep it all in the family. He quickly understood the logic behind it. The dragon race sought to improve their lineage's potential through beastmasters, while the Xia family took the opportunity to demand a drop of blood essence before the dragons reincarnated. Both sides benefited. No wonder the dragon eggs sent out for contracts had increasingly poor aptitude. Everyone wanted to take advantage without suffering any losses. As for breaking contracts and releasing the dragons, Su Ming knew the Xia family would never allow the dragon race to accumulate high-level power unchecked over the years. They would only maintain the dragons at a relatively stable number. However, since Xiaolong was so open about this and even casually handed over the blood essence, it was clear they weren't concerned about the dragon race's reaction. After all, leaving behind just one drop of blood essence as compensation was already a show of respect to the dragons. Even if they drained all the essence, it would still fall within the Beastmaster's rights. This is your secret weapon for hatching the dragon egg? Su Ming asked, a glint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Xiaolong nodded, looking a bit sheepish. Yes, originally, I wanted to ask the patriarch for the blood essence of an ancient black dragon, but he gave me a good beating instead. In the end, he only gave me 2 drops of some unknown dragon's blood. Who knows how old it is, or if it's even expired. But it should still work. 1 drop for each of us, it's enough. Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Bold enough to target an ancient black dragon? It's a miracle Xia Wushang didn't beat you to death probably, because you're a true prodigy. Looking around, Su Ming noticed the area appeared relatively safe, with no sea beasts daring to approach. He suggested, this dragon breeding pool is as vast as a small town, filled with fragments of ruined buildings. Searching every corner piece by piece won't be easy. How about we split up? Xiaolong nodded in agreement. I was thinking the same. Let's synchronize our schedules and check in with each other every 12 hours. All right, Su Ming responded, then exchanged contact information with Xiaolong. The two split up, heading in opposite directions to begin their treasure hunt. Su Ming walked alone for about 10 minutes, carefully observing his surroundings. From some subtle traces, he could discern the presence of formations. Coupled with the abundant spiritual energy that lingered here even after thousands of years, he became increasingly confident that this was indeed the legendary dragon breeding pool. However, the scene before him was disheartening. The level of destruction was far worse than he had imagined. Nearly every inch of the ground was riddled with cracks, and layers of broken ruins were piled high like mountains. Searching for dragon eggs here was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. To make matters worse, Su Ming couldn't summon Hongyu to assist with the search, as he feared triggering unnecessary incidents. He had a strong feeling that if Hongyu appeared here, it might activate the remnants of the formations, potentially causing the entire ruin to collapse. Left with no other choice, Su Ming decided to rely on his contracted beast. He called out softly, "Dabai, I'm counting on you." Ing. A gentle response came from his contract space, as if asking what its master needed it to do. Dabai looked at Su Ming in confusion, unable to understand why it was being tasked with such menial labor. Su Ming offered no explanation, merely instructing Dabai to clear the path ahead and carefully search the gaps in the more intact walls. However, after several hours of exploration, they still found nothing. As night fell, Su Ming started a campfire and began roasting the octopus tentacles he had caught earlier. With practiced skill, he cut, seasoned, and cooked the meat, and soon a tantalizing aroma filled the air. Initially, Dabai was repelled by the multi-legged creature, but as the smell wafted over, its attitude changed instantly. Su Ming took a small bite and felt satisfied, leaving the rest to Dabai, who devoured it all in no time. As expected of a monarch-level beast, its appetite was astonishing. After the meal, Su Ming gazed at the surrounding ruins and suddenly remembered a skill he had yet to try: Time Anchor. This was a new ability he acquired after the Spirit of Time advanced to the commander level. With this skill, he could use an object as a medium to return to any moment within the past 10,000 years, observing events from a third-person perspective. Su Ming asked the Spirit of Time about the specifics of the skill's energy consumption. The spirit explained that activating and deactivating the skill required no energy, but maintaining it consumed the same amount as reversing time, which relied on the sands of time. Additionally, regardless of how long the skill lasted, only a moment would pass in the real world. After understanding the mechanics, Su Ming decided to use the surrounding ruins as a medium and start from 10,000 years ago, observing for 10 minutes. With his intent, light and shadows swirled before his eyes, creating a dreamlike illusion. In the next instant, Su Ming found himself in a scene brimming with spiritual energy. He couldn't see his own body but could freely control his perspective and elevation, like a nimble camera. Raising his viewpoint, Su Ming finally saw the full layout of the dragon breeding pool. The sight before him was breathtaking. The dragon breeding pool was divided into thousands of large stone chambers, each inscribed with intricate formations, occasionally echoing with dragon roars. Su Ming realized that the dragon eggs placed in this pool must have had at least overlord-level potential, a testament to the dragon race's prosperity at its peak. By comparison, even a flood dragon with overlord-level potential was now a rare and exceptional find. 10 minutes passed quickly. While Su Ming didn't uncover any particularly useful information, he did confirm that this place had indeed nurtured numerous extraordinary dragon eggs in the past. Whether any ancient dragon eggs remained was still uncertain. Logically, the higher the potential of a dragon egg, the longer its incubation period. If an egg remained unhatched after millennia, it could indicate not only the deterioration of environmental conditions, but also that the egg contained the bloodline of an ancient true dragoner, perhaps even the potential to hatch a divine dragon. Su Ming thought to himself that finding such a dragon egg would undoubtedly be an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His desire to explore was fully ignited, and he resolved to delve deeper into the mysteries of these ruins. As the light and shadow dissipated, Su Ming returned to reality. It felt as though only an instant had passed, and everything he had just witnessed seemed like a dream. The scene before him remained a desolate ruin, the former prosperity now a thing of the past. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Su Ming muttered, "Time spirit, 9,000 years ago." He spoke softly, giving the command. 10 minutes later, the view remained unchanged. This wasn't an issue with the time spirit's ability, it was simply that 9,000 years ago, this place already looked like this. Slowly, he elevated his perspective, scanning the entire area. There was no trace of dragon eggs, only a few young dragons occasionally darting by. This indicated that 9,000 years ago, some dragon eggs were still in the process of hatching. The dragons had collected the remnants of the dragon breeding pool, but had not relocated the eggs, allowing them to continue developing naturally. As for whether any ancient dragon eggs remained here now, even the dragon clan's higher-ups might struggle to determine. However, under the current circumstances, even a dragon with ancient true dragon bloodline wouldn't be enough to change the tide unless it could ascend to godhood. But the last dragon to reach godhood was the world-ending demon dragon. The comparison between the two time anchor points led Su Ming to realize that the decline in this area might have occurred within just 1,000 years or even less. While this discovery seemed to hold little practical value after all, even if there had been dragon eggs here 9,000 years ago, they had likely hatched by now. The only potential worth might lie in pinpointing the exact moment of the area's downfall to uncover what truly happened. Time spirit, proceed. 9,500 years ago, Su Ming commanded. The scene remained a ruin, but in the sky, numerous adult dragons could be seen busily moving about. A massive dragon head lunged towards Su Ming, but as an observer, he felt nothing. Continue. 9,750 years ago. The area appeared to be relatively unaffected at this point, though the defensive forces had clearly been strengthened. 9,625 years ago. Once again, it was a ruin. 9,700 years ago. This time, the scene transformed dramatically, but oddly enough, the defensive forces had been withdrawn. Su Ming furrowed his brow, deciding to conduct a more detailed investigation. Time spirit, starting from 9,700 years ago to 9,625 years ago, analyze each year in 10-second intervals. With repeated attempts, Su Ming became increasingly adept at utilizing the time spirit's ability. His perspective felt akin to reviewing surveillance footage, allowing him to skip unnecessary segments directly. If he were tasked with solving a case, he would undoubtedly excel. However, in this world of beast tamers, there were countless methods for investigation, rendering such advanced time reversal techniques largely unnecessary. Suddenly, Su Ming called out, "Pause. Go back to the year 9,659. He had keenly noticed a subtle change. With his enhanced mental strength, Su Ming's information processing ability had reached new heights. Carefully comparing the memories of two different years in his mind, he confirmed that in the year 9,658, a black dragon egg had inexplicably appeared in a specific corner. And in its original position, there was still an unhatched egg. This discovery stirred something within Su Ming. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a crucial clue. The Dragon Palace was on the verge of collapse, and Su Ming knew that the dragon clan had no time to focus on reproduction at such a critical moment. Yet, the scene before him left him puzzled. Among all the vacant stone chambers, why were there two dragon eggs placed so closely together? With questions lingering in his mind, he continued to push forward through time, each second feeling as though it stretched into an entire day. Suddenly, at a certain moment, Su Ming noticed a shadow appear above the dragon incubation pool. It was a mysterious figure cloaked in black, carefully cradling a pitch-black dragon egg in their hands. Silently, the figure slipped into the water, gently placing the black dragon egg beside a pale blue one. Holding his breath, Su Ming observed the scene, thinking to himself, the defenses here are weak, and the location is remote. It's almost impossible for anyone to notice. Did this person barge in boldly or sneak in silently? Just as he prepared to take a closer look at the figure's face, the person abruptly raised their head. A pair of eyes, as deep and unfathomable as black holes, stared directly in Su Ming's direction. In that instant, Su Ming felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His entire body trembled, and he instantly withdrew from the observer's perspective. Gasping for air, his heart pounding like a drum, he stammered, "Shirling, what's going on? Did they notice me?" Shirling responded calmly. The other party seems to have reached the divine realm, transcending certain rules to some extent. However, they likely won't cause you any substantial harm. Only then did Su Ming realize his own carelessness. Though his life wasn't in danger, the chilling sense of dread lingered, as if he had experienced a mental shock. The divine realm? Su Ming murmured to himself. 1,000 years ago, only the Sword Emperor, the Zhuxian sword, and the world-devouring demon dragon had reached that level. Could it be the demon dragon in its human form? The thought sent a thrill through Su Ming. If it truly was the bloodline of the demon dragon, this news could cause a massive upheaval in the cultivation world. The key question was, did the Dragon Clan know about this? If they did, would they choose to destroy it or secretly nurture it? Su Ming began calculating in his mind. An opportunity like this could be a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Whether or not it's the demon dragon's bloodline, as long as I can form a contract, it'll be my dragon. Even if the demon dragon itself appears, it will have to bow down. The immediate priority was to locate the dragon egg. Skipping past the moments involving the demon dragon, Su Ming focused on tracking the egg's trajectory. As time unfolded, he witnessed a shocking scene. The pale blue dragon egg was gradually withering, as though its life force was being drained. Eventually, the blue egg crumbled into fragments of stone, while the black dragon egg miraculously turned pale blue. It really is the demon dragon's bloodline. Su Ming marveled to himself. Even its own kind isn't spared. Impressive, powerful, I like it. He then watched as the dragon incubation pool collapsed, and the color-changing dragon egg fell into a fissure. Su Ming immediately instructed Shirling to record the time point and exited the temporal anchor, ready to locate the area near the fissure. Su Ming made up his mind this dragon egg would be his, no matter what. With a clear direction in mind, Su Ming's search became methodical and efficient. The assistance of the time anchor allowed him to pinpoint locations with precision. During this process, he unexpectedly discovered two dragon eggs with unusual colors in hidden corners, one with fire attributes, and the other with ice attributes. By touching their shells, Su Ming immediately discerned their extraordinary potential, far surpassing ordinary dragon eggs. However, his focus remained solely on the magic dragon egg. Even so, he cautiously placed the two eggs into a beast cage for possible future use. As he delved deeper into the area, Su Ming gradually understood why the Dragon Clan allowed this region to remain untouched. It seemed to be a fragile historical relic, where the presence of higher-tier dragons could easily cause irreparable damage. Only young dragons could hatch here and then leave to rejoin the Dragon Clan. After tireless effort, Su Ming finally discovered a deep, black crevice. During this time, Xiaolong contacted him to exchange updates, and Su Ming carefully responded, stating that he was still searching for his target. "Dabai, move this out of the way," Su Ming commanded decisively. Dabai responded immediately, using both hands to lift a solid granite wall nearly 3 stories high. With a thunderous crash, dust and debris flew everywhere. Ignoring the commotion, Su Ming, pressed for time, decisively leapt into the depths of the cave. However, midair, he suddenly felt a gust of wind rushing toward him. "Shirling, rewind." Su Ming instantly returned to the cave entrance, silently relieved at his quick reaction. "Damn it, an ambush," he muttered, frustrated by his impatience. He quickly issued another order. "Dabai, you go down first." Without hesitation, Dabai jumped into the cave, and moments later, sounds of intense collisions echoed from below. Su Ming mentally checked in with Dabai and received the reply, "Something big down here." Just as he was processing this, Xiaolong's communication came through again, asking about the situation with concern. "No, just in a cave," Su Ming replied tersely. "Encountered what seems to be a king-level beast, dealing with it now." "You be careful too," Xiaolong exclaimed in shock. "King level? Be extra careful. But if there's a king-level beast in that cave, The dragon egg was probably eaten already. Maybe try searching somewhere else instead of risking it. Su Ming suddenly realized the possibility that the dragon egg might have already been destroyed. Dabai, finish it quickly, and don't collapse the cave, he ordered urgently. 10 seconds later, Dabai finally delivered good news. All done. Su Ming leaped into the abyss without hesitation. His enhanced physique, far surpassing that of ordinary people, made the descent trivial. However, before he could adjust to the dim light below, the outline of a massive creature emerged in his sight. It was Dao Bai, his loyal companion, dragging an enormous creature toward him as if presenting a trophy. As Su Ming focused his gaze, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. What lay before him was a colossal octopus, over 40 meters long, now barely clinging to life and offering little resistance. This size, it's definitely a king-level existence. Su Ming thought to himself, impressed. Dabei's claim of having caught a big one was no exaggeration. Seeing the octopus still struggling faintly, Su Ming decisively commanded, Dabai, it's not quite dead yet. Finish it off. Dabai tilted its head, appearing momentarily puzzled, but ultimately trusted Su Ming's judgment. It raised its massive paw again and slammed it down on the octopus head with force. Bone-melting palm. With a deafening crash, the entire octopus turned into a mushy pulp, leaving only a few intact tentacles. Su Ming looked at the scene before him and shook his head helplessly. Well, I guess this will have to do for a meal. At that moment, a series of system notifications echoed in Su Ming's mind. King Level 3 Star Inky Cloud Octopus slain. 330 years of alien lifespan plundered. Skill plundered. King's token has been automatically comprehended. Panda Beast, Blood Witch Fiend, and Temporal Spirit have acquired beginner level King's token. Immune to general King level suppression. Essential condition for advancing to King level. Defeating Kings repeatedly to comprehend and upgrade. Su Ming pondered. King level suppression, huh? To ascend as a king, one must first defeat the old kings. Makes sense. He couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune. Comprehending the skill in one attempt certainly saved him a lot of trouble. Curious, Su Ming turned to Dabai and asked, did you feel any king-level suppression when you took it down? Dabai tilted its head again, looking confused. Huh? Suppression? I only know big prey tasty. Su Ming chuckled, amused. Even if king-level creatures had a natural power boost, Dabei's overwhelming strength likely made it a one-sided battle. However, there was a more urgent matter at hand. Su Ming scanned his surroundings anxiously, searching for the dragon egg. A dragon with such noble bloodline, surely it wasn't eaten by that octopus, he muttered, feeling a rising sense of urgency. Just then, a faint, familiar aura caught Su Ming's attention. Why does it smell like abyssal magic here? He murmured, growing alert. Following the trace, he realized the aura was fading fast. In a race against time, Su Ming finally spotted the dragon egg in a hidden corner. It had completely retracted its magical aura and now emitted a soft blue glow, resembling an exquisite piece of art. Found you, little one. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. His long pursuit across millennia had finally borne fruit. He speculated that the egg's release of magical aura was likely a defense mechanism, akin to certain creatures that emit strong odors to repel predators when threatened. Surveying the area, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at how the octopus had grown to king-level status here. It must have devoured numerous dragon eggs. Times have changed, he thought wryly. These octopuses were once nothing more than snacks for dragons, and now they've turned the tables. The next step was to attempt forming a bond with the dragon egg. Based on its earlier behavior, Su Ming guessed that the egg possessed remarkable intelligence, possibly even surpassing that of ordinary dragon eggs. After all, most dragon eggs only developed intelligence shortly before hatching, while this little one seemed capable of devouring its kind and releasing magical energy for self-defense from the very beginning. With a mix of anticipation and curiosity, Su Ming began preparing the ritual to forge a contract, eager to see what surprises this ancient life form would bring him. Su Ming stared at the dragon egg in his hand. On the surface, it looked no different from an ordinary water-element dragon egg, showing no connection to the abyss or any demonic energy. He chuckled softly and said to Dabai beside him, Huh, a dragon egg here? Well, it's useless to me. Dabai, you're in luck. Tonight, we're having roasted dragon egg. Dabai let out an excited cheer. Yep. It thought to itself, roasted dragon egg must taste way better than roasted octopus. Inside the egg, the consciousness was utterly baffled. With its limited understanding, it simply couldn't grasp the human's logic. Encountering a dragon egg and immediately deciding to roast it? This was absurd. Without hesitation, Su Ming picked up the dragon egg and strode over to the corpse of the king-class octopus. Expertly, he set up a campfire and began preparing for the meal. Shirling, Su Ming suddenly asked, can't we use a time anchor on this dragon egg? Shirling replied, only if it's a dead egg. All right then. Su Ming shrugged and continued his cooking preparations. Sizzle King-class octopus tentacles crackled enticingly over the fire. Dabai could hardly wait and began devouring the food with gusto. At that moment, The intelligence within the dragon egg finally realized that this human wasn't joking. It screamed internally, "Help! He's really going to roast me." It had thought it had escaped the predation of the king-class octopus, only to encounter an even more terrifying existence. In its despair, it called out, "Mom, where are you?" If Su Ming could hear its thoughts, he would undoubtedly respond mercilessly, "Your mom's gone." Just then, Su Ming's sharp senses caught a hint of a familiar demonic aura. He sneered, "Heh, pulling this trick on me. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Hong Yu. Su Ming deduced that the presence of demonic energy here likely indicated it could evade certain detection formations. Sure enough, when Hong Yu appeared, it didn't cause any disturbances. Compared to the dense demonic aura, the presence of the undead was practically negligible. Hong Yu communicated with Su Ming through telepathy. A demonic creature? Not sure. Have a look. Su Ming gestured for Hong Yu to examine the dragon egg. Hong Yu reached out, easily grasping the egg, emitting faint demonic energy. However, compared to Hong Yu's own abyssal blood jade-like form, the dragon egg's demonic aura was as insignificant as a firefly before the moon. It was instantly absorbed. Su Ming immediately understood. The demonic dragon likely intended to place this egg in the dragon clan's breeding pool as a substitute. Naturally, they wouldn't enhance its demonic traits, but might even weaken them deliberately. Hong Yu reported to Su Ming, "Master, this dragon egg doesn't seem to have been heavily corrupted. It appears to have been intentionally purified." Su Ming burst into laughter. "Huh? So, it's not a bad egg after all. That means I can roast it without worry. If I don't eat it soon, it'll really go bad." The dragon egg was completely hopeless. No matter what it tried, it couldn't change its fate. What shocked it even more was that this human seemed to have a connection with demonic creatures. The beast contracted by him had a level of corruption comparable to its own memories of its mother. In its despair, the dragon egg tentatively sent out a thought, "Papa?" Su Ming froze. If he didn't know this egg was from over 10,000 years ago, he might have felt a twinge of pity. But he knew better. This wasn't genuine submission, just a desperate attempt to survive. The dragon egg had realized that if it didn't act soon, it was definitely going to be eaten. The consciousness within the egg didn't doubt Su Ming's power or ruthlessness, not after seeing his contract with a fully demonic creature. It knew it had to come up with a better plan to save itself, or it really would end up as tonight's delicacy. Su Ming stood before the massive octopus's abdomen, a complex glint in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he asked directly, "After guarding this place alone for 10,000 years, is my fate still to be eaten and turned into waste? Would you be willing to form a contract with me?" As soon as he finished speaking, a faint but urgent thought emanated from nearby. "Willing. I'm willing." The voice was filled with desperation and fear, clearly not daring to refuse Su Ming's proposal. Su Ming frowned slightly and continued questioning. "How much longer until you hatch?" The thought hesitated briefly before responding. Under ideal conditions, 9,000 years." Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but mock. "So you've been doing nothing for these 10,000 years? What conditions?" The thought quickly explained, absorbing sufficient dragon bloodline power. "If that giant octopus hadn't consumed the dragon eggs here, I would have hatched long ago." Su Ming let out a cold laugh and sliced open the octopus belly with his blade. With a series of clinking sounds, over a dozen dragon eggs rolled out. After examining them carefully, Su Ming found that all of them were unviable, dead eggs. "Will dead eggs work?" Su Ming asked as he neatly arranged the dragon eggs. The thought hesitated again before replying. "They'll have to do, but are you really willing to give me 9,000 years?" Su Ming didn't respond. Instead, he began drawing a contract formation. He said coldly, "Since you've already developed sentience, you should be able to sign a contract, right?" The thought was filled with disbelief, but cautiously agreed. Su Ming placed the dragon eggs onto the contract formation and initiated the ritual. Suddenly, a prompt appeared. "Do you confirm the contract with the 1,000 illusion-devouring python?" Su Ming froze for a moment, almost twisting his back in surprise. After a brief hesitation, he decisively confirmed. Once the contract was sealed, Su Ming didn't place the 1,000 illusion-devouring python's egg into his beast space, but left it among the pile of dead eggs. He added a single drop of true dragon essence blood to the mix. Su Ming then began accelerating the growth process. Every 1,000 years, the 1,000 illusion-devouring python would fully absorb the power of a specific dragon bloodline and master a corresponding transformation ability. Snow Wind Dragon, Xianming Thunder Dragon, Crimson Flame Golden Thunder Dragon, Purple Lightning Dragon, Nine Nether Ice Dragon, Thunder Curse Azure Dragon until, after 9,000 years, it finally mastered the transformation ability of the Silver Sky Ice Dragon, reaching 100 hatching progress. The 1,000 illusion-devouring python finally hatched, and its loyalty instantly surged to 100. Su Ming gazed at the creature before him, a newborn with astonishing power, his heart brimming with anticipation and curiosity. In the year 9001, the 1,000 phantom-devouring python lay dormant, as a single drop of true dragon essence blood within it slowly melted, awakening a long-hidden bloodline. Time flew by, and 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. By the year 10,000, the python finally awakened its latent ancient azure dragon bloodline. Though the bloodline was faint, it held boundless potential, waiting to be unlocked with more resources. With the awakening of its bloodline, the python's power surged dramatically. Its rank leaped from Spirit Awakening level 1 star to the peak of Transcendent level, an astonishing feat. Its skill, Thousand Phantom Transformation, advanced from beginner to mastery level, and it even acquired a new skill, Phantom Overlay. Though the new skill was still at the beginner level, it already showed remarkable potential. Su Ming gazed at the extraordinary sight before him, a realization dawning upon him. He finally understood the reason the demon dragon had placed this egg here. If not for an unforeseen accident, this creature could have grown into a second demon dragoner, more precisely, a thousand phantom devouring python disguised as a member of the dragon race. The rarity of this species was beyond imagination. Su Ming had never heard of such a creature, and it was likely the only one in the annals of history. Reflecting on the demon dragon's past, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. That demon dragon had lived its entire life under the guise of being part of the dragon race, leaving an indelible stain of shame upon them. Roar! At this moment, the thousand phantom devouring python transformed into the form of the water spirit dragon egg it had first consumed. Even a semi-divine dragon inspecting it would be hard-pressed to detect any flaws. It was a flawless disguise as a member of the dragon race. Looking at this extraordinary creature, Su Ming spoke softly. From now on, your name will be Qianhuan. He carefully examined Qianhuan's attributes. Beast, thousand phantom devouring python Qianhuan. Rank, Transcendent 9, star accelerable. Skills, 1. Thousand Phantom Transformation Mastery. Can transform into any species it has devoured and exhibit 100 of the corresponding species' abilities. 2. Phantom Overlay Beginner. For every transformation method mastered from a species with a bloodline level not inferior to its own, overall strength increases by 10. 3. Devour the Heavens. No level limit. Functionality depends on rank and strength. Can break restrictions, devour space, and enable spatial teleportation. Loyalty, 100. Su Ming mused. Phantom Overlay, infinitely stacking strength. This creature is practically the nemesis of the dragon race. With their high bloodline levels and numerous species, dragons are the perfect prey. He continued analyzing. However, the conditions for hatching Qianhuan must be extremely demanding, not only requiring a long incubation period but also multiple dragon species. Otherwise, the demon dragon could have simply hunted a few semi-divine dragons to nurture it. The corpses of adult dragons are difficult to preserve for long periods, which explains the need to target the dragon race's breeding grounds. With this thought, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the dragon race. The dragons have truly had it rough. Once the rulers of the seas, their habitat was destroyed by the demon dragon. Their entire race was burdened with its shame. And now, even their eggs have become nourishment for the thousand phantom devouring python. It's misery upon misery. Despite this, Su Ming felt no pity for the dragon race. On the contrary, he began to strategize. I'll have to find a way to get some dragons for Qianhuan to consume in the future to stack more attributes. Of course, it doesn't have to be dragons. Any high bloodline species will do. I'll just have to see what luck brings. He outlined a preliminary plan. When hunting beast clans in the future, I'll sell the crystal cores for money and let Qianhuan devour the flesh to see if it can stack additional attributes. No resources should go to waste. Turning to Qianhuan, Su Ming asked, Qianhuan, can you break the spatial boundary of this secret realm? Qianhuan responded, I can, but not without leaving traces. It would be noticed. Su Ming nodded, then pointed to the 2 dragon eggs in the beast cage. These 2 are useless now. Devour them. With that, he tossed the dragon eggs to Qianhuan. However, Qianhuan only consumed the fire attribute dragon egg, leaving the ice attribute one untouched. Su Ming stood deep within the cave, holding a fiery red dragon egg, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He murmured to himself, I'll absorb this fire dragon egg first. As for the silver Xiaobing ice dragon egg with ice attributes, I've already consumed that one. Turning to his companion beside him, Su Ming decisively ordered, all right, take me up. As he spoke, he swiftly stored the massive corpse of the king-level octopus, his movements practiced and efficient. Got it, his companion responded. Immediately, a strange glow rippled through the air. In an instant, the thousand phantom sky-swallowing python underwent a remarkable transformation. Its water-blue scales quickly faded, replaced by silver-white feathers, and its long, slender body became lighter and more agile. In the blink of an eye, it had morphed from a water spirit dragon into a snow wind dragon with wind attributes. Although it only possessed extraordinary level strength, this form granted it the ability to fly. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, for public appearances, I'll stick with the snow wind dragon for now. They soon flew out of the cave and reached the surface. Su Ming stored the Thousand Phantom into his spatial storage, silently evaluating. A flying snow wind dragon does have its practical uses. As for non-public scenarios, that's where I have more flexibility. Taking out his communicator, Su Ming sent a brief message to Xiaolong. Where are you? I'll come find you. He thought to himself, Xiaolong probably hadn't contacted him because he hadn't made much progress. Since Su Ming had already accomplished his goal, there was no reason to waste any more time. Before long, Su Ming located Xiaolong, who wore a conflicted expression. Xiaolong immediately asked, Minga, have you completed your contract? Su Ming nodded, yes. What's going on with you? He scrutinized Xiaolong's expression, thinking, he doesn't look like he's come up empty-handed. If anything, he seems more like. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaolong finally admitted, I found 2 dragon eggs, but they don't feel like the right fit. Su Ming was taken aback, marveling at Xiaolong's incredible luck. After all, even with his time anchor cheat ability, Su Ming had only managed to find 3 viable eggs. After some contemplation, Su Ming decided to be generous. He retrieved the silver Xiaobing ice dragon egg from his spatial storage and handed it to Xiaolong. This one's ice attribute. Do you want it? The moment Xiaolong touched the egg, he exclaimed, Ice attribute, such a powerful bloodline. It's much better than the 2 I found, and it's even ice attribute. Minga, are you sure you don't want it? Su Ming smiled calmly. I've already contracted one. As he spoke, he summoned the Thousand Phantom. Xiaolong stared at the snow wind dragon in admiration. A snow wind dragon, another dragon with a strong bloodline. It's far superior to ordinary flood dragons. Minga, your luck is incredible. With time pressing, Xiaolong didn't hesitate further and immediately began the contract process with the silver Xiaobing ice dragon egg. This type of dragon egg was much simpler to hatch compared to the Thousand Phantom. Only a drop of blood essence was needed. Meanwhile, the 2 dragon eggs Xiaolong had found were handed over to Su Ming. Without a word, Su Ming found a secluded spot and let the Thousand Phantom devour them directly. He calculated that once the eggs were fully absorbed, the Thousand Phantom would unlock 2 new transformation forms and gain a 20 boost in strength. Although it was still some distance from advancing to the next tier, according to the Thousand Phantom's inherited memories, it could ascend to the elite level by devouring 100 different species. Su Ming thought to himself, that doesn't seem too hard. Even if it's 1,000 species, I could find them quickly by venturing into the wild. After completing the contract, Xiaolong was filled with gratitude, repeatedly thanking Su Ming along the way. Minga, you're truly my lucky star. Without your help, I wouldn't have made it out, let alone contracted the silver Xiaobing ice dragon. Su Ming waved it off with a smile. All right, no need to thank me. Without you leading the way, we might have come back empty-handed. Let's just say it was a successful collaboration. If there's another opportunity like this, feel free to call me along. Xiaolong's eyes lit up. Really? Su Ming paused. You actually have another one? Xiaolong explained. Not another dragon contract opportunity. But I do have connections with the Zhou family, and they often discover mysterious secret realms. If you're interested, I can invite you next time. The Zhou family, Su Ming mused. As one of the 4 great families, they oversaw the Beastmaster Association. It seemed this collaboration had not only yielded substantial rewards, but also opened the door to new possibilities for the future. All right, but don't bother me with low-level, easy stuff, Su Ming said with a light chuckle, a confident glint flashing in his eyes. He glanced around and added, with my current rank, there's no way I'm playing house with a bunch of kids at the 2nd or 3rd tier. Xiaolong's face turned slightly awkward upon hearing this. He quickly explained, well, nowadays, our group is more into exploring unstable secret realms and small-scale disaster abysses. But I'm a bit afraid of dying, so I haven't really joined in. Su Ming studied Xiaolong, secretly surprised. This boy, who seemed only 16 or 17, had already reached the 2nd tier and had contracted both a book spirit and a dragon. Among his peers, he was undoubtedly a prodigy, standing ahead of 99.9999 of them. For a moment, Su Ming couldn't help but speculate. Could this guy be the next heir of the Xia family? As if seeing through Su Ming's thoughts, Xiaolong quickly shook his head and denied it. No, not at all. In a large family, everyone has a clear role. Some manage internal affairs, others handle commerce, some coordinate relationships, and others focus on expanding territories. Having strong abilities or exceptional beast-taming talent doesn't necessarily mean you're suited to be the family heir. Su Ming nodded thoughtfully. He noticed that although Xiaolong came from the combat-focused faction of his family, he had still gained the favor of the Wen family and maintained good relations with the Zhou family. It seemed likely that this young man could become a key figure connecting the various families in the future. If his strength progressed quickly enough, he might even wield significant influence across different factions. The journey back was uneventful. The Dragon Island secret realm was even safer and more stable than Tian'an City. No beasts dared to stir up trouble, let alone trigger a beast tide. Returning to the hall where they had entered, Su Ming and Xiaolong found that over a dozen people had already gathered there. Each had chosen a dragon with attributes matching their own from the various dragon nests, and was now waiting to see what others had acquired. A middle-aged man in the hall spoke up. Summon your contracted beasts, and also place your storage items here for inspection. Xiaolong was the first to step forward. His storage ring passed the inspection without issue, and he began summoning his beasts. When the book spirit appeared, no one batted an eye. But the moment the silver sky ice dragon emerged, the hall erupted in commotion. What bloodline level is this? It feels way stronger than my fire Jiao, someone exclaimed. The middle-aged man nodded in approval. Impressive. It's been a long time since someone contracted a dragon with bloodlines so close to a true dragon's. When it was Su Ming's turn, he placed his storage ring on the inspection device. Suddenly, the machine emitted a piercing alarm. Beep, beep, beep. The crowd immediately began whispering among themselves, though they kept their voices low. What's going on? Is this guy really bold enough to cause trouble on Dragon Island? Could it be a dragon egg that didn't hatch? Or a dragon corpse? Storage rings aren't meant for living creatures, they can only hold inanimate objects. Su Ming was bewildered. He was sure he had tidied everything up properly. How could this alarm be triggered? The middle-aged man glanced at Su Ming and then at Xiaolong, softening his tone. Ming, right? Don't worry. Just take it out yourself to make things easier for everyone. He understood that those qualified to form contracts here were all exceptional talents, not people to offend lightly. Moreover, Su Ming seemed to have a close connection with the Xia family. The man couldn't help but wonder how this unexpected situation would unfold. Take what? Su Ming inwardly smirked. He had nothing to hide. Those dragon eggs had long been devoured by Qian Huan. Not bothering to waste his breath, he shifted his attention to the massive king-level octopus. Could it be this colossal creature? It made sense, consuming a large number of dragon eggs, absorbing their essence, and advancing its bloodline. I can bring it out, Su Ming said slowly. But you all better be prepared. The middle-aged man tensed, sensing something ominous. He instinctively readied himself to summon his beast for defense. The space here is too small, Su Ming remarked as he stepped into the courtyard. Before anyone could react, a massive shadow suddenly descended with a thunderous crash. With a deafening boom, a gigantic octopus, over 40 meters long, coiled its immense body, completely filling the courtyard. A strong stench of blood, mixed with the briny smell of seafood, wafted through the air. Its enormous, slimy tentacles twitched faintly, sending chills down everyone's spine. What the hell is this? The middle-aged man's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and he abandoned the idea of summoning his beast. As a fifth-rank beast tamer, he was utterly dumbfounded by this creature, which dwarfed all his own beasts combined. A king-level beast, he managed to stammer. It probably consumed some dragon eggs and absorbed their essence, Su Ming replied nonchalantly. You can check it yourself. He handed over his storage ring and the beast trap cage, clearly uninterested in prolonging the conversation. The middle-aged man dared not put on airs any longer. He quickly conducted another inspection. This time, the results were satisfactory, and he let out a sigh of relief. However, a new problem arose: what to do with the massive octopus. According to regulations, any unqualified items could not be taken out. Did you kill this king-level sea beast? And why are you carrying its corpse? The man asked cautiously. Su Ming answered casually. It was trapped in a cave and couldn't escape. I happened upon it, so I made the most of the opportunity. As for why I brought it along, obviously, to eat it. With that, he pulled out a few skewers of grilled octopus, began eating, and even handed one to the man. Want some? Barbecues are always better when shared. The middle-aged man swallowed hard, his gaze shifting between the mountain-like corpse of the king-level beast and the calm, grilling Su Ming. The onlookers were equally stunned, their expressions a mix of disbelief. They couldn't fathom how a fourth-rank beast tamer could have achieved this. Only Xiaolong's eyes glimmered with admiration. As expected of Brother Ming, you really took down a king-level beast. Brother Ming, can I have one of the octopus legs? I'd like to bring it back for my ancestor to try. Probably hasn't had seafood in ages. Sure, just cut one off yourself, Su Ming agreed readily. Got it. Xiaolong excitedly cut off a tentacle and carefully stored it in his ring. The middle-aged man, seeing this, caught on quickly and decided to let it slide. In that case, go ahead and keep it. He dared not dig further into the details. If he provoked Xiao Wushang, the consequences would be dire. Forget the octopus. If Su Ming wanted to make dragon egg soup, they'd have no choice but to smile and ask if it suited his taste. The middle-aged man, after watching Su Ming put away the giant octopus, couldn't wait to finish the inspection. All right, summon the rest of your beasts so I can take a look. Su Ming nodded and summoned Dabai, Hongyu, and the snow wind dragon one by one. Since Dabai and Hongyu had appeared in public before, they didn't cause much of a stir. However, when the snow wind dragon emerged, the crowd couldn't help but exclaim, another beast with a bloodline close to that of a true dragon. Shortly after, a mysterious figure flashed by, sparking a wave of discussion. What was that? A soul-type beast? Or a possession-type beast? Yet no one could identify it, and Su Ming didn't offer any explanation. Is that all? Su Ming asked as he recalled all his beasts, eager to leave. His mind was already racing with thoughts of how to elevate the rank of the 1,000 phantom-devouring python. Though curious about the identity of the mysterious beast, the middle-aged man suppressed his questions and completed the registration. Everything checks out. You're good to go. Without lingering, Su Ming and Xia Long left the Dragon Island secret realm. Su Ming stayed in the imperial capital for another 3 days before returning to Tianan City. Xiao Feng, on the other hand, planned to visit after school started, aiming to graduate at the 4th rank and head straight to the Tianan military district for training. To Su Ming's surprise, Shangren didn't choose to stay and develop his career in the imperial capital. My achievements here are only because of your reputation, Shangren admitted candidly. I'm still far from earning the recognition of the spirit of fortune. However, it did give me a new direction. What direction? Su Ming asked curiously. You, of course. Following you means I'll always have something to gain, Shangren replied with a grin. Boss, take me with you. Su Ming could only shake his head helplessly. Upon returning to Tianan City, Su Ming realized he had made a mistake. He hadn't changed his appearance. The city was plastered with photos of him from his championship win, and even ordinary people took pride in sharing the same hometown as him. Principal, I need a favor. To avoid being mobbed, Su Ming directly sought help from Lu Tongxing. You brat, do you think I'm your personal chauffeur? Lu Tongxing grumbled, but within seconds, he teleported Su Ming to his office. Teleportation is so convenient, Su Ming marveled. The 1,000 Phantom also has a similar skill, but its range definitely can't compare to the Void Shadow Spirit. I thought you were planning to stay in the Imperial capital and not come back, Lu Tongxing remarked. I have no connections there. Why would I stay? This is my home, Su Ming replied, then paused. By the way, the first place prize for the 5-school competition there's a reward, right? Lu Tongxing chuckled. Don't worry, you won't miss out on the reward. But I doubt it'll compare to even a fraction of the profits you earn from the Shang family. If there's something specific you need, let me know, and I'll see what I can do. Su Ming thought for a moment. What I need, he considered Dabe's demand for metal, but decided it wasn't urgent. He'll need to visit the mines and take a look. Hong Yu's promotion dilemma plunged Su Ming into deep thought. Skeleton summoning, blood magic, necromancy, these 3 development paths were all possibilities, but the key lay in obtaining the corresponding undead materials. Unlike easily obtainable metals, undead materials were frustratingly scarce. Su Ming glanced around and realized that the only undead treasure he had on hand was the Book of Necromancy. Unfortunately, its necrotic aura was nearly depleted and insufficient to support Hong Yu's next advancement. As for Qianhuan, its promotion required devouring various races, which fortunately didn't require the principal's assistance. Stroking his chin, Su Ming contemplated his choices. Principal, Su Ming asked, do you have any nethergrass? Lu Tongxing raised an eyebrow and countered. What do you need that for? You can only process 1 stock a year at most. Besides, its yield is unstable. Some years, there's none at all, while other years, there are hundreds. Hearing this, Su Ming felt a sinking sensation in his chest. He realized that his plan to acquire a large amount of nethergrass in the short term was likely doomed. He recalled the adventurer groups without special methods for rapid transportation. Nethergrass was often consumed internally and rarely left the Yellow Springs secret realm. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming decided to change his strategy. All right, let's treat it as a condition. You can store it here for now. When I have specific needs in the future, I'll come to you. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Lu Tongxing's eyes. He knew that a single promise from him was far more valuable than tens or even hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Fine, he nodded. As long as you don't target my Void Shadow Spirit, I'll try to meet your other requests. Su Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For now, he wasn't short on spirit stones, and this deal was mutually beneficial. By the way, Lu Tongxing suddenly remembered. Take some time to visit the library. Granny Wen has something to discuss with you. Granny Wen. Su Ming frowned. Could it be about the Book of Necromancy? Lu Tongxing gave Su Ming a meaningful look. You slapped the Wen family pretty hard. Naturally, they're upset. Don't even think about getting their book spirit. See what Granny Wen has to say. If it seems acceptable, agree. If not, just ignore it. Su Ming nodded, already lowering his expectations for the Wen family's book spirit. From his previous interactions, he realized that using a book spirit seemed closely tied to personal talent and comprehension. As someone who was a bit laid back, Su Ming wasn't keen on investing too much energy into such brain-intensive matters. Exiting Lu Tongxing's office, Su Ming decided to head straight for the library. Besides meeting Granny Wen, he planned to take the opportunity to search for any information he might need. Arriving at the familiar archive room, Su Ming immediately spotted Granny Wen sitting there with the latest newspaper in hand, as if she had never left that spot. You're back, Granny Wen said without looking up. Granny Wen, you were looking for me? Su Ming asked cautiously. Granny Wen folded the newspaper and said in her usual calm tone, I believe you can already guess why I'm looking for you. The Book of Necromancy? Su Ming cut straight to the point. Are you here on behalf of the Wen family to negotiate terms? Do you know the origin of this Book of Necromancy? Granny Wen asked in return. Su Ming replied honestly, Marshal Xia gave it to me. He said it came from a madman in the Wen family. Oh, that madman was my brother, Granny Wen said, her tone tinged with complexity. He was indeed a madman, but I cannot allow his relic to continue tarnishing the Wen family's reputation. Su Ming's heart stirred, and he asked directly, what are your terms? He understood that, at its core, this was a matter of equivalent exchange. There was no way he'd willingly hand over the book of necromancy. It held symbolic value that surpassed its practical utility. As long as Su Ming continued flaunting the book, it was like a constant slap to the Wen family's face. However, out of respect for Granny Wen, Su Ming decided to hear her out and see what she could offer in exchange. He waited quietly for her response, already calculating the potential terms of the trade in his mind. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.